Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Redemption. Author's note. To be honest, the premise of this story is inspired by Strange Potter. Although the plot is entirely different, it was that work that gave me the initial idea. I've already written a story with Doctor Strange as the protagonist, so now I wanted to try something different. And I believe Wanda fits this role perfectly. As you'll see, I've started 2 new stories, Marvel, Age of Hero and Harry Potter, Is Harry's Mom Wanda? Both were the most voted. Whichever gets more likes will be the one I prioritize, while the other will naturally receive fewer chapters per week. At the top of a mountain, amidst the mist and the freezing wind, stood the ruins of an ancient sanctuary. Stone by stone, time had eaten away at it, and yet it still held the essence of something sacred or cursed. At its heart, seated on a base eroded by ancient rituals, sat the most powerful witch in the world, Wanda Maximoff. Her eyes, once ablaze with rage and sorrow, were now dull, filled with abyssal sadness. In front of her, a walking corpse possessed by an alternate version of Doctor Strange watched her in silence, its dead sockets glowing with the magic that still burned within. I was the one who opened the dark hold, Wanda murmured, her voice broken, her gaze fixed on the ground. So I must be the one to close it. She turned to look at Strange. He, with the solemnity of one witnessing an inevitable sacrifice, nodded slowly. No one else will be tempted by the dark hold ever again, whispered Wanda as her red aura began to wrap around her arms. She extended her hands. A deep roar shook the sanctuary. Beams groaned and twisted as if they knew their fate. Stones cracked. The ceiling collapsed. Part of the mountain trembled. And then, with one final breath, Wanda let go of everything and the entire structure fell upon her. Darkness. But it was not the end. In the instant before death claimed her, her life flashed before her eyes. She saw vision. She saw her children. Their laughter, their tears. She saw every mistake. Every decision that pushed her into the abyss. Guilt wrapped around her like an old friend. And finally she accepted it. Then nothing. A black sea welcomed her. Silent. Cold. Infinite. She floated in the midst of that absolute void, without direction or purpose. She looked upward, though she no longer knew if up even existed. There was no ground, no sky. Just her and nothingness. Was this hell? The punishment for all she had done? Eternal solitude without forgiveness. Time ceased to matter. Seconds or centuries passed. Her identity began to fade. Wanda no longer knew if she was still herself. Her emotions, her anger, her sorrow slowly vanished, like water slipping through fingers. Until a light, tiny, barely a dancing dot, the size of an insect. Wanda watched it without emotion, without hope. Only out of habit to see something that wasn't darkness. But the light persisted. It moved, vibrated as if it was trying to get her attention. And then, without warning, it approached. It touched her. A soft brush on her forehead. And in that instant, like lightning splitting through a storm, something within Wanda awakened. Her emotions returned. Slowly, painfully but real. Her eyes opened clearly for the first time in eons. Who are you? She whispered with a hoarse, barely audible voice. The light insect vibrated. Wanda, though confused, understood without words. Her heart clenched. Your son. No, you don't know who I am. You don't know what I've done, Wanda said, her tone rougher, guilt weighing in every syllable. Do you? And still you want to? She stopped. Silence replied. Are you sure? An image struck her suddenly. A memory that wasn't hers. A boy, no older than 4. Thick glasses. Sad eyes. He reached out for affection from a woman who coldly ignored him, sending him away from the room like he was a nuisance. The boy walked, head down, into a small cupboard under the stairs. There, he sat on a miserable mattress, hugging his knees, trying to hold back his tears. Wanda clenched her jaw. Her gaze turned hard, determined. Fine, she whispered. I'll do it. I'll take care of your son. But in return you will cleanse my corruption. The light pulsed intensely. Then it expanded. It grew. It changed shape. And then, before Wanda, rose a luminous doe, majestic and serene. The creature approached slowly and, with infinite tenderness, touched her forehead with its muzzle. The darkness surrounding her trembled. The void began to shine. Light at last. First a spark. Then a wave. Until everything turned white. The water disappeared. Wanda felt the ground beneath her feet. She stood, staggering. In front of her, the doe watched her with sadness and hope. Like a mother entrusting her daughter with something irreplaceable. I'll do my best, Wanda said, recognizing that pain with a lump in her throat. The doe nodded gently and faded into specks of light. And suddenly, a brutal pull took hold of her. As if her body were being sucked in by an invisible force, compressed to the size of a seed and then violently expelled. Wanda dropped to her knees, dizzy, gasping. She leaned against a wall. That was interesting, she murmured, regaining her balance. Something felt off. She felt different. She snapped her fingers and conjured a mirror. What she saw left her speechless. Her face was young, fresh, barely 20 years old. Though she could rejuvenate herself as a witch, she had never bothered to. She didn't need to. Her natural longevity already set her apart from humanity. But now she was young, beautiful. Well, not bad, she said with a half-smile, dismissing the mirror. She turned, her expression now firmer, and murmured with determination. It's time to find Lily's son. Privet Drive. A neat, orderly, perfectly boring neighborhood. And at number 4 lived a family that embodied everything they considered normal. Vernon Dursley, a portly man with a thick mustache, ran a drill company and spent his days complaining about anything that didn't fit into his rigid view of the world. Petunia, thin with a long neck, had a special talent for spying through windows, always alert to her neighbors' movements. Their son, Dudley, was according to Vernon the very picture of perfection. But there was another child living in that house. One Vernon never called by name. One who, to him, was simply abnormal. Harry. For years ago, he had appeared on the doorstep wrapped in a blanket, accompanied by a note. He was Petunia's sister's son. Dead. Vernon thought it was some kind of sick joke. But it wasn't. From that day on, his life ceased to be normal. Because Harry was the son of them. Of the freaks. And Vernon could never forgive that. At the time, Vernon had a good job. A comfortable, orderly life, free of surprises. But the arrival of that child ruined everything. One more mouth to feed didn't seem like much until he remembered whose child it was. That boy wasn't going to take anything away from his precious Dudley, his pride, his heir. So he decided to put him where he'd be least of a nuisance, under the stairs, in a small, dusty cupboard filled with spiders and dampness. They'd give him just enough to survive. Nothing more. But sometimes, the brat cried. He dared to ask for food, to talk, to exist. And that was too much. That's why, if he raised his voice or took something that wasn't his, Vernon didn't hesitate to throw him out or give him a good beating. He didn't say a word when his sister Marge came to visit either. That cruel woman who delighted in insulting or spitting on him. He didn't even flinch when one of her enormous dogs bit him. If he was lucky, they'd throw some disinfectant on the wound and lock him up again. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. Ding dong. Vernon was flipping through the newspaper the brat had brought in. The doorbell pulled him from his peaceful routine. Go see who it is. If it's a salesman, tell them we're not interested, he ordered, without looking up. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry replied in a dull voice, stepping out of his cupboard. He walked to the door, standing on tiptoe to reach the lock. At 4 years old, he was small even for his age. He opened the door slightly and blinked in surprise. Hi, are you a sales lady? He asked shyly. In front of him stood a woman with reddish hair that seemed to gently sway with the wind. Hello, she replied with a warm smile. No, I'm not a sales lady. Harry looked her up and down. She wore a red cloak and a strange tiara. Your clothes are weird. Wanda glanced at her outfit and nodded, amused. You're right. She snapped her fingers and, in an instant, her clothes changed into a sleek outfit, a dark red blazer, black pants, and a matching shirt. Is this better? Harry's eyes widened. It was the first time he'd seen anything like that. Boy, who is it? I told you if it was a salesman. Vernon's voice roared from inside, cutting off the moment. He walked toward the door with a scowl, ready to yell at whoever it was. But when he saw Wanda, the words caught in his throat. She was beautiful, radiant, a charming young woman smiling sweetly at the child. His expression softened instantly. He almost stammered as he greeted her. However, when Wanda looked up and saw him, her smile vanished. Her eyes hardened. A cold expression, almost one of disdain, settled on her face. What's going on, Vernon? Petunia asked, approaching from the kitchen as she noticed the awkward silence. Seeing her husband gawking at another woman, she immediately frowned. Who are you, and what do you want in our house? She snapped, crossing her arms. The voice of a wife sensing a threat to her marriage was like a whip. Wanda didn't flinch. I'm Wanda Maximoff. I'm a friend of Lily Potter's. The name fell like a thunderclap in the middle of the hallway. She asked me to look after her son. That's why I came to get him. At the mention of Lily's name, Vernon and Petunia paled. They immediately understood that this woman was not ordinary. That she belonged to that world. That damned world they so desperately wanted to forget. Vernon's expression changed. The fascination disappeared, replaced by a mixture of disdain, discomfort, and deep-down fear. To Dumbledore. I don't know who you are, but you won't take this child from this house, said Vernon with a trembling yet firm voice, trying to hide his fear behind a facade of bravery. Though he despised Harry with every fiber of his being, he wasn't going to let a strange woman with an unsettling aura just take him away. Oh, I'm sorry, Wanda replied with a serene smile, tilting her head slightly. I didn't ask you. And with a simple snap of her fingers, Vernon's mouth vanished as if it had never existed. The burly man tried to speak, to scream, even to breathe through his mouth, but all he could produce were muffled sounds as terror filled his eyes. Petunia, seeing this, let out a blood-curdling scream which was abruptly cut off when her mouth disappeared as well. The two began running around the living room like headless chickens, crashing into each other and knocking everything over in their path. "So, Harry," Wanda asked sweetly, turning her attention back to the boy, "would you like to come with me?" Harry looked at his aunt and uncle, running in complete panic, then turned to Wanda. A spark of excitement crossed his eyes. No one had ever offered him a way out before. No one had ever asked him if he wanted something different. And without thinking, he answered, "Well, yes." The ease with which he accepted surprised Wanda a little. She had expected resistance, questions at least hesitation. But if she had known the truth that the Dursleys had never taught him not to talk to strangers, and might even have encouraged him to leave if it meant getting rid of him, then she would have understood. "I'll have to teach him a few things," she thought. Though, to be honest, she wasn't exactly a model of parental guidance herself. "Go get your things, sweetheart. I'll talk to your guardians," said Wanda, her voice sweet as honey, yet sharp as a razor. Harry ran off to his tiny cupboard under the stairs while Wanda raised her hand. Vernon and Petunia, caught in an invisible force, were dragged toward her. They floated just above the floor, trembling, their eyes wide with fear. "I'm taking Harry," said Wanda, her voice soft but filled with authority. "I'll raise him. And only because you at least fed him and didn't let him die I won't kill you. But don't think you'll escape punishment for your cruelty." She turned to Vernon first. "You, obsessed with being normal. So desperate to seem proper, well, you'll never be that again." Vernon began to writhe as his skin twisted and deformed. A thick, twisted horn burst from his forehead. His skin turned scaly, a reptilian tail sprouted from his back, his ears sharpened like blades, and his teeth grotesquely grew inside his sealed, bloody mouth. He let out a muffled roar of pain, collapsing to the floor, writhing like a beast set ablaze. Then Wanda turned to Petunia. "And you rejected the love of a child. How vile can one be? From now on, no one will love you. Not your son, not your husband, not even yourself." Unlike Vernon, Petunia felt no physical change, no disfigurement, but something inside her shattered. A cold loneliness invaded her, a hollow emptiness she would never be able to fill. Her punishment was invisible but eternal. "That will be all for now," said Wanda as she released them, letting them fall like broken dolls. "Later I'll ask Harry if there are more like you and each one will get what they deserve." Just then, Harry came out of his small room, carrying an old backpack slung over one shoulder. His eyes lit up when he saw Vernon. "Wow, that's so cool," he exclaimed with pure innocence. Wanda chuckled softly and held out her hand. "Let's go, Harry." The boy took it without hesitation. Together, they walked out the front door as if they'd been mother and son all their lives, leaving behind the house that had never been a home. As they walked along the sidewalk, Wanda frowned for a moment. She felt a gaze watching them from a nearby house. But she ignored it. She had no time for the curious. Later, they took a taxi to a nearby hotel. After all, Wanda didn't have a home in this world. Or money. Although creating human currency was easy for her, she didn't want to attract too much attention, at least not yet. The hotel she chose was a 4-star one. Okay, maybe she went a little overboard. But Harry deserved it. She booked a spacious suite with a spectacular view of the city. Upon entering, Harry stood in awe at the luxury: a large living room, 2 bedrooms, a modern kitchen, and huge windows overlooking a world entirely new to him. "Is this your house?" he asked in amazement, his eyes wide. "Haha, no. It's a hotel," Wanda said, crouching in front of him. "But we'll stay here for a while until we find a nice home for the two of us." She gently touched his nose, and Harry gave a wide smile. "Okay. You can go explore, if you want." "Yes," Harry shouted, and ran through the suite, inspecting everything with a mix of excitement and curiosity: the rooms, the living area, under the furniture. Wanda watched him, smiling, until a shadow of melancholy crossed her face. She remembered her own children, their laughter, their voices. The nostalgia pierced her heart like a spear. She closed her eyes and shook her head. She couldn't drown in sorrow. She had to remember them with love, not sadness. "Miss, can I turn on the TV?" Harry asked timidly. It was the first time he'd ever been given permission to do so. "Of course," Wanda replied, sitting on the couch. "You can watch whatever you want. And you can call me Wanda." "Thank you, Wanda," he said with a sincere smile. He picked up the remote and started pressing random buttons until the screen came to life. Wanda watched him, and though her head hurt perhaps from too much magic, or too many memories, she said nothing. She just smiled. Because somewhere deep in her soul, that small light that once purified her darkness was still there. And Harry, looking at her for the first time, felt without knowing why that he was with someone who would never hurt him. As if he had finally found a safe place. Meanwhile, there were 3 firm knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Wanda frowned, slightly surprised. She hadn't ordered anything, and wasn't expecting anyone. She stood up calmly, though alert, glancing over at Harry, who was giggling softly in front of the TV, flipping through channels with an innocent smile. She opened the door. And there he was. An old man with a peculiar appearance, a long silver beard cascading like a waterfall down to his waist, dressed in robes that looked like they came from a forgotten fairy tale. He smiled kindly, but Wanda only needed a second to feel it. A wizard. A real one. And, to her surprise, a weak one. What do you want? Wanda asked coldly, crossing her arms as she scanned him with her eyes. There was magic in this world, after all. Lily had mentioned something about it, but didn't go into detail. She'd been more worried about protecting her son. Good afternoon, the old man greeted, his voice soft and almost musical. I'm Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. I was wondering if I could speak with you for a few minutes. It's about young Harry Potter. Wanda blinked slowly. What's a Hogwarts? Hogwarts is the school of witchcraft and wizardry, Dumbledore explained in his calm, didactic tone. A place where young witches and wizards learn to channel their power and live within our society. It's also said to be the safest place in the magical world. Wanda stared at him, her expression unchanging. Her gaze was so piercing that even a basilisk would have looked away. And what would the headmaster of such a fine institution want with Harry? Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, but continued. I've heard what happened with the Dursleys. A transfiguration spell brilliant, I must admit, though a bit dark for my taste. One I myself couldn't undo. A feat that may bring complications. From what I understand, you claim to be a friend of Lily Potter. She, like James, was once my student. And I was the one who took Harry to his aunt and uncle's house the day they died. He didn't finish the sentence. So, you're just as guilty as the Dursleys, Wanda interrupted, and a red vibration, like liquid fire, began to swirl around her. Dumbledore felt the pressure immediately. It was like standing before a volcano seconds before it erupted. Wanda's energy was like a dragon's roar, ancient, wild, and completely beyond his control. Guilty. Dumbledore whispered, trying to calm the atmosphere with his gentle voice. There was a reason for what I did. The Dursleys are his blood. I don't care what you have to say. Lily asked me to protect her son. So say what you came to say, and leave. The tension in the air could have been cut with a dagger. For the first time in decades, Dumbledore felt a cold bead of sweat run down his back. But he couldn't leave just yet. He had to try. You see, he began more cautiously. The day Lily died, she cast a sacrificial charm. An ancient and powerful spell that protects Harry as long as he remains near someone of her blood. It's his strongest shield against the enemies still out there. You don't seem to be from around here, so perhaps you don't know the magical world was ravaged by war. The leader of a dark group was destroyed by that boy, or rather, by his mother's spell. And his followers, they're still out there. Wanda was silent for a moment. Then she smiled. He just has to be near his blood. That's easy. She walked back into the room, Dumbledore watching her with increasing unease. In front of the TV, Harry looked at her curiously. Wanda extended a hand. A soft red glow appeared in her palm, enveloping one of Harry's hairs, which floated toward her, slowly twirling in the air. And then it happened. The hair turned into a drop of blood that pierced her skin and merged with her chest. Chaos energy exploded within her like a storm of scarlet fire. Her eyes flew open, and now they weren't just green. They held the same almond hue as Lily's. There. Now I'm his blood, Wanda declared, walking toward Dumbledore with firm steps. He stepped back. It wasn't voluntary. It was pure instinct. That magic, he didn't understand it. It wasn't light magic. It wasn't dark magic. It wasn't human magic. It was something else. Dumbledore tried to analyze it, trace its origin, understand it. And without realizing it, he made the worst mistake he could have made. He tried to enter her mind. And he succeeded. For just 1 second. But that was all Wanda needed. The world vanished. Everything turned white. No shadows. No time. No way out. You shouldn't have come here, said a voice behind him. Dumbledore turned. Wanda floated in the air, her scarlet witch outfit clinging to her like a symbol of warning. Her eyes looked down on him with utter contempt. The last person who tried that ended up with a broken neck. And he was stronger than you. Dumbledore tried to speak, but something invisible gripped his chest. He couldn't move. The air thickened. The pain began. Tell me, why shouldn't I break you like I did him? The old man gasped. His real body began to feel it too. His ribs creaked. His back trembled. I'm sorry. My ability is unstable. Wrong answer. The pressure intensified. The lights in the white void flickered like collapsing stars. I just wanted to know if Harry would be safe with you. Wanda stared at him. The pain stopped. Dumbledore was telling the truth. Not all of it, but enough. She snapped her fingers and cast him out of her mind. Back in front of the door, Dumbledore collapsed to his knees, trembling, bracing himself against the frame and gasping for air. Sweat drenched his forehead. Never, in all his years, had he felt such pure fear. Leave. You're not welcome here, Wanda said coldly. I let you live only because I don't want Harry to see a corpse. Next time I won't be so kind. I'm not that kind of person. And with that, she shut the door in his face. Then, with a flick of her fingers, she conjured a red barrier that surrounded the entire house. No wizard would enter without her permission. Wanda took a deep breath. She could have killed him. She would have enjoyed it. But she knew that a wizard as influential as him must have connections, students, allies. Killing him would bring a magical war to her doorstep. And Harry didn't need that. For now, she would let it go. But she would not forget. Then she felt it. Something inside her. A different energy from her chaos, lighter, more human. It was the magical energy of this world. Weak. Soft. But it was there. Like Dumbledore's. She looked at Harry. He had it too. So you're a little wizard, she murmured with a smile. Maybe I should teach you a few tricks. After all, chaos magic is still magic, just a different kind. I should have asked Strange to teach me some eldritch spells back when we still spoke. Or stolen them when we didn't. She chuckled softly and sat beside him on the couch. Harry didn't even notice. He kept watching cartoons, laughing, happy. And Wanda watched him, protecting him. That was her purpose. And no headmaster, no ministry, no magical army was going to get in her way. A/N, quick poll. Would you like to see Harry grow up as a child under Wanda's care, with a more methodical and slow-paced development, but still with some action? Or would you prefer we jump straight to his arrival at Hogwarts, focusing more on his own issues, with Wanda appearing now and then as an angry mother dishing out punishment? Which option do you prefer? 3. Aventia. While Harry watched television with absorbed attention, Wanda kept glancing at him, her brow slightly furrowed. Her gaze returned, again and again, to the lightning-shaped scar adorning the boy's forehead. It wasn't just curiosity, it was unease. As a former wielder of the Darkhold, Wanda had a deep and dangerous knowledge of chaos magic and the dark arts. Though she no longer used those abilities, her magical sensitivity remained as sharp as ever. And what she sensed emanating from Harry's forehead wasn't something she could ignore. There, hidden beneath the skin, stirred a dark, foul, poisonous energy. "Harry, is it okay if I touch your scar?" she asked softly, as if not wanting to disturb the peace of the moment. Harry blinked, slowly returning to the real world, and turned his head to look at her. He nodded calmly, as if it didn't matter much, before returning his attention to the screen. He seemed fascinated by the cartoons. Wanda noticed his dazed, almost childlike expression, and realized it might be the first time he was able to watch them freely. After all, at the Dursleys' house, they barely let him out of the cupboard, let alone watch television. She remembered him telling her how he used to spy through the cracks of the door while his cousin ate in front of the screen. Wanda smiled tenderly, though with a trace of sadness, and gently reached out toward his forehead. As the tip of her fingers touched the scar, it glowed with a faint red shimmer. Harry didn't even flinch. A small, dark orb detached itself from his forehead, floating slowly until it hovered above Wanda's palm. She stared at it seriously, her eyes scanning it with arcane precision. "A fragment of a soul, 1/128th of it," she whispered, her voice laced with restrained fury. "What kind of monster does something like this?" Her fingers slowly closed, and with a soft, muted burst, the orb was reduced to nothing. Without wasting time, she performed a full scan of the boy's body. She detected slight malnutrition, old belt marks that were already healing, and small bite scars on his ankles. Nothing that couldn't be healed. But the mere fact they existed made her stomach turn. For a moment, she thought maybe she'd been too kind to Vernon. Maybe he deserved more than just a temporary punishment. A good curse to seal all his orifices for a week seemed like a fine start. Next week would bring something worse. Vernon Dursley would soon wish he were dead. "Harry, what dog gave you these marks?" she asked in a neutral tone, pointing to his ankles. Harry looked down, as if just now noticing the scars, and answered casually. "Aunt Marge's dogs, Uncle Vernon's sister. She breeds them." Wanda tensed. He said it like it was the most normal thing in the world. Of course, to him, it probably was. "I see. Do you know where she lives?" The question came with a smile, but her eyes didn't smile at all. I don't really remember," Harry answered, a little unsure. "That's okay. I'll find her. You keep watching TV, I'm going out to get dinner," Wanda said as she stood up. But at that moment, Harry stopped watching the screen and sat up quickly on the couch. "Why, you're leaving?" he asked, trying to hide the fear in his voice. He tried, yes, but Wanda noticed. She felt it in his energy, in his expression, in his eyes. She paused, looked at him, and with a warm smile, changed her plan. "Then how about we order room service instead? That way I don't have to leave," she said, gently caressing his head. "Okay," Harry replied, giving a genuine smile. "Here, order whatever you want. I'll just go to the bathroom for a moment," she added, dialing the room service. "All right," Harry exclaimed excitedly, and began listing dishes as if he were reciting a spell. Meanwhile, Wanda entered the bathroom. She took longer than expected. When she came out, she noticed a small bloodstain on the sleeve of her clothes. Without a care, she changed into something more comfortable. "Wanda, you took a while." "The food's here," Harry said from the table, where everything was already served. He waited patiently, though his eyes shone with excitement. Wanda wasn't worried anything might happen while she was gone. The room was protected with unbreakable magical wards. "Let's see what you ordered," she said, approaching the table. There were plates everywhere. Harry had clearly gotten carried away, but she didn't stop him. In fact, she encouraged him to eat as much as he wanted. She only made sure he ate some vegetables, too. And to her surprise, Harry didn't complain. He was so happy, so amazed by the flavors, that even the vegetables tasted delicious to him. Seeing his face lit up with joy brought a warm smile to Wanda's own. As they ate, her thoughts drifted back to what Dumbledore had said: the wizarding world. Not a region, not a community. A world. That meant there had to be many more hidden wizards. Perhaps an entire society. That night, she encouraged Harry to go to bed early. The next day, they would begin an adventure. When they woke up the next morning, they had breakfast together with the same warmth as always. Then they left the hotel, ready to begin. "Today we're going on an adventure, Harry. We're going to find the Wizarding World," Wanda said enthusiastically. "The Wizarding World?" Harry repeated, his eyes shining like a kid who just got the best Christmas gift ever. "An adventure. A magical world. It was like a dream." "Yes," Wanda answered with a confident smile, finding it would be easy. After all, she had found Camartage once without ever having stepped foot near it, just by following the magical traces left by Strange. This would be even easier. So Wanda used her magic to locate a place where magical energy gathered. It wasn't hard to find. She gently took Harry's hand, and they went out to hail a taxi. Throughout the ride, Harry didn't take his eyes off the window. His eyes sparkled with quiet excitement, as if afraid that if he blinked, he might miss something wonderful. He couldn't wait to arrive. When they got out of the taxi, they walked toward the place Wanda had sensed. Soon, they both stopped in front of a rundown, frankly awful-looking pub. "Is this it?" Harry asked, his enthusiasm noticeably dropping as he took in the building's appearance. Wanda frowned slightly as she read the sign, "The Leaky Cauldron." Then she looked around. She noticed that ordinary people didn't seem to see the pub, or rather, they seemed to actively avoid it. "It seems like it. Let's check it out. And just in case, don't let go of my hand," she said, glancing at the boy with a slight smile. Harry nodded immediately and squeezed her hand tightly. As they opened the door and stepped inside, every gaze in the shop turned toward them. For a moment, all eyes were about to focus on the stunning red-haired woman accompanying the boy, but they quickly returned to Harry's face as they caught sight of the scar on his forehead. That inquisitive, invasive look aimed at him deeply irritated Wanda. Before anyone could utter a single word, she activated a mind control enchantment. In an instant, everyone went back to their business, as if their presence was completely unimportant. Without wasting time, Wanda walked hand in hand with Harry toward the area where she felt a greater concentration of magic. Their steps led them to a brick wall. They both stopped in front of it. Wanda stepped closer, observing it carefully, trying to understand how it worked. "Are we lost?" asked Harry, slightly confused. Wanda looked at him and gently shook her head. "No, we just need to go through this wall." She extended her hand and placed it on the bricks. A burst of red magic erupted from her fingers, and the wall opened with a not-so-subtle explosion. Definitely, a very Wanda way of entering. Harry's eyes widened in amazement at what lay beyond. A completely new world stretched out before them. Diagon Alley was filled with strange shops, wizards dressed in extravagant clothes, children running between stalls, spells floating through the air, and shiny coins changing hands. It was a world of magic. A real one. Harry couldn't contain his excitement. He wanted to see everything. Wanda followed him with a calm smile, letting him lead the way as they explored every corner. They visited shops, marveled at enchanted objects, magical creatures, floating books until they arrived at a small plaza where a kind of play was being performed. It was about the boy who lived. Harry sat on a bench, fascinated. Meanwhile, Wanda realized she needed to get some money. She didn't want to disturb the local economy, though honestly, she wouldn't have cared much, but her superhero side still clung to certain principles. Seeing Harry so entertained, she cast a protective enchantment over him. One that was powerful, silent, and lethal. No one would notice, but if anyone dared to harm him, the result would be catastrophic. And so it was. A man, who seemed to have been following Wanda for some time, approached as soon as she walked away. He reached a hand toward the boy, but before he could touch him, he was violently thrown backward. His body was torn apart, set ablaze, and reduced to ashes all in the blink of an eye. No one seemed to notice what had happened. When the play ended, Wanda returned just in time, carrying a bag that jingled with coins and wearing a satisfied smile. "Did you like the play, Harry?" she asked. "Yes," he replied enthusiastically. "Then let's go get some ice cream and maybe some books with similar stories." Yes. It was, without a doubt, the happiest day of Harry's life. They saw magical animals, tried strange candies, Wanda bought him wizarding clothes, and they learned that wizards called non-magical humans muggles, though they knew surprisingly little about them. They both laughed when they saw a wizard dressed like a clown, trying to blend in to visit the muggle world. Wanda also bought several books both on magic and storybooks for Harry. When the day came to an end, they returned to the hotel with arms full of bags, kindly assisted by a magical creature that worked at one of the shops. As Harry joyfully unwrapped some toys which had somehow arrived at their room before they did, Wanda watched him. "Did you have fun, Harry?" she asked softly. "Yes," he said, smiling as he played. "That's good," said Wanda, her gaze softening as she saw the happiness on his face. Because today, Harry had a truly magical day. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Diagon Alley, there was Nocturne Alley. Light barely filtered through the old, blackened walls, and the air itself felt heavy, as if the place breathed decay. Several figures in dark robes observed the scene with a mix of disgust, horror, and resignation. The ground was stained red. Dry, fresh, and clotted blood covered every corner. Mutilated limbs were scattered among the damp stones, arms, legs, unrecognizable chunks of flesh. The scene looked like something out of a nightmare. In front of them, perfectly aligned like a grotesque gallery, lay the decapitated heads of several wizards. Each one bore a look of eternal horror, and on their foreheads were engraved in blood their crimes, trafficking of forbidden curses, murder, torture of muggles, and more. It was a clear, brutal message. "Well, sir, honestly I don't even know what to say." "There's nothing left to say," murmured one of the Aurors, swallowing hard as he tried to maintain his composure. His superior looked at him with his single natural eye, while the magical one spun endlessly, scanning the scene. "It's fine. Don't look too hard," said old Alastor Moody with a frown. "They probably messed with the wrong wizard and paid the price." His voice was harsh, sharp, devoid of empathy. "Keep watch for now. If something similar happens again, we'll investigate further. But to be honest, as long as the dead are scum, I won't lose sleep over it." Without another word, he turned and walked away with firm steps, leaving behind the stench of death. "Yes, sir," the Auror replied in a muted voice, before raising his wand and beginning to clean up the place. What none of them knew was that this hadn't been the only massacre. In another part of the world, far from Nocturne Alley, in an ordinary Muggle house, something similar had occurred. Silence covered everything, except for the occasional growl of wild-looking dogs, calmly devouring human remains. The walls were stained dark, and the air was thick with the smell of iron. But when the local police arrived days later, alerted by neighbors, they found nothing. The blood was gone. The body too. Only the dogs remained licking their chops. And strange, almost demonic markings on the walls and ceiling. New friend. Not applicable. Well, everyone seemed to prefer a slower pace, or a mix of both. So what I'll do is include interesting moments and, over time, gradually speed up the story. Obviously, the first chapters will move forward more slowly. Now, another question for discussion: what do you think about making Draco a good guy? To do that, we'd have to get rid of Lucius early on, and from there we could explore a friendship between Draco and Harry. It'd be interesting, especially since writing evil Draco over and over again just so he gets what he deserves is starting to get a bit repetitive. What do you think? After all, I have two possible routes to follow. After spending a week at the hotel, Wanda managed to gather enough money to buy a house. She simply exchanged the gold she found in Diagon Alley and converted it to Muggle currency at Gringotts. The goblins were more than happy to make the exchange. To them, Muggle money had no real value anyway. And while many might think that, without official documents, Wanda wouldn't be able to buy a house, come on, what are you thinking? It's Wanda. She could literally create a brand new reality where she's queen of the world if she wanted. So yeah, Wanda and Harry moved into a lovely, upper-middle-class neighborhood. And yes, she found quite a bit of gold during that week. Harry adjusted quickly to living with her. It was normal to see him following her around like a little duckling, always glued to her side, which, of course, Wanda didn't mind at all. "All right, Harry, this is our new home. Do you like it?" Wanda asked with a big smile as they reached the front door. "Yes," Harry replied enthusiastically, carrying his brand new backpack stuffed with all the toys Wanda had bought him. They walked in hand. The house was beautiful, spacious, with several bedrooms, a huge living room, and a gorgeous garden both in front and back. The neighborhood felt calm and friendly. Many families had kids, and it wasn't unusual to see a police patrol drive by, which made the area feel even safer. Of course, the house was pretty expensive, but Wanda had been very lucky to find bags full of galleons. "All right, Harry, you can pick whichever room you like best," Wanda said, spreading her arms cheerfully. "Which one are you going to use?" Harry asked quickly. "Me. That one over there," Wanda said, pointing to a random door. "Then I want the one next to it," Harry said, choosing without even looking inside. He just wanted to be close to her. "Haha, all right. Then let's get your things set up there," Wanda replied, laughing as she began moving boxes with her magic. The boxes were filled with all the things they had bought during their adventures in Diagon Alley: books, toys, clothes. Many of the books were magical stories, and Harry loved them, especially the ones that talked about him. One of his favorites showed a brave Harry riding a dragon, something that always made him laugh when Wanda read it to him at bedtime. And while magical clothing was kind of weird, Wanda still bought several outfits because they were incredibly durable. In Diagon Alley, going around in Muggle clothes drew too much attention. Still, she avoided buying Muggle-style clothes from wizarding shops because they were a bit too extravagant. They went to regular stores instead. Now Harry had everything: t-shirts, pants, coats. Wanda even got him a bunch of animal-themed pajamas. But without a doubt, his favorite was the dragon one. He wore it all the time, and Wanda was pretty sure that, if she let him, he'd even wear it to go shopping. The neighbors didn't take long to drop by and say hello, offering warm smiles. Even though they saw the two were still unpacking, they left some desserts and waved goodbye kindly. That night, once everything was finally in place, Wanda tucked Harry into his new, fluffy bed. He watched her while she read one of his favorite bedtime stories, Harry Potter vs. the Evil Goblins. "Wanda, can I play with the ball in the garden tomorrow?" Harry asked suddenly. Wanda looked at him with tenderness and replied with a soft, almost sing-song voice. "Of course, sweetheart. You don't need to ask permission for those things. Just tell me where you'll be, okay? Try not to leave the garden. The street can be dangerous." "Okay," Harry said seriously, like he was making a solemn promise. That made Wanda smile. Then, she resumed reading, and before long, she saw his eyelids slowly start to close. When he finally fell asleep, she kissed his forehead and stayed there for a moment, watching him in silence. And then, for the first time in a long while, she went to rest too. "What are you doing?" asked a little girl, carrying a gigantic book under her arm, as she watched a boy standing in the front yard of his house. The boy was staring intently at a ball just a few feet away, lying on the sidewalk. "I'm trying to pull the ball with my mind," Harry replied without taking his eyes off the target. Then he turned his head and looked at the girl as if her question had been completely unnecessary. To him, what he was doing was perfectly obvious. "That's silly. Why don't you just go get it?" The girl shot back, giving him the exact same incredulous look he had given her. "Wanda told me not to leave the yard because the street is dangerous," Harry explained quickly, before locking his gaze back on the ball. He raised his small hand seriously, mimicking the gesture Wanda usually made when trying to pull something with magic. "But that's not on the street, it's on the sidewalk," the girl pointed out, causing Harry to freeze. What neither of them noticed was that, at that very moment, the ball shifted slightly. Harry thought for a second, tilting his head in doubt, then shook it firmly. "Still, it's not in the yard," he added, as if that was reason enough not to touch it. The girl sighed in resignation, gently lowered the book, walked to the sidewalk, picked up the ball with her free hand, and walked back to hand it to Harry. "Here," she said in a neutral tone, stretching out her arm. "Thanks." Harry replied with a big smile, happily accepting the ball. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from the neighboring house. It seemed to be the girl's mother. "Hermione. Coming." The girl quickly responded. Then she turned to Harry with a polite smile. "Well, bye," she said, waving before running off toward her home. "Bye." Harry shouted, waving enthusiastically as if he had just made a new friend. Right then, Wanda stepped out of the front door, stirring cream in a bowl. She was wearing a white apron and had a cheerful smile on her face. "Harry, do you want chocolate cake or strawberry?" "Cake," Harry exclaimed, turning around immediately with eyes sparkling in excitement. He sprinted toward her. "Chocolate, please." "Haha, okay," Wanda laughed, amused by the little boy's reaction. The two entered the house together, Harry bouncing with joy at her side. After living with Wanda for an entire week, Harry finally gathered the courage to ask the question that had been on his mind since the very first day. "Wanda, what was my mom like?" he asked while eating his piece of chocolate cake, his face completely smeared with cream. "Honestly, I have no idea," Wanda replied bluntly, leaving Harry completely puzzled. "Huh. She appeared to me as a doe and asked me to take care of you," Wanda added naturally as she grabbed a cloth and began wiping his face. "So am I going to turn into a deer?" Harry asked, even more confused. "No, well, I don't think so. Don't worry, if you ever turn into a deer, I'll change you back," Wanda assured him with a calm smile. "Well, I'd rather turn into a dragon than a deer," Harry commented before digging his spoon back into the cake, now focused only on his dessert. Children change topics with magical ease. Knock, knock. Wanda was playing with Harry in the living room, using some of the magical toys she had bought for him. When she heard the doorbell, she quickly got up to answer it. When she opened the door, she found a smiling couple. They seemed like kind, polite people with a relaxed, everyday look. The woman was holding a cake with both hands. "Hi, we're the Grangers, your neighbors. Sorry we didn't come by sooner, we're dentists, and work has been crazy this week," Mrs. Granger said with a friendly voice. "Hi, nice to meet you," Wanda replied, smiling back. "And this is our daughter, Hermione," the woman added, stepping aside to reveal a girl the same age as Harry, shyly hiding behind her leg. "Hello," Hermione greeted politely, still clinging to her mother. "Hello, Hermione, it's lovely to meet you," Wanda said warmly. "Please, come in. Would you like a cup of coffee or tea?" "Tea is fine, thank you," Mrs. Granger answered as they stepped into the house. "This is Harry. Harry, say hello to the Grangers and their daughter Hermione." "They're our neighbors," Wanda said, looking at the little boy playing on the floor with colorful marbles. "Hi," Harry said quickly with a friendly smile before turning back to his game. The marbles, called gobstones, exploded with confetti when someone lost. Of course, Wanda had modified them so they wouldn't spray liquid like the originals. "They brought cake," Wanda announced cheerfully, which made Harry drop the marbles immediately and run over, making the adults laugh. While the grown-ups chatted in the kitchen, Harry led Hermione to the playroom with his cake in hand. He wanted to show her his toys and favorite books. The door opened and both children stepped into a room that looked like something out of a child's dream. Shelves were full of storybooks, toys neatly arranged by size and type, animated dolls that moved as if they were alive, and a fluffy rug in the center. On one shelf, a small toy dragon watched them closely. It blew out little puffs of fake fire while gracefully flapping its wings. Hermione's eyes widened in amazement, and Harry smiled proudly. It was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. "Wow," said Hermione, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Everything she saw around her was incredible. It was the first time she had ever seen toys move on their own, as if they were alive. There were dolls waving, soldiers marching on shelves, and even a tiny dragon that breathed fire from its mouth, magical and harmless fire, of course. But despite all the magic around her, what caught her attention the most was a large children's library filled with colorful books, with eye-catching illustrations and spines decorated with glitter and curious shapes. Although she was only around 4 or 5 years old, Hermione was already a devoted lover of books. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to read properly yet, so for now, she just followed the pictures. Still, she was learning fast. Her parents, both dentists with complicated schedules, had hired a nanny who used to be a preschool teacher, and thanks to her, Hermione was beginning to recognize letters and words. "Can you read?" Hermione asked, turning to Harry with curiosity. "Read? No, I don't know how to read. But there are books you don't need to read," said Harry with a smile, as if sharing a wonderful secret. "They tell the story all by themselves." He walked over to one of the books resting on a stand, opened it carefully, and the moment he did, the letters began to softly glow. A warm, melodic voice emerged from the pages, narrating the story written there. "See," said Harry proudly, while Hermione ran over to the book, full of excitement. She watched closely. There was no speaker, no wires, no buttons, just glowing letters and a voice floating in the air. She leaned in closer. "What is this?" she exclaimed, then looked at the toys again. They no longer seemed like advanced technology as she had thought at first. They were too real. The dragon kept breathing fire and moving its tail as if it had a life of its own. "How do these toys?" Hermione frowned, completely confused. "This makes no sense." "With magic," said Harry, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "We bought them in Diagon Alley, in the Wizarding World." Hermione blinked. Suddenly, Harry froze. His face went from calm to pale in seconds, and he covered his mouth with both hands. "Oh no!" he exclaimed, eyes wide as saucers. "I messed up." "What?" asked Hermione, getting nervous at the look on his face. "Now they're going to erase your brain," blurted Harry dramatically, as tears started to form in his eyes. "What?" Hermione's eyes widened as she grabbed her head with both hands. "My brain. But my brain controls my whole body. That's what Miss Bea said. If they erase it, I'll stop breathing, or walking, or knowing how to eat cake." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to," said Harry, his lower lip trembling. "But when someone without magic enters the leaky cauldron, they erase their brain so they don't know magic exists. Wanda said so. And now you know everything. The toys, the dragon, the talking book. They're definitely coming for you now." "Wah!" Hermione burst into tears, hugging her head as if trying to protect her brain with her tiny hands. "Wah!" cried Harry too, caught up in the fear, hugging Hermione as if that could somehow save her. And so, the two little ones clung to each other, sobbing, utterly convinced that Hermione's brain was about to be erased forever. Just then, Wanda's voice called from the living room. "Harry, everything okay up there?" "Wanda AA." They both screamed at the same time. 5. Encounter. Encounter. After hearing what the children said, Wanda couldn't hold back any longer. A warm and sincere laugh escaped her lips as she gently embraced little Harry, who was still sobbing, his face covered in tears and his cheeks flushed. There, sweetheart, it's over now," she whispered while stroking his hair, trying to calm his trembling breaths. A few steps away, Mrs. and Mr. Granger were doing their best to comfort Hermione, who was crying just like Harry, clinging to her mother's arms with her eyes tightly shut in fear and confusion. "That's not how it works, Harry," Wanda said in a soft, almost motherly voice. "They don't erase their brains, just their memories. The man we saw simply forgot he walked into the leaky cauldron. He went home peacefully, not even knowing he'd forgotten something important." "So they're not going to erase Hermione's brain?" asked Harry, his voice broken, looking up at Wanda with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Wanda smiled and caressed his cheek. "Of course not. Neither her brain nor her memory," she said quickly. "After all, Hermione is a little witch just like you're a wizard." "Wait, what did you say?" Mrs. Granger suddenly interrupted, her eyes wide open. That Hermione is a witch," Wanda repeated, a bit confused by the reaction. "A witch? Like the ones who fly on brooms and cast curses?" asked Mr. Granger, frowning. He sounded more curious than mocking, though his tone held a trace of sarcasm, as if he still thought this was some elaborate joke. "Yes, something like that," Wanda said calmly. Then, without warning, she lifted the couch with a simple wave of her hand without even touching it. The Grangers instinctively took a step back. Their eyes widened, and a flicker of fear crossed their faces. "What? You didn't know?" Wanda asked, surprised. "I thought you were what they call squibs and that your daughter had inherited magic from somewhere." Seeing that they didn't respond, she quickly added, "And before you get scared, no, they're not like the witches in fairy tales. No warts or bubbling cauldrons. Technically, they're just special people who can use a certain energy to perform magic. That's all." She paused, as if recalling something uncomfortable. "If I'm not mistaken, the church made up all those horrible stories so people would fear them," she said in a casual tone, though she thought this wasn't the time to mention that evil witches did exist, some worse than anyone could imagine. "So our daughter is, like you said, magical? Will she be able to do what you just did?" asked Mrs. Granger, her eyes shining with a mix of disbelief and emotion. Yes, Wanda nodded with a smile. At age 11, all magical children in Britain are invited to a special school called Hogwarts. Or so I've heard. I never actually went to a magic school myself. She knew exactly what it meant for parents to learn their daughter was special. The uncertainty, the fear, the instinct to hide her from the world for her protection. She herself had been a child marked by her power, which had led her down a very dark path before she found a second chance. There's actually a whole magical community, hidden in plain sight. People just can't see it, Wanda explained gently. I think I have a lot to take in, Mrs. Granger murmured, still stunned. I understand. That's why it's better if you start learning little by little, on your own, Wanda said. Then, she looked up at the ceiling and snapped her fingers. Immediately, several books floated down from the upper floor and began to land softly in front of them, as if being handed over by an invisible presence. Here you go. Magical history, basic laws, and everything you need to understand why children like Hermione go to special schools, she said while placing nearly a dozen books into the family's arms. Hermione, her eyes still watery, suddenly managed a small smile. Her love for books was stronger than her fear. She held one carefully, as if it were a treasure. Oh, by the way, it's better to keep all this secret from non-magical people, Wanda warned seriously. I don't mind hiding it because I can defend myself, but if you get discovered, you might be in danger. So will Hermione go to Hogwarts with me? Asked Harry with sudden excitement, turning to her. Wanda blinked, surprised. You want to go to Hogwarts? There are other magical schools, some even nicer. Well, my parents went there. That's what the funny bearded man said, Harry replied, shrugging, as if trying not to seem too interested. So you were eavesdropping, you little rascal. Wanda exclaimed with a playful grin, ruffling his hair. It doesn't matter what school you want to go to. What matters is that you go where you want. Harry grinned from ear to ear and nodded enthusiastically. But first we need to find you a good preschool, Wanda added with a motherly look. Friends? Will I make friends? Awesome, said Harry, eyes sparkling with excitement. Wanda looked at him fondly. Despite all the chaos and pain she had lived through, simple moments like the genuine smile of a happy child reminded her that protecting what was still good in the world was worth it. After the Granger family found out that Hermione was a witch, Mrs. Granger, still with amazement flickering in her gaze, began taking time off from her job as a dentist. She didn't want to miss a single moment of what her daughter would discover in this new world. Accompanied by Wanda and little Harry, they explored Diagon Alley together, which turned into a new adventure with every step. Of course, Hermione didn't leave her mother's side for a second. She bounced excitedly around her, begging to go with them every time they went out. They'll be safe with me, Wanda had promised, with a confidence that only someone who had survived chaos could offer. Mrs. Granger accepted, still with a glint of uncertainty in her eyes, but determined to discover the world her daughter so longed to be part of. On the first day, Mr. Granger went with them as well. He watched everything with a mix of skepticism and concern. But in the days that followed, he had to stay home to care for his wife's patients now that she had temporarily stepped away from her practice. Even without Wanda, Diagon Alley was surprisingly safe. Ever since rumors began to spread about a mysterious wizard hunting dark wizards, the place had filled with aurors patrolling almost daily. The constant presence of authority figures kept any danger at bay. One afternoon, while they were resting on the small terrace of a cozy magical CAF, Susan, Hermione's mother, who had quickly become friends with Wanda, smiled sweetly as she wiped Hermione's face with a napkin. No matter how many times I try this cake, it's still just as delicious as the first time, she said, laughing. Wanda shot an amused glance at Harry, who had cake even in his hair. With a quick wave of her hand, she cleaned him up with a charm. He didn't even notice the spell, he just kept eating happily, eyes sparkling. Thanks to good meals, sweets, and constant care, Harry no longer looked like the scrawny, malnourished child Wanda had rescued. Now he had rosy cheeks and a little tummy that made him look more like a child. In time, that belly would probably disappear. He had good genetics, after all. Susan had bonded well with Wanda, especially after Wanda patiently explained everything about the magical world. Though, of course, if she knew Wanda had only been learning all of this for a month, she might have been even more surprised. Did you get the call from the nursery? Susan asked with a smile. Yes. Harry will start next week in Class 1B, Wanda replied cheerfully. 1B? Then he'll be in the same class as Hermione. Susan exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Harry and Hermione looked at each other with wide eyes and broke into radiant smiles. They started jumping and laughing, celebrating the news. Thanks for the letter of recommendation, Wanda said sincerely. She knew that without Susan's endorsement, it would have been very hard to get a spot in that prestigious preschool in such a short time. As they chatted peacefully, a harsh, scornful voice shattered the calm afternoon. You're useless. Is that how a noble of the prestigious Malfoy family should behave? Said a tall, blond man with an arrogant air, speaking to a small boy the same age as Harry and Hermione. I'm sorry, father, I thought, the boy murmured, holding back tears, head down, voice trembling. But his father cut him off sharply. You thought nothing. You're a disappointment. I should have you sleep with the house elves. You've dishonored our name by playing with a muggle child. Unacceptable. The man's face twisted with rage just at the memory. What kind of troll-brained fool brought a muggle child to Diagon Alley? Disgusting. You're lucky the Dark Lord is gone. If it were up to me, I'd personally rid us of this filth. Come, Draco. You'll be punished at the manor. Yes, father, the boy replied quietly, his face filled with sadness. Susan and Wanda had witnessed the whole scene. Muggle, that's what they call us, right? Susan asked softly, uncomfortable. Wanda nodded, not taking her eyes off the back of the man who had just walked away. Anger pulsed under her skin like restrained fire. How could anyone treat their own child like that? You didn't need to know the Malfoys' history to understand that man had no idea what it meant to love. We'd better go. I don't want to run into someone like that again, Susan said firmly. Wanda nodded and, with a sigh, took Harry's hand. The children, though a bit confused by what they had seen, were soon distracted, checking their backpacks, magical books, enchanted toys, and educational items for young witches and wizards. That day ended with laughter, walks, and many questions. But deep down, Wanda knew she couldn't ignore what she had just seen. Lucius Malfoy. Yes, she would definitely make him pay for that. Author's notes. I wasn't planning on writing this chapter like this, but it left a bitter taste in my mouth. Reminded me that Lucius Malfoy needs to suffer. In the next chapter, we'll get a glimpse of preschool life and how Wanda cleans up the atmosphere, especially if Mr. Malfoy crosses her path again. After that, we'll start making small time skips, first weeks, then months, and eventually years until the main story at Hogwarts begins. Oh, by the way, would you like me to add a romance subplot for Wanda? I hadn't planned on it, but it might be fun. Imagine someone trying to win Wanda's heart while she acts completely unbothered. After all, we already have the perfect love triangle for this story, don't you think? 6. Scarlet Witch, Crimson Mother. Scarlet Witch, Crimson Mother. Huff, huff. Apparition, apparition. Why isn't it working? Shouted Lucius Malfoy, panting as he ran through the smoldering ruins of Nocturne Alley. He waved his wand frantically, again and again, but nothing happened. Just useless sparks. Just silence. Just his own fear. Maybe if you wave it a little harder, a voice suddenly whispered right behind him. Lucius spun around instantly, reflexes honed by years of paranoia and power. He pointed and cast without hesitation. Avada Kedavra. He roared. The green bolt struck the figure behind him square in the chest. The echo of the curse echoed down the ruined alley. Wanda didn't move. The emerald light faded slowly against her chest, as if she had absorbed it. Then she looked up. Not with hatred. Not with surprise. With mockery. Ouch. She murmured, tilting her head as if someone had thrown a pebble at her. You what are you? What do you want? Why are you following me? Why did you kill them? Lucius shouted, his voice trembling as he took a step back, his wand shaking between his fingers. Why? Now that's a very good question. Every mother wants her child to grow up in a world free of the filth that poisons the ground we walk on. You're a father, aren't you? You should understand, Wanda replied, slowly walking toward him as the air around her grew heavier. Funny thing. I saw you today, strutting like a pompous clown, shouting your vile opinions about muggles for all of us to hear. And now look at you peddling illegal artifacts in the shadows like just another rat. I didn't know you were a pureblood, which my apologies if I offended you. Lucius said, trying to mask his fear with courtesy. Pure blood. Wanda chuckled softly. If we used your idiotic little categories, I suppose I might count. But no, I'm something else. Someone offered me a gift. A power older than your pathetic nobility. They call me the Scarlet Witch. But let's change the subject. Her voice dropped to a whisper brimming with power as red energy began to lift her hair, as if she floated underwater. By the way, she added suddenly, shifting topics like a dancer changing steps, is your wife still alive? Lucius blinked, confused by the question. Narcissa, do you know her? Yes, she's fine. He thought he had a chance. That his answer might save him. I don't know her. I just wanted to know who your son will be left with, when you're gone. Wanda's smile vanished. The air froze. Lucius tried to move, to flee, to cast something, but his body wouldn't respond. He was trapped in an invisible field, paralyzed by the same chaos crackling around Wanda like a demonic halo. Could you stop, please? Said a voice behind her. Wanda didn't flinch. She had already sensed him. The old man from Hogwarts, she murmured calmly, turning slowly. What do you need, Dumbledore? The headmaster stepped forward, his gaze stern, his voice heavy with gravity. You may think you're doing the right thing, but killing like this, without trial, without mercy, it makes you no better than them. And if someone like Lucius Malfoy dies, the ministry won't let it go. They'll come for you. And not just for you. You'll endanger Harry Potter as well. Wanda looked at him. Her face was a mask of calm, but behind her eyes burned an uncontrollable fire. No better. She said in a serene voice that chilled even the headmaster. This man murdered 129 people. More than half of them were children. Nearly all were muggles. Are you saying that by punishing him, I become the same as him? A deadly silence filled the alley. One could say Dumbledore began, but never finished. A shadow rose behind Lucius. A monster of tentacles and a single eye tore through reality itself and seized the wizard before he could scream. Malfoy's body was shredded in seconds. Bones, blood, nothing recognizable remained. The demon vanished. It had happened so fast that even Dumbledore, with all his wisdom and power, couldn't react in time. Oh dear, looks like one of their pets got loose. You really should teach them to wear leashes, Wanda said, suddenly appearing behind him, a pale smile on her lips. By the way, the day the ministry comes knocking on my door they'd better bring plenty of leashes. And lots of pet food. Her voice faded like morning mist. And Dumbledore was left alone, frozen, as a cold sweat when he hadn't felt in decades slid down his back. 1 week later, the long-awaited first day of preschool arrived for Harry and Hermione. Both mothers, Susan and Wanda, were riding in Susan's car with the little ones, sharing smiles, nerves, and that strange mix of joy and anxiety that comes with every first day. The preschool wasn't far from Wanda's house. She had chosen that neighborhood carefully, a nearby hospital, a police station just a few blocks away, and a school with excellent references. Safety, health, and education, everything a mother needs to sleep soundly. And since money wasn't a problem, she didn't hesitate to buy a house there the moment the opportunity came. Meanwhile, in the back seat of Susan's car, Harry and Hermione laughed while playing a child-friendly version of Exploding Snap. The cards didn't burst into flames, of course, just small flashes that changed the loser's hair color for a few seconds. At that moment, both had streaks of blue and orange as they giggled at each other. Kids, remember not to show those toys or talk about the magical world at school, okay? Said Susan, looking at them through the rearview mirror with a serious but affectionate expression. Yes, they both replied in unison, quickly putting the cards away. We don't want anyone ending up with their brain erased, added Wanda from the passenger seat with a sideways smile. Harry and Hermione looked down, embarrassed. It was Harry's fault I got scared. Hermione quickly defended herself. He got confused. But you still cried. Harry replied with an adorable pout. It was your fault. All right, Wanda interrupted, laughing softly. It was a funny scene to watch. But the important thing is that today you begin a great adventure. I hope you have fun at preschool and make lots of friends. The two children smiled with barely contained excitement. Wanda, will you be outside when I come out? Harry asked suddenly, as if the answer was crucial to his emotional safety. Of course, Harry. I'll be right here, she said, reaching out to gently stroke his hair. Then it's okay, he replied, calmer now, with a tender smile. When they arrived at the preschool, the place was buzzing with families, parents kissing their children, kids running around with backpacks bigger than themselves, laughter, shouts, and nerves fluttering in the air. Remember to take care of each other, okay? Said Susan as she crouched down to hug them tightly. Wanda, meanwhile, was gently fixing the collar of Harry's sweater, giving him one last caress before letting go. I'll take care of Hermione, Harry suddenly declared, with the solemnity of a knight's oath. The two mothers burst out laughing. And I'll take care of Harry. He's a bit silly sometimes, Hermione said with a mischievous smile. No, I'm not. You stared at a ball for hours trying to move it with your mind. That was because I'm a super wizard hup. Harry immediately covered his mouth, as if he had let slip a state secret. His eyes darted nervously around, looking for any curious muggles. Wanda and Susan couldn't hold back their laughter. See, you're going to make the whole preschool lose their memories, Hermione scolded him. No, I'm not. Without another word, the two of them ran toward the entrance, still arguing, chasing each other amid laughter. They looked so small, so full of life and energy, that for a moment, the world seemed to pause for Wanda and Susan. So I'm heading home. What about you, Wanda? Asked Susan, still watching the children disappear through the classroom door. I'll stay around here. I'll wait for Harry to come out, Wanda replied calmly. Are you sure? It's about 4 hours. Don't worry. I don't have much to do today. Besides, I like being close, just in case. Susan smiled, though slightly regretful. I'd love to stay with you, but I've got too many patients today. Go ahead, Susan. I'll be fine, Wanda responded with a warmth that reassured her friend. With a small gesture of her hand, she conjured a comfortable folding chair with a red cushion. Susan flinched and looked around, nervous in case any muggle had seen the magical act, but everyone seemed too busy with their own children. Of course, Susan thought. Wanda is too powerful. Her magic hides itself. Well, I'm off then. See you later, said Susan, waving goodbye before walking away. Wanda sat gracefully in the magical chair and pulled out an old book, one of many on sorcery from this world. Her chaos magic could rewrite reality with a single thought, but these structured spells, with their measured enchantments and wands, had a certain charm and were incredibly easy to learn. They were a relaxing pastime for her, and also a way to teach Harry one day, when he was older. While the children's laughter still echoed in the distance, Wanda remained there, like a watchful and loving shadow, a mother, a witch, a guardian of the future. 7. The echo of darkness, the laughter of light. The echo of darkness, the laughter of light. Nurmengard. It was once the hidden sanctuary of the world's most dangerous wizards, not because of their magical power, but for something far more terrifying, their ideas. Now, those cold, Cursed, shadowy dungeons were reserved for a single prisoner, the only one worthy of occupying them entirely. The gates creaked open slowly, groaning as if the castle itself remembered the horrors of the past. Dumbledore appeared, wrapped in a dark blue cloak, walking with a solemnity that echoed through every step. The guards, hardened by the horrors they protected, greeted him with a mix of respect and fear. No one dared to stop the man who had imprisoned the Demon King with his own hands. He descended through endless stone corridors until he reached the deepest cell. There, behind a magical field sealed by ancient runes, he was waiting. Gellert Grindelwald, the Dark Lord, the Scourge of Europe, the man who once nearly changed the entire world, and the only one Albus Dumbledore had ever truly loved. Seated elegantly on a stone bed, he read a book as if he were in a private library, not a prison. Upon seeing Dumbledore, a sharp smile crossed his face, as if no time had passed between them. "Well, it's been a while, Albus. Funny that you'd come to visit me after being the one who condemned me to this place," Grindelwald said with a soft voice, like greeting an old lover on an autumn afternoon. Dumbledore stopped in front of the cell, his face serene, his gaze sharp as crystal blades. "Hello, Gellert. I'm glad to see you whole," he replied calmly, surveying the gloomy surroundings that seemed to have left no mark on his old friend. "Couldn't be better," Grindelwald answered with a sarcastic smile, setting the book down with grace. Then his eyes locked onto Dumbledore's. "I know why you're here, but I want to hear it from your lips." A brief silence. The air grew heavier, like the world was holding its breath. "I want to know if she poses a real threat," Dumbledore confessed, his voice low but firm. "Her power, it's unimaginable. Beyond what you and I ever were, even at our peak. Even beyond Tom. If her heart were to turn toward destruction, we couldn't stop her. No one could." Grindelwald stared at him silently for a moment before letting out a soft, almost compassionate laugh. "Still the world's savior, aren't you, Albus? The hero who'd sacrifice everything to protect others. Don't you ever get tired of it? Look at me, I've never been more at peace while you're still consumed by your fears." Dumbledore stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with barely restrained urgency. "Please, Gellert. You're the only one who might truly know." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow theatrically. "Fine, but in return I want you to send me some snacks. These dungeons have no appreciation for refined palates," he said, then closed his eyes. Silence fell again. Then, a chill passed through the air. Grindelwald's eyes snapped open. His expression changed: surprise, discomfort, and something rare for him, fear. A thin trickle of blood slid down from his nose. "Well, now looks like they found me," he whispered, wiping the blood with his sleeve, still composed. Dumbledore rushed forward, heart pounding, but Grindelwald raised a hand, halting him with a calm gesture. "I'm fine. My fault for looking too deep. Listen to me, Albus. She didn't come to destroy this world. She came to protect something. And she will. No matter who she has to go through to do it. As long as what she protects is safe, the world is not in danger." He paused, his voice darker now. "Think of her as a swan. Beautiful. Serene. Untouchable. But if anyone gets too close to her young, she'll become something terrifying." Dumbledore said nothing, each word searing itself into his mind like fire. "I'm not afraid of her falling into darkness," Grindelwald added with a crooked smile. "Though sometimes I think you use that excuse to avoid facing what you don't understand. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need some rest. And don't forget the snacks." Dumbledore looked like he might respond, but something in his gaze cracked. Without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving the Demon King alone in his cell. Grindelwald watched his back disappear, and with a soft laugh, murmured to himself, "Someone who's already fallen into a deeper darkness than any wizard in this world can't fall any further. Not here." He lay back on his stone bed, a mischievous smile on his face as he recalled the fury in that young girl's eyes, and how she had thrown him out of her mind with terrifying force. "Ha ha ha, this will be fun. What a headache you've brought upon yourself, Albus. How delightful it will be to watch you try to control something you should never have provoked." "Wanda!" shouted Harry with overflowing joy as he ran out of preschool like an arrow. His little backpack bounced on his back, and his smile lit up his face. As soon as he saw her, he launched himself straight into her arms, hugging her so tightly it almost made her lose her balance. Wanda lifted him with affection, spinning once as she laughed, swept up in his enthusiasm. "I missed you so much," he said excitedly, squeezing her even tighter. "I missed you too, little one." Hermione came out shortly after, walking calmly but with one eyebrow raised. "Did you have fun?" Wanda asked with a warm smile, setting Harry down while gently ruffling his messy hair. "It was fun, but Harry wouldn't stop telling everyone about magic," said Hermione, arms crossed as if she'd been fighting an internal battle all day. Luckily, no one believed him. "I think one kid thought he was making it up, like pink unicorns or something. It slipped out," Harry admitted, lowering his head in embarrassment. "Haha, don't worry," said Susan, joining the group with a light step. "I'm sure by the weekend everyone will have a convenient case of brainwashing, courtesy of your favorite stories." "Now that I think about it," Susan added thoughtfully, "aren't there preschools for magical children? That would prevent situations like this." "I looked into it," Wanda answered naturally, as if it were obvious. "Most kids learn at home, especially if they're from pure-blood families. Half-bloods or muggleborns usually go to regular schools, until they get their letter. Then the elitism makes sense, said Susan, frowning. After so many visits to Diagon Alley, it's becoming obvious. They look at us like we're tracking mud all over the place. If you're a muggle or even seem like one, you're lucky if they don't accidentally curse you. Even so, it's hard not to want to go back. Next week Dancing with Wolves by Lockhart comes out, said Susan, eyes sparkling and hands clasped with excitement. They say he faced down a pack of werewolves armed with nothing but a quill and his smile. Wanda nodded, though without much enthusiasm. She wasn't a fan, but she enjoyed listening to Susan's passion for the books. What a shame I'm already married, Susan said in a dreamy tone. Mom! Exclaimed Hermione, offended, cheeks flushing red. It's a joke, Herms, just a little joke. Don't make me sleep on the couch, Susan quickly said with a guilty smile. Dad would be sad. Hermione muttered, puffing her cheeks. Sorry. I won't say it again, Susan laughed nervously. Are Lockhart's stories cooler than mine? Harry suddenly asked, genuinely concerned. His eyes widened like the world was at stake. He loved the Harry Potter stories, not because he believed they were real, well, not entirely, but because he felt like he was living all those adventures himself. Like when he had a pet dragon and fought a basilisk with a giant sword. Well, our little Harry's stories are magical children's books, Susan said gently. Lockhart's are, more adult adventures, dangerous and a bit crazy. Harry frowned, thinking. So, they're not cooler than my stories, right? He asked, looking at Wanda. She crouched down and winked at him. Nothing's cooler than your stories, champ. Harry grinned from ear to ear, satisfied. Then I'm not interested in Lockhart. He shouted as he ran off as if he'd just won a war. You have to read something before deciding if you like it or not, said Hermione, running after him like a proper mini-intellectual. Is that so? Then Wanda can read it for me, Harry replied quickly, turning around and pointing at Wanda. That doesn't count. You have to read it yourself, protested Hermione. But Wanda said she likes reading stories to me, right? Harry said, turning with bright puppy eyes. Wanda smiled, shrugged, and winked at him. Of course. Let's see if Lockhart can compete with our Harry Potter. See? Harry said to Hermione with a triumphant grin. Point for me. And as they kept walking down the street toward home, the sun began to set behind the houses, and the laughter of children, the mother's jokes, and the warmth of an ordinary afternoon filled the air with a magic that needed no wands. 8. A meeting, an ice cream, and a little playboy. A meeting, an ice cream, and a little playboy. A week had finally passed, and Wanda accompanied Susan to Diagon Alley. As expected, they took Harry and Hermione with them. The purpose of the trip was to get the new book by Gilderoy Lockheart, something that, apparently, many other housewives had also planned to do, since Flourish and Blots was packed. A long line stretched outside the shop, even wrapping around the corner. Why don't you take the kids for a little walk while I wait? Susan suggested quickly, raising her voice a bit over the noise. If they stay here, they'll just get bored. Sure, I don't mind, Wanda replied with a calm smile. Then she turned to the children. What do you say, shall we go for a walk? Yes. Harry exclaimed immediately. Hermione hesitated for a moment as she looked at the endless line, but eventually nodded as well. Wanda led them down the street and, as expected, they ended up in front of a small magical ice cream shop that enchanted its products so they wouldn't melt. Harry eagerly ran ahead. Wanda, I want one with chocolate chips, he exclaimed, so excited he wasn't watching where he was going, and in his distraction, he accidentally bumped into a woman who had just placed her order. I'm sorry, Harry said quickly, lowering his gaze. The woman turned with elegance. She was an imposing figure, tall, blonde, beautiful, with cold eyes. She was dressed entirely in black, wearing a robe that radiated elegance and refinement. Her gaze rested on Harry for a moment, quickly scanning his face until it landed on the scar on his forehead. For a brief second, she seemed to analyze him with a strange mix of interest and detachment, then replied in a calm voice. It's all right, don't worry. She looked up, and her eyes met Wanda's, who had been watching the scene with one eyebrow slightly raised. The woman remained composed. Your son seems quite cheerful, she remarked as she waited for her ice cream. I wish my daughter could behave with that same energy, though now, I suppose she'll have that chance. Here you go, ma'am, said the vendor, handing her a carefully wrapped cone. Thank you. Hopefully, this will cheer she up, the woman added, more to herself than anyone else. She gave a slight nod to Wanda and the children, then walked away with elegant, purposeful steps, her robe trailing smoothly behind her. Harry watched her go. She was pretty, he said, then after a short pause, added with a shy smile, but Wanda is prettier. Hermione looked at him with an amused expression. That's something playboys say. What's a playboy? Harry asked, blinking in confusion. I don't know, Hermione admitted honestly. But my mum always says that when the men in her novels say nice things to all the women. Wanda couldn't help but laugh. All right, pick your flavors. We'll take a walk afterwards, she said in good spirits. Yay. Both children replied in unison, running to the counter. As they walked ahead, eating their ice cream and arguing over which flavor was better, Wanda's attention was caught by a strange smell in the air: potions. Her instincts reacted before her mind, and she turned her head out of pure curiosity. As she did, her eyes met those of a man who had just passed by, and who turned at the exact same moment, as if sensing her presence. He was tall, pale-skinned, with a mane of jet-black hair that fell down his back. His face was serious, with sharp features, not particularly handsome, but not unattractive either. He wore a neutral expression, until his eyes met Wanda's. Then, he froze. Wanda held his gaze for just a second longer, showing no interest, then turned away to keep walking alongside the children, who were still deeply engrossed in their ice cream debate. The man remained where he was for a few moments, watching Wanda's red hair sway in the wind, and only then seemed to snap out of his trance. He adjusted his robes and continued on his way, though he glanced back more than once over his shoulder. "Aunt Susan, we brought you ice cream," exclaimed Harry with a radiant smile as he and Hermione ran toward the bookstore, where Susan was still waiting in line, now very close to the entrance. "Thank you, sweetheart. I was melting from the heat," Susan replied with relief, eagerly taking the ice cream. Without any warning, Hermione launched her question with all the innocence in the world. "Mum, what's a playboy?" Susan, who had just taken a spoonful of ice cream, nearly choked. "Cough, cough. Where did you hear that, Hermione?" she asked, eyes wide, trying to recover. "You always say it. Like when you say Lockhart must be a playboy," explained the girl, completely serious, as several women in line turned their heads curiously toward Susan. Was I wrong?" Susan tried to justify herself with a nervous laugh, glancing around. The other women nodded amid chuckles and murmured comments of "she's right." "I was telling Harry not to be a playboy," Hermione added. "He calls every woman pretty." "That's not true. I only said it about Wanda and that lady we saw," Harry protested quickly, blushing slightly. "It's true. He never called me pretty," Susan chimed in, giving him a teasing smile. "Well, Aunt Susan is kind of pretty too," Harry said, a bit nervous. "See, you are a playboy," declared Hermione, pointing at him like a judge passing a sentence. But I only said it so she wouldn't feel sad." Harry defended himself as those around them chuckled at the childish conversation. "Your kids are adorable," commented a woman standing right in front of Susan in line. "I've got a bunch of little crazies at home, can't compare." "Oh, thank you, but actually Hermione is my daughter. Harry is the son of Wanda, my friend," Susan clarified kindly. "Wow, I thought she was your eldest daughter. She looks so young and beautiful," the woman said with genuine surprise, glancing toward Wanda. "Oof, that one hurt," Susan joked, placing a hand on her chest as if wounded. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean any offense," the woman apologized quickly, flustered. "She's just joking," Wanda chimed in with a soft smile, shaking her head. "Haha, don't worry. It's not the first time it happens when we're out together," Susan added with a resigned air. "Though it might not look like it, Wanda is older than me. I still haven't figured out what potion she uses to look like that. She's literally a witch." Hey, I'm a witch too, and not even in my prime did I look like that," added the woman with a conspiratorial laugh, looking at Wanda warmly. "Allow me to introduce us," Susan said with a polite gesture. "I'm Susan Granger. This is my daughter Hermione, the little heartbreaker is Harry, and this is Wanda, my neighbor and friend." Harry frowned at the heartbreaker, but didn't say anything. "A pleasure. I'm Molly Weasley," the woman replied with a warm smile. Then she leaned in a bit, lowering her voice. "By the way, Harry, is that Harry Potter?" "Yes," Wanda answered calmly, not making a fuss about it. "I figured, when I saw that scar," Molly said, smiling again as she affectionately greeted Harry. "Lovely to meet you, Harry. And you too, Hermione. You're both adorable." "Thank you," the two children replied in unison, with a mix of shyness and pride. Hermione leaned toward Harry and whispered, "Are you going to tell her she's pretty too?" Harry glanced quickly at Mrs. Weasley, who was already chatting animatedly with Susan, and shook his head. Wanda observed the scene from a step behind, wearing an amused expression and a barely hidden smile. Just then, a red-haired boy, about 8 or 9 years old, approached with a scowl. He was carrying a 2- or 3-year-old girl on his back, who was happily playing with a rattle. "Mum, George and Fred made Ron cry again," he said in frustration. "By Merlin, those boys. Tell them if they keep it up I'll hang them by their ears when we get home," Molly responded, losing her patience. "And where's Charlie? He was supposed to be watching them." "Charlie's flirting with a girl from his class. Bill stayed at the bookstore reading something about dragons, and Fred and George ran off the moment they saw me coming," the boy said without remorse, efficiently ratting out all his brothers. "And Ron? Where did you leave Ron?" Molly asked quickly, now clearly overwhelmed. The boy's eyes widened as he realized his mistake. "Oops. For Merlin's sake, go find him right now," Molly ordered in a powerful voice, attracting even more attention. "We'll wait for you at the tea room," Wanda said kindly, trying to ease the situation. "I'm sure the kids are hungry after all this." "Please order that raspberry cake I love," said Susan before they walked off. "Of course. Don't worry," Wanda replied with a smile. As Molly continued ranting about her children in the distance, Harry and Hermione watched her with wide eyes, and Susan just laughed along, full of understanding. 9. Harry's mother is Wanda. 9. Harry's mother is Wanda. Huh, we're in the top 10 of Power Stones, I can't believe it. Well, here's an extra chapter as a thank you for all the support you've given. Hope you like it. Harry's mother is Wanda. Some time later, Susan arrived alone at the tea room, carrying a couple of shopping bags. Mrs. Weasley couldn't join them. What with all her children causing a ruckus, she had decided to postpone her break. Still, before leaving, she had warmly invited them to her house another time, promising to prepare something delicious to drink. I can't believe you don't find Lockhart attractive, just look at him, said Susan with an amused smile as she placed one of the bags on the table and pulled out a book, its cover dominated by Gilderoy Lockhart's dazzling smile. He looks like an idiot to me, Wanda said with complete seriousness, taking a sip of tea. Susan brought her hands to her mouth, pretending to be scandalized, as if Wanda had just uttered a blasphemy. Oh! Harry and Hermione said in unison, mimicking Susan with wide eyes. She said a bad word, Harry exclaimed, laughing. Hermione played along, pointing at Wanda with a giggle. My bad, Wanda said without losing her composure. I meant to say he appears to be a person with limited intellectual capabilities. The children tilted their heads, confused by the elegant phrasing, while Susan burst out laughing. If you don't like Lockhart, then what kind of man could win that little heart of yours? Susan teased, nudging her with her elbow. I'm not very interested in romance, Wanda replied, lowering her voice slightly and gazing into her teacup, where the tea stirred itself slowly. The only one I had ended badly. Twice, technically. Susan stared at her silently for a second before speaking. Sometimes you talk like you've murdered all your exes. You should stop doing that, it gives me chills, she joked, hugging herself theatrically. So let's find you a woman instead, she added with a cheeky grin. Oh, really? And do you want to be the first to see if she suits my tastes? Wanda asked suddenly, leaning closer to Susan with a mischievous smile and gently tracing a finger along her jawline. Don't do that. I'm straight and I have a husband, Susan said, pulling away immediately, though the blush on her cheeks gave her away. Wanda laughed heartily at the sight of her flushed face, and the children took the chance to tease her too. She's as red as a tomato, said Harry. Tomato, Mommy, Hermione repeated, pointing at her with innocent delight. Ah, and to think I bought each of you a storybook at the bookstore, Susan sighed dramatically, crossing her arms. Maybe I'll give them to Mrs. Weasley's children instead. A storybook, Harry exclaimed, freezing. I'm sorry, Auntie Susan. You don't look like a mommy tomato, maybe a baby tomato, but not a mommy one. Hermione nodded earnestly, as if that would fix things. Susan and Wanda burst into laughter. Then Susan pulled out 2 books from one of the bags, one for each child. Here, they're yours. Both children's eyes widened as they read the title. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Each page showed magical creatures of all kinds, illustrated in detail and accompanied by explanations about their habitat, behavior, diet, and danger level. It even taught what to do if one were to encounter them by accident. Harry and Hermione wasted no time and eagerly began flipping through the books, pointing at creatures here and there. Look, Wanda, a giant chicken, Harry exclaimed, showing her a picture. It says, cockatrice, sweetheart, Wanda replied with a motherly smile, patting his head. It's not a chicken, but it's definitely giant. As Wanda leafed through a storybook to read to Harry before bed, he interrupted her just before she could begin. Wanda, did you have a Mr. Wanda, like Auntie Susan has Uncle Granger? He asked suddenly, with that disarming childlike sincerity. Wanda blinked, surprised by the question, and gave him a gentle smile. A Mr. Wanda, she repeated, holding back a giggle. Well, your last name is Hard Maximoff, Harry tried to say, frowning. Maximoff, she corrected sweetly. And yes, I had a Mr. Wanda. But sadly he's no longer with us, she added, her voice barely cracking as she lowered her gaze for a moment. Harry fell silent, until, with the same spontaneity, he asked, and who are Tommy and Billy? Wanda froze. Her eyes widened, and for a moment she lost her breath. How do you know those names? She asked quietly, her heart pounding in her chest. You said them once while you were sleeping, Harry replied sadly. You looked very, very sad. Wanda swallowed hard and gently caressed his head with infinite tenderness. They were my children, she confessed in a barely audible voice. But now they're with their father. And I can't see them anymore. Then you have me, Harry said quickly. So you're not alone. Wanda looked at him with teary eyes and a trembling smile. No, sweetheart, you're not here to replace anyone, she whispered. You're Harry Potter. My dear boy with messy hair and beautiful eyes. I keep you close because you make me happy just by being you. Don't ever forget that, okay? She leaned in and gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Okay, Harry said with a big smile, feeling warm inside. Wanda, can I call you Mom? The question left her speechless. He hid under the blanket shyly, only his eyes peeking out, nervous about his boldness. Wanda looked at him for a few seconds and then her face lit up with a deep, almost sacred tenderness. Of course, baby. Of course you can, she said, hugging him tightly, feeling her heart mend a little. Harry couldn't stop smiling. So now I have 2 moms and 1 dad, he said suddenly, thoughtfully. But if I listen to Auntie Susan maybe I'll have 2 papas. Or 3 moms. Wanda burst out laughing, the tears now escaping freely. What a cheeky little rascal, she exclaimed, tickling him and making him laugh uncontrollably. Afterward, Wanda finally read him the story. Harry fell asleep holding onto her clothes tightly, as if afraid she'd disappear if he let go. So she stayed by his side, cradling him in her arms. And that night, for the first time in a long while, Wanda had no nightmares. She didn't chase ghosts. She didn't cry in the dark. She just slept. With Harry. Thank you, Lily, Wanda whispered with her eyes closed, while the boy slept warm against her chest. The next day, just like the past 2 weeks, Wanda woke up early. She helped Harry get dressed and waited patiently while he brushed his teeth alone, floating a few centimeters above the floor thanks to a charm cast by his mom. Afterward, they met up with Susan and Hermione to take the kids to preschool. As always, Wanda stayed outside, waiting patiently until pickup time. I forgot to mention, Susan said more seriously as they walked, yesterday, while I was at the bookstore, I overheard some housewives talking about a criminal who's hunting dark wizards. But it seems this time he attacked one of those nobles. The whole ministry is mobilizing. That doesn't worry me much, Wanda replied calmly. They're probably just putting on a show to calm the other pseudo-nobles. I'm sure they got scared and started pressuring the ministry to act. That's true. We're in the Muggle world, as they call it. What happens there doesn't concern us, Susan said with a calm smile. Besides, it seems this hunter only attacks the truly evil ones. He even leaves a list of their crimes at the scenes. Do you think he'd consider running a red light a crime? Susan added, pretending to be scared. Maybe, Wanda replied with a teasing smile. But most likely, he'd just tell your husband so he can give you a spanking and you don't do it again. Both laughed, lightening the conversation. When they arrived at preschool, they left the children at the entrance. Wanda, as usual, went to sit on the usual bench by the fence, her regular spot. I can't say what you're doing is wrong, Susan commented as she watched her settle in. But I'm a little worried. Have you thought about finding a job? I'm not saying you should stop taking care of Harry, but maybe it'd be good for you to clear your head every now and then. Wanda glanced sideways at her without answering immediately. You could work as a florist or in a bookstore. I can totally picture you in those environments, Susan continued enthusiastically. I like waiting for Harry, Wanda finally said, in a soft but firm tone. I know, Susan said with a knowing smile. But as he grows, you won't be able to be stuck to him all day. And it's not good for him to feel like he depends on you for everything. Wanda said nothing, lowering her gaze slightly. Think about it, Susan added before leaving. You could even be the receptionist at our clinic. I'm sure it would fill up with clients just to see you. She winked and waved goodbye before disappearing into the crowd on her way to work. Wanda stayed thoughtful. Not because Susan was right but because something inside her also knew it. She needed to be a functional adult. Not for others, but for Harry. She didn't want to be a bad influence on the little boy who called her mom. 10. Ollivander. Ollivander. Mum Wanda, I did it. Harry shouted as he burst into the house at full speed. He had been playing quietly with Hermione in the backyard, but now he seemed unable to contain his excitement. Wanda, who was arranging some teacups in the kitchen, turned around curiously at the sudden commotion. What did you do, sweetheart? She asked with a warm, maternal smile. I moved the ball. With my mind. Harry said, his eyes shining with a mix of pride and wonder. Hermione appeared right behind him, slightly out of breath from running but wearing the same excitement on her face. It's true, I saw it. It only moved a little, but it moved. She affirmed quickly, as if afraid no one would believe her if she didn't say it right away. Wanda looked at the 2 children, who were now surrounding her, bubbling with excitement. A tender smile curved her lips. That's wonderful. Looks like you've been training hard, she said, gently brushing Harry's hair. Yes. He replied, puffing out his chest proudly. Truthfully, Wanda could have taught him magic long ago. She knew every secret of this world: light magic, dark magic, ancient rituals, but she had chosen not to interfere too soon. According to British spellcasting books, magical education was meant to begin formally at the age of 11. It was believed that children were too emotionally unstable before then, and their magic could spiral out of control, potentially harming those around them. Other sources suggested a different reason, that magical education was delayed to ensure young witches and wizards understood the importance of keeping their power a secret, especially when living among muggles. In the past, many magical children were hunted, branded as monsters, and even executed during the dark times of the witch hunts. That history still hurt, even centuries later. But watching Harry so happy, Wanda thought it would be foolish to hold him back out of fear. It was better to teach him to control his magic now, to prepare him for the world and protect him, even in her absence. As those thoughts circled in her mind, Harry placed the ball on the floor and stared at it intently. He raised his hand, focusing hard, trying to repeat what he had just done. Ugh, it's not working anymore, he said, lowering his hand in disappointment. Maybe your battery ran out. Hermione said confidently. How do I recharge it? Harry asked, frowning. When the remote runs out of batteries, you just change them, Hermione explained, with all the childish logic in the world. But where's my battery? Harry wondered aloud, looking down at himself and inspecting his shirt like he expected to find a hidden battery compartment. Remember that kung fu movie we saw at the cinema? Hermione suddenly exclaimed, lighting up with an idea. Yes, the one where they did, yeah, shouted Harry, striking a ridiculous pose and punching the air. They healed by meditating, Hermione added, still excited. Meditating? That thing where you sit with your eyes closed and your knees bent? Harry asked, thoughtful. That's it. She confirmed enthusiastically. Wanda watched them in silence, both amused and amazed by Hermione's logic. Not entirely wrong, actually meditation did help calm the mind and restore magical energy. But in Harry's case, the issue wasn't a lack of energy. It was a lack of focus. That's why most wizards used wands, to concentrate magic and direct it precisely. Wanda then remembered the existence of learning wands, harmless, enchanted versions made for children. Maybe it was time to get them a pair. If she was going to teach Harry, Hermione couldn't be left out. But of course, she'd have to speak with Susan first. Learning wands? Didn't the book say children can't use magic until they're 11? Susan asked as she sat across from Wanda on the couch, a steaming cup of tea in hand. That's right, Wanda replied calmly. But if there are special wands made for children, there must be a reason, don't you think? The two women spoke while, across the room, Harry and Hermione listened in silence, their eyes wide with excitement, doing their best not to interrupt. I just worry they'll use them carelessly and get into trouble, Susan added, though her voice faltered under her daughter's pleading gaze. They can't do much harm with these wands. They only cast very basic spells. And if anyone asks, we can say they're magical toys from abroad, Wanda said, sipping her tea calmly. Susan glanced at her daughter, who was looking at her like a hopeful puppy. She sighed. Promise me no one will see you using it, and you'll only use it at home? She asked. Hermione nodded eagerly, her whole body vibrating with excitement. Susan couldn't help but smile. Then it looks like we're going to Diagon Alley, she said. The room erupted with joyful screams. A while later, the four of them were calmly walking through the bustling Diagon Alley, leaving behind poor Mr. Granger, still trapped in his office under mountains of work. They entered a children's store specialized in beginner magic. It had everything from toy flying brooms to illustrated books of basic spells. Harry pressed himself against the display window, fascinated by a tiny flying broom floating behind an enchanted glass. Hurry up, Harry. We have to choose our wands. Hermione called from the back of the store. Harry gave the broom one last longing look before running after her. Wanda had seen it all and, without saying a word, gave the broom a quick glance before heading toward the counter. The purchase was simple, 2 training wands, one for each child, and a small cleaning kit that mimicked the ones adult wizards used. Now that I think about it, everyone here uses wands, but I've never seen you use one, Susan said, eyeing Wanda curiously. A wand? Technically, I don't need one. But if I'm going to teach Harry properly, maybe I should try what it feels like to use one, Wanda said thoughtfully. After all, she used magic with her own hands even in this world. Depending on a piece of wood felt odd. Doctor Strange didn't use a wand either, though he did have his portal ring. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to explore the other approach. Do you want to go to Ollivanders? The clerk said that's where everyone who enters Hogwarts gets their wands, Susan suggested. Sure. Let's see how special these wands really are, Wanda agreed. The children clapped and ran ahead excitedly while the adults made their way toward the old wand shop. When they arrived, they opened the door, which jingled with a soft chime. From one of the dust-covered shelves, a thin, hunched figure slowly peered out. Welcome. And welcome to the young lad as well. You don't seem familiar. I don't believe I've sold you a wand before, said the man as he approached the counter. Oh, I don't use wands. Just toothbrushes and drills to terrify patients, Susan said cheerfully. Oh, that's good. Then you must be the one who needs one, Ollivander replied, looking at Wanda. Since it seems the little one's already got some practice ones. He looked at Harry and Hermione, who couldn't resist and had already opened their boxes. They were waving their toy wands and watching the little starbursts that appeared with each flick. Indeed, Wanda said. Then, please tell me, which hand do you normally use? He asked as a measuring tape floated up, measuring her height, arm, and back on its own. Both, Wanda answered calmly. I see, Ollivander said, staring at her before taking a nearby box. Let's try this one first. He pulled it out of its case and handed it to her. Wanda looked at it and touched it calmly. But the moment her fingers made contact, the wand exploded. It literally self-destruct from the core. Everyone froze, even Harry and Hermione, who ducked behind Susan, though both still had their toy wands ready just in case. Susan couldn't help but laugh when she saw them. Ollivander, on the other hand, looked nearly in shock, with wand debris in his hair. Ahem, sorry about that. Let's try something more durable, he said, snapping out of it and heading deeper into the store. He returned with a much larger wand, slowly removed it from its case, and handed it to Wanda. Wanda, even more carefully this time, took it. And the exact same thing happened. The wand shattered into pieces. Wanda raised her other hand and casually deflected the splinters. Ollivander looked like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Well, ahem, I'm not great with staves, but I do have some. They're much more resistant than wands, he said, disappearing again into the back. He came out covered in dust, carrying at least 5 different staffs of various kinds. He offered her the first, and the same thing happened as with the wands. Then he tried the second one, with the same result. This time, Ollivander looked devastated. "I'm sorry, please, let's stop. I don't think I have a wand that can withstand this," he said sadly, almost begging for mercy. He looked like he'd taken a serious blow to his pride as a wand maker. "Sigh, give me a random wand. I want to see something," Wanda said with a sigh. Ollivander brought one very reluctantly, his hand trembling slightly as he handed it over. "I don't want to use the wand. I just want to see it," Wanda said. But she wasn't speaking to Ollivander, she was speaking to the wand itself. This time, she was able to touch it, though it felt like nothing more than a stick in her hand, completely inert. As if the wand itself knew that activating would mean exploding. Wanda examined it closely. Then she made it float between her hands. The wand opened, separating into its materials, runes, and core, while a red aura seemed to hold it all together. Ollivander's eyes widened in astonishment. Wanda reassembled all the pieces with precision and handed it back to him. Ollivander received it carefully. He didn't feel anything strange, in fact, it even seemed better than before. "Thank you. And sorry about your wands. I'll pay for them," Wanda said seriously. No, it's fine. It's my fault for not being a better wand maker. But could you tell me what you did and why?" It seems I'll have to make my own wand. I saw how they're made, but I don't really know," Wanda replied calmly. "I see," Ollivander said, then paused for a second, deep in thought. "Wait a moment." He bent behind the shop counter, searching for something. After a few seconds, he stood up with a notebook. "You can use this to create your wand. Don't worry, it doesn't have my secret recipes, I keep those to myself. Consider this an apology for not having a wand that works for you. I've been working with wands for over 70 years and this has never happened to me before," he said sincerely. "Then thank you," Wanda said with a smile, before saying goodbye and leaving with the others. "Phew," Ollivander said, wiping invisible sweat from his brow as he looked sadly at the splinters of staffs and wands scattered across his shop floor. What a monster, not even Dumbledore could do that. 11. Birthday. After returning home, Harry went straight to the living room, eager to try out his new practice wand. He quickly opened the accompanying book and got lost in its pages, absorbed in the instructions for casting his first spell. Meanwhile, Wanda sat silently at the dining table. In front of her lay the notebook Ollivander had given her. Her eyes scanned each page swiftly, but with an unusual depth, as if she were reading not just the words, but the intent behind each stroke of ink. She clearly remembered that moment in the shop, how the wand had opened on its own when it touched her hands, revealing its core with an almost reverent obedience. And then, an idea sparked in her mind. Wanda looked up. Harry was still completely focused, clumsily waving his childish wand while the book's instructions came to life before his eyes. She turned her gaze forward. Without making a single gesture, a section of reality began to distort. Light bent, and darkness curved until it formed a figure. From that rift emerged a hideous demon, its body twisted by chaos, skin like liquid shadow, claws as long as swords, and a single glowing eye that radiated intelligence and obedience. It had no mouth. It didn't need one. "Give me your heart," Wanda ordered calmly, as if asking for salt. The demon did not hesitate. Its single eye blinked with devotion, and without a sound, it plunged its claws into its own chest. With a sharp pull, it tore out a black, pulsing heart that beat with raw, dark magic. It offered the heart to Wanda with both hands. She accepted it without hesitation. The moment her fingers touched it, the demon began to burn from within, turning to ash and vanishing completely, consumed and returned to the primordial chaos. It would not die. Not truly. As a creature born of Thin's chaos, it would return to its origin and reform. But its heart, for now, belonged to Wanda. She raised the heart. One of her hairs, glowing with a vibrant red light, gently detached from her head and floated toward the dark heart. The two began to merge. The hair shone intensely, curling around the organ until both fused into a liquid mass of crimson and black, bubbling with living energy. The mass changed shape, deforming and twisting until it slowly stabilized into the form of a wand. All around it, multiple runes floated in the air. Wanda observed them, recognizing some she had seen inside Ollivander's wand, others from the notebook. She accepted them, and the runes, almost as if they had been waiting, embedded themselves into the wand's surface on their own. If Ollivander, or any other wand maker, had seen this, they would have wondered if they had wasted their entire lives studying the impossible. When the process was finished, the wand floated before her, complete. It was a deep red with dark veins. It looked like wood, but it wasn't. Not a single piece of wood had been used in its creation. Wanda extended her hand, and the wand responded with the ease of an old friend. As soon as she touched it, she felt her magic flow with almost alarming ease. And then something else happened. In the night sky over Europe, red northern lights ignited with violent beauty, dancing in spirals above the clouds. Wizards and witches across the continents watched in awe. Some knelt. Others trembled. All felt that something had just changed. Back in the living room, Wanda pointed her wand at a simple cup on the table. "Let's test you," she murmured. The cup trembled, rose into the air, and in a flash, transformed. It swiftly turned into a small scarlet dragon, barely larger than Harry. It flapped its wings with excitement and spat out a playful flame. It had golden eyes and spiraling horns. Wanda observed it closely. Using a wand definitely makes magic easier, she said quietly. It doesn't require as much focus. But isn't this kind of like cheating? Like taking the easy way out? It could even become a dangerous dependency. The high-pitched roar of the little dragon caught Harry's attention. Wanda, is that a dragon? He shouted, running toward her, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Can we keep it? Wanda looked at him, the dragon perched sweetly on the table, snorting gently. Sure, she replied with a calm smile. And the little dragon, as if it understood, curled up on the table while its tail burned like a living candle. Aunt Wanda! Hermione shouted, rushing into the backyard where Wanda was sitting in a charmed chair that rocked gently with the breeze. From there, she watched Harry laughing as he ran after the little red dragon, which was playfully shooting sparks across the grass. Hermione approached with a serious expression, her brow furrowed. You can't have a dragon. It's illegal. If the Aurors find out they could come to arrest you. And the neighbors might see it. Wanda let out a small laugh and, without taking her eyes off the boy, replied calmly. Don't worry. The dragon can't leave the property, and no ordinary person can see what's going on here, even if they're standing right outside the fence. I've protected the place. Hermione scrunched her nose doubtfully. But it's still illegal, she insisted in that tone she used when reciting a regulation word for word. It's not a real dragon, Hermione, Wanda said softly, now turning to look at the girl. It's a transfiguration. Hermione stood there thinking, clearly uncertain until she finally sighed. Well then it's okay, she accepted at last. And without another second of hesitation, she joined Harry in chasing the dragon, which did a flip in the air before releasing a harmless flame that exploded into a shower of golden sparks. Convincing children was far too easy sometimes, it made you feel guilty just how simple it was to win their hearts. I must say, said Susan Granger, appearing through a door connecting the two gardens, wizards and witches really do have a natural gift for getting pets that protect the home. She sat beside Wanda, watching Hermione and Harry run back and forth across the lawn, their laughter filling the air. Since Wanda had moved next door, everything had changed for Susan. Her daughter, who had always struggled to make friends, now had a best friend she couldn't be separated from. And Susan had found something like a sister in Wanda. Are you doing something for Harry's birthday tomorrow? She asked while tucking her hair behind her ear. Harry doesn't want to invite any other kids. He only wants Hermione to come. He says it's hard to hide magic and he doesn't want to hide it. He wants magical decorations everywhere, without worrying about what others think, Wanda replied with a mix of understanding and sadness, her eyes still on the children. Hermione told me that both of them struggle to make friends in preschool, Susan said with a sigh. Now I understand why magical children are homeschooled. She was quiet for a moment, then, as if struck by inspiration, she added, maybe we should move to a magical village. That way, the kids could make friends without having to hide. Could be a good idea, Wanda murmured. And if we do, we could install one of those FLA networks in the clinics. That would make going to work even easier, Susan said with an enthusiastic smile. The next day, Wanda's little living room was filled with light, magic, and bright colors. Happy birthday, Harry. Everyone shouted, the Grangers, Hermione, Wanda and of course, the Red Dragon, who roared joyfully before launching colorful fireworks that exploded into star shapes. The place looked like it had come straight out of a fairy tale, ribbons floating in the air, enchanted balloons dancing to the rhythm of the music, tiny fairies flying around Wanda, leaving a sparkling trail of magic dust. Open the presents, Hermione said, bouncing with excitement. Yes, Harry exclaimed, throwing himself at the packages the Grangers handed him. Simple magical toys and a surprising number of toothbrushes. Thank you, Uncle, Aunt, he said with a polite smile, fully aware they were dentists. Now mine, said Hermione, handing him a package messily wrapped, with crooked tape and torn paper at the corners. Harry took it as if it were treasure and carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a book, The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Thank you, he said warmly before giving his best friend a tight hug. There was only one package left. And even before touching it, Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. Something inside him already knew what it was. He tore off the wrapping quickly, and in his hands appeared a child-sized flying broomstick. His eyes sparkled in wonder. Thanks, Mum. Harry shouted, running to hug Wanda so hard he nearly knocked her off her chair. It was a special training broom, and Wanda had asked for it to be fitted with more comfortable seats just in case Harry wanted to carry someone like Hermione. Though the seller insisted that the invisible seats would magically appear when needed, Wanda still thought that was a flimsy excuse for poor design. Harry climbed onto the broom, which began to float gently. He made a slow circle through the air in the living room, shouting with joy. Everyone watched him with smiles and pride. The broom had safety charms, it couldn't rise too high, and it stopped before hitting anything. As Wanda had suspected, it wasn't long before Hermione joined him. Now they were flying together, laughing non-stop, looping around the house with the dragon following them from below. Wanda watched them, her eyes softly shining. It was a modest birthday, with only a few people, but it was full of love and magic. and that made it perfect. 12. Little fight. Little fight. Once again, we've found several dark wizards, but for some reason, they're all squibs, murmured one of the Aurors, a note of unease in his voice as he glanced at Moody. Moody said nothing. His brow was furrowed as he reviewed the files of the captives, his gaze sharp and his face even more hardened than usual. Same pattern but different level, he finally commented in a grave tone. 6 months ago, they'd find the dark wizards dead, only their heads left behind. 2 months later, the method changed. They weren't fully killed anymore. Their bodies were dismembered, yes, but the torsos and heads remained. And now they're alive. Not a single wound. He looked up, staring at the Auror. But they're no longer wizards. They're squibs. Dark wizards I fought myself in the past reduced to nothing. As if someone ripped the magic right out of them. The Auror swallowed hard. Is this worse than before? Much worse, Moody nodded seriously, his magical eye spinning constantly. If it were just deaths, dark wizards, traffickers, the ministry would let it slide. They wouldn't spend a single galleon investigating. But someone who can rip magic from a wizard, that's a real threat. And they know it. The pureblood families won't sit still. They'll force the ministry to find this vigilante. Not for justice but out of fear. No one wants to be the next one left empty. The Auror looked tense. Why do you think they changed their method, sir? Moody gave a slight shrug. Could be anything. Maybe they got tired of killing, maybe they realized their path was too brutal and decided to change. Who knows? But that's not what matters. If they're not killing anymore, it just means we'll need more room in Azkaban for this scum. And with nothing more, he turned and walked away, his cloak billowing with each step. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Wanda and Harry's home, Harry was practicing with his training wand, focused. In front of him, a ball floated gently in the air, held up by a simple but effective charm. Mom, Wanda, look. Harry exclaimed with a proud smile. Wow, you're a genius, Wanda said warmly, clapping softly. The little red dragon, which Harry had named Red, jumped around trying to catch the ball, but its tiny wings flapped uselessly, more decorative than functional. Harry, I came to play. Hermione yelled as she entered through the garden gate, followed by her mother, Susan. Sorry, I brought her over for a bit. At home, everything ends up flying while she practices with her wand, Susan said with a laugh as she sat down next to Wanda. Ever since they learned Wanda was a witch and got introduced to the magical world, they had to fire the nanny. Susan had cut back on her work hours to look after Hermione, not that she minded. Her husband didn't complain either. In fact, he liked the idea of their family being close to someone who could help them understand that new world. It's fine, Wanda replied calmly. Hey, did you hear about that vigilante in Diagon Alley? Looks like they're hunting him harder than before, Susan said with a gleam of gossip in her eyes. Yeah, they've been looking for him for 6 months and still no leads. Why the sudden extra effort? Wanda asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm not exactly sure, but they say he broke a very dangerous rule. The ministry's throwing all its resources into catching him, Susan explained. Ever since Hermione was nearing 11 and would officially enter the magical world, Susan had subscribed to the Daily Prophet and other magical papers. She wanted to stay informed. While they talked, a childish argument broke out. You're a tattletale. Harry shouted angrily. And you're a dummy. Hermione snapped back before running home in tears. Harry watched her go, his wide eyes glistening with regret. He stepped forward as if to stop her, but then froze, crossing his arms and puffing his cheeks in frustration. Well, looks like they had their first fight, Susan said with a resigned smile as she stood up. See you later. Wanda rose gently and walked over to Harry, her expression firm yet tender. She knelt to his level and touched his cheek. What happened, Harry? The ball went up into the tree and I tried to climb up to get it. But Hermione scolded me. She said it was dangerous. But I can do it, Mom. I've done it a bunch of times. And she said it was dumb to risk it for a ball and wah. He broke down crying loudly. Wanda didn't hesitate. She pulled him into a tight hug, pressing him against her chest. It's okay, Harry. Don't cry, my love, she whispered, stroking his head. But Hermione's a tattletale wah. No, Harry. Hermione's not a tattletale. She was worried because she didn't want you to get hurt. But I can climb that tree. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that someone who loves you gets scared. I would worry too if I saw you climbing such a tall tree. Hermione didn't want anything bad to happen to you. Maybe she didn't use the right words, but she acted out of love. She didn't want to see you hurt. Harry looked down, thoughtful. So how do I get the ball down? You just have to ask me. Watch. She snapped her fingers, and the ball gently floated down from the tree. You don't need to get angry at someone who's just trying to protect you. And before doing something dangerous, think first. If something happened to you, both Hermione and I would cry a lot. Harry looked up at her, surprised. No, I don't want you to cry, Mom, he said, hugging her tightly. Then promise me you'll think before you act, okay? Okay, he nodded, while Wanda wiped away his tears with a handkerchief. And then you should apologize to Hermione, don't you think? Don't let a silly fight drive you apart. Okay, he mumbled softly. That's my brave little boy, Wanda said sweetly, lifting him in her arms and spinning him gently. Harry, laughing, forgot his anger for a moment. The apology didn't take long, thanks to Susan managing to convince Hermione to come back. She still had red eyes and a deeply offended look as she stood in front of Harry with her arms crossed. Harry, on the other hand, had no idea how to begin. He kept shuffling his foot against the ground, awkwardly. "Hermione, I'm sorry. You're not a busybody," he said softly, lifting his gaze a little. Hermione looked at him in silence for a second, then turned to look at her mother and Wanda, who were sitting on the couch watching them with warm, maternal smiles. Susan gave her a clear gesture. "Your turn." I'm sorry too, Harry. "You're not an idiot," Hermione said a bit shyly, pressing her lips together at the end. Then Harry smiled brightly, as if the sun had come out again in his world. "Then we're friends again," he said with a mix of pride and happiness. "Yes," Hermione replied, now with a slight smile. And just like that, the little childish fight ended as quickly as it had started, and both of them ran off again after the ball, trying to stop Red from tearing it up with his teeth. When you're a kid, all it takes is a simple apology and everything's fixed," Susan sighed with a hint of melancholy. "Sadly, when you grow up, it's not that easy. If it were, I'd still have all my childhood friends." She fell silent, lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Has it ever happened to you? You fought with a friend and then it became so hard to talk to them that you just never did again?" Yeah. With almost half of them," Wanda replied with a nostalgic smile. "And you're laughing? You should be sad about that," said Susan with a mildly surprised expression. "It's just now that I think about it, all those fights were over silly things. Ridiculous, even. Sometimes we saw each other one last time, but it was never the same again. We all went our separate ways." Wanda looked away, caught in memories that had been asleep for years. Later that night, "Harry, what do you want for dinner tonight?" Wanda asked as she peeked into the dining room. She had a cup of water in her hand. "Mom, look." "No, Wand," Harry said excitedly. The living room TV was floating gently above him, wrapped in a vivid red aura. Wanda froze. The cup slipped from her fingers and shattered into 1,000 pieces on the floor. Her eyes filled with a mix of awe and alarm. She ran toward Harry, checking him from head to toe in a rush. Harry didn't understand her reaction. "What's wrong?" he asked, confused. Wanda was already casting diagnostic spells one after another, not saying a word. "Nothing. Nothing at all, I just got a little surprised," she said quickly, forcing a smile so he wouldn't worry. But inside her, there was no calm. Because the truth was, Wanda had felt it clearly, inside Harry there was chaos magic. It wasn't a dark connection to Thin or anything like that. No, it was something different. A magical resonance that seemed to come directly from herself. And then she understood. An idea as sudden as it was unsettling crossed her mind. She had done it again. Unconsciously. And most likely, it was all because of one undeniable fact. Harry had started calling her mom and she had accepted him as her son. Was that a good thing? Or something dangerously unstable? She didn't know. "It's awesome, right, Mom?" Harry said, proudly pointing at the floating TV. Wanda stared at him. That innocent face. That warm energy. "Yes, sweetheart, it's really awesome," she finally replied softly. And she repeated, almost to convince herself. "It's very, very awesome." 13. Job. Here begin small time skips, just to pause at necessary or interesting moments. I hope you enjoy them. Harry had chaos magic inside him. He had two options: remove it and become an ordinary wizard, or keep it and, by mastering that power, become a wizard above all others and beneath no one. But Wanda also felt that if the chaos magic was taken away, it would be like breaking the bond that had formed between them. Even though she had used Harry's blood to slightly alter her own, she knew that, in truth, they shared nothing. That is, she, Wanda Maximoff, had no real connection to him. There weren't even any legal adoption papers, just one she had created herself. And yet, having that connection, no matter how illogical it was, made her happy. What if I teach him to control it? Was her first thought. But she also knew that chaos magic was dangerous. It literally came from one of the first demons, then. And not just any demon, one of the most feared. Wizards, sorcerers, spellcasters, anyone who moved within the mystical world avoided saying his name aloud. It could trigger his appearance, create an implicit pact, or unleash curses tied to his essence. But the chaos magic inside Harry didn't come directly from Finn. It came from his connection to her. To use an analogy involving Doctor Strange and the Vishanti, Wanda would be like the battery, in this case, the Vishanti, and Harry like Strange, someone who uses the magic freely and only gives it back when he can no longer use it, that is, upon death. The difference is that Strange had to follow the rules of the Vishanti, maintain order, protect balance, and not abuse the power. In contrast, other entities like Dormammu or Thin demanded a real price: corruption, madness, or eternal service. But in Harry's case, Wanda was the one setting the price. And that price was nothing. She only wanted him to be safe. That's why, in that moment, Wanda decided the best thing would be for Harry to keep the chaos magic, not just the magic of this world. "All right, Harry. Looks like we're going to have to train every day from now on," Wanda said suddenly, while he was still levitating the TV. "Well, okay," Harry replied, tilting his head, not entirely understanding. He only knew he was going to train his magic. 1 year later. Hurry up, Harry, said Hermione. Now 6 years old, she was a bit taller and her teeth looked quite normal. Though in truth, that was thanks to Wanda's intervention. Hermione had always been bothered by her large teeth, so one day she ran away from home and came to ask Wanda if she could shrink them a little. Wanda did it without much trouble. Of course, she was later scolded by her mother, but Hermione gladly accepted the punishment. It was worth it. I'm coming, wait, shouted Harry as school supplies flew all over his room and rushed into his backpack at top speed. Today was the first day they would go to school alone, and the excitement was palpable. Bye, Mom. See you this afternoon, Harry shouted, jumping to give Wanda a quick hug before running out the door. Outside, Hermione was already waiting. Susan stepped up as the two kids waved at her on their way out. Then they dashed toward the school, which was only a few blocks away. Have fun, Susan called out with a smile, then turned to Wanda. You're going to watch them, aren't you? She asked with a teasing grin. Of course, Wanda replied naturally. Then I'll head straight to work from there. Then good luck to you too, said Susan, well aware of how her friend was. With that, Wanda rose gently into the air and flew low, keeping an eye on the children from above. She watched them run, stop at a shop to buy ice cream, and then continue peacefully toward the school, chatting as if nothing else existed. Wanda smiled and returned home. Today was her first day working at Flourish and Blots, the famous bookstore in Diagon Alley. Incidentally, the moment she walked in with her arsum, they hired her without even reading it. Of course, a pretty face is more useful than many degrees, just like in the real world. She appeared right in front of the bookstore and walked in calmly, greeting the other workers with a soft smile. Hi, you're the new girl, right? Follow me, please, said a woman in her 30s, with an expression of pride and a hint of disdain in her eyes. She was dark-skinned, had short hair, a flat face, and very pronounced cheekbones. Her nose looked like an inverted hook. From an international beauty standard, she was an unattractive woman. And when she saw Wanda's face, she couldn't hide her jealousy. Sure, Wanda replied calmly, unbothered. My name is Chelsea. My last name doesn't matter. I don't want to be given honors or treated better because of my family, she said with a noble air, although the fact she mentioned her family already made it clear she came from an important house and wanted that to be known. For now, your job will be to arrange these things, she added, pointing at a cage full of furry books that seemed to be sleeping. By the way, be careful, and try to finish in a quarter of an hour at most. We don't like slow people around here, she said with a hint of disdain. All right, Wanda replied calmly, which earned her an annoyed glare from Chelsea. The woman looked at the now quiet books and let out a mocking little smile. Good luck, she said before walking away with a haughty stride. Wanda watched her leave, then turned her eyes back to the books, which obviously came to life the moment she touched them. Her job was to place them on the shelf, in a space prepared with cages. They were just a few books for collectors interested in this kind of rare specimen. There weren't many, 5 at most. Wanda approached the cage on the floor and opened the gate. The books inside immediately opened their eyes at the sound and turned to look at her. As soon as they saw her, they froze completely. Some primal fear compelled them to become normal books, as if their own awareness warned them that if they dared attack her, they'd end up as papier-mâché or confetti. So Wanda had no trouble picking them up and placing them on the shelf in their prepared cage. It literally took her only about 3 minutes, and that was because she took the time to look at them curiously. If she had used magic, it would have been instantaneous. There you are. I've been looking for you, said a young woman in her 20s, approaching with a friendly smile. She was a petite blonde with blue eyes. I'm Lois, the supervisor. I'm sure Chelsea put you on this task. Sorry about that, she added with a slightly guilty expression. I'd love to criticize her or even fire her, but the owner seems to know her family, so it's tricky even though she's a pain in the butt. Just ignore her, that's what I usually do. Well, the last worker couldn't take it and quit, so your help is very timely. Especially since tomorrow we've got a book signing with the author Lockhart, said Lois, talking much more than necessary. I see. Then I'll just ignore her. And don't worry, the boss already told me about the signing tomorrow. And how the housewives tend to get a little wild, Wanda replied with a calm smile. That's good. Really good. You did a great job. Though I'm sure Chelsea didn't explain how to calm them down. How did you figure it out? Lois asked with interest. They just stayed still when I picked them up, Wanda said, a bit confused. Wow. Then you must be really good with animals, Lois commented with a smile. Well, something like that, Wanda replied, thinking about the demons she could summon with the Darkhold. Come on, I'll show you around and explain what your job will be, Lois added in her cheerful tone, guiding Wanda through the bookstore and explaining how everything worked. Meanwhile, Chelsea, who was reluctantly assisting a customer, turned to look at Wanda chatting peacefully with Lois. She immediately frowned and tossed the change at the person in front of her with clear annoyance. Next chapter. A visit to Gringotts with a bit of commotion. 14. Gringotts. This chapter is a bit exaggerated, but it's just to use a comic reference. He won't use it again, in case you're wondering. Now, I hope you enjoy the chapter. Gringotts. After finishing work, Wanda headed straight to the school to pick up Harry. That day, they had a special destination, Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Harry had wanted to go for a while, but Wanda had forbidden it several times. She didn't trust goblins. They were unfriendly, cold, ill-tempered and with a history that nearly bordered on war against wizards. But Harry insisted so much, with that mix of curiosity and determination so typical of him, that Wanda finally gave in. She promised to take him, just once. When you said they'd be small, I expected something more extreme, but they seem pretty normal to me, Harry commented, watching the goblins walking past them. Wanda smiled wryly. Of course he saw them as normal. Harry barely reached 1.15 meters. But if an adult has the height of a 6-year-old child, that's not normal here or anywhere else. They entered the imposing underground bank and approached one of the main desks. The desk was disproportionately tall, as if the goblin behind it needed to remind everyone that he was above them literally and symbolically. What do you want? The goblin growled without lifting his gaze, his voice laced with sharp, dry contempt. I want to open an account for Harry, Wanda replied coldly, crossing her arms. Her expression made her thoughts clear. It was absurd that a race that once tried to subjugate wizards now handled their gold. The goblin finally looked up. His disdainful gaze locked onto Harry and froze when he saw the scar. He already has an account, he said, then turned back to his parchments as if they were more important than them. I have an account? Harry asked, confused. The goblin sighed in annoyance, rang a silver bell, and without further explanation, a second goblin emerged from a back door. The boy doesn't know he has an account. Verify it, the goblin ordered, waving his hand to shoo them away like flies. Right this way, wizards, said the second goblin with forced courtesy. Wanda and Harry walked away without looking back. But just as the first goblin was about to assist the next customer, something changed. His face, once so stone-like, took on an expression of confusion. His lips began to seal shut as if welded by an invisible force. Then his ears vanished, blending into his skin. And finally, his eyes closed completely, leaving only smooth skin where vision once was. He stood up abruptly, stumbling, waving his hands, gasping silently as if the air itself was being torn from his lungs. He's suffocating, shouted one of the goblins rushing to help. Without hesitation, another goblin grabbed a letter opener and made a precise surgical cut where his mouth had been, creating an opening so he could breathe. Who did this? Roared one of them, drawing his sword as his eyes scanned the room for the spellcaster. But he saw no one. No wands raised. No magical trace. Only the echo of distant footsteps. Wanda and Harry kept walking down the corridor, unaware, or pretending to be, of the chaos they'd left behind. Do you have your key? Asked the goblin, looking at Harry without any emotion. Harry shook his head, still confused by the whole situation. You don't have it. Then, if you wish to make a new one, it will cost 10 galleons, the goblin said without blinking. Yes, Harry replied softly, more out of curiosity than certainty. Something inside him needed to know what was in that vault. Then, a drop of blood, added the goblin, pulling out a short, sharp knife and placing it in front of him. Harry took the knife hesitantly, then looked up at Wanda, searching for a sign, some guidance. Wait, Wanda whispered gently, placing 2 fingers over Harry's hand. A tiny drop of blood emerged from the boy's finger, floating magically in the air, shining like a ruby under the torchlight. The goblin watched it with a strange gleam in his eyes, then pulled out a special parchment and touched it to the drop. The blood was immediately absorbed, and silver fire letters in goblin language began to dance across the paper. Wanda and Harry tried to look, but the goblin read it before they could get closer. For an instant, his eyes sparkled with restrained greed. He walked over to a small table with a brazier of bluish flames and tossed the parchment in. The paper was consumed in seconds, and from the fire emerged a golden key, floating with eerie elegance. The goblin took it without hesitation and handed it to Harry. Here it is. Do you wish to go to your vault now? Yes, Harry answered, this time with more resolve. Something inside him was beating strongly. Wanda said nothing, just followed him with a soft smile. Seeing Harry like this excited, full of life, it was something she loved seeing in her little boy. The cart ride was fast, wild, and noisy. A roller coaster of stone and metal that snaked through the depths of Gringotts. And when it finally stopped in front of a large iron door with the Potter crest engraved on it, the goblin inserted the key. With an ancient creak, the door opened. Harry entered first and froze. Piles of gold gleamed under the magical light. Coins stacked like towers, forgotten jewels, and objects covered by velvet cloths. But what caught his attention most was a corner, discreet but tidy, where there were books, boxes and several photo albums. Without thinking, he ran toward the albums, ignoring everything else. Wanda entered behind him, stunned by the amount of gold. This must be his inheritance, she whispered to herself, looking around with respect. Then she approached the books. They were old, with worn covers but carefully preserved. She opened them with curiosity. Spells, yes, but most were alchemy treatises. Advanced, some impossible to decipher without magical keys. That branch wasn't her strength. And she knew that truly powerful recipes were protected by blood and flesh seals. The common ones were taught at Hogwarts, but the good ones were family treasures. She looked up and turned her gaze to Harry, who was flipping through one of the albums with wide eyes. He was mesmerized. In the photo, a man with messy hair and round glasses smiled mischievously while holding a baby. Beside him, a red-haired woman with a kind face and sweet gaze gently stroked the child's head with infinite tenderness. "She's beautiful, isn't she?" Harry murmured, not taking his eyes off the image, a lump in his throat. Wanda knelt beside him, smiling softly. "Yes, she is. Now I understand why she chose me to look after you," she added playfully, brushing her own reddish hair. Harry let out a small laugh, though his voice still trembled. "And him, he looks like a playboy," he joked, pointing at his father. He vaguely remembered something Hermione had once said and couldn't help but smile. "He looks like someone who never got a proper beating," Wanda replied, chuckling quietly. Then her expression grew serious. "But the way they both look at you with such deep love, I have no doubt. They were amazing parents." Harry nodded, eyes shining with pride and nostalgia. "I'm sure they were." He remained there in silence, flipping through page after page. The images moved, laughed, waved. Stolen moments from the past, like a caress he had never received. With tact, Wanda stood up and left him alone. She wandered among the objects without much interest, until something caught her attention. A desk. Old. With an intact seal of the Potter house, but something felt off. The seal was fresh, as if recently used. And on the desk, there was a sort of empty space. As if something important was missing. She frowned. Harry's parents had died over 5 years ago. Why did something here seem so recent? Wanda raised her hand softly over the desk, and a scarlet mist spread out as if the very air had turned tangible. The red aura crackled with a nearly living intensity, slowly and elegantly revealing what had been hidden: ancient documents, scrolls with magical seals, and among them, several papers glowing with a faint golden light. From the doorway, the goblin who had been watching the gold with greed frowned as he saw what Wanda had unveiled. His eyes widened in terror when he clearly read one of the documents: deed of ownership. "Miss Witch, you mustn't touch that," he shouted, running toward Wanda, nearly tripping over himself. "That is property of Gringotts." Wanda remained unfazed. She held the documents with elegance and seriousness, her gaze piercing the goblin like a spear. "Since when does Gringotts own property titles it never purchased?" she asked, her voice calm but as sharp as an enchanted blade. Harry, hearing this, approached quickly, confused and alert. "No, those documents. Gringotts vaults have maintenance fees. If wizards don't pay, the bank has the right to recover value with what's inside," the goblin stammered, visibly nervous. "How much does it cost to maintain a vault?" Wanda asked, one eyebrow raised, her tone still soft but heavy with tension. Mr. Potter's vault costs 100 galleons a year," the goblin said, his trembling hand searching for something inside his tunic. Wanda noticed immediately. It was a magical emergency transmitter. Her eyes flared with a deep red glow. "You've charged 500 galleons to an orphan who didn't even know about his inheritance, and in exchange, you've taken land worth thousands. Are you telling me that all of Ottery St. Catchpole, in Devon, England is worth 500 galleons? The goblin swallowed hard as sweat dripped down his face. Suddenly, a group of goblins entered the vault, armed, dressed in black combat robes and wielding magical spears. One of them, taller and adorned with golden ornaments, raised his voice arrogantly. "What is going on here? Who dares cause trouble in Gringotts? Do you seek death?" "Sir," the first goblin cried out. "The witch, she's claiming property titles." The leader looked at her with contempt, then at the boy. "If you don't pay the fees, the bank keeps whatever it wants. It's in the contract. Now, go count your gold or leave before I order your permanent expulsion. We'll seize everything." Then Wanda spoke. Her voice was soft but the world seemed to stop. "Let the goblins cease to exist." A wave of scarlet magic swept through the vault like a silent bolt of lightning. The goblins looked at their bodies and panicked. Their feet began to fade into red particles, floating like stardust, disintegrating from the base up. The leader felt a searing heat in his chest. An ancient object he carried began to vibrate and emit a high-pitched hum. It was a magical alarm, one that resonated through all the bank's branches. It only activated in the face of total extinction threats. It hadn't sounded since the last great magical war and they had lost. Forever, Wanda began, slowly pronouncing the word with terrible weight. The leader realized half his body no longer existed. His soul trembled. The echo of destruction was inevitable if she finished that word. "Wait!" the goblin screamed, his face twisted with fear. "Please, wait. I beg you." Wanda stared in silence, power floating around her like a mantle of the gods. The very atmosphere trembled with each of her breaths. "We'll return everything, even more. Galleons. Weapons, please, just let us exist." The leader pleaded, now reduced to only a floating head amid flickers of magic. Wanda sighed and said gently, "Then you may exist." In the blink of an eye, time seemed to reverse. The goblins' bodies reconstructed in an impossible magical dance, as if they had never been touched. All of them fell to their knees, trembling, tears of terror in their eyes. The leader, drenched in sweat, barely raised his head to look at her with reverent horror. "Return everything you stole," Wanda said, her voice like thunder echoing through their bones, "or a race as ancient as yours will vanish from this world, and no one will remember it." Yes, I'm sorry. You'll have it all. Galleons, properties, even enchanted weapons, everything." The leader screeched before stumbling to his feet and running as if death itself pursued him. Harry remained silent for a few seconds, then muttered, What was that? Were you going to erase them? Wanda gently stroked his hair, like a mother soothing her child after a nightmare. No, I don't do that anymore. I just wanted to scare them a little, she smiled, soft and powerful. Looks like our Harry is quite the landowner, she added, easily changing the subject. 15. Lockhart. Lockhart. Sorry if I didn't give much attention to the novels this week. There were many family birthdays, so I had to make an appearance. Haha. Today, at Flourish and Blots. Located on the north side of the magical street, Flourish and Blots is a place of living history. It opened its doors in 1654 and has since been the favorite destination of generations of Hogwarts students seeking their textbooks. With shelves that rise up to touch the ceiling and aisles so narrow one could get lost between mountains of dusty grimoires, the shop also accepts all orders, a very useful convenience, on normal days. But today is not a normal day. Today, the store has turned into a boiling pot of excitement, barely contained screams, and sharpened nerves. Outside, a line of women and a few men with faces of utter resignation stretches along the sidewalk. From their expressions, it's clear they're not there by choice, but rather fulfilling a mission, a dangerous and annoying mission, accompanying their wives to the highly anticipated book signing of Gilderoy Lockheart, who is also promoting his new book titled How I Turned a Goblin into My Slave. Yes, that Gilderoy Lockheart. The housewives are more excited than the last time a book of his came out, when they didn't even get a chance to see him in person. This time, however, the magical Adonis himself would be there, smiling and ready to sign anything put in front of him. That's why many of these women had camped out hours before the shop opened. The ministry, foreseeing a potential disaster, sent several Aurors to reinforce security. It was no exaggeration, placing dozens of witches and wizards armed with wands and overflowing passions in the same enclosed space, was practically summoning chaos. Inside the store, Wanda stood alongside Lewis and Chelsea, watching the nervous crowd. Chelsea, normally haughty and arrogant, was swaying side to side like a love-struck schoolgirl, eyes locked on the entrance with barely contained anticipation. Wanda, remember, said Lewis in a serious tone, once Lockhart arrives, you need to make sure no one skips the line. Last time, we had a pretty nasty fight between housewives. Actually, every time Lockhart shows up, there's an incident, furious husbands, jealous men trying to punch him only to be stopped by a wave of hysterical women, or purebloods trying to use their status to jump ahead. It's fine, don't worry. I can handle it, Wanda replied with a confident smile, spinning her wand lightly between her fingers. There he is. There he is. Chelsea screamed, practically jumping with excitement. Suddenly, everything froze. Heads turned in unison toward the front door. The air seemed to hold its breath. There, standing with rehearsed theatricality down to the last detail, was Gilderoy Lockheart. His purple velvet robes shimmered under the magical lights, his golden, perfectly waved hair danced gently in the air, and his blue eyes sparkled as if enchanted themselves. With a practiced smile, the third one, charming smile for fan-filled events, according to his own notes, he greeted the crowd with a slight bow. It is such a pleasure to see so many fans of me, Gilderoy Lockheart. That makes me very, very happy, he proclaimed in a clear, musical voice. Several sighs rippled through the air like a wave. 2 women fainted. Others cried openly. They say his smile has been nominated again as the most charming by Witch Weekly, whispered a witch clutching 3 books to her chest. Lockhart widened his smile, as if rehearsed for that exact comment. He walked toward the signing table with a slow yet elegant gait, greeting people like royalty during a procession. Ladies, he said in a syrupy voice, looking at Lewis, Chelsea, and pausing briefly on Wanda, to whom he gave his brightest smile. It will be a pleasure working with you. He sat down, surrounded by a table full of portraits of himself in various dramatic poses, facing trolls, winking on a broomstick, or holding up a fake basilisk fawn. Let's begin, shall we? We wouldn't want to keep my dear admirers waiting. And then chaos. Women surged toward the table as if their lives depended on it, waving books, scrolls, and even articles of clothing, underwear included, for Lockhart to sign. Wanda turned away in disgust, just as one woman waved a lacy bra in front of the author's face. Please, respect the line or you'll be expelled from the bookstore. Lewis bellowed, her voice cutting through the uproar. Meanwhile, Chelsea had taken position beside Lockhart, staring at him so intensely that even the author, accustomed to harassment, looked slightly uncomfortable. Same old story, muttered Lewis under her breath, eyeing Chelsea with a look of irritation. You've no idea how badly I want to fire her. Outside the store, 2 temporary employees, young wizards with dark circles under their eyes, struggled to hold back the swelling crowd pushing against the glass doors. Inside, Wanda elegantly drew her wand and, with a slight flick, levitated backward a woman who had tried to cut the line. She didn't really need to use the wand, but it was better than letting it gather dust in her pocket. The witch shot her a venomous glare, but seeing the line move forward, she grumbled and returned to her place. Wanda. A familiar voice called from the entrance. Turning around, Wanda saw Susan, Harry, and Hermione in line, all smiling though the pile of Lockhart books in Susan's arms betrayed any innocent intentions. Hi. I brought them to have some fun, Susan said cheerfully. Wanda sighed. Yes, this definitely wasn't a normal day. Mum. Harry said with a big smile, running up to hug her. She ruffled his hair with natural tenderness, letting out a soft laugh. "That's odd, I didn't see you in the line earlier," Wanda remarked curiously, raising an eyebrow. After all, Susan and the kids were already inside the shop, and the line stretched all the way back to the entrance of Diagon Alley. "Don't say anything, but we paid a guy to stand in line for us." "My idea," Harry whispered proudly, as if he had masterminded an undercover Auror-level operation. Hermione approached, looking slightly offended. "Even though I still think it's dishonest, it's better than waiting 2 hours in the sun," she muttered, crossing her arms but without much conviction. "All right. You can go read some books in the store if you don't want to stand in line with your poor mother and aunt," Susan said, putting on a theatrically tragic face. "Okay," both kids answered in unison, completely ignoring her dramatic act as they disappeared into the aisles without a care. "Raise ravens and they'll peck your eyes out," Susan sighed exaggeratedly, prompting a soft laugh from Wanda. Seeing the towering stack of books her friend was carrying, Wanda pulled out her wand and cast a lightning charm. The books began to float gracefully, as if they were feathers. "If you need anything, just let me know. I'll be helping the others," Wanda said with a serene smile. "All right, I'm not going anywhere," Susan replied, adjusting the charmed books. Wanda stepped back into the shop with determined steps. With a quick glance, she located Harry and Hermione browsing peacefully through some books. However, the moment she looked toward the crowd, her expression changed. Something was wrong. She felt that unsettling sensation, like someone was staring too intently. She followed the trail of that gaze and saw him, Lockhart. The charming, arrogant, and falsely heroic Gilderoy Lockheart. His expression had shifted. He was no longer smiling gallantly at the crowd. Now he was watching Harry with narrowed eyes, first in confusion, then with sudden recognition, and finally with a glint of barely concealed greed. "Well, if it isn't the young savior, Harry Potter," Lockhart exclaimed theatrically, his voice slicing through the murmur of the store like a lightning bolt. Everyone fell silent, wide-eyed, as the wizard strutted toward the boy with feigned elegance. Harry and Hermione turned around, puzzled. Hermione, when her mother bought her Lockhart's books, had been swept away by the stories adventure, courage, monsters, mysteries, all worthy of admiration. But Wanda, the most powerful witch she knew, had always treated him like a fraud. And over time, Hermione began to see it too. Inconsistencies in his tales, fighting styles that changed from book to book, mistakes no real expert would make. Wanda had put it bluntly, they seem less like autobiographies and more like fantasy tales. So now, seeing him approach in person, even if he was still handsome, something felt off. Very off. Hermione instinctively tensed, ready to act if anything happened. Harry, on the other hand, was just confused. A famous adult speaking directly to him? Well, it wouldn't be the first time. What he didn't know was that Wanda always kept protective charms on him. Spells that would react to bad intentions even if she wasn't around. And just as Lockhart placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, boom! An invisible magical explosion blasted him into the air as if a hippogriff had charged him. The best-selling author crashed flat on his back into his own giant poster, which had been smiling charmingly, and now seemed to mock him. Of course, the poster was protected with anti-dirt, anti-theft, and anti-damage enchantments. Lockhart had his priorities, so the impact was loud but not particularly harmful. Wanda narrowed her eyes. Harry's protective spell had activated. It didn't do so lightly, it assessed the intent behind physical contact and responded according to the threat. And if it had reacted like this, Lockhart's thoughts were far from pure. Silence reigned for a few eternal seconds. Then, as if nothing had happened, Lockhart's eyes snapped open and he leapt to his feet, brushing off his robes with a forced chuckle. "Great defensive spell, Harry. Very impressive. I see you're a fan of my books. Just as I said in Voyages with Vampires, no matter how charming the smile of the one approaching, never let them touch you. They could be an enemy or a vampire hungry for your blood." The silence was replaced by a thunderous round of applause. Fans squealed with excitement, enchanted by his graceful recovery. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione exchanged looks of utter confusion. "What the heck just happened?" Harry murmured. Hermione didn't answer. She kept her eyes on Lockhart, who was already strolling back to his spot as if the whole thing had been part of a grand performance. And Wanda, watching from a corner, clicked her tongue. "Clown," she muttered under her breath, still keeping watch. Because if life had taught her anything, it was that those who smile too much are usually the ones hiding their fangs best. 16 charms that don't work. 16 charms that don't work. Charms that don't work. After being sent flying, Lockhart didn't seem ready to give up. He got up from the floor, dusted off his robes with feigned dignity, and walked back over, this time wearing a confident smile on his face. However, he didn't try to touch Harry again. And good for him, because a slightly irritated mother was now eyeing him like she was about to turn him into the main character of his worst nightmare. "Seeing that you seem to be following my teachings," Lockhart said, flashing a dazzling smile, "why not become my direct apprentice?" The crowd fell silent for a second, then erupted into an excited murmur. The boy who lived as the disciple of the great Lockhart. He must be creating a monster to protect the world, exclaimed a housewife, swept away by enthusiasm. "I don't think it's that serious, but maybe another Dumbledore," added a somewhat more reasonable woman. Meanwhile, Harry looked at the man in front of him with clear distrust and calmly replied, "No, thank you. My mom told me not to talk to strangers." The atmosphere froze instantly. For a moment, Lockhart's smile faltered, as if about to crack, but his professionalism was stronger than his pride. He waited, irritated, for one of the housewives to defend him, for someone to scold the child for rejecting him like they usually did when a jealous husband tried to confront him. He wanted to play the misunderstood hero. But no one said a word. No one was going to reprimand the child who had saved the magical world. After all, he was just a kid. What woman would dare go against him? Well, there was one. Insufferable child. "How dare you scorn Mr. Lockhart?" bellowed Chelsea, pushing her way through the crowd with a furious expression. "Where are you from? Who's your mother? Bring her here right now. You're banned from this store forever." "I'm his mother," said Wanda, stepping forward with a smile so tense it could no longer be called a smile. Her gaze was fixed on Chelsea, burning with silent warning. She could endure being disrespected, even being bothered. But no one touched her son. "You again, get that boy out of here. You're fired." Chelsea screamed, feeling invincible. "Chelsea, shut up. No one's getting fired without the manager's approval," intervened Lewis, stepping forward with a firm, controlled tone, clearly annoyed. "I'll talk to the manager myself to have her dismissed." Meanwhile, Lockhart was watching the scene unfold with growing interest. First, he looked at Wanda, then at Harry, and as if a light bulb lit up in his head, he muttered to himself, "Two birds with one stone." Smiling, he quickly stepped forward and raised his voice in a charming tone. "Come now, young lady. Kicking out a mother and her son on my behalf would leave a bad taste in my mouth. How about we all apologize and go back to the book signing?" He punctuated his words with a dazzling smile directed at Wanda. "If you say so, Mr. Lockhart," replied Chelsea, enchanted though not without casting a look of disdain toward Wanda and Harry. Lockhart stood still, waiting for an apology. Maybe even a thank you. After all, he had interceded for them. But Wanda didn't even look at him. She walked over to Harry, ignoring Lockhart completely. "Harry, go up to the second floor. There are too many annoying people down here," she said softly. Harry nodded silently and left with Hermione. "You." Chelsea started, but this time, Lewis had had enough. "Chelsea, go help out in the back room." "I don't want to," she grunted. "I don't care what you want. I'm in charge right now. And if you keep this up, I'll fire you myself even if the boss gets mad and rehires you later. You're not stepping foot in this bookstore today. I'll even ask the Aurors to remove you if necessary," said Lewis, firm and resolute, ready to face any consequences to end the chaos Chelsea was causing. "You'll see," muttered Chelsea with resentment, casting one last loving glance at Lockhart and a cold one at Wanda. "Mr. Lockhart, please continue with the signings. Your fans are still waiting. Remember, you're on a schedule. The bookstore can't keep you longer than what was agreed," Lewis added in a professional tone. Lockhart ran a hand over his face, confused by what had just happened. For a moment, he thought maybe he was wearing a mask that prevented women like Wanda or Lewis from falling at his feet. But no, his handsome face was still on full display. Lewis was a lover of books. And as such, she knew how to tell fiction from reality. She had read Lockhart's works, but she had also noticed the inconsistencies. His charm didn't fool her. It felt more like a performance than a real personality. Resigned, Lockhart returned to his chair to continue the book signing, as if nothing had happened. However, for Wanda, the situation had become unbearable. Lockhart kept trying to get close. He constantly asked for help, called her his assistant, tried to win her over with dazzling smiles and asked for a glass of water every 5 minutes. Under the table, there were at least 7 empty cups. He took every possible excuse to be near her. "Professional, Wanda, don't turn him into a toad," she muttered to herself while handing him the 7th glass. "Thank you, charming Wanda. Allow me to gift you this smile as a token of my gratitude," said Lockhart, flashing his best grin. Some housewives swooned while others cast jealous glances at Wanda. "Yeah, I've gotten plenty today," she replied, unimpressed, before walking away again. Hours later, the signing finally ended. So did Wanda's shift. Susan and the kids were waiting for her at the bookstore while she went to say goodbye to Lewis. Lockhart, upon seeing Susan with her arms full of books and accompanied by the 2 children, immediately approached. "Hello again to you all, and a pleasure, madam," he said gallantly, greeting the children first and then giving Susan a subtle bow. "Lockhart?" Susan asked, surprised. She had been outside the bookstore during the previous incident, so she had no idea what had happened. Upon recognizing him, a spark of excitement crossed her face. "Were you looking for me, sir? I just wanted to offer my apologies. Perhaps what happened earlier was a bit abrupt." "I understand why young Harry and his mother might have felt defensive," Lockhart replied with his usual charming smile. "Earlier?" Susan repeated, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Hermione, always eager to explain, quickly jumped in. Mr. Lockhart touched Harry and got thrown back. Then he tried to take him on as his student, but Harry said no. Susan looked at Lockhart with a mix of disbelief and slight distrust. She knew about the protective enchantment Harry had, since she herself had asked Wanda to place a similar one on Hermione. She was a fan of Lockhart, yes, but she wasn't naive, especially when it came to the children. Just because someone was famous in the wizarding world didn't mean they were trustworthy enough to educate her daughter, let alone someone else's son. Lockhart immediately noticed the change in her expression. He was baffled by how quickly Susan became defensive, as if his charm had no effect. "Well, I just wanted to apologize," he said, trying to keep his composure. "And maybe, invite you all to lunch at a restaurant. But seeing the time, I just remembered I have other commitments, so it'll have to be another day." "Of course," Susan replied with a kind smile, but her gaze made it clear she didn't entirely trust him. She was still a fan, yes, but she was starting to wonder if Lockhart was one of those celebrities who seem perfect in public and not so much in private. Shortly after, Wanda came out of the bookstore and they all left together for home. Meanwhile, from a hidden corner between the shelves, Lockhart watched Wanda. His eyes glinted with a mixture of frustration and interest. "She's hard to win over. Doesn't fall for my charm. Maybe it's because of the boy. Though she doesn't wear a ring. Not married," he murmured to himself with a crooked smile. "The Egyptian pyramid wasn't built in a day. Maybe she's worth the effort. Yes, if I succeed, I'll become the father of the boy who lived. We could write books together, give interviews. My fame would only grow. I can already see it, family photos, commercials, the father and son duo. The boy who lived, and the great Lockhart who taught him everything he knows." He was completely lost in his fantasies, unaware that Wanda, with her sensitive magic, had felt his lingering gaze and the ill intent behind it. That night at home, Wanda helped Harry get ready for bed. It was a quiet, routine moment for both of them. As she tucked in the blankets, Harry broke the silence. "Mom, do you like Lockhart?" Wanda looked at him with an expression that was as dry as it was comical, before smiling with a hint of irony. "Not at all. So he won't be the new Mr. Wanda." Wanda let out a soft laugh at the phrase, one she hadn't heard in a long time. She slowly shook her head. "Of course not. Just stay away from him. He's a bit weird." She leaned down and gave him a kiss on the forehead. "Great," Harry replied with a smile. "Because he seems like a playboy." Wanda couldn't help but chuckle quietly as she turned off the light in the room. 17. The calm before the storm. The calm before the storm. It was an unusually quiet day at the bookstore. With only a few customers browsing among the shelves, Wanda and Louis took advantage of the rare lull to chat and get to know each other better. Soft laughter and whispered conversations filled the air with a warmth that sharply contrasted with what was about to come. In the distance, Chelsea watched from behind the counter with a smug smile. Her eyes never left the door, as if she were expecting something, or someone. The jingle of the bell announced the entrance of a group. The sound, innocent on its own, seemed to cut through the atmosphere like a blade. A group of well-dressed men and women stepped across the threshold, their very presence radiating power and ancient nobility. Behind them walked a stout man with a carefully trimmed mustache, wearing a bowler hat and a dark suit. His aged face didn't hide the disdain with which he regarded everything around him, as if the entire world were beneath him. Louis frowned upon seeing him. "Looks like trouble is coming," she muttered, casting a quick glance at Chelsea, who smiled maliciously, as if she already knew what was about to happen. Wanda felt a chill run down her spine as she recognized the man. It was Carl, the owner of the bookstore. Louis stepped forward with professionalism and calm. "Sir, what brings you here?" Carl didn't respond right away. He first adjusted his bowler hat with unnecessary slowness, then spoke in a hoarse, authoritarian voice. "I've received several complaints, Louis, about how you treat the employees. And particularly, about your constant mistreatment of our best worker, Miss Chelsea." He looked at her coldly. "Jealousy is no excuse for disorder." Beside the group, an elderly man in dark robes stepped forward. His face was pale and gaunt, and his eyes were completely white, with only 2 dark dots where his pupils should have been. Wanda recognized him immediately, a man consumed by dark magic. Despite his aura of power, she knew his end was near. Even if he didn't. "Carl, I don't care. Fire those 2 ingrates. I don't understand why I have to be here for such idiocy. If my daughter isn't given the respect she deserves, I'll simply shut down this miserable bookstore," the old man said with disdain, not even bothering to look at Wanda or Louis. Carl nodded, obedient. "Of course, Mr. Flint. From now on, Chelsea will be in charge. You 2 may leave." Wanda turned to Louis, who seemed ready to protest, but a new voice rang out in the room, cutting through the air like a lightning bolt. "And since when does an arrogant brat get to control our bookstore? She came here to learn how to behave like a decent human being." Everyone turned instantly. Flint already had his wand in hand, ready to strike the insolent speaker until he saw her. A woman of imposing beauty, with golden hair and a regal bearing, advanced with elegance. At her side, a girl of about 6 walked silently, holding her hand. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. "Lady Greengrass," Carl stammered, instinctively stepping back, his voice tinged with fear. "I remember very well why that young woman," Celine said in an icy tone, pointing at Chelsea, "was sent here. She hit my daughter for not getting the handbag she wanted. This was a punishment, wasn't it, Flint? A pathetic attempt at an apology from your family. Or was it all a lie?" "Celine, this has nothing to do with my daughter is being treated as if she were an employee," she interrupted firmly. "Because that's what she is. What did you expect?" Mr. Flint's face twisted in rage. Back in the days of Lord Voldemort's regime, his family, vassals of the feared Dark Lord, had been among the most powerful, even above the Greengrasses or the Blacks. But while the Greengrasses remained neutral and survived the Dark Lord's fall, many families like the Flints fell from their pedestals and were surpassed by houses like Longbottom, Greengrass, or Pruitt. And you, Carl, Celine continued, not taking her eyes off the owner. It's true you bear our name, but we only gave you that place out of pity. A man with no name or fortune, thrown into the darkest corner, but even that mercy seems wasted. You've sullied the Greengrass name by groveling before dark-leaning families, something strictly forbidden by our blood. Watch your words, Celine, Flint warned, trembling with fury, his wand vibrating in his clenched fist. Wanda could see it clearly, the dark magic inside him was spilling out like a storm barely contained, spiraling out of control. We don't want your daughter anywhere near ours, Celine declared in a voice of steel. You can take her, but let it be clear, if she ever crosses paths with anyone from the Greengrass family again, I will consider it a declaration of war. No one touches my daughter and walks away without paying the price. Chelsea stepped back, pale, as Celine's icy gaze pierced her. Humph. Then war it is. Flint shouted madly, and without warning, raised his wand. But his target wasn't Celine. The green flash of a killing curse shot directly toward the little girl by her side. No one saw it coming. No one except Wanda. She had felt the shift. The magical corruption consuming the man could no longer be hidden. Flint had completely lost his mind. Celine moved to shield her daughter immediately, her body twisting like a human shield. For a moment, everything seemed to move in slow motion. She knew she wouldn't have time to draw her wand. The spell was already heading for her chest. All she could do was open her arms and cover her daughter. But in an instant, barely a microsecond, a tile beneath Wanda's foot rose with a red aura, intercepting the curse just in time. Wanda had raised her hand at the last second, instinctively protecting the mother and daughter. With the tile still floating in the air, she pointed toward Mr. Flint. A powerful blast launched him several meters back, slamming into his chest and sending him crashing to the ground. The wizards accompanying him reacted instantly, drawing their wands, but Wanda moved her hand again. All three were completely immobilized, though more than paralyzed. It felt as if something invisible and crushing was pinning them down violently. With another movement of her free hand, the wands of Mr. Flint, the three men, and even Chelsea, who had tried to react, flew into the air and landed before Wanda. She calmly closed her hand. The wands snapped in midair before they could touch the ground, reduced to splinters. Meanwhile, the trapped men began to let out choked cries. Their bones fractured slowly under the magical pressure until, finally, they were released and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Everyone present fell silent, staring at Wanda in astonishment. She hadn't used a wand. She hadn't spoken a single word. She had only moved her hands and it was all over in seconds. Celine looked at her with wide eyes, vaguely recognizing her as the kind woman from the ice cream shop, but that didn't matter right now. She immediately turned to check on her daughter. Daphne, are you okay? Did something happen to you? She asked urgently, scanning the girl from head to toe. I'm fine, Mom, Daphne replied with a trembling smile, still shaken by what she had just witnessed. Phew, that's good, Celine murmured in relief before fury overtook her the moment she laid eyes on Mr. Flint. Without hesitation, she drew her wand and shouted, Expecto Patronum. Edward, come here right now. Mr. Flint just tried to attack Daphne. A silver swan burst from her wand and soared swiftly toward Diagon Alley. The Greengrass family had gone out to enjoy a peaceful day together, but had separated slightly when Celine heard a commotion coming from the bookstore. The men lying on the ground paled as they heard that the Greengrass patriarch was on his way. There was one thing everyone knew about the neutral families: they hadn't survived the war with Voldemort just because they were purebloods. No, the real reason was the power they kept hidden. Neutral families were ancient, traditional, full of secret spells and lost incantations that protected their bloodlines. And the face of the neutrals was the Greengrass family. Edward, their patriarch, wasn't just a powerful wizard, he was also Celine's husband. Only a few seconds passed before the bookstore's fireplace burst into green flames. From it emerged an elegant man with an imposing presence, snow-white hair, and ice-blue eyes. In his arms he carried a small blonde girl of about 4, her curious gaze paired with an innocent smile. When Edward arrived, the temperature seemed to drop instantly. He scanned the room with his eyes. The first thing he confirmed was that his wife and daughter were safe. Then he walked toward them and handed the little girl into Celine's arms. Afterward, he turned toward Flint, still lying on the floor. Renervate, he said firmly. He didn't use a wand. The spell simply flowed from him, instantly reviving the old man. Mr. Flint's eyes flew open, and he sat up quickly, reaching for his wand, but the moment he saw Edward standing before him, he froze. Edward, he muttered with disdain. I accept your war, Edward declared coldly. Tell your family. Or better yet, let them come deliver you themselves for trying to attack my wife and daughter. Flint's face twisted with fury, but before he could respond, the 3 men accompanying him, still in pain, stepped in front of him. Sir, we should return and inform the patriarch, one of them whispered urgently. Do you think the Flint family fears the Greengrasses? Flint spat as he turned to leave. They do, Edward whispered, watching him go with ice in his eyes. Meanwhile, Celine approached Wanda. "Thank you so much, really, thank you. If you hadn't been here, I don't know what would have happened to me or to Daphne," she said with heartfelt gratitude. "It's all right. I don't like seeing a mother attacked in front of her child," Wanda replied calmly. "Allow me to thank you on behalf of the Greengrass family as well," added Edward, stepping closer upon hearing his wife's words. His expression remained completely serious and unshakable. "I'm fine," Wanda answered lightly, brushing it off. At that moment, the fireplace lit up with green fire again. Everyone turned immediately, still tense after Flint's recent departure. But what came out was no enemy. It was a boy with messy hair and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Beside him appeared a girl with bushy brown hair. Sometimes, Wanda wondered if their hair looked like that because they were magical children. "Mom, we came to find you," Harry said cheerfully as he walked up to her, followed by Hermione. Wanda had connected the fireplace to the Flynn network so Harry could visit her whenever he felt bored. It also made trips to Diagon Alley much easier. Harry looked around, noticing everyone's gazes. He felt a bit self-conscious, but when he recognized Celine, the kind woman who had once bought them ice cream, he relaxed. "Hi," he greeted politely, and Hermione gave a small curtsy beside him. Daphne, who was now standing safely behind her parents, looked curiously at the two children who had just arrived. 18, friends. Friends. "Please, I insist," said Celine seriously, her gaze firm and resolute. She wanted, at the very least, to find a way to thank the woman who had saved her life and her daughter's. Wanda, thoughtful, let out a small smile before replying. "All right. How about you let these 2-inch," she pointed to Harry and Hermione, "come read at the bookstore whenever they want, without having to buy the books or be disturbed." It wasn't that they lacked money. In fact, Harry could buy the entire shop if he wanted to. But that request was a subtle way of accepting Celine's gesture while also ensuring that Harry could keep visiting her without obstacles or awkward stares. "Of course," replied Celine with a sincere smile, "though I still think it's far too little." She looked at Wanda with a mix of respect and awe. She coveted nothing, demanded nothing. Most witches and wizards in her place would have asked for the entire store, perhaps even a fortune. But not Wanda. She showed no greed, no vanity, not even the slightest interest in taking advantage. Edward, who had remained silent until then, cast a brief glance toward Wanda. In his eyes, for an instant, a spark of recognition flickered. That serenity, that selfless nobility reminded him of a lady of ancient blood. And only someone with real power, be it magical, financial, or personal, could act with such calm, even before him. To insist any further would have been an insult. They both knew it, so they saved their words for another time. For when she, perhaps, might need something from them. Harry and Hermione didn't fully understand what had just happened, but they were more than happy. Being able to come and read freely, and see Wanda more often, was more than enough to make them glad. "In the meantime you," Celine's voice turned icy as she addressed the store's former manager, "return the papers. It was a mistake to try and help you. If you want a job, you'll be sent to one of the mithril mines." "But madam," Carl tried to appeal directly to Edward, desperate, looking for a way out. But Edward simply raised his hand, a gesture that was enough to silence him. "My wife has spoken," he declared emotionlessly. The magical world of Britain knew something about Edward Greengrass, that although he was the leader of the neutral pureblood party, head of one of the 4 oldest and wealthiest families, and even a rival in power to Dumbledore himself, there was only one thing he truly valued, his wife and daughters. If she gave an order, it was obeyed. "You may leave," said Edward without even looking at him. And so, Carl was expelled from his own store, or rather, what used to be his store. The Greengrass family took their leave shortly afterward. However, Daphne and little Astoria lingered a moment, looking at Harry and Hermione with visible interest before departing. "Awesome, Mum. Now we'll be able to come read while you work," said Harry with a big grin. "Thank you," added Hermione, who was even more excited than he was. "It's all right. I still have to keep working," Wanda replied gently. "But now you can read in peace, without anyone bothering you." Chelsea, the only one who used to complain about people staying too long reading, was no longer there. So Harry and Hermione could curl up on the sofas, surrounded by books, while Wanda went on with her duties. After all, they behaved well, and she didn't mind having them around. On the contrary, it warmed her heart. "Harry, Hermione, look what I brought," shouted Daphne as she burst in like a whirlwind, running with several vials clinking, filled with liquids in the strangest colors. Since the day Wanda saved Celine and her daughter, Daphne had been determined to befriend the 2 new kids. The very next day, she convinced one of her maids to take her to the bookstore, and without Wanda even realizing it, they were already laughing together like lifelong friends. Well, making friends is almost a superpower that only children have. Throughout the week, Harry and Hermione came by to read, and Daphne never missed the chance to drag them into some new kind of madness. And honestly, they were having a great time. It was clear that Daphne didn't have many friends. Children of pureblood families always had to be careful, and even though her parents were more relaxed, the rest of the magical world wasn't so forgiving. Plus, her parents protected her like she was made of enchanted glass. No one with bad intentions could get near her. Maybe that's why she was so lonely. But with Wanda, Harry, and Hermione things were different. They didn't see titles or surnames, they saw a girl who just wanted to play. Celine, seeing her daughter laugh like she hadn't in years, gave permission for her to keep visiting the bookstore to have fun. Of course, with a hidden bodyguard between the bookshelves, just in case, especially now that the Greengrass and Flint families were in the middle of a trade war. It hadn't come to spellfire yet, but it was getting close. "What is that?" Harry asked with genuine curiosity, closing the book he was holding. "This is Polyjuice Potion," announced Daphne with a mischievous smile. "I asked Lockie to buy me a few." Lockie was one of the house elves in charge of looking after Daphne and Astoria. And by looking after, we mean making sure they don't blow up the house with an accidental explosion potion. "I read about that." "Wait!" exclaimed Hermione, dashing toward one of the shelves like it was a life-or-death emergency. She returned with an open book in her hands. "It says here you have to add a hair of the person you want to turn into. The transformation lasts from a few minutes to a couple of hours, depending on the strength of the potion." "And who do you want to turn into?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "What if we turn it into a game?" Daphne suggested, eyes shining with excitement. "We transform and see if the others can guess who's who." "I want to try it," Harry said immediately. He was already picturing himself showing up in front of Wanda to see if she could recognize him. "What about you, Hermione?" Daphne asked with contagious enthusiasm. Is it safe?" Hermione asked, eyeing the vials with some caution. "Of course. Lockie would never bring me anything dangerous," Daphne assured her with a smile that said, "Trust me, I've totally thought this through." "Well," Hermione agreed, swept up by the moment's excitement. The three of them gathered around a little table. Each pulled out a hair and dropped it into a different vial. "What if we mix the vials and let fate decide?" Harry suggested, eyes gleaming. "What if we end up turning into ourselves again?" Hermione asked thoughtfully. "Would that be bad luck or good luck?" Harry paused, processing his own question. "Doesn't matter, it'll be fun," Daphne declared, already mixing the vials and handing one to each. "On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. They all drank the potion in one go. "Eol!" they exclaimed in unison, making faces like they just tasted old sock juice. Within seconds, their bodies began to shift. Their faces, hands, even their voices changed. Magical tingles raced across their skin. When it all stopped, surprise. Harry was Daphne, Hermione was Harry, and Daphne was Hermione. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. "Wait, the clothes!" exclaimed Hermione, now with Harry's face. "Lockie!" called Daphne, in Hermione's body. The elf appeared in a blink, looked them over calmly, glanced at the empty vials on the table, and nodded as if it were just another Tuesday. "Who is my mistress?" she asked in her high-pitched voice. "I am," said Daphne, in Hermione's body. "Could you change our clothes?" "With pleasure, Mistress Daphne," said Lockie, and with a snap, all three were dressed according to their new appearances. "Thanks, Lockie. If I need anything, I'll call," Daphne said with an improvised curtsy. "I shall be waiting," the elf replied before vanishing with another snap. Hermione, still with Harry's face, watched her in fascination. She'd have plenty of questions for her later. "Time to see if they can guess who we are." "Let's start with Lewis," said Daphne, taking the lead as usual. "Let's go," said the other two, running after her. But before they could even make their dramatic entrance, Lewis spoke from her desk without turning around. "I saw you take the potion when I walked by. I'm busy. I can't play right now," she said in a neutral tone. It was almost a ritual. As soon as Daphne showed up, everyone knew the mischief was about to start. Oddly enough, Harry was the calmest when Wanda was around, and Hermione usually chased the adults to ask questions. But with Daphne they all became little chaos bombs. It was pretty funny, considering Daphne was the daughter of the most serious man in all of Britain. "Boo!" complained Daphne, with Hermione's face, as the three of them sneaked through the shop to where Wanda was smiling at a customer. The shop was quiet. Only Wanda and Lewis were working the morning shift, and there were no classes that day. It was the perfect atmosphere for a good dose of magic and controlled disorder. The three children, in swapped bodies, approached slowly, ready for their next victim. "Thank you, sweetheart. When I can, I'll introduce you to my son," the woman said before leaving. Wanda just smiled kindly until she looked down and saw the three troublemakers standing frozen like statues. They were so stiff they almost looked like they were trying to pass for mannequins. "Oh no," said Wanda suddenly, in a serious tone like a mom catching someone red-handed. "All the clothes I bought you are for boys, so we'll have to return them and get you some dresses if you like them," she added, looking directly at Harry, Daphne, with a smile as sweet as it was teasing. Harry blinked, confused, then looked down and saw the dress. Daphne's dress. He honestly hadn't even noticed. His brain had probably blocked out that detail to protect his pride, but now that Wanda was looking at him like that he couldn't hide his embarrassment. "Gah! She figured it out so fast," said Daphne, Hermione, laughing as Harry hid behind Hermione, covering his face with both hands. Wanda let out an amused giggle and, with a small flick of her wand, Harry's clothes changed to a more unisex outfit. He let out a sigh of relief, though he was still a little red. "How about you try the ice cream man next? I bet he won't even notice," Wanda suggested with a big smile as she handed them several sickles. "Awesome!" said Harry, fully hyped again. Without wasting a second, the three of them ran out of the bookstore, laughing like they were about to embark on the best secret mission of their lives. Meanwhile, Wanda watched them go with a mix of fondness and resignation. Then she cast a quick glance at the wizard hidden in the shadows, the personal guard discreetly protecting Daphne, and returned to helping the next customer. 1919. The three children ran through Diagon Alley with such contagious energy that they brought smiles to the faces of the witches and wizards strolling nearby. Amid laughter and playful shoves, they weaved between stalls and shop windows as if nothing in the world could stop them. "Hello, Mr. Ice Cream Man. Would you be so kind as to give us 3 ice creams, please?" asked Daphne with Hermione's face, trying to speak with exaggerated, almost theatrical elegance, while Harry and Hermione watched her, barely holding back their laughter. The Ice Cream Man looked at them for a second, as if sensing something odd, but he simply shook his head and smiled. "What flavor would you like, little one?" he asked, as if everything were completely normal. "Caramel," replied Daphne. Hermione, lifting her chin like a proper little lady. "Chocolate," said Harry. Daphne, already salivating. "Green apple," added Hermione. Harry, with a proud smile. "I see your tastes have changed today," the man said, amused. "Yes," the three of them said in unison, with mischievous giggles, as they settled in to wait for their ice creams. But as they chatted cheerfully, unaware, the shadows were already moving. 4 hooded figures emerged from a nearby alley, advancing silently. Their wands were already raised, eyes locked on Harry inside Daphne's body, and without a word, they cast several stunning spells with deadly precision. Daphne's bodyguard, Sil, leapt from the shadows with lightning-fast reflexes, his wand ready to intercept the spells. But he didn't need to. Before he could make a single move, the bodies of Daphne, Harry, and Hermione, Harry, glowed with a brilliant red light. A magical shield burst from them like a protective heartbeat, stopping the spells midair, and in an instant, 2 crimson beams shot out from their bodies like spears of pure magical energy. The 4 attackers had no chance to react. The beams struck them in the chest with brutal force, sending them flying through the air. Their bodies were flung several meters before crashing into a brick wall with a sickening thud. A bone-cracking sound followed, along with a choked scream. Then, silenced, the men fell to the ground, unconscious, coughing up blood. From the rooftop of a nearby building, a figure who had been watching the scene took a step back, cursing under his breath. Then, with a crack of apparition, he vanished. Sil, wand still in hand, lowered his guard slightly but kept his eyes on the children. They were still unaware of what had happened, laughing among themselves until the sound of bodies hitting the wall caught their attention. They turned and saw Sil standing there with his wand at the ready. "Ah, Uncle Sil is fighting again," said Daphne, Hermione, pointing at him without the slightest hint of fear. To her, every time she saw him, the man was fighting someone. She didn't quite understand that he was her bodyguard and that he did it to protect her. Or maybe she did but just enjoyed teasing him. "Harry, Hermione, don't hang out with Uncle Sil, he's a thug," she added with a mocking smile before taking her ice cream and walking past him like nothing had happened, glancing at him with a conspiratorial look. Sil simply sighed and shook his head. Then he walked over to the unconscious attackers, checking them carefully before the Aurors arrived. Finally, the Flint family made their move, he muttered gravely. In the distance, the 3 children were happily heading back toward the bookstore, unaware of how close they had come to danger. Wanda came out just in time to see them. Her expression turned serious when she noticed Sil and the bodies behind him. The peace of an ordinary day in Diagon Alley had just begun to crack. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the wizarding world, the man who had been watching from the rooftop moments ago operated with a burst of magic in front of an old house, protected by dark enchantments. Without wasting a second, he ran to the door and burst in, panting, until he reached a room where a man was waiting, sitting with a calm, almost arrogant air, smoking a black pipe. "Sir, the kidnapping attempt failed," the newcomer said, immediately dropping to his knees in trembling respect. "The Greengrass girl is protected by powerful magic, and so is the boy from the bookstore." Arthurus Flint, the man in the armchair, let out a dry, bitter laugh, as a shadow of hatred crossed his face, twisted by resentment. "Of course they protect that witch's son. After what she did to me," he spat with disgust. "If they're so well protected, we just need to change tactics. An Avada Kedavra doesn't stop for shields. We just have to make sure there are no witnesses. Kill the boy." His eyes, lit by insane fury, gleamed with a sickly glow. "And regarding the daughter of that bastard, figure out how to capture her. We'll make that arrogant couple kneel before the Flint family. Daphne will become Marcus's wife, and the Greengrass family will return the power that rightfully belongs to us." A low, deranged laugh rumbled from his throat. "And what if the patriarch learns of the attack?" asked the servant in a trembling voice. "That's why Marcus will be the one to claim her. The patriarch has always had a soft spot for his son." "I only want revenge and humiliation," Arthurus replied, casting a greedy glance. "Hire assassins. I want that brat killed in front of his mother, and then," his voice grew lower and more twisted, "we'll turn the witch into our servant. Let's see if the great Wanda can endure that." "Yes, sir," said the servant, vanishing immediately. Hours later, at the Greengrass residence, after Daphne returned smiling from what had seemed like a peaceful morning, Sil walked with firm steps toward the Patriarch's office. He knocked on the door. "Come in," came Edward's deep voice from within. Sil entered and gently closed the door behind him, offering a slight bow. "Sir, I've come to deliver my report," he said with a firm, controlled tone. This morning, Lady Daphne used Polyjuice potion to transform into the girl from the bookstore. Together with Potter and Granger, they wandered around Diagon Alley. During their walk, 4 individuals emerged from an alley and cast stunning spells intending to capture the children, specifically the one they believed to be Daphne and Potter. Edward raised an eyebrow, saying nothing yet. Sil continued. "I was hidden and prepared. I moved to intercept the spells, but before I could act, the bodies of Potter and Granger, who appeared to be Daphne and the other girl, glowed with an intense scarlet light. A magical barrier protected them, and immediately after, an automatic counterattack was launched, violently knocking out the assailants. All 4 were rendered unconscious with multiple fractures before I could even cast a single spell. I ensured they were fully neutralized before the Aurors arrived." "And the children?" Edward asked, his voice devoid of emotion, but his finger drumming insistently on the desk. "They are unharmed. None were injured. The attack was an attempted kidnapping, not an assassination," Sil replied. "But sir, those children. The defenses they carried were stronger than anything I've seen, even beyond what Lady Daphne possesses. I can't help but think there's something more behind them." Edward remained silent for a moment, as if evaluating every word. "No, it's not at all suspicious that a mother more powerful than you imagine would protect her child with all the power she has," Edward said, his gaze cutting like ice. He was someone who could see beyond the obvious. Someone used to gauging the worth of others, yet he couldn't read Wanda. Her power was unfathomable to him. Only Dumbledore had ever given him a similar impression. "So should we trust them? As long as they are friends of Daphne, they deserve our respect. My daughter has lived in solitude for far too long. Her only previous bond was with the Malfoy boy, but his father, that arrogant fool, tried to use that friendship for an arranged marriage. When I rejected the idea, he forced his son to cut ties. And although he's now dead, the boy still carries too much of his father. His mother will have to reshape him or he'll grow up to be another imbecile like Lucius. It doesn't matter if they're not purebloods. That was never a requirement for the Greengrass family. We're one of the sacred 28, but we don't care about that. Many of our ancestors married common wizards, even muggles. Even the blacks, with their always pure motto, married half-bloods. They just had a ritual to purify the blood. That's why they think they're still pure. We don't need that. At least I don't. I can't speak for my father or grandfather. And they're gone now," he added, closing the topic. "Yes, sir," Sil responded. "But it seems Flint is more insane than we thought. Looks like it's time for our counterattack to start causing real damage," said Edward, turning his gaze back to the business documents on his desk. 2020. Fire. "The potion shop on the corner is burning," shouted a man as he ran past the bookstore, calling for help to put out the flames. A single wand didn't seem to be enough. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne, who were playing inside the store, rushed out like curious little kids to see what was happening. Wanda followed immediately, just in case. Then they saw it. A massive burst of flame rose up and, for a moment, took the shape of a giant lizard made of fire before lunging at 2 other shops. That's when they realized the fire wasn't natural. The affected shops were separated from each other, with other buildings in between, yet only those were burning. Someone was directing the attack. Meanwhile, several wizards had gathered, casting large amounts of water with spells to contain the flames. "Aunt Wanda, what is that?" asked Hermione, frightened, as the fire lizard took form again and slammed into another shop. "It's a spell called Fiendfire. Hard to control and, of course, very hard to put out," Wanda replied seriously, without taking her eyes off one of the rooftops. There stood the culprit, directing the flames with his wand. The man felt her gaze and turned in her direction. It was Daphne's bodyguard. Without wasting time, he disapparated. "So someone's attacking those places on purpose?" asked Harry, still unable to take his eyes off the fire. "Yes. Maybe they messed with the wrong person," said Wanda with apparent calm. Although, in truth, her thoughts were more direct, or rather more violent. "Magic is amazing," Harry said in awe. Several minutes passed before, with collective effort, the wizards managed to control the fire. The news spread quickly. A pyromaniac was taking revenge on stores owned by the Flint family. And not just in Diagon Alley. Fires also broke out in other magical communities. It was the topic of conversation for an entire week. But by the 3rd day, Wanda was no longer paying attention. She went on with her usual work, calm, as if nothing had happened. Until one morning, just as she was opening the bookstore, visitors with bad intentions arrived. 4 hooded men entered the shop with wands in hand, pointing them at everyone like hostages. "You, walk to the storage room. Now, or you die," one of them ordered Wanda. Wanda sighed as she looked at the idiots who had just entered. The moment she did, the attackers opened fire. She raised a hand, and the green spells froze in midair, suspended as if time had stopped. "Doesn't look like this is a robbery," Wanda murmured, as the hooded men stared at their own Avada Kedavra curses floating in the air. One of them tried to attack again, but Wanda stopped him before he could move his wand. Then, she froze all the others. She then focused on one of them. The man's memories appeared before Wanda as a series of images projected directly into her mind. A short servant, dressed entirely in black, approached them with a bag of gold. "I need you to capture this witch. But be careful, she's quite strong. If you can't capture her, just kill her." Though the master said he wanted to make her his servant, a filthy half-blood like her shouldn't step foot in our noble mansion. Then find her son and kill him too. Leave no witnesses. The servant dropped the bag and quickly left, hiding his face. Wanda recognized him. He was one of the men she had seen accompanying the so-called Lord Flint. She exited the assassin's mind and looked at him coldly. The hooded man's eyes were full of terror. "You're not wizards," Wanda declared, not as an observation, but as an absolute fact. Then she added firmly, "and you will remember nothing about me." As she finished speaking, blue bubbles began to emerge from the attackers' bodies. They felt something draining from within, but couldn't even scream. Wanda had them completely trapped. The bubbles burst like soap. The attackers' eyes rolled back, and they collapsed unconscious, with no memory of what had happened. Even the two customers returned to shopping as if nothing had occurred. With a gesture, Wanda sent the attackers toward a wall of the bookstore, which opened as if obeying her will, revealing a hidden alley. Then, the wall closed again, as if nothing had ever happened. At that moment, Lewis came out from the storage room. "Wanda, I heard some noise. Did something happen?" she asked, confused. "No, just a few lost people, but they're gone now," Wanda replied in her usual tone. "Is it okay if I step out for a moment? I forgot something." "Sure, but come back soon. Even though we don't have many customers these days, people will soon start buying school supplies for the Hogwarts kids," Lewis said calmly. "All right, it won't take long," Wanda replied, leaving the shop still in her work clothes. And she was right. It took her almost 20 minutes to return, also bringing breakfast for Lewis. The two of them sat and ate together, peacefully. The Watcher showed up again, Moody reported, pointing at the man who was screaming like a lunatic, demanding his magic be returned. "My magic. Give it back. I'm from the Flint family. They'll find you. You have to give it back." He shouted furiously, writhing while tied to a chair after having tried to attack an aura. He was completely out of control. His voice suddenly broke. "Please give me back my magic. Without it I won't be a wizard, I won't be a pureblood." His sobs echoed like a broken melody down the hallway of the headquarters. "Is he connected to the other four?" Moody asked seriously, while his magical eye spun without pause. "We're investigating, sir. The four are known criminals who frequent Nocturne Alley. And some witnesses saw this man in the same area. We might find more clues if we keep digging," the aura replied formally. "TSK. Trash like this isn't worth 10 minutes of my time, but the ministry keeps nagging like bloody trolls. One more headache and I'm retiring from this damn job," Mad Eye growled with clear irritation. "Sir, we could ask the employees at the bookstore. Maybe they saw something." "Let's go." "I'll ask them myself," Moody said, spinning on his heel as his cane struck the ground with each step. He had lost a leg a few months ago in combat against a dark wizard, and he still hadn't fully adjusted to the magical prosthesis. After a couple of minutes, he and Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived at Flourish and Blots. As soon as they walked through the door, they saw 3 children sitting behind the counter as if playing at being shopkeepers, though in reality, they were being punished. Beyond them, a red-haired woman was tidying the reading area, which was covered in fallen books. Moody observed her intently. Wanda was levitating several books without uttering a single incantation or using a wand. She did it with such skill and natural ease that it was unsettling. "Wanda, there's a customer with a weird eye," said Daphne, eyeing Moody's spinning eye with obvious curiosity. "Daphne, that's rude," Harry quickly said. "You have to apologize to the man with the weird eye or Wanda will punish us again," he added innocently. "I don't know why I was punished. I was reading. You were the ones who knocked over the cabinet," Hermione complained, clearly upset. "It was Harry. He got scared of a little cockroach." Daphne teased mischievously. "That's not true. It was you. You bumped into me and made me fall into the bookshelf." Harry protested indignantly. "It was both of you, not me," Hermione snapped, crossing her arms. While the children argued, Moody, who had little patience for childish drama, began to scowl. Luckily, Wanda stepped in. "All right, stop fighting. Go sit on the couches and read." "Okay." The 3 replied in unison, jumping up and running toward the reading area, where the house elf Lockie brought them snacks and milk. "What do you need?" Wanda asked, looking directly at Moody and Shacklebolt, who clearly weren't there to buy books. "I'll get straight to the point. The guys we found next door, are they connected to you?" Moody asked bluntly. Sir Kingsley tried to intervene, but Moody raised a hand to silence him, while his magical eye locked onto Wanda, or rather, tried to. The eye spun violently, as if trying to comprehend something impossible. The energy emanating from Wanda was so intense and stable it seemed to defy the very laws of magic. That eye, built to see the invisible, was nearly bursting from the magical overload it was trying to decode. The pain Moody felt was so intense that, for a moment, he wished the damn thing would just stop working. And then Wanda raised a hand. Snap. She snapped her fingers. Moody's eye stopped. Dead still. It was me, Wanda said calmly, her voice as tranquil as a still lake, her smile barely perceptible. Why do you ask? 21. Visit. Visit. Why do you do it? Asked Moody in a grave voice, his magical eye locked intensely on Wanda, as if trying to read her very soul. She didn't answer immediately. Calmly, she turned her gaze toward the children laughing and playing in the corner, Harry, Hermione, and Daphne, completely unaware of the weight of the conversation unfolding just steps away. Only then did she speak. Because every mother wants her children to grow up in a safe place. Her voice was gentle, yet each word carried latent power like a calm river capable of moving mountains. I don't hunt down every dark wizard in the world, just the ones who dare act when my son is nearby. If it were up to me, there wouldn't be a single dark wizard left breathing in Nocturne Alley. Her words weren't a threat. They were a chilling truth, spoken with unsettling serenity. Moody studied her carefully. Yes, it made sense. With the immense magical power this woman radiated without effort, reducing that alley to ashes would be as easy as snapping her fingers or summoning fiendfire. Let's go, he finally said, turning to Shacklebolt before pivoting on his heel and walking out of the bookstore, his cane striking the ground with force. But once outside, Shacklebolt stopped him with urgency. Sir, what about the vigilante? Aren't we going to arrest her? Moody turned to him with a severe expression. Let me ask you something. If Dumbledore suddenly turned evil, how many Aurors would it take to bring him down? Shacklebolt fell silent, frozen. The mere idea shook him. He thought, if we wanted to avoid casualties, we'd need every Auror available. But if we ignored the risk, maybe 10 could do it, though it'd be risky. Moody let out a dry laugh. Only 10? You haven't seen many wizarding wars, boy. For Dumbledore we'd need at least 50. And with luck, half of them would survive. He leaned slightly toward him. Now imagine 10 wizards like Dumbledore. Would you want to provoke that? Shacklebolt swallowed hard. He didn't reply. It's best not to wake the dragon if it's sleeping, Moody said sternly. Especially if that dragon is cleansing the scum from this world. The only reason the Ministry wants her caught is because purebloods are afraid their turn is coming. They're terrified of losing their impunity. He paused, his tone darkening further. But listen closely, Kingsley. If she ever raises her hand against an innocent, I'll be the first to lead her arrest. Even if it costs me my life. Yes, sir, Shacklebolt replied, finally grasping the weight of his words. And together, they walked off beneath the cold light of dawn. A few days later, Wanda noticed that no one else came to bother her. It seemed the Auror who had shown up had no further plans against her. Not that she minded much if things got messy, she'd just move. Maybe to the US. For someone like her, those problems were no more than buzzing flies, annoying, but ultimately meaningless. Today, however, was a curious day. Daphne had arrived accompanied by a little girl who clung tightly to her dress and refused to let go unless she could come along too. It was her younger sister, Astoria Greengrass, a girl of barely 4 who insisted on joining the group. And so, the 3 children became 4. And the shadows that protected the Greengrass sisters became 5-inch, likely due to some ongoing conflict between wizarding families. Security had increased. Even so, in the bookstore and around Wanda, no child was in danger. Where's your dragon? Asked Astoria with childlike curiosity, her sweet voice making certain words sound especially adorable. He's at home, Harry answered calmly. Don't be silly, Astoria. Dragons are just fairy tales, Daphne began, rolling her eyes, until she paused and narrowed her gaze at Harry. Wait, do you actually have a dragon? Yes, Harry said with a proud smile. But not a real one that flies and breathes fire. Mum made him for me. His name is Red. He's like our pet. That's right. Hermione chimed in excitedly. Aunt Wanda used super powerful magic to make him just like a real one. He's as big as us and so pretty. Really? I want to see him. Said Astoria, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Why didn't you say so earlier? I want to meet him too. Dad won't let us visit the Dragon Reserve. Added Daphne, just as thrilled as her sister. A few feet away, Wanda watched the scene while organizing books. Seeing Harry surrounded by 3 excited girls, she chuckled quietly to herself. Maybe he is a little playboy, she murmured, amused, before letting out a soft laugh and returning to her task. Well, I don't mind, Harry said with a shrug. But my house is in the Muggle world. I don't know if your parents would let you come. Harry had spent enough time in Diagon Alley to notice that many wizards avoided the Muggle world or didn't understand it at all. The Greengrasses were a pure-blood family, very traditional, so he doubted they'd be thrilled about the idea. It doesn't matter. We want to go anyway. Daphne answered without hesitation. Yes, yes. Astoria added, nodding rapidly. Just in case, it'd be best to ask your parents first. And we also have to ask Aunt Wanda, Hermione said wisely. Well, Astoria murmured, a little less confident. Then let's ask them right now. Lockheart. Daphne called. A house elf appeared among them with a small pop. Take us to Mum and Dad, Daphne said, taking Astoria's hand. Understood, miss, replied Lockheart. And after taking their hands, she snapped her fingers. They vanished in an instant. The shadows guarding the shop moved swiftly. Since apparition was blocked inside the bookstore, they exited into the alley and vanished together. Looks like a tough job, Wanda muttered, letting out a sigh as she watched the escorts disappear. Harry and Hermione came over to her. "Mom, is it okay if Daphne and Astoria come over to play later?" Harry asked. "Of course, but I hope your room and the playroom are clean or they might be in for a disappointment," Wanda said with a teasing smile. Harry's face froze in mock horror. "Great, then I'll go home and change clothes," he said quickly, before dashing toward the fireplace. Hermione watched him go without moving. "Aren't you going with him?" Wanda asked. "No, if I go, he'll make me help him clean. It's better if I stay and read," Hermione replied with a ready smile, making Wanda laugh. "Good decision," Wanda said with a nod. "Aunt Wanda," Hermione said suddenly, turning toward her. "Yes. I know you're teaching Harry magic. I was wondering if could you teach me too?" she asked, her voice soft and a little fearful of being rejected. "I wouldn't mind teaching you," Wanda answered kindly, though her tone grew a little more serious. "But the magic I'm teaching Harry is something you can't learn because Harry has a different kind of magic." "So I can't?" Hermione asked, lowering her gaze with a bit of sadness. "I can teach you all the magic in the world except that. Because it's one only Harry and I can use, since we're mother and son," Wanda explained patiently. Hermione raised her eyes, focusing on the important part. "So I can learn all the other magic. Really? Only if your mom lets you," Wanda replied with a smile. "Then I'll go ask her right now," Hermione shouted, running off toward the fireplace. Wanda watched her leave, smiling. Later that day, just as Wanda was closing the bookstore and the last book floated gently back to its place on the shelf, the doorbell rang once more. At the threshold, standing with natural grace and a serene smile, was Celine Greengrass, accompanied by her 2 daughters, Daphne and little Astoria, whose eyes shone with excitement. "Hello," Celine greeted kindly. "Sorry for showing up so suddenly, but the girls insisted they wanted to visit your house." Wanda raised an eyebrow with mild amusement. "Harry asked me that too. I don't mind, if you don't." "It's fine if I join," Celine replied, stepping inside. "We don't usually go to the Muggle world and as a mother, you know, I worry about everything." "Of course," Wanda said, and with a gentle wave of her hand, her work uniform dissolved like dust of light, transforming into comfortable, modern clothes. Celine watched the change with a hint of admiration. "Should we change too, to go to the Muggle world?" Wanda looked at them, especially at their traditionally cut dresses which, though elegant, would scream we're witches in any Muggle neighborhood. "It's not necessary if you're only going to use the FLA network. But if you want to go for a walk around the neighborhood," she paused. "Well, you'd stand out a lot. Let me help you." She extended her hand naturally. An aura of bright energy, like threads of liquid light, danced in the air and enveloped the 3 of them. In seconds, their dresses were replaced with modern, elegant clothes perfectly suited to their styles. Daphne now wore jeans and a light jacket. Astoria had a skirt with enchanted patterns that subtly changed color. And Celine wore a white silk blouse with silver details, perfectly matched with fitted pants and soft boots. But the most amazing thing wasn't the change of clothes. Celine, with her keen senses, blinked in disbelief. All her protective enchantments, spells she had placed herself on her daughters and her own clothes, were still there intact. Not a single one had been deactivated. Wanda hadn't just changed the appearance of the garments. She had woven her magic around the existing defenses without breaking them, like a weaver who doesn't cut the threads but intertwines them with a new, even stronger design. "How?" Celine murmured, completely surprised. Wanda smiled calmly, reading her expression perfectly. "Don't worry. The enchantments are still there. I just gave them a different form." Celine looked at her with narrowed eyes, as if seeing an ancient and powerful creature disguised as a human. "Impressive," she finally said, unable to hide her admiration. Before she could say more, Astoria tugged on her modernized dress. "Let's go now. I want to see Red." "Yes, let's go," Daphne said, equally impatient. Wanda turned toward the fireplace and with a snap, the flame turned emerald green. "So, ready to see the dragon's house?" The girls squealed with excitement, and Celine let out a soft laugh. One by one, they took handfuls of FLA powder, and speaking the destination clearly, they disappeared into the magical flames. Finally, Wanda stepped forward, closing the shop with a gesture before entering the fireplace and saying firmly, "Maxim off and Potter home." A green flare surrounded her, and the group reappeared in the spacious and bright living room of their Muggle home, where a soft roar echoed from the back of the hallway accompanied by the dull thud of something very large moving. "Is that sound?" Celine asked, stopping. "Red," Wanda answered with an enigmatic smile. "Looks like he knows there's a visitor." And then, from the back of the house, something approached with heavy, steady footsteps. 2222. A red dragon, completely covered in mud, burst out from the hallway, sprinting toward Wanda like a lunatic, wagging its tongue from side to side with the excitement of a puppy. "Red, wait. If Mum sees you like that, she's going to get mad," Harry shouted as he chased after him, panting, his face a portrait of despair. But the moment he entered the living room and saw all the people gathered, he froze in place like a statue. Red, catching sight of Wanda's serious expression, skidded to a halt, spun around on his muddy paws, and bolted in the opposite direction, seeking the safest place he could think of behind Harry. The boy, trying his best to act casual, hid the brushes he was holding behind his back, as if that could erase all evidence. Wanda slowly shifted her gaze from the mud that now decorated the house like a modern piece of abstract art, then turned her eyes toward the muddy dragon and the embarrassed boy, both frozen under the gaze of their guests. Sigh. She let out a weary breath and snapped her fingers. In seconds, a swift and precise magic swept through the house with supernatural efficiency. The mud vanished from the floors, the walls returned to their natural color, and the air once again smelled of clean wood and dried flowers. Even Harry's clothes changed instantly into something far more presentable. His previous outfit had looked like it had been fished out of a swamp. So, what happened? Wanda asked, crossing her arms. Well, when I got back, I wanted to put my clothes out to dry in the sun, but I left the door open, and Red ran off to play in a puddle. Harry explained with a timid voice, lowering his head. You're not in trouble yet, but we'll see later. Wanda replied with a soft smile, while Daphne and Astoria covered their mouths with both hands, trying not to burst out laughing. Celine, standing beside them, gave them a firm look to remind them of their manners. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly, making the guests jump slightly. They weren't used to that kind of device. It's fine, said Wanda, gesturing calmly as she walked to the entrance. When she opened the door, she found Susan and Hermione standing outside. Wanda, is it true what Hermione said? Are you going to teach her magic? Susan asked as she walked in with the ease of someone who had crossed that threshold 1,000 times until her eyes landed on the imposing dark-haired woman standing beside two girls in the living room. And who's she? Susan whispered to Wanda, clearly intrigued. Daphne's mother, Wanda answered calmly. Susan narrowed her eyes, recalling having seen the girl once when picking up Hermione from the bookstore. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Hermione's mother, Susan said politely, offering her hand to Celine. A pleasure, Celine replied with a noble curtsy that left Susan momentarily stunned. There was a regal grace in her movements, a refinement in her posture and tone that made her seem almost royal. She's gorgeous and has the manners of nobility. Are you sure she's not a queen or a princess? Susan whispered again to Wanda. Maybe, Wanda replied with an amused smile. Would you like some tea while the kids play? Wanda offered, leading them toward the kitchen. Mine with lots of sugar. My husband's back on his cavity mode again, Susan said, laughing naturally. Hermione shot her a deadly look. After all, she wasn't even allowed a single piece of candy. But Susan ignored the silent reproach and waved for her to go play with the others. The children ran off after the red dragon, now clean and happy, while the women sat around the table. So, are you one of the magical world's nobles? Susan asked with her usual candid curiosity, not bothering to hide her interest. Something like that, Celine answered with a calm smile and gentle voice. Technically, my husband is the noble. I was the 5th daughter of a ruined and disgraced house. I was lucky enough to marry someone wealthy. Wow, that sounds interesting, Susan commented, already completely hooked by the story. Wanda, well aware of her friend's nosy nature, couldn't help but shake her head while listening. There's not much to it, really. I had run away from home and ended up hiding in his carriage. I owed him a couple of newts before I vanished. Then, he was drugged by a woman from the Lestrange family and ended up in the same room I was hiding in at the Leaky Cauldron. Me, being an idiot, ended up poisoned too. The next morning, I felt guilty thinking it was my fault, so I left him a dozen sickles, Celine recounted. Woah! Susan exclaimed, already imagining the whole scene like a chaotic romantic novel. Even Wanda, who rarely got involved in other people's stories, was intrigued. Then he did everything he could to win me over, so I just accepted, said Celine with a nostalgic smile. Hey, that sounds like you skipped over a whole chapter. Protested Susan with a teasing grin. Haha, maybe a little. But that part's a secret story just for the two of us, Celine replied, her gaze drifting lovingly toward a distant memory. Ugh, you're just like Wanda and her secret love life, Susan complained, pretending to be annoyed. Oh, really? Do you have a similar story with your husband? Asked Celine with sudden curiosity. Susan froze. The air seemed to thicken for a moment. She realized she'd put her foot in her mouth. Wanda rarely talked about that subject. Although Susan knew a little, just barely, about it, her husband and 2 sons had died a few years ago. Susan pressed her lips together, uncomfortable with her mistake. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. She apologized in a lowered voice. It's all right. I don't have a husband, Wanda replied calmly. Would you like some cookies? She stood with a gentle smile and walked toward the pantry. Susan, grateful for the change in topic, got up to help her. Sure, did you make them? Yes. Harry helped me, Wanda answered fondly as she served a plate of freshly baked cookies. After a couple of hours, during which the children ran, laughed, and played until they burned through every last spark of energy, the sun began to dip, tinting the sky in warm hues. Celine, ever elegant, said goodbye with the same grace she had arrived. She kissed Daphne and Astoria softly on their foreheads, took their hands tenderly, and after offering Wanda a courteous look and a polite gesture to Susan, disappeared with her daughters through the fireplace in a swirl of green flames. Silence slowly returned to the house, like a light blanket settling after a busy afternoon. You know, someday you'll have to talk about it. You don't have to carry it all by yourself, Susan said gently, looking at Wanda with sincere concern. Wanda glanced at her from the corner of her eye for a few seconds, thoughtful. Susan wasn't wrong, she knew that. The last time she kept everything bottled up, she ended up trapping an entire town in an illusion, and then her mind shattered like a broken mirror. When I'm ready, I'll tell you, Wanda replied calmly, her gaze still fixed on the spot where the girls had vanished. Mum, I'm sleepy, said Hermione, slowly rubbing her eyes. Beside her, Harry was already completely asleep, sprawled out on the couch with one leg dangling off the edge, breathing with his mouth slightly open. They had spent the entire afternoon chasing Red all around the house and garden. The dragon, needing no rest, was practically an endless source of energy perfect for entertaining and exhausting any child. All right, sweetheart. It's time to go, said Susan as she walked over and gently stroked her daughter's hair. She gave Wanda a quick goodbye and waved to Harry, though the boy, deep in sleep, didn't notice at all. Shortly after, the two left through the door, leaving behind a faint scent of cookies and children's laughter. Wanda remained silent for a few seconds, gazing at the dim living room. Then she walked softly over to the couch and, with a sweet smile, lifted Harry into her arms as if he weighed nothing. The boy instinctively snuggled against her chest, murmuring something unintelligible in his sleep. With slow, careful steps, Wanda climbed the stairs and carried him to his room. There, with a simple wave of her hand, she cleaned him of the day's remnants and gently laid him in bed, covering him with a soft blanket. She stood for a moment, watching him sleep, silently. Then, without saying a word, she turned off the light with a gesture and walked out of the room, leaving the door slightly ajar. 23. An unusual day in Diagon Alley. An unusual day in Diagon Alley. Today was a particularly extraordinary day in Diagon Alley. Crowds bustled back and forth, and housewives with radiant faces hurried in one specific direction, the Flourish and Blotts bookstore. The reason was an unusual one. To everyone's surprise, the great Gilderoy Lockheart wasn't just signing books, he had set up a sort of improvised play right in front of the entrance. It was an uncommon move, especially for him, as he claimed he wasn't promoting his latest publication, but rather just wanted to share an intimate moment with his fans. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to this modest improvised performance. Lockhart exclaimed with a dazzling smile. I hope you're as excited as I am to be here with you. As you probably know, I don't have a professional cast ready, so I thought I'd pick someone from the audience at random. Excited screams broke out. Women and not a few men raised their hands and chanted, "Pick me, Gilderoy. Me. How about we do a romantic scene?" Lockhart added, winking gallantly. The squeals intensified. Some women nearly fainted from the excitement. In the crowd, 4 children were watching the scene with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Beside them stood Wanda, Daphne, and Astoria along with their ever-loyal bodyguards hidden among the people. Wanda smiled as she saw the kids so interested in the show, although she quickly noticed the look of discomfort on Harry's face. Not only did he dislike Lockhart, but he also found the romance completely unnecessary. Suddenly, Lockhart's voice called everyone's attention again. "What do you say, the beautiful red-haired lady in the back, would you join me?" The crowd fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned to Wanda. She lifted her gaze slowly and, with a small smile that didn't reach her eyes, replied firmly, "No." The silence that followed was almost theatrical. Some women looked at her as if she had committed a crime. "How dare you?" One managed to say, lips pursed in anger, before her voice abruptly cut off. "Wah." Tried another, but she couldn't finish either. "What's going on?" asked a man, staring at the woman beside him, who was covering her face in horror. Her mouth had vanished. In a matter of seconds, the noise completely died down. Everyone turned to Lockhart, waiting for an explanation. The wizard stood still for a moment, unsure of what to say. But he quickly regained his composure and flashed his most charming smile. "Oh, well, it's not appropriate to speak rudely in front of children. Though my fans are passionate, we must keep things elegant," he declared, as if he had cast the magic that silenced the women. "Now then, let's find another lady." Inside, however, Lockhart knew perfectly well it hadn't been him. And as he glanced sideways at Wanda, he understood the truth. Obviously, it had been her. He wouldn't give up, of course, but he did decide to keep a safe distance for now. The play continued with another randomly chosen volunteer, a woman who took her role far too seriously and tried to kiss Lockhart during the climax of the romantic scene. The show ended with cheers and applause. As Lockhart walked away, the children shared their impressions. "That was boring," Harry said, arms crossed. "I liked it. It was like a fairy tale," said Daphne with a dreamy smile. "I like puppets," added Astoria, the youngest, who clearly hadn't understood a thing. "What did you think, Hermione?" asked Daphne. "It wasn't so bad," Hermione replied calmly. Wanda was silly not to accept being the co-star. She could have won Lockhart's heart. Daphne said playfully. "No," Harry snapped, with a hint of annoyance. "That guy is annoying." "Oh, are you jealous because you don't want anyone stealing your mummy?" Daphne teased, circling him like a shark. "Shut up," Harry said, quickly walking away. But Daphne followed with a mischievous grin, and Astoria joined in the chase, laughing without fully understanding what was happening. From that day on, Lockhart began appearing regularly around Flourish and Blots. Whether to stage another improvised play, sing romantic ballads, or ironically buy his own books. On one of those occasions, Wanda was at the register when Lockhart approached with a stack of copies. As she scanned one of the books, she glanced at the cover. The author was smiling arrogantly exactly like the man standing in front of her. "Did you know I earn 40% per book?" Lockhart commented proudly. "It's the best contract ever signed with this publisher. After all, I'm a bestseller. Royalties from adaptations? 25%. Merch like posters and autographed quills? 15%. Not bad, eh? I can modestly say I'm one of the richest wizards in all of England." "Do you really earn that much just for using your name?" Wanda asked, raising an eyebrow with apparent interest. Lockhart's eyes lit up. For a moment, he thought he was finally making progress with her. "Absolutely. Even if someone mentions my name in their book, they have to pay me royalties," he added enthusiastically. Wanda slowly nodded as she handed him his change. "I see. Then I guess I'll have to get a lawyer for Harry. After all, the entire wizarding world is using his name without permission." With that, she pocketed the money and walked away indifferently, leaving him talking to himself. Lockhart's smile faltered, cracking for the first time. "She's hard to win over," he muttered, turning away. "Where are we going, Mom?" asked Harry as he walked hand in hand with Wanda. Beside them, Hermione accompanied them more out of curiosity than anything else. "To the Ministry of Magic," Wanda replied, immediately sparking Harry's interest and even more so, Hermione's. The three of them stepped into the fireplace just before a green flame engulfed them and transported them away. Upon arrival, they found themselves surrounded by a crowd of witches and wizards rushing back and forth. The place was packed. The fireplaces flared on and off non-stop, one after another. On both sides of the lobby, 2 long rows of fireplaces seemed endless, their green flames never ceasing. Wanda led the children toward a guard who was calmly sitting and reading a magazine. "Leave your wands for inspection," the guard said without even looking up. Wanda placed her red wand on the table casually. The guard set his magazine aside and, without looking directly at them, reached out to take the wand. However, the closer his hand got to it, the more a deep sense of fear began to rise in his chest. Just a centimeter from touching it, he was already drenched in sweat, his mind flooded with alarms he didn't even understand. He swallowed hard. "You may pass, doesn't seem to have anything strange," he said with a forced smile, his face soaked in sweat. "Good," Wanda replied calmly before taking her wand and continuing on with the children. The guard, meanwhile, quickly wiped away his sweat and muttered prayers to Merlin and even to gods from all over the world, begging that the woman hadn't come to attack the ministry. After that, Wanda took them directly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to the Office of Spell and Magical Creations Registry. There, the clerk, upon recognizing Harry Potter, greeted Wanda with a smile and helped her fill out the forms. Basically, they registered Harry's name and image as intellectual property and, at the same time, filed a unified claim before the Wisengamot demanding royalties from anyone who had used his likeness. "Actually, that was easier than I thought," Wanda said as she signed. "It's not as well regulated as in the Muggle world, but wizards should also protect their inventions," the clerk commented kindly, a middle-aged man named Edward Ted Tonks. "For example, the Potter family got rich decades ago by selling the patent for a hair potion. If I'm not mistaken, young Mr. Potter should be receiving money every year, since it's still quite popular in the wizarding world." "So the people using Harry's name were doing it illegally?" asked Hermione, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Technically, yes. They didn't get express permission from Harry or his guardian to." Ted paused, frowning as he examined a document that had just arrived on his desk. "What's wrong?" Wanda asked, noticing his expression. "This is strange. It says here that Harry's magical guardian gave permission to use his name." Ted showed them the paper, looking slightly confused. Wanda recognized the signature instantly. Even Ted did, and that's why he didn't know how to go on. "Where are the royalties going?" Wanda asked seriously. "To Hogwarts," Ted replied, clearly uncomfortable. "I see. Change that. They should go to Harry's vault," Wanda ordered calmly. Yes, that's easy to do. But would you also like to file a formal complaint against Hogwarts?" Ted asked timidly. After all, it was the school where he had trained, and his daughter was currently studying there. Still, if something illegal had been done, he was willing to help. "No, don't worry. I'll recover the money that belongs to Harry," Wanda said in a low, calm voice. Ted felt a chill run down his spine but didn't ask anything else. "Then you just need to sign here, and everything will be ready," he said as he placed the document in front of Wanda and Harry. Both of them signed without hesitation, stood up, and said goodbye. "It was a pleasure meeting you," said Ted with a smile, watching the beautiful woman and the children walk away. Though deep down, he couldn't stop wondering what exactly Wanda meant by "recover what belongs to him." A few days later, as he was having breakfast, he read the newspaper and froze at the headline on the front page. "Robbery at Gringotts, the biggest heist in history and the first ever documented." Apparently, someone broke into a private vault and took everything, including ancient magical books, gold, and family relics. The owner, none other than Albus Dumbledore, who claimed to be completely shocked. Ted stared at the newspaper, feeling a strange connection but quickly shook his head. No, I didn't hear anything about that. Of course not, he muttered before throwing the paper away. 24. Only a mother. Only a mother. The door to Wanda's house sounded with a firm, though not urgent, knock. She rose calmly from the couch and went to open it without showing the slightest haste. Standing at the entrance was an elderly man, easily recognizable. His stern and slightly disturbed expression made it clear he wasn't there by choice. It was Albus Dumbledore. You finally came. I thought you didn't want your things, Wanda remarked with a serene, almost mocking smile. Before Dumbledore could respond, a flying parchment interrupted him, floating gently until it hovered in front of him. Sign, said Wanda with the same calm tone. But though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable command. Dumbledore read the heading on the document. Transfer of magical legal guardianship. He glanced from the parchment to Wanda, who stared at him emotionlessly, a quill floating by her hand like a silent threat. Sigh, I'm too old for this sort of thing, Dumbledore muttered before taking the quill and signing with resignation. The parchment rolled up on its own and vanished with a small pop. Wanda flicked her wrist and tossed him a bag. Dumbledore caught it and opened it to inspect its contents. Inside were his personal belongings, though what concerned him most were the magical objects within, relics, grimoires, and most importantly, a particular book. One no one else should ever read unless they wanted to create another Voldemort. By the way, I withdrew the money that rightfully belongs to Harry, Wanda added as she turned to go back inside. You should be grateful I was polite. If this had been the first day we met, I would have claimed guardianship by other means. And without giving him the chance to reply, she shut the door in his face. Dumbledore hadn't even been able to defend himself from the start. Meanwhile, inside the house. Mom, who was it? Harry asked without taking his focus off the heavy bowling ball he was levitating. Beside him, Hermione was attempting the same with a simple football. Hermione, with her competitive streak activated, decided to try lifting the bowling ball too but couldn't raise it more than a few centimeters before giving up and returning to the football. Sweat slid down her forehead from the effort. She was so focused she couldn't even speak. No one. Just a salesman, Wanda replied calmly as she walked over to them. Take a break, she added when she saw Hermione's exhausted face, barely managing to keep the ball in the air. Harry, on the other hand, maintained his control with ease. He didn't even seem particularly focused. That was the difference between chaos magic and the magic of this world. One responded directly to the users while the other required constant concentration to stay active. Hermione and Harry lowered their respective objects. Hermione dropped to the floor and stared at the ceiling, lightly panting. Harry remained silent, not wanting to reignite her competitive spirit. Mom, why aren't we learning other spells? Are we just going to use telekinesis? Harry asked curiously. It's an excellent way to train your magical control and stamina, Wanda replied as she sat down. Besides, telekinesis is useful for everything. With enough power, you could lift a building and, well, throw it at someone. Ahem, it's useful, she corrected herself with a smile. I thought it was pretty easy, said Harry, shrugging. I think it's really hard. Hermione replied, now somewhat recovered, shooting him a side glance with her eyes lit by competitiveness. Harry silently regretted opening his mouth. Wanda just smiled. It was fun watching them interact. Later, while the children rested after another competition to see who could hold their objects in the air the longest, Wanda was sitting on the couch with a book in her hands. She looked up, closed the book calmly, and gave a quick glance at the kids, who were now snacking without a care in the world. She got up and walked steadily to the back door that led to the garden. She opened it naturally and stepped outside. Her eyes narrowed, focusing on the shadows moving around the property, believing she couldn't see them. Sigh, she exhaled without emotion. She raised her hand, and 7 wizards were dragged by an invisible force, lifted into the air like puppets caught in unseen strings. They were completely compressed by an overwhelming magical pressure, as if giant invisible hands were crushing them. All of them were trained wizards. All of them were terrified. Wanda released the mouth of one. You filthy mudblood. Release us right now. We're from the Pluff family. He shouted before his blood burst outward and dried midair as if it had never existed. I'm usually more composed. It's been a while since I've killed anyone, Wanda said with an expressionless face. But that's only for those not stupid enough to attack my house where my son lives. In the past, she'd settled for stripping dark wizards of their magic if they committed crimes near Harry. But these people weren't just any criminals, they had come with the intention of doing harm. Another one, feeling his mouth was also freed, cried out desperately. We'll tell you everything, please. I already know who sent you and where they are. I just wanted you to feel the suffering you were planning to cause. Watch someone die in front of you before being next, Wanda said. And another exploded. Sometimes, being evil was the simplest solution. The rest opened their eyes in horror, but Wanda didn't want Harry or Hermione to hear anything. So they all exploded at once. Blood splattered through the air but was absorbed into the ground within seconds, leaving no trace. Wanda's clothes shifted, revealing her true attire as the Scarlet Witch. And she vanished with a soft pop. An increasingly haggard old man, Arthurus Flint, was seated in front of an antique desk, softly tapping the surface with one of his fingers blackened by the curse he had recently discovered was consuming him. An incurable curse. That's why his methods had become more desperate, more direct. He wanted to clean up the mess he had dragged his family into, hoping the family tree would remember him as a hero and not as the fool who caused the downfall of the Flints at the hands of the Greengrass family. The Flint family's 18 legal businesses had been burned to the ground. 10 out of their 11 dark enterprises had been discovered by the Aurors, and the last Oni guild of assassins working under the family name was currently carrying out what would likely be its final mission before vanishing underground. I don't understand what's so special about that woman and her son for the Greengrass family to protect them so fiercely, Arthurus muttered, his voice unhinged with laughter as his body trembled slightly from the curse that was slowly devouring him from within. But I'll take at least one of them with me. You really are a fool, said a soft, icy female voice suddenly from the shadows behind him. The Greengrass family wasn't protecting your enemies, they were protecting all the pseudo-noble families in the wizarding world. The old man spun around instantly, holding a wand that was clearly not his own. But before he could even cast a spell, the wand exploded in his hand, sending shards flying across the room. His eyes widened in true terror. Standing calmly before him was a woman dressed in a scarlet outfit that looked like it had been spun from pure blood. Her hair floated gently as if the wind blew for her alone, and her mere presence made the air in the room heavier, harder to breathe. You, Arthurus whispered, trembling. A foolish worry, yours, Wanda said coldly, not even bothering to hide her disdain. I would only destroy the idiotic family that tries to harm my son, not all of them. But I understand why they reacted. They figured out fairly quickly that it was me hunting down dark wizards. What are you doing here? He asked, his voice breaking. Wanda looked at him for a moment, emotionless. I'm sending you to hell. And I don't mean that metaphorically. A crimson-red portal opened to one side, swirling as if it bled dark energy. From it emerged a grotesque, terrifying infernal creature. Its body was covered in a corrosive liquid that melted the ground beneath its feet, its fangs as sharp as blades, its eyes entirely red, and claw marks all over its body, evidence of battles with its own brethren in that hellish place. Arthurus turned pale, frozen in horror. Take him, Wanda ordered calmly. The beast didn't hesitate. It extended a massive hand and grabbed him with chilling ease, dragging him into the portal. Inside, dozens, no, hundreds of demons could be seen walking through a city made of blackened stone and fire. No! Screamed Arthurus, his voice fading as he was swallowed by the portal with no hope of return. Wanda watched the scene in silence. This is the last time, she murmured to herself as her steps began to ignite in magical flames. With a soft pop, she vanished. The mansion was left behind, burning in fire red as blood, slowly consumed by the flames of punishment. Next chapter, Journey to Ottery St. Catchpole, where a beautiful and slightly odd blonde lady will make her appearance. 25. Pandora. Pandora. A red-haired woman walked calmly through the green meadows of Ottery St. Catchpole, accompanied by 2 children. Around her, the landscape was peaceful, gentle hills, scattered trees, and a clear sky with no trace of smoke or crowded buildings like in the city. It was a charming rural area, almost magical in itself, and her presence quickly caught the attention of the few townsfolk. The locals watched them with curiosity, but also warmth, greeting them with friendly smiles as they passed by. After all, it was easy to tell they weren't from around there. Why did we come here, Aunt Wanda? Asked Hermione, now Wanda's magical apprentice. Ever since she had started her lessons, it had become increasingly common to see her alongside Harry and the redhead. In fact, it had become part of their everyday routine. Just to rest the mind a little, Wanda replied serenely. It's important to relax from time to time. Harry, for his part, looked around with wide, curious eyes. According to some magical documents that had recently arrived, most of this land belonged to him, or at least, it should. The goblins had nearly stolen it, which only increased his interest in exploring every corner. All right, Hermione said with a slight grumble. For her, studying magic was more important than taking a walk. But if Wanda said so, there must have been a reason. The 3 of them walked for a while, enjoying the soft breeze and clean air, speaking in hushed tones as they took in the pristine and silent scenery. There were no loud cars, no endless rows of identical houses, no gray smoke in the sky. Though they lived in a fairly private and quiet area, this felt different. Here, time seemed to stand still. Mum, let's go to that mountain. Harry suddenly said, pointing excitedly at a nearby hill. Hermione frowned, a little tired. My feet hurt. Come on, Hermione, don't be a spoilsport, Harry replied cheerfully, still full of energy. Wanda smiled. With a light wave of her hand, she levitated both children, and then floated up herself toward the hill. There was no need to keep walking. Once they reached the top, she gently set the children down. From up there, the view was stunning: rolling hills, crystal clear rivers, small scattered cottages. The people in the valley below looked like ants. But Wanda's gaze drifted and locked eyes with a woman sitting a few meters away, a blonde with gray eyes who watched her with calm curiosity. Beside her, a small girl, also blonde, with messy hair and the same dreamy eyes, sat playing in the grass with a bubble wand. Hello, said the woman kindly, raising her hand in a friendly wave. Hello, Wanda replied, and the children mirrored the gesture. We're having a fabulous day. Why don't you join us? The woman offered with a peaceful smile, bringing her hands together with a theatrical grace. The little girl got up and walked over to Harry and Hermione without any hesitation. "Here," she said to Harry, handing him the bubble wand with no explanation. Harry looked at Wanda, unsure. "Sure, we can rest a little longer," Wanda said, giving him a gentle nod. The woman seemed delighted by the answer. She drew her wand, gave it a small flick, and from her bag emerged a blanket that spread itself over the grass. The girl ran over excitedly and threw herself onto the blanket before it even settled, laughing with joy. "My name is Pandora Lovegood, and this is my wonderful daughter, Luna," said the woman as she lovingly ran her fingers through the child's wild hair. "Hi," said Luna with a bright smile, her messy hair giving her a wild and enchanting look. "Wanda. That's my son, Harry, and this is my student, Hermione," Wanda introduced calmly, motioning to the children now sitting on either side of her on the blanket. "Such lovely names," Pandora said with genuine sweetness. Then Luna got up again, walked back to Harry, took the bubble wand from his hands, opened it with serious focus, and blew hard, filling the air with iridescent bubbles. "Now you," she said, handing it back to him. Harry obeyed and blew more bubbles, while Pandora watched with a nostalgic smile. "It was a gift from our neighbor Arthur. Luna loves it. Says he brought it from the Muggle world," Pandora commented softly. Then she turned toward Wanda, visibly intrigued. "By the way, may I ask what spell you used to fly? I've been trying for years, but it's harder than it looks. I've tried Levioso, Repulso, even Accio, but it all ended in disaster. My husband nearly lost his mind when I came back with half my bones broken," Pandora added, as if recounting a funny story. Wanda stared at her silently for a moment, not quite sure how to answer. "It's not a spell. It's something more like telekinesis," she finally explained, calmly. Pandora's eyes widened, and she scrambled across the blanket, almost crawling, until she was right in front of Wanda. "Telekinesis?" she asked with genuine fascination. Wanda leaned back slightly, a bit uncomfortable. "Yes, something like that," she said, and with a small gesture, she levitated a nearby pebble, which floated slowly and hung suspended in the air between them. "Wandless magic!" Pandora exclaimed, even more delighted, taking Wanda's hands in hers. Harry and Hermione watched with amusement. Seeing Wanda uncomfortable was a rare sight. She was usually the perfect image of control, calm, and composure. Now they understood why Wanda liked making Susan nervous. It was actually quite fun to watch. "Oh, right." Pandora suddenly cried as if remembering something important. She turned and stuck her hands into her bag literally. Half her body disappeared inside the sack, which was clearly enchanted with an extension charm. She rummaged with excitement until she found what she was looking for, mumbling with glee. Then, Pandora pulled from her bag a large book bound in worn leather. When she opened it, the pages were filled with notes, strange symbols, and delightfully chaotic drawings. Some pages were even covered in colorful scribbles, clearly made by a child's hand. "Here it is," she said enthusiastically, pointing at a page filled with swirling purple ink and rotating diagrams. "If you teach me your flying spell, I'll teach you this one." At the top of the page, written in glowing letters, it read, "Jocosus Revelio, a charm that reveals a person's hidden sense of humor. If someone is too serious, the spell might cause them to blurt out a spontaneous joke without realizing it, as if their subconscious escaped through their mouth. In extreme cases, it could make them see the world as a comedy for several minutes." Wanda raised an eyebrow as she read the description. She didn't respond immediately, and Pandora, interpreting her silence as a rejection, gave a brief pout. "You don't like it? Wait, I have more." She flipped through the pages at high speed, leaving behind a trail of sketches, tea stains, magical symbols, and playful handwriting. She stopped at another one. Resonare Sentia, a charm that allows emotional synchronization with another person, sharing joy, sadness, or calm directly and mutually. "This one isn't very exciting to share either, is it?" she murmured, mostly to herself. And she kept searching, until she stopped at a particularly messy page, covered in scribbles and silver ink. "Portalis Externum, advanced and experimental enchantment. Allows opening a portal to unknown magical dimensions. Warning, destination uncertain. Return not guaranteed. This one is incomplete, we don't know where it leads or if it's even possible to come back. It's dangerous," Pandora said with a carefree smile as she pointed at it. But to her surprise, Wanda gently placed a hand on her arm to stop her. "I like that one." Pandora blinked. "Are you sure? I inherited it from my grandmother. I've sent small creatures through, frogs and mice, they never came back. My husband nearly locked me in the shed when I tried it with a cat." "I know," Wanda replied with an almost unsettling calm. "There's something intriguing about it." Pandora shrugged, accepting the deal with a nonchalant smile. "Well, all right then." With an elegant motion, Wanda made a red notebook appear in her hand. Its covers shimmered with a faint enchanted glow. She handed it to Pandora. "This is a basic treatise on telekinesis. I just wrote it," Wanda said casually. Pandora's eyes widened in amazement, not because of the content, which she hadn't even read yet, but because of the magical fluidity with which it had been created. But she couldn't resist the unfinished spell. She pointed her wand at the relevant pages of her book, copying the notes with a series of expert movements. "Exchange complete," she announced happily, hugging her new notebook tightly. It's like collecting rare magic cards, but better. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione, slightly bored of watching the grown-ups trade spells like collectible stickers, began running across the field, chasing magical bubbles and laughing with each pop. Pandora looked at them fondly before turning her attention back to Wanda. Her gray eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and pure curiosity. Are you a magical researcher? Do you study artifacts? Are you interested in dimensional portals, or just broomless flight? Have you tried talking to plants? Some whisper at night if you give them chamomile. Wanda let out a soft chuckle as she turned the pages of Pandora's spell with genuine interest. She might not admit it out loud, but that chaotic whirlwind of energy called Pandora Lovegood, she liked her. 26. Just another day at Wanda's. 26. Just another day at Wanda's. Just another day at Wanda's. Pandora was delighted to talk with Wanda, as if there weren't enough hours in the day to share ideas, theories, and anecdotes. However, at one point, she glanced up at the sky and noticed the sun beginning to set in hues of orange and gold. Wow, it's already evening, she murmured with a soft sigh. I suppose it's time to head back home. The children, meanwhile, had fallen fast asleep on the grass after spending hours lying there, watching clouds and guessing their shapes, a dragon, a teapot, a hat with legs. Pandora looked at them fondly and then turned to Wanda. I know, let's exchange addresses. That way, we can send each other letters. Or better yet, you could visit me and I'll show you my research center, she said with an excited smile. Well, it's actually just my basement. But I have jars that glow when you speak to them in Russian. Wanda smiled and nodded as they pulled out quill and parchment to exchange addresses. Then I'll see you soon, Pandora said cheerfully, gently lifting her sleeping daughter into her arms. With a final friendly wave, she vanished with a soft crack. Wanda looked down at the two sleepyheads and smiled, carefully picking them up. With another crack, she appeared in her living room, where she found Susan comfortably settled on the couch, munching on snacks while watching TV. Oh, sure. You lot were out having fun, and I was stuck all day with Patience, Susan complained with fake dramatics, not even looking away from the screen. Didn't you say you needed a quiet day? Wanda asked as she laid Harry and Hermione down on the couch. Quiet, yes. But I didn't know it would include envy, Susan muttered with a pout. Then she glanced sideways at Wanda, eyes twinkling. So, has your heartthrob Lockhart been showing up at the bookstore again with his cheesy lines? He gave up. Or at least, I hope he did, Wanda replied, raising an eyebrow. Or maybe he's off learning new flirting techniques, Susan joked with a chuckle. Though, if you ask me, all it would take is one grumpy man scowling at him to make him run off like a frightened mouse. Wanda gave her a look serious, but amused. Alright, I get it. You're not interested. I'm just saying, Susan said quickly, holding up her hands in surrender with a resigned smile. After the disappearance of Arthurus Flint and the fall of several of his dark businesses, the Flint family finally conceded to the Greengrasses. As a gesture of reconciliation, they disowned Chelsea and handed over a couple of properties that had previously housed their shops. With that, the Cold War between the two families came to an end, and a few months later, the British magical world regained a tense but solid peace. Since then, it had become common to see Daphne visiting the bookstore almost daily. She played with Harry and Hermione after her classes, and the three of them would spend the afternoons among books, spells, and cheerful chatter. The reason was simple: making friends with Muggle kids was hard. Not that they didn't try, but something about them, maybe the magic, made other children feel uneasy. Some even called them weirdos for no real reason. But at the bookstore, thanks to Wanda's work, the atmosphere was different. Magical children were welcome, and friendships blossomed naturally. Pandora also started visiting frequently, fascinated by the fact that Wanda worked there. She often came with her daughter Luna, who quickly joined the group to play or experiment with enchanted objects. On one of those visits, Wanda met Pandora's husband, Xenophilius Lovegood, a man just as eccentric as his wife. They got along wonderfully. Strange, absolutely, but charming, and happy, which, in the end, was what truly mattered. That day was a day off, and Wanda was taking advantage of it by cooking at home while Harry and Hermione were deep into their latest project, creating a magical toy using the book Alchemy, from Troll to Supreme Sorcerer. Harry had proposed making a magical version of those battle robots where the goal was to knock off the opponent's head, but using runes. The problem was that the arcane inscriptions were nearly impossible to understand. Wanda, seeing them struggling with the translations, enchanted a pair of glasses for them that automatically displayed the meaning of each rune. Seeing Harry wear glasses again made her smile. He used to need them, but Wanda had easily corrected his vision. Now, seeing him with them again, magical as they were, was oddly adorable. The kids were so focused on their miniature model that they didn't even notice the rapid, frantic knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Harry, can you see who it is? Wanda called from the kitchen, not sounding too concerned. Okay, Harry replied, getting up. He opened the door casually and completely froze. Pandora was standing there, beaming as always, but her left arm was covered in blood. Not just a small cut, no. It looked like the entire arm had been torn off and then haphazardly wrapped in bandages. Hi, Harry. Is your mum home? She asked with such absurd calm that it was almost comical. Mum. Harry shouted, somewhere between surprise and alarm. Wanda appeared in a flash, and upon seeing Pandora, she also stopped in her tracks. Sorry, do you think you could fix this? If Zeno finds out, he's going to scold me, Pandora said, lifting her bloody arm as if showing off a bouquet. Wanda said nothing. She just raised her hands, and with a quick spell, Pandora's arm gently levitated and reattached itself to her shoulder. The skin regenerated with astonishing speed, and within seconds, all that remained was a thin scar. The blood vanished from her clothes in the blink of an eye. Phew, thanks. Really. Zeno faints if he sees more than 3 drops of blood, Pandora said, as casually as if discussing the weather. What did you do this time? Wanda asked, crossing her arms. Well, you know that spell that makes teeth grow? I was trying to adapt it to grow arms. Just a bit. But I may have overdone it. Literally. Wanda started walking toward the fireplace with a serious expression. I'm going to let your husband know. Wait. Pandora yelped, dashing after her like she actually was worried this time. Meanwhile, Harry was still frozen in the doorway. Hermione approached him cautiously. Are you okay? She asked softly. Yet just a bit surprised, said Harry, shaking his head and snapping out of it. He closed the door calmly, as if Pandora hadn't just shown up bleeding all over with the same ease as someone bringing over a pie. It was only a few minutes later that Xenophilius arrived at the house, accompanied by Luna. Upon seeing his wife, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. He hugged her immediately, more relieved than angry, though he didn't stop scolding her gently as he checked her over with trembling hands. Again, Pandora. What was it this time? He murmured, voice thick with worry, never taking his eyes off her now healed arm. Just a poorly calibrated experiment, she replied with a guilty little smile. He thanked Wanda at least half a dozen times, nearly tripping on the rug in his haste to leave. He wanted to take Pandora to St. Mungo's immediately to make sure there were no internal consequences. Pandora, though hesitant at first, eventually followed her husband without complaint. Seeing Xenophilius so distressed broke her heart a little. She adored his quirks, but he always worried too much when she got hurt. See you another day, Wanda, Pandora said before vanishing into green flames through the fireplace, waving as if nothing had happened though she still had a faint smear of blood on her cheek. Right at that moment, the front door opened, as if fate had a sense of humor. Susan walked in carrying a grocery bag, wearing the usual expression of someone who already considered herself part of the furniture. Hey, I think there's blood on your Portia, she said, raising an eyebrow and pointing at a small trail of red drops on the floor. It was Aunt Pandora, Hermione replied without looking up from her project, as calm as if they were talking about the weather. Again. Susan muttered with resignation. She'd met Pandora a couple of months ago. A charming woman but with the alarming habit of showing up at Wanda's house injured, as if it were her personal ER. She ripped her arm off, added Harry, who had already returned to his spot beside Hermione to keep working on their magical toy. Susan's eyes widened, but she didn't say anything right away. She just looked at the 2 kids, both completely focused. You're way too calm for having just witnessed a self-amputation, she commented with a half-smile. It was impressive, Harry murmured. But these runes are harder than that. Susan shook her head, amused, but her expression quickly turned to a frown as she noticed something missing. Where's Red? Where'd you leave that mini dragon? She asked, looking around. Hermione and Harry exchanged a look, as if they had just remembered something of life or death importance. They both jumped up and dashed toward the backyard. Wanda and Susan exchanged a tired glance just as shouts rang out from outside. No, Red, don't eat the clothes. You don't even need to eat. Harry, he's eating your favorite shirt. Ah, bad dragon. As chaos erupted outside, Susan sat at the kitchen counter and pulled a cookie from her purse, as if disorder had already become a normal part of her routine. By the way, the Quidditch World Cup is in a couple of days. Are we going? She asked casually. My Wendell's become a fan of the game though, of course, us going might be a little risky. Of course we are, Wanda replied, stirring the pot calmly. I'll ask Celine and Pandora if they want to come with us. That way we'll go as a group and hopefully no one will lose an arm. Perfect. Just make sure Pandora doesn't try to enchant the broom to fly with moon energy. She already tried that last time, Wanda murmured with a resigned smile. It blew up in her face. Literally. They both laughed softly as the sound of fabric tearing came from the yard, followed by another shout from Harry. Red, let it go. 27. Magic, Friends, and Quidditch. Magic, Friends, and Quidditch. The Granger family arrived at Wanda's house while everyone was getting ready for their trip to the Quidditch World Cup. Wanda would be taking them. She had no difficulty transporting them all at once via apparition. The Lovegood and Greengrass families would meet them there. Normally, children can't travel by apparition, especially if they're from the Muggle world, but Hermione and Harry weren't at Hogwarts yet and didn't even have wands, so they weren't marked with the trace. They were waiting in the living room. Harry and Wendell were more excited than Susan and Hermione. Which team are you supporting, Harry? Wendell asked with a smile. He was usually busy all the time, so it was rare for him to join the family on a trip. Especially since, after his wife became friends with Wanda and they discovered Hermione was a witch, Susan started dumping all her work on him. Of course, he didn't complain. He was something of a workaholic. But over time, he had become a fan of Quidditch, a magical sport that was unlike any of the sports he usually enjoyed. His wife, who often went to Diagon Alley to help their daughter adapt to a world she'd be connected to for the rest of her life, always brought him souvenirs, which he kept in a room similar to Harry's playroom, but dedicated solely to sports memorabilia. The United States. Mom comes from there, Harry said with a smile. Oh really? Not going to support our country? Wendell asked with an amused grin. That too, Harry replied easily. By the way, who's playing today? Susan asked, leaning back on the sofa and interrupting the conversation. Bulgaria and Brazil. It's the semi-finals. Then it'll be England versus the United States. The winners will face each other in the final. Too bad we won't be able to see that one. The tickets have been sold out for ages. Luckily, Wanda managed to get us seats for this match, Wendell explained. Is everyone ready? Wanda asked, checking the time. It was time to leave, just as planned. Yes. They all said. Then, everyone hold hands, Wanda said with a smile. They all obeyed, and in a blink, they disappeared from the center of the living room. Of course, Wanda's house had anti-apparition wards, but they only applied to uninvited guests, or rather, there was no barrier that could stop Wanda if she wanted to move. After a slight bout of dizziness from Susan and Wendell, who weren't used to the feeling, both looked up to see the crowd around them. Everyone was dressed in extravagant, sometimes comical outfits. Strange magical creatures were also walking among the witches and wizards. The place where the match was held was a coastal area. You could even see the sea in the distance. All right, let's go. Celine said she would get our camping spot ready, Susan said with a smile, pulling out a note with the address that had been sent to Wanda earlier. Everyone followed Susan, eyeing the various stalls and the wizards everywhere with interest. It was normal to see magic in Diagon Alley, but here there were even more witches and wizards. Spells flew everywhere, and they could see auras running back and forth, stopping those who caused trouble. After a while, they reached a much quieter tent area. The wizards and witches walking there were all well dressed, wearing expensive-looking robes and even flashy jewelry. Looking at the section signs, they found a beautifully decorated green tent with golden thread adorning the roof. Just in time, the Greengrass family was stepping out to greet them. Oh, you're here. Welcome, Celine said warmly, while her husband, with his usual emotionless expression, gave a slight nod in greeting. Harry, Hermione, you took forever. Daphne said with a bright smile as she and Astoria approached. We had a tent set up for you and another one next to it for the Lovegood family, Celine said, pointing to 3 identical tents lined up in a row. Thank you so much. You didn't have to go to the trouble. I would have loved to see Pandora's husband and Wendell trying to set one up, Susan said with a grin. Wendell immediately grew defensive. Hey, I know how to pitch a tent. Remember, I was a Boy Scout. He added. When we went fishing last summer, you couldn't even set up your fishing rod, dear, Susan whispered to her husband. It was a defective rod. Wendell replied quickly. Thankfully, his wife knew not to embarrass him, though she did enjoy teasing him. Maybe a bit too much. Probably because she couldn't do it to Wanda, so she did it to him instead. So, we'll drop off our stuff and then go explore. What about you? Wanda asked. We're coming with you. Hanging around this place full of stuck-up people is boring, Celine said, while Edward gave her a sideways glance. What? It's true, Celine said with a shrug toward her husband. Wendell and Edward realized why Celine and Susan had become friends so easily. They had very similar personalities. Hey! Pandora's voice called out not far away as she approached with her husband and Luna. Looks like we made it on time, Pandora said with a smile. We're going to drop off our things and then head out to explore, Wanda said. Then we'll do the same, Pandora replied cheerfully, as Celine pointed out the tent prepared for them. After a few minutes, everyone stepped out of their respective family tents. Wanda's was next to the Greengrass families, the Grangers were in the middle, and the Lovegoods were in the one next to them, which had a view of the sea. After that, the 4 families went out together to explore the stalls, buying things for the children while the women chatted with relaxed smiles. The 3 husbands just walked behind them, smiling as they watched them enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, the children ran around, buying anything that caught their interest. Harry was walking with the others when something caught his eye. It looked like a pair of binoculars, so he approached the vendor. What's this? He asked. Omnioculars. They're magical binoculars that let you see plays in slow motion, replay moments, and display player information, the vendor replied with a professional smile. Harry's eyes lit up with interest. Then please give me 2, said Harry. One was for him, and the other for Wanda. But then he looked at the girls who were with him. Make that 4 more, he added. Wow, you're quite the little Casanova, said the vendor as she started putting the omnioculars into a paper bag. That'll be 60 galleons. Harry didn't understand what Casanova meant, so he ignored the comment. He pulled out some gold coins from the small pouch Wanda had made for him and paid. Then he began handing out an omniocular to each of the girls. Thank you, they said happily. Daphne. But a voice interrupted, causing Daphne and the others to turn and see a blonde boy in elegant clothing approaching with a smile that seemed forced her at least a little nervous. Long time no see. Hello, Draco, Daphne said calmly, looking at Draco after so long. Draco had been her first friend, but he had drifted away when his father forbade him from seeing her again, leaving her alone once more. Luckily, she had met Hermione and Harry, so she held no grudge. "Are these your friends?" Draco asked, looking at Hermione and the others, until his gaze settled for a moment on Harry and the scar on his forehead. "Harry Potter!" he exclaimed in surprise. "Draco, come back to the tent." A woman's voice called from afar. "Coming," he shouted back. Then he turned to the others. "Well, it was nice seeing you." And with a brief nod, he ran off. Meanwhile, Edward and his wife were watching the conversation between Draco and their daughter. "Looks like his mother is straightening him out little by little." Normally he'd have started with some sarcastic and competitive comment, Celine remarked, while Edward nodded. Then the two of them looked away and continued walking with the others. After finishing their shopping, it was time to go watch the match, so everyone headed to their assigned section no less than the main box, alongside the other pureblood families and the ministers. 28 Mascots, Magic, and Memories. 28 Mascots, Magic, and Memories. Mascots, Magic, and Memories. Many friendly and some clearly disdainful glances were directed at Wanda's group and the others. The looks of contempt were mostly aimed at the Granger family, watching them with disgust, as if wanting to speak but not daring to. After all, the Greengrass family had recently won a rather intense dispute against another household. Provoking them now would be a fast track to becoming the next target. Only someone like Lucius Malfoy would have the arrogance or courage to speak up in a situation like that. For years, he had been the undisputed leader of the darker families. However, after his fall, the Caro family had taken over, albeit with a more shadowy, discreet approach. On top of that, the Flint family had hidden backing from several families who had lost massive amounts of money, all thanks to Edward Greengrass. Or rather, all that money had ended up in his hands. So if anyone wanted to challenge him, they'd better be very well prepared. On the other hand, the friendly glances came from acquaintances of Celine and Edward, people without prejudice, which was quite rare in the magical world, especially among high-ranking attendees. Everyone simply exchanged a look and a nod before taking their seats. Today wasn't about business or power plays. They had come to enjoy themselves. The stadium was buzzing with chatter and rising anticipation when the commentator finally broke through the noise with his enthusiastic voice. "Welcome, everyone, to this fabulous and exciting semi-final match. Today, the stars of both countries will give it their all for a chance at the grand final. The cup is close, and nobody wants to lose a single point." There was applause, but the commentator didn't let the excitement die down. "But we won't start off boring. Let's give a warm welcome to Brazil's mascot, the Capras." A crowd of small, hairy creatures riding boars burst onto the field. They raced around with mischievous grins and wild energy. One even darted between an unsuspecting referee's legs, sending him face first into the grass. Another pair of capers jumped on him, shredded what was left of his clothes, and ran off with his whistle in triumph. The stands erupted with laughter as the caretakers scrambled after the creatures, failing miserably to catch them. "Well, looks like they didn't finish their training," the announcer quipped, causing another wave of laughter to roll through the crowd. Eventually, with the help of several wizards, the capers were corralled into a corner, though they were still squirming and plotting their next escape. Amid the chaos, Harry, who sat in front of Wanda, eyes shining with interest, turned around to face her. "Mum, can we?" "No," Wanda replied with a calm smile. "But I didn't even finish asking." Harry protested, arms crossed and brows furrowed. The girls sat in a neat row beside him, right at the front of the VIP box, while the adults filled the row behind. "Now that the field is calm and clear of danger, why don't we welcome Bulgaria's mascots, the Velas?" the announcer declared, with noticeably more excitement than when he had introduced the Capras. And the reason became immediately obvious. Dozens of breathtakingly beautiful women dressed like cheerleaders walked onto the field, smiling radiantly and waving to the audience before breaking into an enchanting dance. Chaos erupted. Men in the stands began acting as though under a spell because they were. Some struggled to stay seated, while others looked ready to leap over the rails just to reach the Velas. Even the referee, still in his tattered clothes, began dancing along with them, completely entranced. The VIP box wasn't much better. Even the so-called noble families couldn't resist the Velas' allure. Many remained seated, yes, but slack-jawed and wide-eyed. Meanwhile, in the Lovegood section, Pandora and Xenophilius stood cheering like lifelong fans, clapping and beaming with genuine joy. Edward Greengrass sat with his legs crossed, eyes closed, radiating the relaxed grace of a noble. Beside him, Celine smiled with amused interest, clapping lightly at the display. Susan, however, glanced sideways at her husband with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He, for his part, was sweating bullets, using every ounce of willpower to resist the Velas' enchantment. And to be fair, for a muggle to hold out against a Velas' magic like that was nothing short of legendary. Harry, sitting front Wanda, simply tilted his head, not understanding what was going on. After all, even though his chaos magic was still weak, that type of magic had a natural resistance to mind control. To him, this kind of spell was irrelevant. "What's going on?" he asked, confused. "Oh, Harry. We read about it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Velas are magical creatures that can enchant men," Hermione quickly explained. "But in the book, they were ugly monsters with harpy heads," Harry replied. That's the form they use to trick fools, Daphne said with a mocking tone. Daphne, language, Celine called out from behind. Sorry, the blonde answered instantly. To trick the gullible. That made everyone laugh. Finally, the match began in earnest. Wow, looks like they're starting with everything they've got. The beaters aren't letting anything through. Time to release the snitch while they're smashing each other's heads in. The commentator shouted excitedly as the players on their brooms hurled bludgers at one another without mercy. And the golden snitch has been released. He yelled again as the tiny winged ball sparkled in the sunlight, darting around the field at dazzling speed. But before anyone could even react, Brazil's seeker shot forward like a lightning bolt, dove down, and caught the snitch with almost insulting ease. Wait, what? Brazil's seeker just caught the golden snitch. The commentator exclaimed, stunned for a few seconds before bursting with excitement. He didn't even let the poor snitch stretch its wings. And don't even mention the quaffle, it didn't go through a single hoop. Some spectators cheered with enthusiasm, while others grumbled in frustration over the match's brevity. It was like they had just sat down and it was already time to leave. So, moving on to the finals is Brazil, with 150 points. The commentator announced as a large part of the crowd began to leave the stadium with annoyed expressions, feeling cheated by a match that barely lasted. Well, that was disappointing, Wendell said as he stood up. Shouldn't they decide by wins and not just points? Hermione asked, frowning. She had read the tournament rules thoroughly. That only applies to school tournaments, dear, her father replied, brushing off the matter. Since it ended so fast, we can have more fun at the festival, said Harry, beaming with a bright smile. Of course, Wanda replied, ruffling his hair affectionately. The group left the stadium, and soon the families split off to explore the place on their own. They would reunite later in the tents to have dinner together. Want to buy some souvenirs? Wanda asked, walking hand in hand with Harry. I want to get some figurines to collect, like Uncle Wendell does, he replied thoughtfully. What kind of figurines? For now, the team captains, Harry said, touching his small money pouch. It was directly connected to his vault at Gringotts. He only had to reach in to pull out whatever he needed. Though it only allowed coin withdrawal, and Wanda had set a monthly limit to prevent him from wasting it on nonsense. Not that money was an issue. Ever since they discovered that the goblins had hidden properties still generating income year after year, Harry's fortune had multiplied. However, Wanda preferred he learn the value of things. Even if her son was a millionaire, her duty as a mother was to raise a decent man, not someone lost to excess. After some shopping, figurines, sweets, and curious trinkets, Wanda and Harry returned to the tent. Soon, everyone else arrived too, and they gathered in the large family tent to share dinner. They laughed, chatted, ate. In that warm, protected space, sincere bonds were formed, friendships that might never have existed otherwise. And while everyone conversed with honest smiles, Wanda watched them silently. She thought then of the old friends she had left behind. Some drifted apart out of pride, and when they finally came back together it was only to lose the two she had admired most. One chose to give his life to save the universe. The other chose retirement, passing his legacy to a new generation. Others died. Some vanished without a trace, consumed by their own burdens. A few gave everything up, sacrificing it all for duty. And others were simply too busy to even know whether the rest were still alive. Wanda smiled. Because for the first time in a long while, she didn't think of them with pain but with gratitude. Now she had new friends, real people, a family, and this time, she wasn't going to let them go. 29. Behind the tree. Behind the tree. While Harry continued working on his alchemy project, this time separately from Hermione, both of them aimed to create their own robots and then make them fight. It was during this that a flying letter suddenly arrived, smacking him straight in the face. Harry was startled and blinked several times before frowning, clearly annoyed at the letter. Even so, he took it in his hands and walked toward Wanda, who had felt the magic of the envelope all the way from the living room. She watched him with interest, not intervening since the letter didn't seem hostile. Her smile widened at the sight of her son's grumpy face as he approached with the letter in hand. Mom, this came for you, said Harry, handing it to her. The letter was black, with no visible sender, but sealed with wax that displayed a crest bearing the name Potter at the top. The crest had a classic English shield shape, with silver and black ornamental edges that gave it a noble and mysterious air. It was divided into 4 quarters by a silver cross. In the first, a coiled mandrake and a branch of asphodel crossed in an X shape. In the second, an ancient smoking flask and an alchemist's furnace. The third displayed a silver triangle with a circle and a vertical line inside, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. And in the fourth, a silver wand and an old book crossed. Beneath the crest, on a black ribbon with silver letters, the family motto could be read, Custos Magica et Sanitas, Guardians of Magic and Health. Wanda examined the crest briefly before opening the letter. The moment she touched the wax, she felt a magical pulse that seemed to scan her blood, and then the letter opened without resistance. She paused for a moment. She remembered using Harry's blood, or more accurately, Lily's part of Iton, the first day she brought him with her, creating a blood bond between them. And Lily, after marrying James, had officially become part of the Potter family. Maybe that's why the letter had accepted her as a valid recipient. Inside, the message was written in what looked like charcoal, in a clumsy handwriting, as if by a child or someone who didn't know how to write properly. The address was in Ottery Street Catchpole, and the message read, with many spelling mistakes, "For the master. You gotta know this. I don't write good but this is what it is. If you wanna find the place, follow the path where the birds don't sing. And if you see the black stone with cuts on its face, don't touch it. Just look quick and keep walking. Don't look back if you feel something's following you. It's a lie. Or not. I don't know. When the air feels weird and the forest seems quieter than normal, look for the light that doesn't exist. If you see gray smoke, wait. If you don't see anything better go back where you came from. Don't say I didn't warn you. Behind the tree. Just one drop of blood." Wanda read the letter with one eyebrow raised, not hiding her confusion. Harry leaned in to read with her, his expression even more puzzled. He could read, but everything was so badly written. Still, he understood something. This was an adventure. His eyes lit up with excitement. "Are we going to go?" he asked enthusiastically. Wanda looked at his hopeful little face. She couldn't say no, especially not when the seal on the letter bore the name Potter. The two of them walked through the forest. Although Wanda could easily find the place, she didn't want to spoil the adventure for Harry, who was reading the letter like a treasure map, clumsily trying to follow its instructions. Could this be the stone with a man's face? Harry asked, stopping in front of a black rock with 2 holes and a line underneath. It was completely black and covered in claw marks. Glug. The stone made a strange sound as the line opened like a mouth, trying to bite Harry. Harry jumped back quickly, startled. "Yeah, looks like it," said Wanda with a smile. "Then this way," Harry declared with excitement as he started walking toward the side of the clearing. Behind them, the trees moved, shaking their branches as if they were alive, making the place feel eerie to anyone unfamiliar with magic. That place was known as the Enchanted Forest, north of the village. That's why not many dared to go near. After a while, they reached an area where the trees were so dense they blocked out the sunlight. A gloomy mist covered the ground, moving slowly as if it were breathing. But Harry, far from being afraid, looked more and more excited. He felt like he was getting close. Then, a strange light caught his attention. It floated in the air, spinning slowly before approaching him. It circled around him a few times, then darted off in the direction they had come from. "Come on, Mom. Run!" Harry shouted as he chased after the light, heading deeper into the dark forest. However, at one point, they lost sight of it. In front of them stood a gigantic tree, the biggest Harry had ever seen in his life. "This is it, Mom," he said excitedly. "You did it. You're quite the treasure hunter," Wanda replied, praising him as he smiled proudly. Harry approached the tree, trying to figure out how to open it. He remembered the message said, "1 drop of blood," but didn't know exactly what to do with that. As he ran his hand along the tree bark, a splinter pricked his finger. Instinctively, he brought it to his mouth, but a single drop of blood fell onto the wood and then it began to glow. The massive tree split open down the middle. As if it had always been 2 trees fused together, it slowly parted while the ground rumbled with a faint growl. Harry moved closer to Wanda, watching in fascination. Between the 2 trunks appeared a translucent membrane that shimmered for a moment and then revealed an ancient and imposing mansion. Harry peeked around the tree, but saw only more forest. The mansion was only visible from the exact space between the 2 trunks. As they watched, Wanda sensed something rushing toward them at great speed like a missile. Harry, still looking through the trees, was suddenly tackled by the creature and knocked to the ground, though Wanda softened his fall with a protective spell. When he looked down, he saw something clinging tightly to him, sobbing. It was a strange creature with long ears. It stood just over a meter tall, thin and frail, though it had run incredibly fast. Its head was disproportionately large compared to its body, and it had huge, glowing blue eyes full of emotion. Its clothes were made of old, poorly sewn patches. Liz knew Master Potter would come someday. It squealed joyfully through tears and snot. Liz was sure. Wanda watched it with interest when she sensed another presence approaching, this one with calmer steps and a more controlled energy. "Liz, compose yourself like a proper house elf of the Potter family. You can't go running around like some common elf," scolded the new figure, another elf, very similar to Liz but with a more serious and proud face. He moved with elegance, and his vocabulary was clearly more refined. "Gree, look, the young master has arrived. Finally, we've waited so many years," Liz exclaimed, completely ignoring the scolding. "Indeed, the young master has arrived," said Gree firmly, though clearly moved. But that does not excuse. He noticed Liz wasn't paying attention at all, and his brow furrowed in frustration. "I'm talking to you. Put the young master down at once," he ordered as he reprimanded her, while helping lift Harry's robe. Despite his stern tone, his eyes also shone with barely restrained emotion. Wanda watched them with interest while Harry wore a completely confused expression. Seeing this, she decided to step in to help him. Clap. Wanda clapped her hands loudly to get the elves' attention. "Wouldn't it be better to explain what's going on? You're only making Harry more confused," she said calmly, looking at both of them gently. "Ah, right, silly Liz," Liz exclaimed. "Come, young master, let's go inside the Potter Manor," she said quickly, taking Harry's hand and leading him toward the entrance. "And you are?" asked Gree, giving Wanda a serious look. "His mother," she replied with her usual calm. "My, My sincerest apologies, madam. Please, follow us. This place is crawling with insects, Gree said with a respectful and courteous expression. And so, Wanda and Harry were led toward the grand mansion, which, despite its age, was surprisingly well maintained. Although some details were rather crude, the lawn looked like it had been cut with scissors, the trees were roughly trimmed, the walls were clean but marked with brush strokes, and in one corner, there was a ladder propped up next to several buckets of water and scrubbing brushes. Everything clearly showed that the elves had been the ones taking care of the place all this time. 30. Welcome home, Harry. Welcome home, Harry. Inside the mansion, Wanda and Harry were guided to the living room. The place was impeccably decorated, with ancient tapestries and paintings on every wall. As they crossed the threshold, all the portraits began whispering excitedly to each other upon seeing the boy. Some figures even smiled with visible tenderness. One of the largest paintings, located above the fireplace, showed an elderly couple. Both looked at Harry with shining eyes full of emotion. "You're the spitting image of your father when he was your age," exclaimed the woman in the portrait, with a warm and motherly smile. "Welcome, Harry. We've been waiting for you for a very, very long time," added the man, his voice calm and proud. "Waiting for me? Who are you?" asked Harry, confused but curious. "We're your paternal grandparents, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter," the man replied with a wide smile. "My grandparents?" Harry murmured, surprised. For the first time, he felt a family connection beyond the Dursleys. A strange warmth began to fill his chest. "That's right. And this, Harry, is the old Potter family mansion, one of the oldest and most respected in the wizarding world," Fleamont explained proudly. Then his eyes subtly shifted toward Wanda, who stood silently in a corner of the room. "By the way, I sense Lily's blood in you. May I ask who you are?" Fleamont inquired politely. "She's my mum," Harry answered quickly with a smile. Euphemia and Fleamont exchanged a look. Seeing the sincerity in Harry's eyes, both nodded softly. "Then welcome to the Potter family as well," said Euphemia kindly. Before continuing with more explanations, Fleamont pointed to a book on the nearby sofa, bound in dark leather with the family crest embossed in gold. "Harry, before we explain everything you need to know, there's something you must do. Do you see that book? We need you to touch it. That's all." "Why?" Harry asked, frowning. "The family's house elves are bound by an ancient magical contract to this mansion and to the blood of the Potter heir. But after your parents' deaths, that bond was broken. Without it, their magic weakens by the day. They've kept this house running without magic for years, cleaning everything by hand just to survive until you arrived. But their time is running out." Euphemia lowered her gaze, visibly affected. "It breaks our hearts to see them cling to life with so much effort and pride. They are loyal servants of this house, and they don't deserve that suffering." The two elves, Liz and Gree, stood in a corner. Upon hearing those words, they couldn't hold back their tears. "Master, Miss, it's not like that. Liz and I don't mind suffering a little because Master Harry has finally come," said Gree. Harry didn't hesitate. He walked over to the book and placed his hand on the cover. A brilliant blue light emerged from the tome and spread throughout the mansion, like a wave of ancient magic awakening after years of slumber. When it touched the elves, both shuddered, and their bodies glowed briefly. Liz dropped to her knees, tears of joy falling from her face. "Thank you, young master. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts." Even Gree, who had maintained a stern and solemn posture until then, couldn't help but let out a trembling sigh, deeply moved. "That was incredible," Harry murmured. Wanda watched him with pride, though she also cast a questioning look at the portraits, waiting for answers. Fleamont nodded. "You see, the Potter family is protected by an ancient pact made with the Elven King centuries ago. One of our ancestors was a healer who saved his life, and in gratitude, a magical bond was sealed." "A bond?" Wanda asked, frowning. "That contract ensures there will always be two elves dedicated to the Potter heir, no matter the circumstances. If a Potter is in danger, the elves will appear even if it means breaking ties with other households," Fleamont explained. "And why weren't they with Harry from the beginning?" "Because after James and Lily's death, his temporary magical guardian issued an order to keep all magical beings away from the boy. They didn't realize that order interfered directly with the ancestral contract. When the order finally lost effect, the elves were able to send a letter, but by then, years had passed." Fleamont lowered his voice with regret. "If James had known about this place, if he'd had time to seek refuge here with Lily and Harry, perhaps things would be different today." Harry listened in silence, but inside he boiled with a mix of sadness and anger. The very idea that the elves had suffered because of someone even unintentionally made him clench his fists. "But now none of that matters anymore," said Euphemia gently, trying to lift the mood. "With Harry here, the Potter family can be reborn. Not just as a bloodline, but as a bearer of knowledge. Our most valuable inheritance isn't gold or titles, it's what we know." The Potter family was founded by Linfred of Stinchcombe, an exceptional healer. He created potions still used at St. Mungo's to this day. While other families hid their discoveries, he shared many of his, believing magic should serve the world, not just the powerful. Of course, he also protected discoveries that were dangerous or too powerful to fall into the wrong hands. All Potter descendants have been educated in potions, herbology, and alchemy. Eventually, one of our sons married a descendant of Ignotus Paviral, and thus, the cloak of invisibility entered our family. Only the direct heir can use it to its fullest. Wanda listened attentively, recognizing the depth and nobility that surrounded the history of the Potters. Harry, for his part, didn't quite know how to process it all. But one thing was certain, something had ignited inside him a spark that might one day become a flame. A flame worthy of the Potter legacy. Invisibility cloak. Harry asked, puzzled. You don't have it? Flint asked, his brow furrowing with concern. Wasn't it in the vault? Euphemia asked, turning to Wanda. There was no cloak, Wanda replied, her expression serious as she crossed her arms. Flint and Euphemia exchanged a grave look, their faces tightening at the news. Said Flint in a firm voice. Could you take care of retrieving the invisibility cloak? Yes, sir, replied the elf with a slight bow. He snapped his fingers a few times, getting used to his magic again. On the fifth snap, he vanished with a soft flash. Well then, let's continue, said Flint with a sigh, trying to ease the atmosphere. The Potter family has always taken pride in its knowledge of potions and its vocation for helping others though, to be honest, we've also made quite a bit of gold from it. Euphemia glanced sideways at him and gave his arm a gentle tap. He just smiled. The manor holds ancient potion recipes, a magical greenhouse with extinct herbs, and alchemical tools dating back centuries. Each heir has been trained in potions, herbology, and if they wished alchemy. Though your father, he paused with an ironic smile. James was a bit rebellious when it came to his duties. He was rather lazy, actually, murmured Euphemia with an indulgent smile. Before inheriting this manor, he ran off to join the war against the Dark Lord, she added with slight annoyance. But Harry, this is entirely up to you. No one will force you to follow that path. This is your home now, added Flint seriously. I like learning, said Harry with sincere interest. Really? Asked Flint, raising an eyebrow. The resemblance to his son was undeniable, and he hesitated for a moment. Yes. Mom works at the bookstore, so I get to study while I'm with her. I like being near her, explained Harry with a smile. And that was when everyone understood the source of his enthusiasm. It wasn't just love for learning, it was love for his mother. I see, then you're different from your father, commented Flint with a small chuckle, while Euphemia gave him a playful yet stern look. Liz, please take Harry and, he paused, looking at Wanda. Sorry, you didn't say your name. Wanda, she replied calmly. Take Harry and Wanda on a tour of the manor. Show them everything without holding back, said Flint with a warm smile. Yes, sir, replied Liz cheerfully. She gave a small bow and began to guide Wanda and Harry through the halls. First, she showed them the bedrooms. They were enormous, each one as large as a small house inside, enchanted with expansion charms. Then she led them to the kitchen, which looked more like an alchemy lab. You cook here? Asked Harry, amazed at the many magical instruments he had never seen before. Yes, though until recently we did everything without magic. Since we couldn't use it, we hunted our food with spears in the nearby forest and cooked over a campfire, Liz explained naturally. That must have been really hard, murmured Harry, looking at the elf with compassion. At first, yes. We even ate insects for a while, that's why Gree hates books, she's a little traumatized by them, said Liz with a smile, covering her mouth with both hands. Come, now I'll show you the library, she said enthusiastically, leading them to a large wooden door. When she opened it, an immense library was revealed, with high ceilings and endless shelves. Some books floated through the air, arranging themselves, while others seemed to move as if they had a will of their own. From a skylight, a book flew in and, after colliding with a group of neatly arranged books, was shoved into its place amid magical sparks. Wanda recognized it instantly. It was a recent book, one by Gilderoy Lockheart. The Potter family holds magical contracts with every bookstore in the world, Liz explained proudly. Even if a new store opens, the contract binds it without their knowledge. Every time a new book is published, a copy is sent here and paid for automatically. That's how we ensure we have every existing work, magical or non-magical. This library was inspired by an ancient Muggle one, Alexandria, Liz added. If a book is destroyed, another identical copy will be magically summoned. But if it's the only one in existence, well, then it's placed on a special shelf, over there. She pointed to a distant section protected with enchantments. That shelf holds the unique books. Some are dangerous, others sacred. But if they're there, it's because no other copies exist. That's why they must be handled with extreme care. Wanda, who had been watching curiously, froze upon seeing one of those books. Her body tensed instantly. There, among ancient tomes and magical relics, rested a book bound in a dark, living cover, with strange symbols that seemed to shift and move. Her eyes widened with fear. She knew it well. It was the Book of Chaos. The book from which the Scarlet Witch's magic emerged. The book of her damnation and of her power. The Dark Hold. 31, clean. Wanda looked at the book she knew very well, a slight fear creeping through her body. If that book was here, did it mean this world was connected to her previous one? Luckily, Liz said something that eased her worries. She had noticed Wanda's frightened gaze fixed on the red book, and spoke. This book was taken from a witch a long time ago, while she was investigating some sort of portal. She didn't know where it led, but it had letters and words no witch or wizard in this world could understand. That's why it was auctioned off years ago, and an old master bought it though he just left it there, Liz explained. Wanda looked at her, then turned back to the book, her mind on that portal magic. It sounded like the kind Pandora had given her in exchange for teaching her telekinesis. She had said that her grandmother had created it long ago, but they'd never managed to use it properly, so it ended up just gathering dust. Maybe one of those experiments connected to a parallel world before Wanda herself destroyed the Darkhold across several realities. After that, Liz wanted to show them the workshops, so the three of them turned around. As they walked away, the Darkhold behind them caught fire with red flames burning nothing else around it. Wanda didn't want to be tempted again. She had already destroyed it herself. This world cannot be put in danger, not while Harry lives in it. When they arrived at the workshops, they saw multiple blueprints pinned to the walls, as well as enchanted tools clearly meant for crafting and recording. Actually, the Potter family specializes more in potions. They just try to follow alchemy since it ties into potions and to keep the Peveril legacy alive. It's not just about the invisibility cloak, Liz explained with conviction. Maybe I can build a better robot here to fight Hermione, Harry said with a cheerful smile. Wanda smiled softly at how simple her son's plan was and how little he currently understood the value of this place. After touring the entire mansion, Harry was a bit worn out. After all, he'd had an adventure just to find it, and then explored every single room, which were far too many for him to keep track of. He was getting a little sleepy. When they passed through the potion and alchemy workshop section, Wanda finally understood why the mansion was kept hidden. Just a handful of the recipes there could incite greed and war. The Philosopher's Stone, the Elixir of Immortality, the Drop of Resurrection all carried dangerous names. You must be tired. Feel free to choose any room you'd like. This is your home now, Flemmont said warmly. No, it's okay. We'll come back tomorrow, maybe, Wanda replied gently. Ah, I see. Well, that's fine. We'll wait to talk more then, Euphemia said calmly. See that book beside the fireplace? Said Flemmont. Write your name and Harry's in it, along with the names of anyone else you'd like to allow. With that, you'll be able to use the FLA network to enter any time, he added. Wanda looked at the book with interest and wrote their names inside. See you later. Please come back soon, Euphemia said, a bit saddened to see them go so soon. Sure, Harry murmured, barely keeping his eyes open in Wanda's arms. Harry was 6 years old and a little heavy, but only for a normal person. Wanda was anything but normal. So she stepped into the fireplace, which flared with green flames, and they vanished. Just then, Gree appeared with the invisibility cloak. Sir, I brought the cloak, said Gree, looking around for Harry, but he was already gone. He went home, said Flemmont, turning his gaze to the cloak with a solemn expression. Who had it? He asked. That Mr. Dumbledore. It was at Hogwarts. The elves there tried to throw me out and stop me from taking it, so it took me a bit longer than usual after defeating them all, said Gree proudly. Dumbledore? That man again, Flemmont muttered, frowning. What is it, dear? Asked Euphemia. When we found out James and Lily were dead, but Harry survived, I thought they used the cloak to hide. But if that were the case, the cloak would have never gone far from Harry. Which means they never used it. Or rather they didn't have it when they needed it, Flemmont said seriously. We both know this cloak can hide 2 adults and a baby from any wizard. So why did Dumbledore have it, and not them, to protect themselves? He asked. Euphemia frowned as well. Sir, said Gree, staring at the cloak intently. It seems to have a tracking spell on it, he added quickly. Destroy it, Flemmont ordered. Gree snapped his fingers, and every enchantment on the cloak vanished. Copy the tracking spell and put it on a flying insect, Flemmont added. Gree made a regretful face at the word insect. Yes, sir, he replied anyway, and vanished with a snap. This is getting more suspicious by the minute, Flemmont muttered. I told James not to get involved in that stupid war. It was nothing more than a chess match between Dumbledore and Voldemort. The only ones who never got hurt, the only ones who kept falling were their followers and soldiers, Flemmont added with simmering anger. And now their son has to be raised by someone else instead of his own father. It's okay. Harry is being raised properly. And that girl, Wanda, she seems like a loving mother, said Euphemia. I know. I can't deny that, not when Harry is so happy and such a good boy. But still, because of a foolish war, he lost his parents. If he hadn't been lucky, he could have ended up in any house, mistreated and unloved, Flemmont said with frustration. It's okay that didn't happen, and it never will, said Euphemia, though her heart ached just imagining it. Unfortunately, both of them had died of dragonpox long before Harry was born. They hadn't even truly lived to see their son's wedding. Wanda and Harry returned the next day, as Harry was excited to continue hearing the story of the mansion. Because of that, Wanda asked for time off from work to go with him. Hermione joined them at Harry's insistence, and when she heard there was a legendary library, she agreed without hesitation. Wanda had already written Hermione's name in the book, knowing she'd come eventually, so she passed through the FLA network without any issues. Well, who is this beautiful young lady? Said Euphemia, looking at Hermione standing beside Harry. This is Hermione. She's Mom's student and my best friend, said Harry with a smile. Oh, I see. Then welcome, Hermione, said Euphemia kindly. Thank you, replied Hermione respectfully. Come on, Hermione. I'll show you the library, said Harry before running off with her. As Wanda was about to follow them, Euphemia stopped her. Wait, Wanda. We'd like to ask you a few questions, she said in a soft voice. Of course, replied Wanda calmly. Are you telling the truth? Asked Fleamont, his eyes locked on Wanda with a serious expression. Yes, said Wanda with equal seriousness. That bastard! Shouted Fleamont, slamming a small table in the portrait. If he could, he would have leapt out of the painting to personally confront the fools who made his grandson suffer. They were basically asking her about Harry's life. They believed Wanda had raised him from the beginning, but Wanda explained everything in detail, even that she wasn't from this world. That, at first, Harry meant nothing to her, that she didn't even care. The Potters were stunned. But upon learning how Wanda had found and saved Harry from his cruel relatives, all their attention and fury shifted to that, ignoring everything else. Thank you so much, said Euphemia seriously as tears streamed down her cheeks. It's okay. Lily saved me. And Harry did too, said Wanda with a warm smile. It doesn't matter whether you have Lily Evans's blood in your veins or not. From this moment on, you are part of the Potter family, as Harry's mother. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, declared Fleamont with pride and conviction. Of course, replied Wanda with a sincere smile. After that, Harry came back with Hermione, carrying several books, and started asking his grandparents about his parents. The portraits, full of patience, began sharing silly stories about James from his childhood. That brat was a disaster since he was little. He was a troublemaker, said Fleamont, earning a smack on the shoulder from his wife. What? Even if I'm his father, I have to admit it. He was a troublemaker, he repeated, his pride thinly disguised as reproach. Euphemia shook her head, but she couldn't deny it. Maybe being an only child, they spoiled him too much. He was arrogant and vain. Even they had trouble correcting him back then. Good thing he was a kind boy. Otherwise, I would have disinherited him. That's one of the reasons he took so long to learn about this mansion. But honestly, I regret not telling him from the start. Thankfully, he met your mother. She grounded him well and made him into a good person, Fleamont said with a nostalgic smile. She was lovely. Though a bit competitive and very serious about her studies and work, said Euphemia, smiling at the memories. James was lucky to meet someone like her, commented Fleamont. Absolutely, added Euphemia, still smiling. By the way, there's something that's still bothering me, Fleamont said, frowning. Oh, what is it? Asked Harry, curious. Where the hell did that rascal Sirius go? We didn't hear he died, so we always assumed that if James had a son, Sirius would have been the first to ask to be his godfather and the one to take care of him, said Fleamont, clearly irritated. I've wondered the same. It's strange that Sirius isn't around to care for Harry after James passed. Even if Dumbledore didn't want Harry involved with the magical world, Sirius wouldn't have listened. He would have stayed glued to him, never letting him out of his sight, said Euphemia with concern. Who's Sirius? Asked Harry, confused. You don't know who he is? Asked Euphemia and Fleamont at the same time, visibly shocked. 32. Help. Later, I'll ask the Greengrass family. They must be well connected in the wizarding world, said Wanda casually, ready to help. Greengrass? You know them? Who's the head of the house now? Asked Fleamont with curiosity, raising an eyebrow. Edward Greengrass. Harry is friends with his daughters, Daphne and Astoria, and I often chat with his wife, Wanda explained calmly. Ah, so that's the boy I knew his father, Octavius. An unbearable Slytherin, arrogant to the core, said Fleamont with a mocking smile. But his wife was the complete opposite, kind, intelligent, grounded. It was interesting seeing them together right after they finished Hogwarts. You went to Hogwarts, Grandpa? Asked Harry, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Of course I did. And I was a fabulous Gryffindor, honorable, brave, and loyal, Fleamont replied proudly, puffing out his chest. Hufflepuffs are the loyal ones, dear. Gryffindors are more vain, proud and quite mischievous, Euphemia teased with a fond smile as she looked at him. Hey, don't insult my house, said Fleamont, prompting laughter from Euphemia, Harry, and Hermione all at once. Harry, I think you'd do well in Ravenclaw. It's a good place for those who value learning and think before acting like lunatics, Euphemia added with a playful glance at her husband. If I had thought before acting, I wouldn't have won you over, said Fleamont with a nostalgic smile. Do you still remember our first date? You said something like, I have 5 ideas for the perfect date, based on the psychology of romance. It was the weirdest date of my life. Euphemia laughed warmly. I admit, after analyzing it, your method had its charm. She paused before adding with a teasing tone, though at the time, I thought you were more of a social experiment than a potential partner. That day passed peacefully, filled with laughter and calm conversations, as Harry listened, fascinated, to his grandparents' stories. For the first time, he didn't just have a mother. He had grandparents. He had friends. He was no longer alone. At last, he was truly a happy child. Back home, Wanda sent a letter to the Greengrass family to inquire about this Sirius Black, though deep down, she didn't give it much importance. If that man hadn't been there when Harry needed him, she didn't feel any urgency to go looking for him. Meanwhile, Harry had brought some alchemy tools to continue working on his project, building a small fighting robot. He could use the workshop in the Potter mansion, but it made him uncomfortable, surrounded by things he didn't understand. Besides, he preferred his home, the house he shared with Wanda. He had no intention of moving into the Potter mansion. That said, Liz and Gree would take turns visiting Wanda's house to help take care of Harry and make sure he lacked nothing. Of course, all within the limits Wanda set. After hearing how James Potter had been as a child, she didn't want Harry to become a copy of him, and she was doing an excellent job on her own. "Look, Mom. We did it!" exclaimed Harry, showing her the little wooden robot whose fists moved like it was ready to fight. His was blue, and Hermione's was pink. "So cute. They actually work?" asked Wanda, leaning in with interest. "Let's try them now," said Hermione, setting up the stand where the tiny fighters would face off. The robot's fists moved forward, aiming at their opponent's head, while a small bar allowed them to move closer or farther. It was a simple but exciting game. The trick was in timing the punch just right and pulling back before the opponent could strike. Hermione tried to attack first, but Harry swiftly pulled his robot back, dodging the hit. Then he moved forward again and, with a precise blow, knocked off the pink head of Hermione's robot. "I won," said Harry with a huge smile of satisfaction. "Again," said Hermione at once, her competitive nature flaring. "Haha, I'll beat you as many times as it takes," replied Harry, with the confidence of a true champion. Wanda watched them play, smiling, when the flames in the fireplace began to stir with a peculiar noise. Since they didn't use it for heating, it was obvious someone was trying to contact her through the FLA network. She stood and walked over. Harry and Hermione remained engrossed in their robot duel. In the fireplace, Celine's head appeared, floating amid the green flames. "Hi, Wanda. I just got your letter." "It sounded important, so I used the FLA to respond quickly," said Celine, her expression serious. "It's fine. Do you know someone named Sirius?" Wanda asked directly. "Well, it'd be weird for someone in the magical world not to know him, especially from an old family. The one you mentioned is Sirius Black, a member of the noble and ancient House of Black. Their motto was, 'Always Pure.' A bunch of idiots, if you ask me." Wanda raised an eyebrow as Celine continued. "The only one who seemed to have some common sense and was disowned for it was Sirius Black himself. Many wizarding families know part of his story. He was rejected by his parents, and the Potters took him in as one of their own. He grew up with James Potter. Both were Gryffindors and a pair of pretentious idiots. I met them in person. Just arrogant boys, the worst kind of Gryffindor. Of course, there are good people in that house, but they weren't shining examples." She paused before finishing, a bit more quietly. "I still don't understand how Lily Evans, such a brilliant, hard-working, and serious young woman, ended up falling for James. Just tell me what happened to him." "Harry's grandparents want to know. Apparently he was his godfather," Wanda said, frowning. "Mr. Fleamont and Mrs. Euphemia Potter left a portrait, while most people thought they left nothing behind after they died. That's strange, considering how old families like the Blacks or the Greengrasses usually are," Celine reflected before returning to the main point. "Well, I don't know how to say this, or if it's all true, but according to newspapers from about 5 years ago, Sirius Black was accused of betraying James and Lily Potter, handing them over to he who must not be named. After that, he attacked a street full of muggles, causing an explosion. He was arrested and sent to Azkaban." Wanda's face hardened. "And not only that, one of his companions from the group of 4 they had was killed by him in that same attack. The only thing left was a finger, according to reports." Wanda frowned upon hearing the news. She stayed silent, slowly processing Celine's words. "You said a group of 4, and the last one?" she asked cautiously. "You mean Remus Lupin?" "Yes, he was the 4th. I always thought he was a weird guy. Honestly, it was strange that he was in that group. He was pretty quiet, very studious, always competing with Lily Evans for first in the class," Celine replied, remembering her school years. "The 4 called themselves the Marauders. After finishing Hogwarts, they joined Dumbledore's side during the war against, well, you know who." She paused, then added with a hint of mockery. "That reminds me, Lily Evans had a best friend. That oddball Severus Snape. He was the archenemy of the Marauders. Everyone knew he was in love with her, but he was also obsessed with dark magic and ended up on the opposite side. Poor fool." "I see. So James Potter had a group of friends, one died, another is in prison, and the last just disappeared," Wanda said quietly. "I suppose so," Celine replied indifferently. "Anyway, it's better not to pay much attention. It would be worse if Harry got close to people like that. Let everyone know, the only one who improved by being near Lily Evans was James Potter, though to me, he remained an idiot until the day he died." Then she sighed and said goodbye. "Well, I have to go. I hope the information was useful." "Thank you. I'll tell Fleamont and Euphemia," Wanda answered with a slight smile, just before Celine's head vanished amid the green flames of the FLA network. Turning around, Wanda saw Harry smiling happily as he played with Hermione, who frowned in annoyance at losing again. She preferred not to tell him anything. She didn't want to disturb the peace she had worked so hard to build. Harry, I'm going to talk with your grandparents for a moment. Make sure Red doesn't break anything, okay? Okay, the boy replied without taking his eyes off his robot. Wanda appeared at the Potter mansion and, without beating around the bush, explained everything Celine had told her. Sirius betray James? That's a monumental stupidity, said Fleamont, his expression somber and voice filled with disbelief. That kid would have killed himself before putting his friends in danger. He once jumped off a cliff to save James. He came back with so many broken bones we spent hours healing him. Wanda remained silent. She didn't know Sirius, so she had no judgment about him, but she noticed Fleamont spoke with absolute conviction. Gree, please gather all the information possible. And if necessary go to Azkaban and get the truth straight from him, Fleamont ordered gravely. Wait, Fleamont. Don't be hasty, Euphemia interrupted, frowning. Even though Gree is a house elf with his own magic, Dementors won't let him in that easily. TSK. Then have him pull Sirius out and bring him here. If he's guilty, we'll send him back, Fleamont growled, without hesitation. I told you it's not possible. That prison is infested with Dementors, Euphemia insisted, clearly irritated by his impulsive attitude. And what's your plan then? If that kid is innocent and locked in the worst magical prison in the world, are we just going to leave him there like nothing happened? Fleamont asked, crossing his arms, frustrated but still loyal to Sirius. We'll have to proceed legally. It's slower, but safer, Euphemia explained firmly. Fleamont said nothing more, but it was clear he wasn't satisfied. His eyes burned with contained fury, though he accepted his wife was right. I'm sorry, Wanda, could you do us a favor? Euphemia asked, turning her gaze to the witch. Of course, Wanda answered calmly. There's a woman named Andromeda. She's Sirius's cousin. Like him, she refused to be part of the Black family. She could help us. She's the only reliable ally we have left within that cursed lineage, Euphemia explained seriously. 33. Family. We know political chapters can be a bit heavy, so we're giving them a little break. In this chapter and the next, we'll skip over the political parts to dive straight into Wanda and Harry's daily lives. That way, we keep the pace flowing and focus on what really matters. Looking for Andromeda was easier than Wanda had expected. She simply asked Celine, who told her they had been classmates and then gave her the address. When she arrived at a cozy house, the person who opened the door was someone Wanda and Harry already knew, Ted Tonks, the man who had helped them with the issue of Harry's name. Ted looked at Wanda with slight surprise upon seeing her appear at his doorstep, a brief memory of the Gringotts incident flashing in his mind. He shook his head to push it away. Hello, are you here to see me, or? I'm looking for a woman named Andromeda. Celine Greengrass gave me the address, Wanda replied calmly. Ah, I see. Andromeda is my wife. One moment, please, you can wait in the living room. I'll go get her, said Ted, stepping aside to let her in before quickly heading off to find his wife. Wanda waited patiently in the living room. Dad, I'm going out with my friends. Be back later, shouted a teenage girl as she rushed out of the house. Her hair briefly turned a very striking color. But then, the screech of shoes skidding to a stop was heard, followed by hurried footsteps returning. A head peeked into the room, curious pink hair and a face that still held traces of childhood showed she was still quite young. She looked at Wanda with interest, and for a few seconds, her hair changed to a color similar to Wanda's before she dashed off again at the sound of someone approaching. Nymphadora, come back here, called a woman with chestnut brown hair and light brown eyes. Her face was warm and kind, though there was a hint of irritation from her daughter's sudden escape. Don't call me Nymphadora, came a distant shout as the girl ran off. The woman just shook her head in resignation at her daughter's rebelliousness, then walked toward the living room where Wanda was waiting. Sorry about that. She's my daughter, and ever since she became a teenager, she's been a bit wild, said the woman. I'm Andromeda Tonks. Nice to meet you. Wanda Maximoff, Wanda replied, shaking her hand. So, what did you need from me? Andromeda asked with a friendly smile. Wanda explained why she had come and who had sent her with a request. I see, but to be honest, I'm not sure how much help I can be. Sirius has been in prison for over 5 years now. He never had a trial. He was automatically declared guilty since he didn't defend himself and no further evidence was found. It would be difficult to get a new trial for him without someone powerful helping. Even with Celine's help, we'd still need a couple more, Andromeda said. She worked as a magical lawyer, although she was close to retiring. Her husband preferred she stop working. He earned quite well himself, and she usually avoided making enemies by not taking on too many risky cases. I was given this, said Wanda, showing a seal with the Potter family crest. Andromeda looked at it seriously for a moment. Do you know what this is? She asked. A family seal. With it, I basically have the power to control everything related to the Potter family, Wanda explained. Andromeda paused in thought, then her eyes widened in realization. The Potter family has a seat in the Wisengamot, she said seriously. If we have Celine and the Greengrass family's support, plus the Potter seat, we'd only need one more person to request a new trial for Sirius, Andromeda said with a smile. And I have someone in mind who'll help if I ask. Wanda was sitting beside Andromeda, sipping tea as they waited for the person Andromeda believed could help them. After a few minutes, the fireplace flared with a green glow, and from it emerged a tall, slender woman with blonde hair, pale skin, and piercing blue eyes. She was beautiful, and her presence radiated elegance and the proud bearing of a high-born family. The woman glanced briefly at Wanda, then turned her gaze to Andromeda. "What do you need, Andromeda?" "I don't have much time," she said with a serious expression. "Narcissa, it's been a long time," replied Andromeda, ignoring her younger sister's stern face, which remained held high with pride. But for a brief moment, a faint smile touched her lips. Since Lucius Malfoy's disappearance, Narcissa had taken charge of the family. She was busy caring for Draco, trying to keep him from falling into despair, yet she also felt an unexpected sense of freedom without her husband constantly brainwashing her with his pureblood ideals. Since his disappearance, Narcissa, a woman who once firmly supported blood purity, had begun to see it all as meaningless nonsense. Her family needed workers, and not all of them were purebloods. Some of their businesses even employed squibs and muggles, who worked there to provide for their magical children. It was something she had realized after taking control of the family enterprises. Still, her disdain for muggles and muggleborns hadn't entirely vanished. It was too deeply rooted, ingrained since childhood as a member of the Black family. At the very least, she no longer despised half-bloods. That, in itself, was progress. "Just say it already. Draco is about to finish his classes, and I need to be there," Narcissa said firmly. "We want to give Sirius a fair trial," Andromeda said, getting straight to the point. At the mention of that name, Narcissa frowned. "Who is we?" she asked. "The Potter family. The Greengrass family. And you, if you choose to help us," said Andromeda with a smile. "Potter," Narcissa repeated, then turned her gaze to Wanda. "She's Harry Potter's mother, the heir to the family. And the bearer of the family seal," Andromeda explained. Narcissa stared at Wanda as if trying to read her mind, but the calm in Wanda's eyes was unsettling. Even if she had been foolish enough to try legilimency, she knew better than to attempt it on someone like her. Her instincts, or whatever it was, screamed that the moment she tried to peek into Wanda's mind, she would be lost. "Fine. I'll help just enough to ensure the trial goes forward. In exchange, I want Sirius to hand over the Black family to you. He's likely to throw it all away or donate everything to Dumbledore's cause without thinking," Narcissa said seriously. "But I don't want," Andromeda started, but Narcissa cut her off. "You could rebuild the family. The legacy and businesses could support your daughter and her descendants. Even if you deny being what the Black family always demanded, it's still our home. And there's no better way to undo everything our grandparents and parents taught us than having a blood traitor take control of the entire family," Narcissa said, her words sharp, though it was clear she only wanted to protect her sister. "As I said, I'm not interested. But if you care so much about Sirius inheriting and bringing the family back, then you handle it," Andromeda replied, unwavering. "Fine," said Narcissa, conceding slightly. Accepting her sister back into the Black family gave them a solid foundation. And if Sirius didn't ruin everything, they'd have a stable anchor for the future. Of course, she would speak with him afterward to make sure he didn't do anything foolish. Even if she had to give her sister half control of the businesses, she refused to let Sirius destroy everything she had built with her own hands. Because yes, ever since Sirius was imprisoned, the Black family companies had fallen into Malfoy hands thanks to Narcissa. Bellatrix was in prison, Andromeda had been disowned, and Sirius had vanished from society. That left the path open for her to seize control of both family branches. Even without Lucius, she had ensured that nothing collapsed, keeping both the Malfoy and Black businesses afloat, doubling her workload in the process. After that conversation, the three families sent letters to the Ministry and the Wiesengamot, formally requesting a full trial for Sirius Black, something he had never received nor had ever been allowed to pursue. That petition quickly caught the attention of several pureblood families, especially because it came from three entirely distinct houses. The Potter family, believed extinct except for the boy who lived still far too young to wield any power. The Greengrass family, leaders of the neutral faction in magical politics. And the Malfoy family, formerly the figurehead of the dark faction. Though with the disappearance, and presumed death, of Lucius Malfoy, their position within that group now stood in limbo, awaiting re-evaluation. 34. Judge. With three powerful families involved, the Wiesengamot convened quickly to address and pay attention to the matter at hand. Naturally, since Wanda was handling the affairs of the Potter family, she had to take the seat belonging to that house, one that had remained empty until now. The Wiesengamot seats assigned to each family are not physical chairs but represent a place within the assembly where the witch or wizard must declare the name of their house. That's why Wanda sat next to Celine, with her seat marked Potter, while Celine occupied the seat for the Greengrass family, partly to assist her husband in matters he considered unimportant. Aside from business, he didn't pay much attention to other nonsense. But Wanda sitting with the Potter family seal was significant because it indicated she was now part of the neutral faction. Previously, the Potter family had been seen as supporters of the so-called White Side, whose leader was none other than Albus Dumbledore. Seeing Wanda in that seat immediately put Dumbledore on alert. Essentially, the White Side had lost a seat. When a seat remains unoccupied, its vote is cast according to the majority of the group it belongs to. Therefore, it was one more vote they could normally count on. Meanwhile, the Dark families smiled at the development. But the arrival of Narcissa, who also went to sit beside Wanda on the neutral side, made many frown, especially Alex Caro, the current leader of the Dark faction. Normally, the three factions were balanced in terms of political and economic power. But now, with the Malfoy family allied with the neutral sector and knowing the Potter family held considerable financial power, the three groups were thrown off balance. That's why they would need to proceed cautiously. Luckily, as neutrals, they usually stayed out of most matters, but better safe than sorry. And this wasn't just the dark side's thinking, it applied to the white side as well. "Let's settle this once and for all," said Millicent Bagnold, the current Minister for Magic. "Let's vote on whether we want a trial for Sirius Black, to determine whether he is guilty or innocent." "Minister, I believe we should first discuss why a trial is necessary in the first place," said Dumbledore seriously. "Because it is everyone's right to have a trial. Even I believe that, at the time, everything was rushed. Although the circumstances called for it, now we can properly review all the details," Millicent replied, cutting him off without concern. After all, she would soon retire and move to another country to rest. But first, it was best to clean up what Voldemort's reign had left behind. "All in favor?" she asked without further delay. Everyone in the neutral section raised their hands, supporting the Greengrass family, including Wanda and Narcissa. The most interesting part was that several pureblood families from the dark side also raised their hands. Of course, Sirius Black was still a noble Black, a pureblood lineage tied to many of them. Even if they disliked him as a person or for being an enemy, he was still pureblood. Meanwhile, not a single person from the white side raised their hand. Not one, not even Dumbledore. "I see. Seems like the vote was close. But with one more vote in favor, the trial of Sirius or Iron Black 3 will take place in 1 week, in the Ministry's courtroom. I will preside as judge, and the jury will be the Wisengamot. You may all leave," Millicent declared before standing and exiting the room. Dumbledore frowned slightly before leaving with his group of followers. "Good. Now all we need is evidence." "Shame so much time has passed," said Celine with a smile, glancing at Wanda. "I'll handle that. Just get me a detective or officer, an aura to gather what's needed," said Wanda as she quickly left. After all, she wanted to return to Harry. She had spent the entire week handling formalities, barely spending time with her little boy, who was being cared for by Liz and Gree. Wanda appeared through the fireplace of her home and found a complete mess in the living room, cushions overturned and some kind of fort made of sheets over the sofas. Just then, Harry peeked his little head out from one of the holes and spotted Wanda. "Mom, you're back," he said before disappearing and then emerging through a door made of mattresses to hug her. She quickly returned the hug, as if recharging her energy through him. "Yes. Sorry for not being home much. Just one more day, maybe a little more, and I'll be done. Then I'll throw the work at someone else," said Wanda warmly as she gently stroked Harry's head. "Okay," said Harry happily, then took Wanda's hand to show her the fort. "Gree and Liz helped me build it. It's awesome, right?" Harry said with a bright smile. "Of course," Wanda replied as Harry led her inside. From the inside, it was much bigger than it appeared on the outside, showing just how powerful magic could be able to create a vast little world between a few cushions and some sheets. After a week, the trial finally took place. The accused had finally appeared, and Wanda was able to see the face of Harry's godfather for the first time. He was a haggard man, with long hair and an unkempt beard. He showed signs of psychological damage and looked like he hadn't eaten properly in years. His gaze was filled with hopelessness and sorrow, as though he had never recovered from a loss, likely the death of his friend. "Mr. Black, would you describe what happened that day?" Millicent asked, watching him closely. "Mr. Black," she repeated when Sirius didn't respond, lost in his thoughts. Sirius looked up before speaking, barely in a whisper. "It was my fault, my fault. I trusted the wrong person. It was my fault," he said with deep sorrow, repeating incoherent words. "Are you referring to the Dark Lord? Did you betray the Potters and then kill Peter Pettigrew?" asked Millicent seriously. "Peter, that filthy rat had to die. Ha ha ha, I killed him, damn rat. I hope he's in hell," Sirius replied, his voice tinged with madness. "This trial seems to have been a waste of time," someone from the white faction muttered with disdain. Before anyone else could speak, Wanda spoke up, seated between Narcissa and Celine. "Harry Potter, you're his godfather. Did you kill his parents?" she asked coldly, a scarlet aura surrounding her body. In that instant, she was both judge and executioner in the courtroom. All eyes turned toward her, and a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. No one dared to interrupt her. "Harry, you know Harry. How is he?" asked Sirius, regaining a bit of lucidity. "Harry is my son now. He suffered greatly after his parents' death and was sent to a disgusting place where he was mistreated. So answer, did you or did you not kill his parents?" said Wanda firmly. At that moment, she completely controlled the room. "No, of course not. I would never kill James and Lily. I would never betray them. I'd rather die, be dragged or tortured for eternity before hurting them. They were my friends, they were everything to me. They gave me what I never had as a child," Sirius said, now crying uncontrollably. Dumbledore frowned and began to stand up, but Wanda quickly looked at him and said, "Sit down." His legs immediately gave out, and his body crashed to the floor with a loud thud. His mouth shut tight, incapable of uttering a word. Everyone was left speechless. Now they truly feared this woman who had made the so-called most powerful wizard sit down like a misbehaving child. "What happened that day?" Wanda asked, turning her gaze to Sirius. "It was Peter. When we were about to cast the Fidelius charm, everyone thought I'd be the obvious target. There was a traitor in the Order of the Phoenix, but we didn't know who. We even suspected Lupin, so we chose Peter. He was an idiot, a coward, no one would suspect he knew where they were. But it was always him. Always. I chose him as secret keeper, and when he got the chance, he ran straight to betray Lily and James," Sirius explained, his voice trembling, shifting from pain to fury. "The Order of the Phoenix is, what?" asked Wanda, unfamiliar with the term. While everyone else knew about its existence, it was no secret that Dumbledore had founded it to fight the Death Eaters. But, of course, Wanda had no idea. "It's the group that fought against Voldemort and his followers. We protected the wizarding world and fought the evil ones," said Sirius with a hint of pride. Some in the room frowned but remained silent. James, Lily, Peter, Lupin and I were all members. When Dumbledore told them to go into hiding, we quickly set up a safe house. But then Dumbledore said there was a spy in the Order, though we didn't know who it was. Dumbledore, a wizard skilled in mind reading, couldn't detect the spy?" asked Wanda suddenly, plunging the already silent room into complete tension. Even Sirius looked confused. "What's the name of the magic used to block mind reading?" Wanda asked Celine, one of the few people she allowed to speak. "Occlumency," Celine replied. "Were all the members of the Order experts in occlumency, including you, to the point Dumbledore couldn't read their minds and find the traitor?" Wanda asked again, leaving Sirius completely frozen. "No, I mean we had some practice, but no. No one could compare to Dumbledore," Sirius stammered before stopping, his mind beginning to clear. Why didn't he know who the spy was? Peter wasn't good at anything, not even occlumency. He was an idiot. Dumbledore should have known, he murmured, staring at the floor, as if battling a truth he didn't want to accept. "That's all," said Wanda. Instantly, everyone felt they could move again and turned their gazes to Dumbledore, confused. "Ahem, if I may explain. You must understand that while I do possess legilimency at a high level, I'm not the kind of person who reads minds as soon as I meet someone. I wouldn't mistrust my people, who risked their lives for the wizarding world," said Dumbledore in a calm voice. "The first day we met, you did it to me," Wanda replied. "That was a mistake, sometimes." Dumbledore tried to justify, but Sirius interrupted him. You knew Peter was the spy, and you left him among us. You left him in the Order." Sirius shouted. Dumbledore paused before responding. "I knew, but I didn't expect you to change the secret keeper at the last minute to Peter. You can't blame me for your decisions," he said seriously. To him, clearing his name was more important than recovering broken trust. You bastard. We trusted you. You were the one who said James should hide in his house. We could have taken them to the Black Manor, or joined them with the Longbottoms, who were also being hunted. But you said it was better to keep them apart. And that day there were no guards. Only Hagrid showed up before I did. Where were the others? Who was protecting their house?" Sirius shouted, eyes wide. Even members of his own faction began looking at Dumbledore with suspicion, especially an elderly woman who frowned deeply at him. Bang bang bang. Millicent struck hard to regain order. The trial had to stay on track. "Mr. Black, is there any evidence that Peter Pettigrew was the real culprit?" Millicent asked seriously. But Sirius remained silent. It was obvious that bastard had blown up a street, killing innocents to fake his death. "About that we have proof that Peter Pettigrew is alive and well, Madam Minister," said a voice approaching, accompanied by heavy footsteps and the sound of a cane. "Alastor. I thought you'd retired from the field and were now just training kids," Millicent said upon seeing the aura. "Well, someone asked me to lend a hand to help an old colleague," said Moody, looking at Sirius. "And what's the proof?" the minister asked, intrigued. "Of course, Peter Pettigrew himself," said Alastor, as several aurors entered behind him, bringing in a plump man with large teeth in chains, struggling to break free. "What madness," commented Celine, enjoying the show. All she was missing was the popcorn. 35. Freedom. Freedom. "So, Mr. Pettigrew, do you have anything to say?" asked Millicent with a glacial gaze, her eyes cutting into Peter like sharpened steel. Her face remained unreadable, as if the verdict had already been sealed and she was merely granting the rat one final chance to explain himself if that was even possible. Sirius, for his part, was trembling with raw fury. A primal rage coursed through his veins like molten fire. He couldn't form a single word, every fiber of his being screamed to launch himself at Pettigrew and tear him apart with his bare hands. The intensity of his impulse was so great that Moody had to cast a Petrificus Totalis on the spot, freezing him for a few seconds. Yet even paralyzed, Sirius's eyes burned like embers, locked on Peter and brimming with hatred. "It's a lie! It's a lie!" Pettigrew shrieked, shaking like a leaf as the piercing gazes of the courtroom fell upon him. Every witch and wizard of the Wizengamot stared with razor-sharp interest, as if they were already dissecting him with their eyes. "What's a lie, Mr. Pettigrew?" Millicent asked, this time with a note of restrained impatience. What Black said. He's lying. I wasn't the secret keeper. He just wants to pin it all on me. That's why I ran. That's why I hid. The Dark Lord's followers would have come after me, he would have sent them, on his command. Peter stammered, each word more panicked and clumsy than the last. Millicent narrowed her eyes. Interesting. Tell me, Mr. Pettigrew, how do you know Sirius Black just accused you of being the secret keeper? Can our voices be heard outside this chamber, which is protected by over 100 security enchantments? All eyes turned toward Moody, who replied calmly. Not at all. We just arrived. I caught him trying to flee in his animagus form. Millicent gave a slight nod before turning her gaze back to Peter. Then, how did you know? Peter swallowed hard. He said it. When he chased me, he shouted it. Yes. That he'd blame me, that he'd go free, he shouted it proudly while blowing everything up. The lie was so clumsy, so obviously improvised, that even the most neutral members of the Wizengamot frowned. This is a waste of time, said Wanda, crossing her arms and staring at Peter as if he were an annoying insect. Tell the truth, she whispered softly, as an invisible spell slipped from her wand like a sigh. No one noticed, except Peter, whose eyes briefly glowed red. The fear on his face vanished, replaced by a cold, bitter expression. Then, he spoke. Yes, it was me. I told the Death Eaters. I told them everything. I told Lord Voldemort himself, my master. He promised me gold, fame, glory. And I was tired. To James, Sirius, and the others I was just a shadow, a servant, a follower, a damn tag-along rat. The silence in the room turned funereal. I was tired of pretending. No one ever saw me as an equal. They all had something. James had Lily, Sirius was a legend, even Lupin had women chasing him, though the coward ignored them out of fear of what he was. And me? I turned into a filthy rat. You think that was easy? You think that was fair? Faces around the courtroom turned to stone. Peter continued, overtaken by a mix of resentment, madness, and truth. All I had to do was say yes to what they offered. Why did Dumbledore even allow a werewolf into Hogwarts? Ridiculous. I followed the others because it was fun humiliating Snape. I thought after school we'd all join the Death Eaters, but James and Sirius, with their stupid pride, chose to fight for the light. Idiots. When Voldemort came for James's son, I saw my chance. With their deaths, Sirius and Lupin would follow. And me? I'd bring the child of the prophecy straight to the Dark Lord. I'd have the honor of handing him over myself. But he was a fool, the bastard just went to die. What kind of idiot is Voldemort? Or Dumbledore? He never even found out I was a spy. Or maybe he did, and still gave me information. The Wizengamot held its collective breath. Sirius found me. He discovered everything. He chased me. So I blew up the street, cut off my finger, and he took the fall. Ha ha ha. Azkaban for him. But then the Death Eaters came hunting me. Many of them are here, yes, you pathetic purebloods, pretending to be innocent with your imperious excuses. I saw you. Every last one of you licking Voldemort's boots like dogs. And then, the spell broke. Peter blinked, confused. The words he had spoken now struck him like hammer blows. As he looked up, he met dozens of eyes filled with hatred, disgust, and fear. The same pureblood families who once ignored him now wanted him dead. They needed to silence him. At any cost. Celine, meanwhile, was delighted. To her, Wizengamot trials were pure entertainment. Helping her husband Edward, that was a bonus. But these revelations, oh, they were a feast. I request the Dementor's kiss, said Alex Caro, raising his voice and like a tidal wave. Others from the dark houses stood one by one, demanding the same. They didn't seek justice. They wanted silence. He knew too much. And now, he had betrayed them. No, I didn't mean to say that. Someone made me say it. I was controlled. Peter screamed, collapsing to his knees. This time, he was telling the truth. Bang, 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 order in the chamber. Millicent barked, slamming the gavel onto the stone table. Her furrowed brow was a warning. She knew exactly what those purebloods were trying to do, execute the one man who held all their sins in his hands. But she would not make it easy for them. As the true culprit has confessed to all the events in question, there is no need for a vote to determine his fate. I will use my authority as Minister for Magic and presiding judge of this court, Millicent declared with resolute strength, as several faces among the gallery visibly paled. Peter Pettigrew, by your direct and voluntary confession, you are hereby found guilty of all charges for which Sirius Black was wrongly imprisoned. As a result, in 5 days, you shall receive the Dementor's kiss. A wave of relief spread through many witches and wizards, especially among the purebloods. Some even smiled with satisfaction, until Millicent continued. However, she added, her voice rising above the expectant silence, if within these 5 days he provides solid evidence or useful information about the followers of he who must not be named, his sentence will be modified to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Several people shifted uncomfortably in their seats. If the information is verified as true, Pettigrew will be transferred to a section with minimal Dementor exposure, though he will remain imprisoned. He will not be released. Not after the lives he destroyed. But he will be given the chance to survive, if he cooperates. Think about it, Mr. Pettigrew. You have 5 days. Millicent gave a nod toward the auror stationed at the corners of the chamber. With professional and cold precision, they levitated Peter with their wands, silenced him to prevent his desperate screaming, and escorted him out of the courtroom. Meanwhile, the purebloods of the dark faction were in shock. Their minds raced, searching for ways to silence the traitor before he spoke any further. Fear and fury were clear in their eyes. Now, please, release Mr. Black, Millicent ordered, looking at Moody. The auror nodded gravely, tapped his staff against the floor, and the spell keeping Sirius petrified was undone. The former prisoner dropped to his knees, trembling, but his eyes still burned with fury, pain, and tears. Sirius Orion Black III has been declared innocent of all charges, with the exception of being an unregistered animagus. However, considering this occurred during wartime and was necessary for the greater good, he will receive the minimum sentence of 3 months. Another murmur spread through the room. He has already spent far more than that in prison. Therefore, the ministry will drop all charges, and as compensation for each additional month unjustly spent in Azkaban, he will be awarded 10,000 galleons per month. Several wizards gasped. Even among the wealthy families, that sum was impressive. But Millicent didn't blink. Her decision was final. Furthermore, he will receive full psychological and medical care, all his rights, properties, and his wand will be returned, and the ministry offers an official and public apology. A formal investigation will be launched against all those who failed to process his trial fairly, and depending on the results, they will be dismissed or punished. Mr. Black. I'm sorry. Millicent bowed her head briefly, with respect, then raised the gavel. This trial is concluded. Bang. She struck the podium, making the sound echo throughout the entire room. Without another word, she turned with dignity and walked away. Sirius stood in complete silence. Tears streamed down his face. After so many years of darkness, he was finally free. Off to the side, Celine smiled and turned to Wanda. Well, that was fun. Want to go grab something to eat? My treat. Wanda gently shook her head. I'll pass. I have one more favor to do and then I'll go back to Harry. I haven't been around much this week. Celine nodded, understanding. I see. Then how about we meet up this weekend with the others and take the kids to a Muggle amusement park? Sound good? A small smile lit up Wanda's face. Sure. 36. A family day. A family day. Sirius left the courtroom with steps that were light from regained freedom, but heavy with the emptiness that surrounded him. He no longer knew what to do. He had won his freedom but lost everything else. His friends were dead. Remus, the last one he had left, had abandoned him when he believed Sirius was the traitor responsible for James and Lily's deaths. And Peter, that filthy rat, had escaped, though Sirius would have preferred to kill him with his own hands rather than send him to Azkaban. As he wandered aimlessly through the ministry's halls, the echo of his own footsteps became unbearable. Then, he heard other steps. Softer. More determined. He stopped and turned quickly, instinct still sharp despite the years in prison. Standing before him was a woman with vivid red hair, ethereal beauty, both familiar and unsettling. It was the same woman who, during the trial, had claimed to be Harry's mother. Before Sirius could utter a word, she shoved him. He fell to the ground, heart pounding more from confusion than from the impact. When he looked up to ask for some explanation, his surroundings had changed. The cold marble of the ministry was gone. He was now in a cozy living room, warm and impeccably decorated. The furniture was elegant, the curtains velvet, and the air smelled of lavender and old wood. And there, in a portrait in front of him, he saw 2 figures he recognized instantly. Euphemia and Fleamont Potter. James's parents. The only people who had taken him in like a son when he was cast out of his own home for daring to think differently. The ones who had loved him unconditionally. Godfather, godmother, Sirius whispered in a trembling voice. That's what he'd called them since he was a teenager, refusing to acknowledge the legal godparents his blood family had forced upon him. Tears flowed freely as he fell to his knees before them, guilt and grief choking him. I'm sorry. I couldn't save James, I'm so sorry, he said with a broken voice, shoulders shaking with sobs. He was always there for me, and when he needed me, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. Fleamont looked at him with a grave expression, but not a cold one. A shadow of sorrow darkened his face. Euphemia, on the other hand, was already crying in silence, looking at the rebellious boy Sirius had once been, now turned into a man broken by time and tragedy. Get up, you brat, Fleamont said firmly. Sirius looked up in fear, like a child awaiting punishment. His face was soaked with tears. It's okay, you did what you could, Euphemia said gently. You lost James too. And to you, he was more than a friend, he was your brother. Fleamont nodded. We don't blame you, Sirius. We also thought that rat was their friend. The 4 of you came every damn holiday. No one would have imagined. But if I hadn't changed the secret keeper, Sirius began, his voice breaking. Fleamont raised a hand to silence him, his gesture soft but final. Blaming yourself for what might have happened is pointless. No one can know how things would have gone. Only fate. What matters is that you're free now. Sirius cried harder, pressing his forehead against the floor as if he wanted to disappear into it. After all, they had raised him like a second son. Like James's brother. and they had never regretted it. In the distance, unnoticed by Sirius, Wanda's figure faded into the air. She reappeared back in her own living room, her face tense. She removed the uncomfortable, pompous Wizengamot robe and tossed it into a corner with frustration. "Harry, where are you?" she called out loudly. Hurried footsteps came from the playroom, and a 6-year-old boy launched himself into her arms with a bright, joyful smile. "Mum!" Harry shouted, hugging her tightly. Wanda held him close, gently running her fingers through his hair. "Yes, I'm done with my work," she said softly. "How about we go for a walk?" "Yes. I want to go to Diagon Alley. The new chocolate frogs with cards arrived today," Harry said excitedly. "Then let's go," Wanda said, smiling. Harry quickly changed clothes, and the two of them went out for a walk. Harry bought several boxes of chocolate frogs, eager to find the cards he needed to complete his collection. "Ugh, Dumbledore again," Harry muttered, grimacing in annoyance before tossing the card into a nearby bin. Wanda smiled at his reaction. Ever since Harry had discovered that Dumbledore had ignored the suffering of the house elves in his family, he hadn't wanted a single image of him, not even on a trading card. Yet Wanda felt something odd as she watched the card, a faint magical connection, subtle but real. And only the Dumbledore cards had that residual energy. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing for Harry to be throwing them away. "Which one are you missing?" she asked with interest as she watched him carefully sort through the cards and stash the frogs for later. "A lot, but the one I want most is Merlin. Daphne got it by cheating, but I want to find it on my own." He opened another box with hope, skillfully pocketed the frog, and checked the card. Godric Gryffindor," he said in awe, looking at the animated image of the ancient wizard with admiration. "Wow, this one's also hard to get." He held the card up like a trophy, beaming with pride. Wanda watched him in silence, smiling warmly. That child, who had once been just a pawn on someone else's board, now had a life, a mother and a future that no one else would define for him. Over the weekend, the four families joined together to take the children to an amusement park. Since the magical world didn't have one of its own, they decided to visit one in the Muggle world. Before leaving, Wanda stood in front of everyone with her arms crossed, examining each person with a critical gaze. The Greengrasses were impeccable, dressed with understated elegance, though perhaps a bit too much for an amusement park. The Grangers, on the other hand, looked completely appropriate in casual, comfortable clothing. But then her eyes landed on the Lovegoods and she went speechless for a few seconds. Two adults dressed as clowns, red noses included, and between them stood little Luna, her face painted white and wearing enormous colorful shoes. "Why clowns?" Wanda asked, one eyebrow raised in disbelief. "Because they're fun," Luna answered with a radiant smile, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. There was a moment of silence before everyone burst into warm, genuine laughter. Even Wanda smiled. "Well, at least you won't go unnoticed," she murmured with a resigned smile. "Relax, Wanda. Edward made sure to rent out the entire park just for us," Celine said casually. "Wow, what an unnecessary expense," Susan commented with a half-smile. "But I appreciate it. This way we won't have to wait in any lines." A few hours later, a shiny black limousine arrived to pick them all up. The children crowded at the windows, fascinated by the luxury and the fast-passing scenery outside. During the ride, Wendell, wearing a curious expression, broke the silence. "Can I ask something? I've been reading about the laws of the magical world and I was wondering, isn't there one that completely forbids mixing with the Muggle world?" Celine nodded softly. "Good observation. The truth is, separating both worlds completely is impossible. We live in the same land, breathe the same air. What the law really prohibits is visible magic, being discovered by Muggles, or altering their world in obvious ways." "Then how do you have companies and rent things like this?" Wendell asked, pointing at the limousine in astonishment. "Because the magical world doesn't prepare its students to live outside of it," Celine explained with a hint of irritation. "Hogwarts, for instance, teaches spells, potions, and magical creatures, but nothing about how to make a living among Muggles if you're a half-blood or Muggle-born. So many end up returning to the non-magical world where they have no degrees, no legal documents, no way to survive. Some magical families, saw an opportunity," she continued. "We offer them jobs, financial backing, and they manage our businesses in the Muggle world. Officially, they have no connection to magic except, of course, for the profits. And the goblins at Gringotts don't complain if the vaults fill up with Muggle money, even if they pretend to despise it. After all, they surely have mines in the Muggle world extracting gold and paying in pounds sterling." "So," Susan began, processing the information, "are there Muggle companies funding magical things too?" "Exactly," Celine said, nodding. "Some Muggle families with magical children invest huge sums to support them. It's their way of entering this new world. They don't have as much influence as the big magical families, but they do exist. That's why it's so difficult to completely separate the two worlds. And there are also smugglers," Edward added in a grave tone, barely lifting his gaze. "Muggle groups that obtain magical objects and sell them on the black market. Some even experiment with them. But that happens in all worlds," Celine said with a serene smile. "There will always be light and darkness." While the adults continued their conversation, the children grew increasingly restless. Suddenly, one of them pressed their face against the window and shouted excitedly, "There it is! The roller coaster!" They all rushed to the same side, laughing and pointing at the colorful rides already visible in the distance. The parents smiled at the sight of their glowing faces, knowing this day would be unforgettable. 37 Days that stay forever. Days that stay forever. The limousine had barely come to a stop when the adults stepped out, first organized but clearly excited. The children, meanwhile, remained still, staring at their parents with serious expressions as if waiting for a military command. "All right, go ahead," Susan said with a playful smile. The moment they heard those words, the 5 kids shot off like arrows, laughing and shouting with joy as they scattered in different directions, each running toward the attraction that had caught their eye. The adults could only sigh and shake their heads with resigned smiles as they began following their little whirlwinds. Wanda, of course, went after Harry, who would stop for a second in front of one ride only to dash off to the next, unable to decide which one to get on first. He was so excited he looked like a hyperactive hummingbird. "If you keep running around like that, you'll be exhausted before you even get to play," Wanda said, her voice full of affection. Harry stopped abruptly, going completely serious, as if he had received a critical warning. Then he began analyzing the rides carefully until he settled on a hall of mirrors. "Let's go to that one first, Mom," he said excitedly, immediately grabbing her hand and tugging her forward. He didn't want to be the only one having fun, his mom had to enjoy it too. Wanda walked with him, and they entered together. Inside, their reflections multiplied endlessly, bouncing off every mirror and making it impossible to tell which way was forward. Harry turned his head in confusion, unable to find the path. Wanda gently took his hand and began guiding him step by step. Some of the mirrors had wavy surfaces that distorted their bodies, making them look funny. Harry laughed and made silly faces at every reflection before moving on to the next one. Next, they went on a small roller coaster, designed for kids but surprisingly fast. It had just one steep drop and then a wide loop. Harry screamed with excitement, laughing uncontrollably as the wind whipped past his face. Later, they headed to the bumper cars, where all the families met up again. Everyone picked a car, ready to dive into the chaos and join in the kids' fun. "Watch out, Daphne!" shouted Harry, right before crashing into the side of her car with a triumphant grin. "Oh really?" replied Daphne, turning her wheel sharply as she chased after Harry with a laugh. Hermione rammed into him from the side, catching him by surprise, and right after that, Daphne hit him too. Luna and Astoria weren't far behind. They all teamed up and surrounded him, leaving him no way to escape. "Hey, no fair!" Harry protested, laughing and grumbling as the girls turned away, giggling with victorious smiles. Meanwhile, the adults were also bumping into each other, laughing and having fun while keeping an eye on their children. "Come on, Wendell, hit someone!" cheered Susan as she chased after Pandora's car. "I'd rather not, even if the ride's safe. We're not exactly young anymore," Wendell murmured, looking a bit uneasy. But before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Lovegood rammed him from the side, making him burst out laughing in surprise. Then Celine, Pandora, and Susan noticed that Wanda was driving calmly, not bumping into anyone. The 3 women exchanged looks and silently agreed to team up against her. Wanda saw them coming and, with a small wave of her hand, made all 3 cars spin violently backward, completely out of control. "Hey, no using magic!" Susan protested quickly. "You could damage the electrical equipment." "Not mine," Wanda replied with a faintly teasing smile as she continued driving like nothing had happened. Afterward, all the families gathered for lunch in a quiet area of the park. The children ate enthusiastically, recharging their energy to keep playing, while the adults chatted and laughed together. The whole day went by like that: games, laughter, excited screams, and unforgettable memories. They visited almost every attraction in the park, having fun with friends and family, creating a day they would remember forever. On the way back in the limousine, the children fell asleep one by one. Some rested their heads on each other's shoulders, while others like Luna and Astoria dozed off with their heads resting on their mother's laps. "They had so much fun," Celine said softly, a warm smile on her face as she lovingly stroked her youngest daughter's hair. "Maybe they could even summon a patroness with this memory," Pandora said, her voice full of calm, happy wonder. "I'm sure they could," added Mr. Lovegood, visibly moved. "We need to do this more often. Because once they grow up, it'll be harder," Susan said with a bittersweet smile. "I wish time could stop so we wouldn't have to watch them grow up so fast, get married, and leave home," Celine sighed, gazing down at her sleeping daughters. "Humph. If they want to get married, they'll have to go through me first." "They're not leaving the house that easily," Edward said gruffly, though his eyes betrayed just how much he loved his girls. "I'd like to say the same," Wendell added, smiling awkwardly. "But I think Hermione will know how to choose the right guy." His tone made it sound like he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. "Worrying about that now is pointless," said Pandora with a relaxed smile. "Only time will tell." Finally, the limousine dropped off the Granger family first, followed by Wanda and Harry. Wendell carried Hermione in his arms, and Wanda did the same with Harry. They exchanged warm goodbyes before heading into their respective homes. Wanda took Harry to his room, gently laid him on his bed, tucked him in, and sat by his side for a moment, watching him sleep. A peaceful smile formed on her face as she thought about the future awaiting her little boy. Just like they'd said earlier, she was curious to see who he would choose to be with one day, and she felt genuinely happy knowing she'd be there to see him grow. Just then, Harry frowned slightly, perhaps trapped in a bad dream. Wanda softly touched his forehead, letting a gentle red light flow from her fingertip. Within seconds, his frown faded, replaced by a serene, happy smile. Quietly, Wanda stood up and left the room without a sound, letting her son rest peacefully wrapped in the unconditional love of a mother. For a couple of weeks, everything remained peaceful, even with Lockhart's sudden appearances as he attempted to court Wanda. One had to give him credit for one thing: his persistence. Some of his tactics were odd, others interesting, but none of them worked. "My dear and lovely friend Wanda," said Pandora cheerfully as she entered the shop, with Luna running in behind her, smiling. She wore carrot-shaped earrings and cork necklaces. Pandora, on the other hand, was dressed in pajamas and even had a sleep mask on her head, something that quickly caught the attention of Hermione and Harry, who were sitting not far away, reading. "Welcome, Pandora." "You too, Luna," said Wanda, looking at the girl, who smiled while waving hello and then ran over to where Harry and Hermione were. "Why are you dressed like that?" asked Wanda, eyeing Pandora's curious outfit. "Well, I'm going to the Muggle world to buy some electronic devices. I want to study why magic makes them malfunction," Pandora said with a smile. "I remembered our day at the amusement park, and you said your magic was special, so now I'm really curious about that," she added. "Oh, really?" said Wanda, smiling and shaking her head. "But you'd be way too eye-catching if you go like that. Better let me give you a hand," she added, snapping her fingers, instantly changing Pandora's clothes into a long blue dress that made her look very pretty. "How beautiful," said Luna, walking over to admire her mother from all angles. "Then let's make one for you too," said Wanda, also changing Luna's clothes into a dress similar to her mother's, which made her very happy. She was very attached to Pandora and was always with her. It was rare to see them apart. "Mom, remember the gift for Aunt Pandora," said Harry as he walked over. "Oh, right," exclaimed Wanda, pulling a box out of her handbag. It was wrapped in gift paper. "Happy birthday," she said with a smile as she handed it over. "Ah, was it my birthday?" Pandora said as if she had just realized, taking the box and opening it with excitement. Inside was a red heart-shaped necklace. It was open, showing a photo of Luna on one side, and on the other, a picture of the Lovegood family. Pandora's eyes lit up with joy as she lovingly picked up the necklace from the box. "Thank you," she said, a small tear of happiness forming in her eyes. "I told Mum to put a protection spell on it, so you don't get hurt again while studying spells like last time," Harry said seriously. "It's fine. I'm used to it, and my arm works just fine," Pandora replied, moving her arm slightly to show it was normal. But Harry said nothing. In truth, he still had a small trauma from that time Pandora showed up at his house holding her own arm, which had come out of its socket while trying to create a strange spell. Luckily, Wanda had fixed it with no problem. That's why Harry thought it would be better if Wanda made something for Pandora to stop her from blowing herself up with her own spells. "Mom, it's getting late," Luna interrupted. "Right, time to go. See you later, Wanda. And you too as well," said Pandora, waving to Wanda and the kids before taking Luna's hand and quickly heading out. As they watched Pandora and Luna leave, someone else entered the shop, prompting Hermione and Harry to roll their eyes before turning back to their books. "Oh, I must have walked into paradise, because all I see is an angel at the counter about to tell me whether I'm allowed to enter," said Lockhart dramatically as he walked in. From the sofa, Harry and Hermione whispered. "How many times has he used that line?" asked Harry. 15 this month. "New record," replied Hermione. Meanwhile, Wanda, standing behind the counter, kept her professional smile. "Hello, Mr. Lockhart. What brings you back here for the 9th time this week?" Wanda said, a slight edge of annoyance in her voice. "I still owe a Canute from last time, remember? I came to settle my debts. And also to pick up a fantasy novel," Lockhart said with a charming smile. "Which one?" asked Wanda. "The Love I Have for You," replied Lockhart, winking flirtatiously. "And a smile from the beautiful cashier would make my day." Wanda turned around, grabbed a book from the shelf behind her conveniently titled The Love I Have for You and placed it on the counter. "That'll be 100 galleons and 1 Canute," she said calmly, offering a forced smile. "Ahem, how much?" Lockhart asked, surprised by the price. Though he was wealthy, he was also rather stingy. 100 galleons and 1 Canute, Wanda repeated. "Is the book really that expensive?" he asked, his smile starting to falter. "No, the book costs only 1 galleon, Wanda replied. Then, Wanda simply pointed to a sign hanging above her head. It read, "A smile 99 galleons." Lewis had put up that sign 2 days ago, aimed at men who came in to flirt with the staff without buying anything. Lockhart's flirting had been seen too many times. He wasn't the only one. Maybe they had all read the same awful flirting guidebook. Hermione and Harry, sitting on the sofa, were holding back laughter. They had convinced Lewis to put up that sign, since every day they saw men trying to flirt with Wanda. Not even Lewis herself was safe from these guys. "What's wrong? Can't afford it?" Wanda asked with a calm smile. "Of course I can. Ahem, here you go. 100 galleons and 1 canute, Lockhart said with a forced smile, placing the money on the counter with exaggerated delicacy. Thank you very much. Come again, Wanda replied professionally, though with a kind tone. Why yeah sure, muttered Lockhart before hurrying out of the bookshop. In his mind, he was beginning to consider that maybe he needed a vacation from flirting. Because, in his words, love is only truly valued when it's gone. However, just as he crossed the door, he bumped into someone. The mild discomfort quickly turned to irritation as he looked up and saw a well-dressed man with a distinguished presence, long perfectly groomed hair, and a natural air of elegance. A face that, much to Lockhart's dismay, rivaled his own in beauty at least from his perspective. Hey, watch where you're going. Lockhart snapped irritably, casting a sideways glance with a hint of jealousy in his voice. He hated competition even if it was just in appearance. Oh, sorry about that. I got a little excited and wasn't looking where I was going, the man replied calmly, not giving the incident much importance. He didn't even look Lockhart in the eye, as if he were a minor inconvenience. Humph. How arrogant, muttered Lockhart, feeling the apology was cold and mechanical. But then, the man stopped and slowly turned his head. His black eyes locked onto Lockhart's with an intensity that cut through the air. It wasn't an angry look, it was something worse. Serious. Silent. Imposing. Like a lion measuring whether to tear your throat out or let you go. Ahem, I'm in a hurry. Don't have time for this, Lockhart said quickly, letting out a nervous chuckle as he walked off with quick steps. His cape billowed behind him, as if trying to reclaim some dignity in his retreat. The man stopped watching him and turned his gaze back toward the bookstore. There, between the shelves, a boy laughed happily as he read a book, fully immersed, unaware of the world around him. The man's eyes softened. It was Sirius Black. And at long last, after so long, he had come to meet Harry. 38. Meeting at the bookshop. Meeting at the bookshop. Sirius took a deep breath. His heart pounded in his chest as he stepped into the bookstore. He wanted to see Harry. He had dreamed of this moment over and over in Azkaban, clinging to it like a lighthouse in the darkness. But before he could even take a step toward his godson, something stopped him. A feeling. Instincts he hadn't lost despite the years. He felt a gaze burning into his back. He turned immediately. And there she was. From behind the counter, Wanda was watching him with an intensity that could almost be felt in the air. Her eyes, green like a memory, studied him with the dangerous calm of someone who had protected Harry with tooth, nail, and magic he barely understood. Sirius remembered her instantly, though he had only seen her once, long ago. Yet now, her presence dominated everything. He approached her. Hi, thank you for everything you've done. The Potters told me everything, he said, his voice heavy with restrained emotion. I did the psychological evaluations like they said you wanted. So I could see Harry. So I could be near him. He looked at her with sincerity. With regret. With a pain he hadn't known how to name until now. The woman before him wasn't just his godson's mother. She was the one who had raised him, who had loved him, who had been there for every moment Sirius Black had missed. Because of his own stupidity. Because of his absence. Luckily, according to Fleamont and Euphemia, Wanda had taken excellent care of Harry. So much so, they had named her heir to the Potter family's estate while Harry remained a child. Wanda didn't answer immediately. She looked at him as if she could see every corner of his soul, every shadow of guilt, every regret and every wound. Her eyes were steady, unmoving, not filled with hatred, but not with compassion either. Just a mother assessing whether the man before her deserved to be near her son. Even Lockhart couldn't get too close without Wanda giving him a look that could reduce him to something reality itself wouldn't tolerate. Finally, she spoke. Fine, I'll be watching you. And she turned away. Harry, come here a moment, she called, gently but firmly. Harry, who had been looking at books with Hermione at one of the tables, lifted his head and walked over calmly. His green eyes identical to Lily's rest first on his mother, with quiet ease and then on Sirius, with a slight frown. What is it, Mum? This is Sirius Black. Your godfather. Your father's best friend. The man your grandparents told you about. Harry looked at him carefully. He seemed to be evaluating whether this well-dressed, slightly nervous man could truly be who he claimed to be. Sirius Black? He asked. His eyes showed no emotion, just curiosity. I see. Nice to meet you. He extended his hand with perfect manners. And Sirius froze. In truth, he had idealized this moment in his mind. He had expected Harry to hug him, to shout his name, to say how much he had wanted to meet him. But all he got was a polite greeting. Courteous. Ahem, I brought you a gift, Harry, he said awkwardly, digging into his bag. He pulled out a child-sized broomstick, nearly identical to the one he had once given Harry as a baby. The one Harry had used to destroy several vases at the Potters' home, earning Sirius a lovingly scolding Lily. You didn't have to, Harry replied softly. I already have one. Mum bought it for me. Oh, I see. Sirius smiled uncomfortably. Would you like to hear some stories about your parents? Harry looked at him with more interest this time. He nodded. Sure. Sirius exhaled in relief. He followed Harry to the couch where the boy had been reading and sat beside him. Hermione stayed close, watching everything closely. Harry listened not with childish excitement, but with caution, as if taking notes. As if every word Sirius said needed to be weighed, measured, evaluated. He wasn't listening with an open heart but with the guarded walls of someone who had learned too early that not all adults stayed. Hermione, for her part, had her brow furrowed. She didn't like the stories that started to emerge about Sirius and James picking on other students. Sirius noticed and quickly shifted gears. Your mother was brilliant, smart, proud, competitive. She was always arguing with Lupin for the top spot in class. We all thought she should have been in Ravenclaw, but when the war started she proved the fierceness of a true Gryffindor. Sirius's voice changed. It became warm, almost reverent. They faced the Dark Lord and lived. Not many can say that. Once, to save your father, she fought 10 Death Eaters, took down 2 instantly, grabbed your wounded dad, and escaped with him. She was magnificent, powerful, clever. He paused, smiled, nostalgic. We used to tease James, saying he'd be lost without her. But thanks to her, he changed. They both did. They were like a fairy tale, you know, Beauty and the Beast. Her love made him better. Sirius lowered his gaze. He was the only one of us who found a place where he truly belonged. And he fell silent. From behind the counter, Wanda listened. There weren't many customers, but that didn't mean she let her guard down. Still, for the first time in a long time, her expression shifted slightly. Not to one of trust, but one of consideration. Perhaps Sirius Black still had a place in his godson's life. The story flowed with quiet laughter and anecdotes tinged with nostalgia, until a deep voice, dripping with contempt, cut through the air like a blade. Well, it seems the rumors on the street are true. Sirius Black has been released from Azkaban. The voice came from the entrance of the bookstore, unmistakable. Its owner stood tall, his black robes billowing like they were part of the shadows themselves. His eyes locked onto Sirius with a mix of resentment and bitterness that had clearly festered for years. Sirius turned slowly, his words falling silent, and a barely contained grimace of irritation appeared on his face. Greasy hair, same sour face, and that gloomy robe you haven't changed in 20 years. A real pleasure to see you again, Snivellis. Sirius spat, a half-smile full of venom curling on his lips. Snape raised an eyebrow, his gaze darkening further. Still more presentable than someone who spent years as the Dementor's favorite toy. I'm surprised you can still speak coherently, Black. The air between them seemed to tighten. Harry and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances as Sirius clenched his fists for a moment before responding. And you? Still hiding behind your potions and petty insults? Though I suppose that's all that's left when the only love you ever had chose the person you hated most. Snape didn't answer immediately. His gaze, sharp and poisonous, suddenly flicked to Harry, and for a moment, his eyes widened in surprise. He looked at him with unsettling intensity, as if seeing a ghost or something worse, an impossible blend of James and Lily. But before he could say a word, an invisible pressure descended on him. A sharp, focused stare had struck him from the side. A seasoned wizard used to danger, he turned immediately and found himself face to face with a woman of commanding beauty and emerald green eyes. Wanda. There was something about her that unsettled him. Maybe it was her calm, authoritative posture, or that unmasked spark of power that seemed to ripple around her. But what truly made him falter was that, for a split second he swore he saw Lily. Not physically, but in something deeper, in her fierce protectiveness, the clarity of her gaze, and that unconditional love for the boy behind her. If you came to buy something, pick a book. If you came to argue with that man, I suggest you do it outside. But if you came to cause trouble, I'll have to ask you to leave right now, Wanda said, her voice low and firm, edged with the cold sharpness of steel. Snape frowned, but didn't reply. Instead, he pulled a parchment from his robes with a brusque motion and dropped it on the counter with a sharp smack. Wanda glanced down for a few seconds, read it quickly, then moved a single finger. A whisper of power swept through the bookstore, and suddenly dozens of books flew from the shelves. They soared with mathematical precision and stacked themselves into a perfectly ordered mountain on the counter. It was so impressive even Hermione's eyes widened. That'll be 100 galleons, Wanda said, as if nothing had happened. Snape watched her for a few more seconds. A silent battle crossed his expression: disdain, discomfort and something akin to respect. Without a word, he placed a pouch filled with gold on the counter, cast one last icy look at Sirius, a look that spoke of old wounds, of enmity's time hadn't healed, and then his eyes locked onto Harry once more. Harry held his gaze calmly. There was no fear in him, just observation. Snape finally turned on his heel and left, his black robes vanishing like a shadow beyond the door. Silence settled over the room for a moment. Harry was the one who broke it. Was that the one from the Hogwarts stories? He asked suddenly, turning to Sirius. The man blinked, puzzled. How did you know? His eyes, Harry replied quietly, almost to himself. Yeah, that was Snape. The next chapter, a glimpse of the future. 39, a glimpse of the future. A glimpse of the future. Picket Post Close, Bracknell, England. Just 50 kilometers from the bustling heart of London, there was a cozy neighborhood where hedges were always perfectly trimmed, lawns perpetually green, and neighbors greeted each other with genuine smiles. It was the kind of place where families felt safe, where children could ride their bikes without a care in the world, and where life seemed simpler, kinder. In one of those houses, however, lived a rather different family. Not because they were dangerous or troublesome, nothing could be further from the truth, but because of their unusual, almost enchanting charm. Everyone knew the house on the corner, with its flawless facade, flowers that never wilted, and a warm aura that surrounded it day and night. That was where Wanda lived. A young woman with an eternally serene and radiant appearance. Many neighbors swore she hadn't aged a single day in the last 7 years. With smooth skin, graceful steps, and a gentle smile, Wanda was the quiet heart of the neighborhood. When she went for walks, it wasn't uncommon to see men freezing in place a bit too long, or wives exchanging glances somewhere between nervous and curious. And yet, her presence never stirred jealousy or envy. She radiated peace. She was maternal. And Wanda wasn't alone. She lived with her son, Harry. Harry was 11, but those who knew him often spoke of him as if he were much older. He was calm, polite, refined, and always wore that soft, sincere smile that could melt even the hardest hearts. His unruly hair and vivid green eyes, identical to his adoptive mother's, though not by blood, gave him an air of unassuming nobility. Some mothers joked that when their daughters saw Harry pass by, they stopped talking for minutes at a time. Not just because of his looks, but because of the warmth he carried, the thoughtful and measured way he spoke, so rare in children his age. But beyond what the neighbors could see, inside that home, there was love. A deep bond, shaped by patience, affection, and mutual respect. That morning, however, started a bit differently. Harry came down the stairs in a bit of a rush, still in his pajamas, barefoot, and with his hair even messier than usual. As he stepped into the kitchen, he found the familiar scene, his mother calmly having breakfast, and Liz, their house elf, fluttering about the kitchen while preparing breakfast with great care. Wanda looked up and smiled sweetly. "My, you woke up late today," she said in a soft, amused tone. "Sorry. I guess I was more excited than I thought," Harry replied, returning her smile as he leaned in to hug her gently, with genuine affection. Then he turned to the kitchen and looked at Liz. "It's okay, Liz, I'll take care of it. You should have breakfast too, though I'd love it if you joined us." Liz blushed as much as a house elf could and wiggled her ears. "Thank you, Master Harry, but if Liz eats without Gree gets upset. Says Liz has no manners if she eats alone. And Liz gets sad if Gree eats without company." Harry chuckled softly and shook his head as he picked up the pan. "Gree is still far too strict, but fine." With graceful, measured movements, he finished cooking the eggs and bacon, served himself, and sat across from his mother. The way he held his knife and fork, his straight posture, his calm gaze, none of it was by accident. It was the result of years of loving guidance. "Did you prepare everything for today?" Wanda asked as she watched him eat. "Almost. Liz and Gree sent my luggage last night, though honestly, I think they went a bit overboard. One suitcase with an entire room inside," he said with a playful smile. Wanda laughed. She was well acquainted with the talents and enthusiasm of magical elves. It had all begun a few years ago, when Daphne Greengrass started her advanced magical training. Not wanting to be bored alone, she dragged Harry and Hermione along with her. And so, the three of them began studying at a level far beyond what was expected for their age. It was a decision that changed everything. Young Potter had developed a presence that, even without a wand, commanded both respect and sympathy. He was an heir in every sense of the word. Heir to the house of Potter, and to the patient love of a mother who had never let him go. As Harry calmly ate, he suddenly felt his mother's attentive gaze fixed on him. He looked at her, pretending innocence. Wanda narrowed her eyes and extended her hand. "Hand it over." "I seriously don't know how you do that," Harry muttered as he pulled out a metallic sphere covered in glowing runes and placed it on her palm. Wanda examined it in silence. "I understand why you don't trust Dumbledore after what he did to your family's elves. But risking the security of Hogwarts just to get him fired, that's not the way. It was just going to blow up a few walls. Maybe the headmaster's office." Harry replied with a small, guilty smile. Wanda's gaze sharpened. Sighing, Harry pulled out 5 identical spheres. "It was because I said, some walls, wasn't it? I'm your mother. I see right through you," Wanda answered with a mysterious and amused tone. "One day, I'll figure out how you do that," Harry said, still smiling. By the way, Hermione and Uncle Wendell and Aunt Susan left early. They wanted to take a walk before saying goodbye to their little girl. "Yes, Susan told me this morning. If you want, we can do the same. After all, you'll be gone for several months. It'll be the first time you're away from your mother." Harry glanced at the clock on the wall. "I would have loved that, but it's too late now. Next time, I promise." Wanda sighed, her smile touched with melancholy. "All right, go get dressed." "Easy," Harry said with a proud little smirk as he snapped his fingers on both hands. A reddish glow swept up his body from foot to head, and his pajamas were instantly replaced by an elegant black robe with a modern cut, open at the sides from the level of his cream trousers pockets. The outfit was a perfect blend of magical tradition and Muggle sobriety, refined, discreet, stylish. Despite his youth, he already carried himself with a presence that radiated maturity and confidence. His hair, however, remained as rebellious as ever. "I haven't won the battle against my hair yet, but I accept it as part of my natural charm," he said with a soft smile, while Wanda looked at him with pride. "All right, let's go," she replied, gracefully rising from her chair and extending a hand. The world seemed to fold in on itself for an instant. When Harry blinked again, they were already standing in the middle of King's Cross Station. In front of them stood the Hogwarts Express in all its majesty, a gleaming red train that whistled and let off steam from its chimney, filling the air with a blend of nostalgia and living magic. Families from all over were saying goodbye to their children. The youngest hugged their parents tightly, while the older ones joked with friends, eager to begin a new year. The station was buzzing with emotion. "I need you to teach me that," Harry said, raising an eyebrow at his mother, still impressed by how elegantly they had appeared. Wanda smiled without turning. "No spatial or temporal distortion spells until you're of age." Yeah, I know. You could accidentally alter reality and trap an entire village in an infinite paradox." Harry recited the warning in a mocking yet respectful tone. He had heard it so many times he knew it by heart. It was then they spotted a familiar group approaching through the crowd. Wendell and Susan with Hermione, followed by Celine, Daphne, Edward, and little Astoria, who walked firmly, trying to imitate the older kids. "You finally made it. I thought Harry had overslept," Hermione exclaimed, her face a mix of excitement and nerves. "Good to see you, Harry," said Daphne, approaching with a knowing smile. Discreetly, she handed him a small pouch behind her back. But the gesture didn't go unnoticed, not by Wanda, and certainly not by Edward. "If I get a single letter from McGonagall this term, your allowance will be severely reduced," Edward warned in a calm voice that carried clear authority. His stoic gaze fell on his daughter with surgical precision. Without losing composure, Harry simply smiled with a mix of resignation and politeness and returned the hidden sphere to Edward. "Sorry," he murmured softly. Daphne shot him a glare, feeling betrayed. Edward examined the sphere. It was identical to the one Wanda had confiscated moments earlier, and upon seeing it, she only shook her head. "All right, get on the train. Find a good compartment, it's a long trip ahead," said Celine with a warm smile. Daphne sighed. "I still don't get why we can't use the Flo network, or the night bus, or at least apparition. We could be there in seconds." "It's a Hogwarts rule," Hermione replied almost automatically. "Students used to travel by carriage and take days. The tradition continues." "That doesn't explain why," Daphne insisted, arms crossed. "Because it's the rule," Hermione replied, raising her chin firmly. Harry approached Wanda and hugged her sincerely. "See you over the holidays, Mom. Take care. And have some fun too, even just a little," Wanda replied, gently stroking his hair. The three new students, Harry, Hermione, and Daphne, boarded the train, waving one last time. Astoria tried to follow them, but Celine stopped her with a smile. She still had a year or two left before her own adventure. "They grow up so fast," Susan murmured with a hint of melancholy, squeezing Wendell's hand. He nodded silently. "Well, who wants some coffee? There's a place around the corner with cream pastries to die for," said Susan, changing the mood with contagious cheer. Everyone laughed and followed her. On the way, they passed a rather disheveled and interesting red-haired family. Hours after the express had departed, when the train was about to reach Hogwarts, two boys, one red-haired with a curious expression, the other with dark hair and an easy smile, were talking quietly in a compartment. The door suddenly burst open. A girl with bushy, messy brown hair, large brown eyes, and an inquisitive look stepped in and examined them as if assessing them for a test. Without greeting, she bluntly asked, "Have you seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville lost it." Both boys frowned, surprised by the lack of manners, but before they could answer, a small book flew from the hallway and gently tapped the girl on the arm. A figure appeared from the corridor. It was a young boy with jet black hair and bright green eyes, wearing a calm expression and a faintly amused smile. "I think you forgot your manners," the boy said gently, never taking his eyes off his friend. The girl gave him an annoyed look but straightened as if performing for an audience. "My apologies for the interruption," she now said with a carefully polite voice, adopting an exaggeratedly refined tone, as if imitating a noble from the past. "My haste led me to intrude upon your leisure space without the proper respect. I was wondering if, by chance, you have seen an amphibian of the buffonid variety that escaped its owner, whose name is Neville." Harry, because who else could it be, smiled with amusement at seeing his friend act like that. He knew she didn't enjoy exaggerating, and only did it because he teased her into it. The two boys in the compartment exchanged confused looks. They might have understood half of what she said, but in the end, both shook their heads. "Then, I wish you a splendid evening," said the girl, giving a small curtsy as she held the edges of her robe like it was an old-fashioned dress. She turned and walked away firmly, not without casting a mocking glance at her friend, who simply shook his head in silence. "Sorry about that," the boy said calmly. "You should get changed. We're almost at Hogwarts." He was about to leave when he paused, took a step back, and turned to the redhead. "By the way, you've got a bit of dirt on your face," he said with a slight smile before heading off behind his friend. 40. The Noble Art of Etiquette. The Noble Art of Etiquette. "Harry, Hermione, you have to help me," said Daphne as she rushed into the bookstore, her face clearly worried. For some reason, that little shop had become the children's makeshift playroom while Wanda worked nearby. "What happened?" asked Harry, looking around alertly, ready to defend his friend if needed. Meanwhile, Hermione nearly dashed off to find Wanda, her first instinct being to call an adult. "They want to send me to etiquette classes," Daphne announced, as if she had just been told the world was ending. Harry and Hermione froze for a moment, clearly confused. "You have to hide me," Daphne insisted, already growing impatient. But it was too late. Celine stepped out from the fireplace, her serene smile lighting up the room, though to Daphne, that smile looked more like a demon in disguise. "Daphne, it seems I was right in saying you need to learn some manners," Celine said gently. "No, I don't need them. I have manners," Daphne replied quickly, glancing around for a possible escape route. But Celine raised her wand with elegance and, before the girl could run, she was lifted into the air. "No!" Daphne cried out, clinging to Harry and Hermione, who still didn't quite understand what was going on. Well, what's going on here?" asked Susan as she entered from outside the bookstore. She looked curiously at Daphne, now floating and gripping her friends, then at Celine, who still wore a pleasant smile though her eyes didn't quite match the warmth of her expression. "Daphne is going to etiquette classes," Celine explained calmly. "Etiquette? Sounds interesting," Susan said, smiling with genuine enthusiasm. "What if Hermione joins her? They might make some friends there." Daphne nodded so fast she nearly got dizzy, and quickly added, "Harry too." Harry tilted his head, confused. He didn't quite understand why he was getting dragged into this. "Then it's settled," Susan announced with a cheerful clap, before turning to Wanda, who was watching her son with a soft expression. "What do you say, Harry? Would you like to go?" Wanda asked sweetly. She never forced her son to do anything, she always offered him a choice. "Well, if Daphne and Hermione are going, I can give it a try," Harry replied, nodding gently. "Great!" Daphne exclaimed, clearly relieved. Even if she'd lose some playtime, at least she wouldn't be alone. In a high-class home that functioned as a small etiquette school for noble wizarding families, everything was perfectly maintained. Families sent their children here to ensure that pride and honor marked every step they took. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne sat side by side, listening carefully. Standing before them was an elderly woman in a grand hat and an outfit that blended medieval charm with high fashion. She spoke in a soft, deliberate tone. Her name was Professor Higberta. "Welcome, young heirs of distinguished lineages. Today, in our class of noble etiquette and manners, you will learn to conduct yourselves with the grace and honor befitting a renowned magical family," she said, her gaze briefly lingering on Hermione. She said nothing more. After all, Hermione was there accompanying the heir to the Potter family and the heiress of the Greengrass line. Only a fool would dare question her presence. First rule, dignity and bearing. A noble wizard must walk with confidence, keep their back straight, and speak with calm and clarity. First impressions are vital. Our presence must reflect the prestige of our family. "Now, please, stand up," she said, giving a soft clap to encourage them. The children stood up immediately. Chairs and desks slid aside as if guided by invisible hands, though in truth, it was the work of a quiet house elf observing from the corner, ready to assist at any moment. A gentleman walks with firmness but without harshness. He must radiate confidence and authority without arrogance. Back straight, chin slightly raised, to show assurance. Shoulders relaxed but aligned. Move with calm and measured steps, without rushing. Hands should never be in the pockets, they may rest gently at the sides or hold a cane if appropriate. The gaze should stay forward, not wandering too much. And when greeting someone, a subtle nod or a discreet gesture is enough. As Higberta spoke, several children attempted to follow her instructions, though not without effort. Harry, in particular, moved a bit awkwardly. Beside him, another boy his age was also practicing, Draco Malfoy, the boy they had met during the Quidditch games. Harry and Draco met eyes briefly and, recalling the lesson, exchanged a slight bow and a small smile. Now, a noble lady moves with elegance and grace, projecting respect and distinction. Back straight, shoulders slightly back, never rigid. Her steps are shorter and more measured than a gentleman's, with a subtle, natural glide and no exaggerations. Hands should not be crossed over the chest nor hang without purpose, they may rest gently on the lap or hold a small item. The gaze should be calm and confident, not evasive or challenging. When passing someone, a slight nod or discreet smile will do. The children began walking around the room. Some followed the instructions diligently, others giggled and made faces as they crossed paths. Higberta, however, was used to teaching children. She knew manners weren't absorbed in an instant. They seeped in slowly, like sunlight warming a room. That's why she wasn't strict, not with little ones from powerful families. She understood that with patience even etiquette could become a charming game. "Very well, now let us move on to the second rule, greetings and conversation," announced Professor Higberta in a calm voice, walking slowly among the children as she spoke. "You do not greet others with excessive enthusiasm. A slight nod or a gentle tilt of the head is sufficient. In conversation, one must never interrupt, listen attentively and respond with a controlled and well-articulated voice. A gentleman of distinguished lineage does not extend his hand hastily nor display unnecessary affection. Restraint is key." She paused briefly to observe their reactions before continuing, her tone elegant and measured. "The nod, a subtle movement, never exaggerated, that conveys recognition and courtesy. The gentle bow, in formal events, a bow from the waist is appropriate especially toward superiors or high-ranking ladies. The hand kiss, reserved for renowned ladies, performed with discretion, without actually touching the skin, just a soft approach of the lips. Eye contact should be held firmly, neither challenging nor evasive. It reflects respect and self-assurance. She then turned to the girls with a small smile. The grace of a noble lady lies in her refinement. Every gesture must be elegant and intentional. The light curtsy, a small dip of the torso, with the back straight and chin held high. The delicate nod, a soft movement of the head, free of any abruptness. The hand gesture may be offered with elegance, avoiding excessive contact. The composed gaze, not fixated or intense, but one that conveys attentiveness and presence. With a light flick of her wand, Higberta conjured a small practice circle and smiled serenely. Now, the gentleman should approach one of the ladies and offer a formal greeting, waiting for the lady to present her hand for a proper salutation. The room filled with murmurs and soft laughter. For many of the children, the task was more of a challenge than it seemed, not because of the etiquette, but because of the embarrassment of approaching the girls, or perhaps the amusing tension of seeing who would go first. Harry was the one to take the first step. "A pleasure," he said calmly, bowing slightly to both Daphne and Hermione. The girls smiled and extended their hands at the same time, causing a brief moment of confusion for Harry. He shrugged slightly, then gently took both hands and placed a soft kiss on each one. All three laughed quietly. Seeing Harry's gesture, several other children were encouraged to try as well, mimicking the greeting with growing interest and curiosity. Thus concluded the first class of the day. Later on, Wanda came to pick up Harry and Hermione, as Susan was still busy with work. Celine arrived to collect Daphne, accompanied by little Astoria, who was smiling brightly as she waited for her older sister and their friends. Harry was the first to approach, wearing a calm smile. He stopped right in front of Wanda and offered a polite nod. Wanda raised an eyebrow in amusement and, playing along, extended her hand. Harry kissed it softly, just as he had learned. "I see you all had fun," Celine said with a serene smile. Daphne and Hermione walked up together. Their relaxed expressions contrasted with the uncertainty they had felt earlier that morning. "It wasn't as boring as I thought," Daphne said, crossing her arms with a touch of pride. "Though some of the boys there were giving me strange looks," Hermione added, slightly annoyed. "Pay them no mind. They're just children raised by adults with outdated ideas," Celine replied, her voice calm yet firm. "You are welcome among the children of the Greengrass and Potter allied families. From now on, you are all part of the same circle." Well, Hermione agreed, though her frown showed she was still a bit uncomfortable. At least, she thought, she wouldn't be alone. And that made all the difference. 41. Jealous Eyes in Knockturn Alley. Jealous Eyes in Knockturn Alley. Today was the day Sirius came to visit Harry. Though, if it were up to him, he'd do it every day. But because of the help he'd received from the Malfoy family and his cousins, he now had to take responsibility for the affairs of the Black family, which took up most of his time. At least he had the support of his favorite cousin and her husband, though he still had very little free time to see Harry. If he knew Wanda considered him a bad influence on her son, he wouldn't be allowed in the house every day, not even if she had gone mad. She couldn't risk Harry being led astray. It would be interesting to see Sirius's face if he ever found out. Their meeting spot always ended up being the bookstore. The reason was simple: it was a cozy place, full of books, and a place where Harry could be close to his mother. Although, to be exact, Wanda didn't really need a job. She simply wanted to show Harry how to become a functional adult. And over time, she had grown to enjoy being surrounded by books. "Hey Harry, I heard you've been taking etiquette classes," said Sirius the moment he walked into the bookstore, smiling when he saw his godson. "Is that old lady Higberta still teaching them?" "Professor Higberta, yes. She's our teacher," Harry replied. "Ha, they tried to send me there too. But I burned that ridiculous giant hat of hers and got expelled on the first day," said Sirius with a mischievous grin. "Godfather, sometimes I really don't understand if you're a good person or a bad one," said Harry with a slightly serious tone, making Sirius choke and lose his smile for a moment. "Ahem, I was a troubled child. Doesn't mean I was bad," Sirius quickly defended himself. "Maybe I just liked pranks a little too much," he added with a nervous laugh. Harry eyed him suspiciously, while Wanda smiled from a nearby shelf where she was arranging books by hand. Every now and then, she liked doing things the old-fashioned way without magic. Feeling Harry's inquisitive gaze on him, Sirius desperately tried to redeem his image. He started digging through his memories for a good deed he could proudly share. Several seconds passed and nothing came to mind until suddenly, something did. "You know, Harry, when your father and I entered Hogwarts, we became friends with Lupin. And he had a rare condition that made him lose control. He was always alone and barely wanted to talk about it. So your father and I dug into some old Black family books and found a way to speed up the process of becoming Animagi," Sirius said, a touch of nostalgia in his voice. "Normally, you have to hold a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a full month, but we kept swallowing it by accident. And if you mess up, you can end up partially transformed or even disfigured. It's a very dangerous spell. That's why there are only 6 officially registered Animagi. There might be a few illegal ones, but not many dare to try. We did it just so we could be with Lupin during full moons. But if you did something illegal, technically that's not a good thing, Hermione interjected from beside Harry, staring straight at Sirius. If you do something to help someone, it doesn't matter if it's illegal as long as it's the right thing, Sirius tried to justify. Aunt Wanda, Sirius is teaching Harry something bad, Hermione said immediately, throwing him under the bus without hesitation. Sirius instantly regretted telling that story, especially when he felt Wanda's piercing gaze. It was so intense it actually made him break into a sweat. Meanwhile, no one noticed a distant gaze watching Sirius, then Harry, and finally Wanda, with an expression full of disgust, jealousy, and intrigue. "That guy again," muttered Lockhart as he hid inside a shop across from the bookstore, staring particularly hard at Sirius. The only reason Wanda hadn't noticed him yet. Why does he keep coming back? Who the hell is he? Why does he get along with the boy so well? Is he planning the same thing I am? Lockhart whispered angrily. "I need to find out more. I can't let the woman I've spent so long trying to win be taken by some penniless nobody," he said through gritted teeth. But what filled his voice most was envy, pure, poisonous jealousy. Sirius's current appearance, now that he had to act as the head of a noble house, had been refined by his cousin. He now wore elegant robes, kept his hair well groomed, and thanks to the healing potions he had taken, his natural black family good look, something they were very proud of, had begun to shine once more. That only fanned the flames of fury and envy in Lockhart's chest. "No one is going to steal what's mine," he muttered before standing up and leaving. He needed information, and he knew exactly where to get it. After all, it wasn't the first time he'd found out someone's secrets and made them disappear. He followed a path he knew by heart, slipping into Nocturne Alley as he pulled a black hooded cloak over his head to hide his face. Every time he passed a dark wizard, he gripped his wand with fear, but he didn't stop. He quickly made his way through the alley until he reached a grimy bar and entered without hesitation. Inside, various patrons were drinking all kinds of strange, smoking liquids. Some glasses held a thick red liquid. One man sipping from such a glass had long fangs protruding from his mouth, clearly a vampire. He looked up when he sensed Lockhart's presence and gave him a mocking smile before sipping again, this time with noble manners. Lockhart swallowed hard but quickly made his way to the bartender. "I'm here to see the informant," he said in a serious tone. The bartender said nothing and simply pointed with his thumb toward a door beside the bar. Lockhart stepped through without delay and followed a dark hallway until he reached a door. He knocked firmly. "Come in," a raspy voice said from within. Lockhart obeyed, closing the door behind him. "Oh, it's you again," said a man with multiple scars across his face. One eye was milky white, the other pitch black, utterly hollow. His appearance was disheveled, with a long beard and shoulder-length dark hair that clearly hadn't been washed in days. His clothes, however, were elegant. A high-end robe covered his entire body. "Writing another book? Need a real adventurer to fill your pages?" he asked with a mischievous yet sinister grin. "The last one sold quite well. Our cut was rather juicy," the man added with a sly wink. "No, this time it's about someone else." "I need information," Lockhart said quickly. "Oh yeah, what a pity. Alright then, what do you need to know?" "I won't charge you since we're partners," the informant said calmly. "It's about a guy who frequents Flourish and Blots," Lockhart began, but before he could continue, the man frowned and raised his hand to stop him. "Are you talking about the Greengrass family's bookstore? We don't mess with pure-blood families, and you know that. And not just that the woman working there is from the Potter family. We can't afford to get on the bad side of two powerful houses at once," he said seriously. No, it's just some guy who shows up there often. I don't think he's anyone important. The first time I saw him he looked like a beggar, though now he seems to have some money. I want to know who he is, where he lives, and why he keeps coming to the bookstore," Lockhart explained. "You know we only deal in information. We're not hired thugs," the informant clarified, "just in case." "I know, I just need the information," Lockhart insisted. The man stared at him for a few seconds before nodding. "Alright, if it's just about a nobody, it'll be easy. You know we've got eyes and ears everywhere," he said with a confident smile. "Then I'll be expecting good news," Lockhart replied, leaving through the door and pulling up his hood once again. What the informant didn't know was that the bookstore wasn't just tied to two pure-blood houses, but three since Sirius's arrival. "A prayer for them. Wanda, may I speak with you for a moment?" Sirius said, a bit nervously as he approached the front desk where Wanda was arranging a few books. She turned to look at him calmly, waiting for him to continue. "I've been talking with my godfather, Mr. Fleamont," Sirius began seriously. "He told me we could use some of the old Potter family recipes to restore the black name. If we do it right, we could build a strong economic foundation, something that would be a real support for Harry in the future." He paused briefly before continuing. "But he also asked for something else, to help restore the Potter family as well. Back in his day, Fleamont sold all the businesses he built because James wasn't interested. He thought he wouldn't need them. But this world is full of classism, favoritism, and power structures that can turn against anyone. Harry is going to need more than talent and magic if he wants to be free to choose his own path. And since you're the one representing the Potters now, I'll need to work with you, if you'll allow it." Sirius fell silent, slightly tense. He still wasn't sure how to deal with Wanda, not just out of respect, but because of what she was: unfathomable, powerful, incredibly intelligent. She had literally used a teleportation spell to travel from the ministry protected by all sorts of magical barriers to the Potter Manor without a wand. And that had been on a quiet afternoon. Wanda stared at him silently, thinking it over. Sirius was right. This world was cruel, classist, even racist among wizards. Having money wasn't always enough. One needed power, political or commercial influence, connections. The Potter family had a seat on the Wizengamot, sure, but it was still just one vote. If Harry ever got into trouble and he was a Potter, so he would eventually facing the system would be complicated. Sure, she could erase everyone's memories. She could reshape reality if she wanted, but that wasn't the point. This was about her son's future. Wanda knew she would live a long time. She knew her power was nearly absolute. But she also knew she couldn't always be at Harry's side. Not directly. Sooner or later, she'd have to step back, let him make choices, face challenges, grow on his own. As a mother, it was her duty to prepare him for the world. Not to shield him from it but to teach him how to face it. And if one day Harry had children, or even grandchildren, then having a network to protect them, a strong family business to back their name, their safety, and their choices would be the best gift she could give. "All right," Wanda said in a calm but firm voice. Sirius let out a sigh of relief. "Then I'll contact you when we need to use the Potter family seal. I was thinking of starting with potions and medicine companies. They're noble fields, and with our formulas, they could be quite profitable." Wanda nodded, and Sirius gave a respectful bow before leaving. He had a lot of work ahead. But at least this time, he wouldn't be doing it alone. Not applicable. This part won't matter much until way later, after several time skips. Just imagine Harry all CEO like a noble, elegant, and surrounded by chaos magic. TSK. Too cool. 42. The Rise of the Potter Heir. The Rise of the Potter Heir. After the etiquette classes, where they continued learning the art of walking and formal conversation, everyone had a break to chat quietly. Harry took advantage of the moment to go to the bathroom, while Daphne was planning some mischief. Hermione remained alone in her seat, waiting for her friends to return. That's when a couple of 6-year-old girls, the same age as her, approached, accompanied by some boys who watched with interest to see what would happen. "Look what we have here, a mudblood. I can't believe Mrs. Higberta's etiquette school accepted someone like that," said a girl with short hair, a long nose, and small eyes. Her face showed an intense disdain for a child, as if she had learned it from watching her parents all the time. Behind her, the girls accompanying her snickered quietly, while the boys smiled from around. "I'm calm. Don't bother me," said Hermione, frowning with slight anger, though she also felt a bit scared being surrounded while the others laughed at her. "Why do you keep coming, mudblood? Do you want to try to be like one of us?" "I'm sorry to tell you that you'll never stop being a mudblood," the girl said, laughing cruelly. At that moment, a blonde boy entered the classroom. When the girl saw him, her eyes lit up for a moment until she remembered something, and her expression turned arrogant again, even in front of him. "Don't you think so, Draco? Mudbloods shouldn't come near our world," the girl said, looking at the newcomer, who just watched her silently and then turned his gaze to Hermione. "Pansy, we're learning etiquette. Why are you bothering others?" Draco said softly. "Humph. Like our parents said. Now that your father is gone, you're being raised by your mother." "The Malfoy family is in decline," said a slightly chubby boy, accompanied by another almost identical one. Draco, hearing them, looked sadly at those who had once been his best friends. They had always been with him, following him everywhere. But since his father disappeared and the Malfoy family stopped leading the dark side, they barely kept any respect for him. When his mother joined the neutral side, those same friends began despising and insulting him. Now, he was alone. The only thing left is for the Malfoy family to become blood traitors, like the disgusting Potter and Greengrass families, Pansy said angrily. She was upset that the boy she had always liked rejected the nobility of purebloods. "What did you say?" A furious voice was heard near the window. It was Daphne, entering the classroom with an angry look. She jumped inside the classroom just as Harry politely asked permission to pass by Draco, with a serious expression on his little face. Pansy trembled slightly seeing Greengrass and Potter arrive, but noticing who accompanied them behind, she grew bold again. However, all the children from neutral families quickly approached and positioned themselves behind Daphne. "Apologize," ordered Daphne, looking angrily at Pansy. "Why should I?" Pansy replied, though somewhat nervous. She couldn't show fear, her family had taught her not to. The Parkinsons considered themselves superior, even if they were only a minor pureblood family. Meanwhile, Harry didn't speak. He just looked around the classroom as if searching for something. His gaze stopped at a corner of the room, and he frowned with slight anger. The person hiding there was surprised to feel Harry's gaze before making their appearance. "Well, children, it seems the break is over. You better get back to your seats," said Mrs. Higberta, entering the classroom. But Harry kept staring at her intently. "Mrs. Higberta, Parkinson disrespected my friend. She has to apologize," said Daphne firmly, seeing the teacher appear. "That's not true," Parkinson replied quickly. "All right, sit down. A noble family must never apologize in vain. They have to maintain their honor. As the honorable heir of the Greengrass family, you must remember that," said Higberta quickly. Now, sit down and let's continue the class. Daphne was furious, while Harry continued watching the teacher, who avoided his gaze. Not only because the boy confronted her confidently, but because she noticed he could see through the invisibility spell. Finally, Harry stopped looking at her and approached Hermione. "Don't worry, Hermione. Sirius said something like this could happen. When it does, we'll tell our moms to deal with the family that insulted you," Harry said loudly, so everyone in the classroom could hear. For the first time, Pansy began to feel afraid. Some children shut their mouths and stopped mocking. There was a rule their parents imposed regarding the Potters: never confront them. With Sirius Black's release from Azkaban, regaining his status as heir, and with his Malfoy cousin involved in his liberation, it was clear they were connected. Also, Harry's mother had a vote in the Wizengamot and was close friends with the Greengrass. Although the Potters no longer had their old power, they were allied with 3 equally influential families. Ahem. Mr. Potter, sometimes problems between children don't require adult intervention. A young noble must learn to be respectable, honorable, and proud. Involving parents over a simple disagreement is childish, said Higberta seriously. A teacher who watches insults against a student from a corner with a smile is the one being childish. My mother taught me to always protect my friends. And if there's something I can't solve because I'm small, I have to tell her. She'll destroy anything that tries to hurt us, replied Harry with a serious look that contrasted with his small 6-year-old body. Harry was mature for his age. Only with his mother could he be a happy child. He had lived too long with his uncles, learning not to ask for love and to fend for himself. Being a child was a luxury that was left behind until Wanda rescued him and gave him back something he should never have lost. She taught him values he still held. She protected him, and he wanted to protect those he loved too. Mrs. Higberta, upon hearing this, sweat slightly. It wasn't fear of Wanda, she felt contempt for that witch who appeared out of nowhere with the Potter heir. But Wanda's allies made her nervous. Still, she knew many pure-blood families backed her as a class and etiquette teacher, so she quickly recovered with an arrogant smile. "I see, Mr. Potter. Then I'll wait for your mother to discuss this," she said calmly. "Now, let's continue with the class," she added before resuming the lessons on walking and greeting properly. Meanwhile, she made things harder for Harry and Hermione. She didn't fear them, not at all. Higberta thought the Potter family was in decline. From day one, she wanted to expel Hermione, but since she came recommended by the Greengrass, she allowed it. However, if that caused discomfort among the other students, perhaps distancing from the Greengrass was the wisest choice. After all, they were just one family. Not like the other 12 she taught. "It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Maximoff," Wanda said calmly, standing in front of her son's teacher and student. As soon as they left class, Harry told her what had happened, and Wanda, being an adult, understood the teacher's attitude. Maybe she wanted Hermione to feel uncomfortable and not want to return, or perhaps she just wanted to observe how a little girl was treated for not being pureblood. "It seems your son reported what happened. To avoid further complications, I will invite Mrs. Maximoff to withdraw her boy from my classes, as well as Miss Granger. They don't seem to fit the standards of manners expected in the noble high society," Higberta said, looking at Wanda with some disdain. I don't think they will continue in this class," Wanda replied calmly, nodding. Meanwhile, Higberta smiled with satisfaction, believing Wanda lacked real power and depended on the Greengrass and Black families. But then she heard what Wanda said next. "But maybe no one will be able to continue taking this class if there's no school," Wanda said, softly clapping her hands. Then, the mansion that served as the school began to tremble slightly, and little by little its parts started to separate and rise. The rooms, the furniture, everything seemed to float slowly, while walls and ceiling moved aside, revealing the entire interior at a single glance. Only the floor and the seats where the two stood remained in place, as Higberta watched in surprise how the mansion expanded and moved in the town's sky. The neighbors came out of their houses to see how the largest mansion in the area rose and unfolded. From every point in the town, they could see the walls separating and the furniture shifting. Some families who had come to pick up their children, waiting outside to mock the Potter heir, opened their eyes in amazement. Then Wanda gently brought her hands together, and the parts of the mansion quickly gathered, joining again until disappearing into a compact shape that settled behind Higberta like a huge pile of rubble, raising a small cloud of dust. "There is more in this world than just political power and money. I have it, my son will have it too, just like the other two. But meanwhile, I am here to protect them. No one will harm my son or my student without consequences. I hope that is clear," Wanda said serenely before standing up and walking off the grounds, which now had only 2 seats, a desk, and that compact shape. Some wizards and witches watching from outside the gates, surprised, saw Wanda leave. They quickly took their children and left, disappearing in a small flash, realizing that Wanda, acting head of the Potter family, did not depend on the Blacks or the Greengrass. She was far more powerful than both families combined. At least those families acted on commercial grounds, but this woman had made it clear she could act with a different authority, without needing a wand, just with movements of her hands. Mr. Parkinson, who had been waiting to see how they would expel the mudblood his daughter had spoken of, now thought maybe she herself could endanger their home. When he arrived home, he found a pile of rubble where his mansion had once stood. Despite all the magical defenses, the damage had been considerable. Only a reduced structure remained, similar to Higberta's mansion. "Paul, what happened to our mansion?" Mrs. Parkinson asked as she entered with shopping bags, followed by the house elf barely managing to keep his balance while carrying everything. "Call the Aurors, quickly," she said worriedly. "No, leave it like this. Calling the Aurors would only complicate things." This was a warning, Paul replied with some fear. If they wanted to do something to Wanda, even if she allowed it, they would have to face the Greengrass family. And the Black family, more powerful than them, had already been defeated. It wasn't worth the risk. "Send Pansy to a school with stricter manners," Paul added quickly. He couldn't blame his daughter, but he also knew it was partly his fault. "Let her learn real manners, not just noble manners," he said, while his wife looked at him like he was crazy. 43. Commercial Alliance. Commercial Alliance. "I'm sorry. I didn't think Professor Higberta was a troll-brained idiot," said Celine with a slightly annoyed expression. After all, she was Edward's professor when he was young, so I assumed she'd be neutral. "But I guess I was wrong," she added with a sigh. Meanwhile, Susan was gently stroking her daughter's head, who wasn't feeling sad at all. She had friends who stood up for her when she needed them and an incredible professor who had shown power that bordered on legendary. She wanted to be like Wanda, someone no one dared to insult. "Edward, didn't you attend the same class?" Susan asked with curiosity. "Me? Of course not. I already told you I was a discarded daughter. Do you think they'd spend anything on me?" "I wasn't much different from Daphne," Celine replied with a calm smile as she watched her daughter performing an experiment nearby, holding a candle in front of Red's mouth to see if she'd spit fire. "That's why I wanted her to have what I never could. Because as an adult, I had to learn to earn respect on my own, not just from the Greengrass family, but from myself as well," she explained serenely. "I see," said Susan, nodding softly. "So, you don't have time to teach them manners yourself?" That question made Celine pause, thoughtful for a moment. Aside from Wisengamot sessions and managing the family's finances, I actually don't have that much to do. Maybe 2 or 3 days a week. If the children are sent home, I can teach them," she said with a relaxed smile. "Are you sure? Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" Wanda asked gently, her voice calm but firm. "No, honestly, the reason I didn't do it from the start was because I felt something was missing, but now, I think I could teach them quite a lot. After all, I'm the wife of one of the most desired men in high society. You have no idea how many silly women I had to fight off who threw themselves at him like hyenas," said Celine with a fierce look. Susan gave her a thumbs up, amused, while Wanda smiled faintly, her calm gaze sharp, as if reading everything without needing a single word. As they chatted casually, someone knocked softly on the door. Harry, who was watching Daphne with her experiment, got up calmly and went to answer. "Hi, Harry. Is your mum home?" said Sirius with his usual charming smile. Before he could say another word, Harry shut the door in his face without blinking. "Who was it, darling?" Wanda asked from the living room. My godfather. Looks like he came to see you," Harry replied, with a slight tone of jealousy in his voice. It wasn't about his godfather, it was about his mother. To him, no one was good enough for her. Not even his half-evil godfather. If she was ever going to have a husband, he'd have to be a wizard capable of conquering the world. Because Harry was as protective of his mother as she was of him. Or maybe more. "Oh, right. He said he had some documents he needed me to sign," Wanda responded calmly, showing no emotion at all. "Documents?" asked Harry, and reopened the door. Sirius was still there, in the same position, with the same surprised face he'd been left with. "You can come in," Harry said this time, calmly, before returning to Daphne and Red. Sirius entered a bit puzzled and headed to the living room with a slightly nervous expression. The first thing he asked upon seeing Wanda was, "Is it possible I did something to upset Harry?" Susan let out a chuckle. "He's the little man of the house. Of course he's going to protect his mum from dangerous men," she said teasingly. She'd met Sirius a couple of times, and Hermione had told her plenty about his wild youth. Well, Black, long time no see," said Celine with a curious smile, eyeing him carefully. "Ugh, not long enough, Roll," Sirius replied with a slight grimace. "I'm Greengrass now, you should remember that," Celine replied with a frown. "Thanks to that, you got a fair trial," she added sharply. Yeah, and I'm grateful to Edward for that," Sirius said, forcing a smile. There wasn't open hatred between them, but there was definitely some rivalry. "You two know each other?" Susan asked, intrigued. "Both of us were rejected by our families. We crossed paths a few times as allies. Well, I can say that thanks to him, I met Edward. He was the one who threw me into the carriage where Edward was, just to buy time and escape," explained Celine. "What can I say? Had to survive somehow," added Sirius with a grin. "And technically, you met your husband thanks to me." "You're welcome," he finished sarcastically. "Just get to the point and leave." "We were in the middle of a conversation," Celine said, irritated. Sirius grinned before pulling out some documents. They were the papers for a newly founded company. Potter and Black would share the ownership. Black would provide the initial capital, Potter, the potion recipes. There were also trade cooperation agreements and a couple more contracts. Wanda read through them quickly. Her eyes scanned each line with impressive calm, as if she could detect any deception just by looking, and when she saw that everything was in order, she took the official Potter family seal and stamped it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Celine became more intrigued upon hearing about the cooperation between the Potter and Black families. "Hey, does the Potter family still have hidden recipes?" she asked, as if that were the only question that truly mattered. "Yes. Harry and I recently found the ancestral Potter mansion," Wanda replied calmly. Celine's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "Are you saying it wasn't just a legend?" "Legend?" Susan asked, a bit lost. "All pureblood families know the Potters for two reasons," Celine explained firmly. "One, because one of the brothers from the tale of the Deathly Hallows had a daughter who married a Potter heir. And the other, for their potions and medical recipes. It's said that 90% of the publicly available potions were gifted by their heirs. Obviously, many purist families buried that story. They didn't want to seem like the opposite of the Potters. But several sources claim that the recipes they released were actually the ones they didn't need, because they had better ones. 3 or 4 generations ago, the Potter Manor vanished from Godric's Hollow. Many believe it was to protect their formulas after several theft attempts. When James's father, Flemmont Potter, sold his company along with its most profitable formula, people thought that was the last valuable thing they had. Because when James was alive, there was supposedly nothing left. Unlike his father, who was a great potioneer, and his mother, a famous healer. "Hey, saying James had nothing," said Sirius, irritated. "Well, he had his parents' money. And a lot of arrogance," Celine replied calmly, which irritated Sirius even more, though he didn't respond. "It's strange that such an old family, with that kind of inheritance, would disappear from the market and leave only money behind," she added thoughtfully. "To be honest, I didn't know much either. I visited the Potter Manor when I was young, but I was never interested in pure blood stories. And once I was accepted, I didn't bother to dig into it," Sirius admitted sincerely. "Was Harry's father really that rich?" Susan asked, curious. "Most likely, yes. There's a shampoo recipe used by the entire wizarding world. And for more than 50 years, it's had no real competition," said Celine with restrained excitement. "Wow, 50 years." Susan repeated, impressed. "Can I ask what recipes you're going to use? Because if they're on the same level as that shampoo, sales are going to skyrocket," Celine said with growing interest. "Mr. Flemmont left me a list to choose from. I picked the ones I thought were the most commercially viable," Wanda replied calmly, recalling. "They're skincare products, facial moisturizers, wrinkle removers, hand soaps that alter body odor, whitening creams, shaving creams, essential oils for massages and relaxation. There's also a potion called the Beauty Potion, and another for purifying dark magic," she explained. "That reminds me, I need to give you the recipes," Wanda added before reaching into thin air. Her hand disappeared momentarily into an invisible dimension, and then she pulled out several old scrolls, handing them to Sirius without concern. Celine looked at them with sparkling eyes. But her attention quickly shifted to something else. "I want to know more about that spell you used, and I also want the Greengrass family to join the project," she said quickly, her gaze firm, directed at both Wanda and Sirius. "Why should I? The Black family has enough money to support the company," Sirius replied defiantly. "Yes, but the Greengrass family has contacts and distribution networks in international markets. You're barely staying afloat thanks to your cousin, and you know it," Celine countered sharply, without losing her composure. Sirius frowned, ready to argue, but he couldn't deny she was right. 20% of my share. Harry's part is non-negotiable," Sirius said firmly. Celine, of course, knew the true value of such recipes and so many of them at once. It was true that it was worth it even under those terms. Without the recipes, the company couldn't exist. And she had a strong feeling Wanda had many more recipes to offer in the future. "We'll match your capital investment and provide the contacts." "I want 30%, Celine replied seriously. 25 I can accept, because I know your husband's level. Technically, we could do it without you, it would just take more time," Sirius said, arms crossed, with a stern expression. Celine hesitated for a few seconds. She knew he was right. A single Potter recipe was enough to skyrocket sales. Even if they opened only one store, it would be full of customers within weeks. Expanding would take years unless they had her network. The Greengrass family could cut that time down to months. "Fine, I'll go talk to my husband," she finally said, standing up. "Are you sure he's going to agree to something like this so easily?" Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course. Who do you think manages our family's finances? And only because Edward didn't want me working far from him. Even if we fail, do you really think my beloved husband would be mad at me?" she said with a triumphant and confident smile. "Honestly, you owe me your life for shoving you into him," Sirius said with a lopsided smile. Meanwhile, Susan just watched everything with mild interest. She wasn't too invested in business. She was a dentist, and together with her husband they earned a good living. Her daughter had a solid education, an incredible teacher who also happened to be extremely powerful. Asking for more would mean getting into trouble she preferred not to understand. 44. Special crossover. Special crossover. A golden portal suddenly burst open in the middle of a busy street in London, crackling like liquid fire and spinning with an arcane hum. Several youths ranging from 11 to 16 years old stepped through the vortex with steady strides and confused expressions, cautiously surveying their surroundings. They wore backpacks, light armor, cloaks worn by battle, and weapons strapped to their backs. They looked like they had walked straight out of a medieval legend, which made every passerby stare at them, some with curiosity, others with fear. Metal carriages, modern cars crashed to a halt, swerving and crashing into poles with cables that shuddered from the impact. "Where are we?" asked Blaze seriously, scanning the towering houses, lamp posts, glowing signs, and urban murmur. Everything around him felt strangely foreign. "Is this the world our father was sent to?" Avento asked, turning in place with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The city looked futuristic, at least to them. "I'll use the clairvoyance spell," Avento said calmly, activating a seal on his left hand. But the spell immediately dissipated, disintegrated by the manaless atmosphere. "Bah, whatever. I'm still hungry. And they never gave me my cheese back," Luca complained, rubbing her stomach with a pained expression. "All right, let's find something to eat," said Runa, effortlessly taking the lead. They strolled calmly down the sidewalk, ignoring the incredulous stares of the muggles, who either whispered nervously or crossed the street to avoid them altogether. But before they could get far, two figures emerged from the crowd. One began subtly waving a wand, erasing memories swiftly. The other marched straight toward the group, brows furrowed and hostility barely contained. "You there! How dare you use magic in front of muggles? Follow me immediately!" barked the man, wand in hand, glaring at their clothes and weapons with evident disdain. "Ah, what language is that?" murmured Avento, puzzled. "I don't recognize it." "Drop your weapons and raise your hands," the man shouted, his tone meant to sound authoritative, though his mana was so faint it was barely perceptible. Sophie tilted her head. "Is that a stick? Why is he so annoying?" "We just wanted lunch," grumbled Luca. "Maybe they're not very welcoming to foreigners," Lars said with a mocking smile, eyeing the man. "Whatever, let's ignore him. I don't know what he's saying and he's not a threat," Blaze added, having already sensed the pitiful energy the man gave off. As they turned to leave, the wizard growled, "Insolent mudbloods, petrificus totalis." A blue light shot from his wand towards Sophie, but one of the staves in her backpack moved on its own. A fireball burst out in response, colliding with the spell and vaporizing it mid-air. Sophie held the staff beneath her, face completely serious. "Did that guy just attack us?" asked Blaze, turning around, eyes narrowing with the look of someone who had just decided another's fate. The wizard backed away, stunned. How could they counter a spell without even looking? "So you resist. Don't blame me for what happens next." He didn't finish. A sharp pain, hot and sudden, tore through his side. Then he saw Iffy's own arm hitting the pavement. His wand rolled alongside his severed hand. A scream of agony tore from his throat. The one who had done it stood right next to him, Runa. Her black outfit melted into the shadows, her red dagger dripping with blood. How dare you? I'm from the house of." A clean slash across the throat silenced him forever. Runa calmly wiped her blade. No one attacked her siblings, especially not from behind. Around them, the muggles no longer under the memory spell screamed and fled in panic. "This is getting messy," said Avento, clapping his hands together. A massive spell exploded from his palms, a magic pulse that instantly froze every muggle in place. In quick succession, he cast illusions, calm, fear, courage and finally, sleep. When the paralysis wore off, every muggle collapsed to the ground, sound asleep as if nothing had happened. "Warn us next time, idiot," shouted Blaze, just regaining control of his body. There was no time. "We don't need more trouble with the guards," Avento replied coolly. "Well, can we eat now?" said Luca, exasperated. Runa snapped her fingers, incinerating the body to ash without ceremony. Then, they all walked off as if nothing had happened. They were strolling down a quieter street when a sharp gaze stopped them. A black-haired boy was watching them with interest as he walked alongside his mother and another girl his age, who observed the group with a furrowed brow. "You're wizards, right? If you dress like that in the muggle world, you'll attract way more attention than you think," said the brunette girl Hermione Granger with a critical tone. Sophie and Avento are the spellcasters. I'm not good with that. It's easier to use my hammer," said Luca, pulling the massive weapon off her back. The metallic clank drew everyone's attention. She accidentally let go, and the hammer slammed into the pavement, cracking it. "Oops. Whoa, is it really that heavy?" Harry asked, eyes wide. Luca offered him the handle. "I don't let many people touch it. It was a gift from my dad, but you seem nice." Harry tried to lift it, but could barely move it a few inches. His face turned red from effort. "Ahaha, looks like you've got a lot of training to do before you're as strong as me," Luca said proudly, hefting the hammer up with ease. Behind him, Wanda his mother watched in complete silence. She said nothing, but the siblings all felt it. That instinct. That primal warning that screamed danger. They couldn't sense mana in her. No aura. Nothing. Like a bottomless void. But they all knew, without a doubt, this woman was dangerous. Luca, oblivious to the tension, said cheerfully. "So are you guys wizards?" "Yes. Well, we're still learning and waiting to get into Hogwarts, but that's a couple years off," Harry answered with a smile. Only Avento and Sophie cast spells. The rest of us fight with weapons, though we know a few spells too, Luca explained calmly, like it was the most natural thing in the world. So it seems the magical world isn't the only one that exists, Hermione murmured thoughtfully, almost in a whisper. Hey, do you guys know where we can get something to eat? After being tricked by a crazy prince, we ended up in what we think is heaven and we still haven't eaten, complained Luca, placing a hand on her stomach. Well, we're standing right in front of the leaky cauldron, Harry pointed out, gesturing toward an old, rundown entrance with a hanging sign creaking in the wind. Luca hadn't realized until that moment that she was speaking naturally with the two children. It only just occurred to her that they weren't speaking the same language and yet, they understood each other perfectly. Of course, the others had noticed this from the beginning. Great, we can eat, Luca exclaimed, turning to her siblings. But when she saw their serious expressions, she frowned. What is it? Idiot, you're speaking with people who speak another language and didn't even notice. That woman might be an archmage, said Avento seriously, not taking his eyes off Wanda. So what? Dad's an archmage too, and the Dragonborn. And he has lots of titles I don't remember, Luca replied casually. She's right, Sophie said with a sigh, her shoulders relaxing. Just because someone strong shows up doesn't mean they're our enemy, she added. Habit, murmured Lars as he released the two swords crossed on his back, easing his stance. Mum, are you an archmage? Harry asked with wide eyes, turning to Wanda, who replied with a calm smile. I don't know. Maybe that's how someone's power is measured in another world, Wanda said, before turning her gaze directly to the young visitors. Wow, you seem powerful, you can tell just by looking. We're from what was our world called again? I just know we live in Whiterun, said Luca, frowning. Idiot. It's Nirn, also known as Mundus. It's located in Orbis, between the planes of Aetherius and Oblivion, Avento explained with total seriousness, sharing details no one there could understand. Brainiac, Luca teased with a cheeky grin. Since she's so powerful, does she know where our father is? He's the Dragonborn. His name is Einar, Sophie asked with hope, looking at Wanda. I'm sorry. Being strong doesn't mean I know everyone, the woman replied gently. That sucks, Sophie murmured, a little disappointed. But she quickly perked up. Then we'll just have to find him. But after we eat. Luca interrupted, raising her hand like it was the most urgent matter. Wanda watched them with interest as they all entered the leaky cauldron. Harry seemed fascinated by the gear they carried, so with a glance of permission from Wanda, he followed them inside as well. Is it true that in your world, there are dragons running around and you have to fight them even without magic? Harry asked excitedly, sitting at the table with them while eating a steaming plate of stew. Yeah, but the war with them ended after our father killed many, and defeated their leader, the World Eater, Luca said proudly, as if it were just another story. Worlds can be eaten? Harry asked, astonished. I wonder that too, Luca replied with complete sincerity. Hermione, sitting beside Harry, listened intently. Though still a bit skeptical after all, they didn't seem old enough to have lived through such adventures. What they said was so incredible, she couldn't stop paying attention. While everyone ate, Wanda sat a short distance away, watching her son with a soft smile. Seeing him so happy and excited brought her peace. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted the conversation. The door behind the bar slammed open, and several dozen men entered the place. Leading them was the same wizard who had erased the Muggles' memories that one time. He had vanished the moment his partner lost an arm, without seeing what had really happened. But when he returned to the scene later, he found strange seeds and scorched ground where his friend had been and immediately went to inform his family. Are you the ones who attacked my son? Where is he? The man asked, glaring with contempt at the children, who kept eating like nothing had happened. He was a man in his 40s, wearing high-end robes, bald, with a noticeable scar on his cheek, a weathered face, and a hard stare. Behind him came his followers or perhaps employees. Wanda, of course, had placed a spell on the visitors so they could communicate, which is why Harry could understand them perfectly. Your son, who was that? Blaise asked with curiosity, raising an eyebrow. The one who tried to stop them in the street, said the fallen wizard's companion, clearly upset. Oh, that guy who attacked us, I killed him, Runa answered with complete calm, not stopping her meal or showing any concern. Wanda tensed slightly, her hand subtly aimed at Harry and Hermione, ready to intervene. Fine, very well. Arrogant brats follow us, the wizard ordered in a grave voice. We're eating, Luca replied, annoyed. I don't care. Come now, or I'll kill you right here. If you follow me, at least you'll live a bit longer, he threatened coldly. But before he could take another step, something strange happened. He felt himself floating. No, rather, it was his head that floated. Everyone in the leaky cauldron widened their eyes in horror as the wizard's head flew through the air, rolling across the floor like a fallen melon. His men drew their wands immediately, looking around for the culprit. And then they saw her, the oldest of the group, a blonde girl, who vanished before their eyes only to reappear right among them. She moved as if swimming through shadows, invisible at times, her arms vanishing in a blur of speed. When she returned to her seat, she was holding two black daggers, gleaming with fresh blood. Ah, no fair. Dad taught you a shout. Luca cried out, full of envy. The people couldn't grasp what had just happened, until one by one, the men who had surrounded the children began to collapse. Each of them had a single, precise wound straight to the heart. Hermione and Harry remained frozen in their seats, completely in shock. Wanda approached calmly, extended both hands toward their heads, and with a soft red glow, the two of them fell asleep. When they awoke, they wouldn't remember anything that had just happened. "You should leave this place," Wanda said calmly, looking at the kids. "Your world might be different, but here it's annoying when you kill someone in front of so many witnesses." She wouldn't judge them. After all, she was far from a saint herself. Then she picked up Harry and Hermione in her arms. A scarlet aura surrounded them, and they vanished, as the memory of all three was erased from everyone present. And before the other children could say anything, a golden light enveloped each of them. They were thrown through a portal that opened suddenly, created by a god dragon annoyed that someone had interfered in his earlier transport just for a joke. And it was obvious who the culprit had been. In the cauldron, everyone remained frozen, unsure how to react to what had just occurred. From that day on, a legend began to spread. Never mess with a wizard who wields a sword. 45. Noble. Lockhart was sitting at a small street CAF, quietly enjoying a steaming cup of tea. The women passing by couldn't help but throw sharp glances his way, laced with admiration and innocent flirtation. He, with his signature confidence, would lift the cup slightly, offer a subtle wink, and rest his hand on his chin in a perfect pose, fully aware that every move he made was being watched with fascination. That small gesture was enough to turn otherwise confident adult women into blushing, shy teenagers in his presence. While Lockhart continued to put on his picturesque facade, the man he was waiting for appeared at the entrance, walking with firm steps and a hard, almost irritated look. Lockhart calmly nodded, barely lifting his gaze to acknowledge him. The man reached the table and, without saying a word, dropped a thick file in front of Lockhart. "Photos, documents, newspaper clippings." "Idiot," the man growled. "The guy you sent us to investigate is Sirius Black, fresh out of Azkaban." His gaze was fierce, filled with urgency and anger. Lockhart picked up the photos and examined them with feigned interest. The images showed Sirius, although he looked quite different from how he remembered, well-dressed, neat, calmly walking with a small child through Diagon Alley. He wasn't surprised, but he didn't recognize the man immediately either. "Sirius Black," he murmured with mock surprise as he looked over the pictures more carefully. "We're lucky he hasn't regained the power and influence of his family yet," the man said. "But I heard he's not far from rising again. Be careful with what you do, don't want to get dragged into this because of you." Without another word, he turned around and walked away briskly. Lockhart frowned, but his attention returned to the images. He could see Sirius walking casually with Harry, shopping at the Diagon Alley stores. The attached information clarified that Sirius had been James Potter's best friend, Harry's father, and also his godfather. That brought the man dangerously close to the woman Lockhart desired. But there was a detail that pleased him greatly. Harry Potter wasn't Wanda's biological son. She had adopted him. Harry's real parents had died years ago, and no one knew where the boy had been until he reappeared, accompanied by Wanda, a powerful witch. How powerful can a woman really be? Lockhart muttered with a mocking smile. Then he added softly, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "If we can't drive Sirius Black away because he's close to his godson and Wanda, then maybe we can drive the boy away instead." A dark and twisted thought crossed his mind, using Harry to boost his own reputation and popularity, or even separating them so he could have Wanda to himself. "But how could I get rid of the brat?" he asked aloud as he began crafting an evil, ridiculous, and doomed to fail plan that would nevertheless make him believe he still had a chance. Meanwhile, at the Greengrass Manor, Harry, Hermione, Daphne, and Astoria were sitting on fluffy cushions on the floor, taking an etiquette class. Upon hearing about it, Pandora had decided to send Luna as well, who arrived carrying a box full of strange and colorful toys, likely thinking the children had gathered just to have fun. Celine smiled as she saw the little ones ready for their lesson and spoke gently. "So, what have you learned so far in your etiquette classes?" she asked, looking at each one with affection. Hermione was the first to respond with her sweet voice. "How to walk properly. And how to greet like real ladies and gentlemen," Harry added proudly. Daphne frowned and said seriously, "That jumping out the window isn't good manners." Her mother looked at her with a mix of disapproval and tenderness, and Daphne blushed slightly. Then, Celine continued, "How about today we learn about dress codes and, while we're at it, practice table elegance. We'll make it into a game. Whoever stains their clothes will get a small punishment, but if everyone keeps their outfit spotless until the end, there'll be a special prize." Her gentle smile filled the room with excitement. With the help of several servants, the children were dressed elegantly. Harry wore a small black tuxedo with a perfectly tied bow tie at his neck. Hermione wore a delicate pink dress adorned with small embroidered flowers on the skirt, her brown hair styled into soft curls that fell gently over her shoulders. Daphne wore a sky blue dress that matched the ribbon on her head, creating a beautiful contrast with her silvery blonde hair pulled up into a high ponytail. Astoria wore a dress similar to her sister's, but her hair was tied into braids that were then wound into a crown atop her head. Luna, the youngest, wore a dress in pastel tones, moving her little feet curiously as she looked at her shoes. Her blonde hair was braided in a way that looked like a tiara. The children were thrilled, eager to look so elegant while learning how to behave with grace. Celine instructed them to walk to the dining room without running or tripping, and the 5 children began to move forward with short, concentrated steps. Each one tried to keep their back straight, arms relaxed, and eyes forward just as they had been taught. Remember, elegance is not only about how you dress, but how you behave, Celine told them patiently as she walked behind them. Hermione led the group, her nose slightly raised and her expression serious. Harry, walking beside her, tried to mimic her, though with every step he seemed to struggle against the urge to look around. Daphne, looking confident, walked like the host of a grand event. Being Celine's daughter, she had learned a thing or two and knew how to behave in front of her mother. Astoria took tiny steps, her dress swaying like a cloud with each movement. And Luna walked on her tiptoes as if she were floating, completely fascinated by the echo her shoes made on the gleaming floor. When they reached the dining room, a long table awaited them. There were delicate plates, properly arranged silverware, sparkling goblets filled with fruit juice, and napkins folded into the shapes of tiny magical creatures. The children's eyes lit up. "Each of you will sit carefully and wait until everyone is ready before starting to eat," Celine explained as she pointed to their assigned seats. The children obeyed with contained excitement. As she sat down, Hermione smoothed her skirt with both hands and glanced sideways at Luna, who was trying to make her bunny-shaped napkin stand upright on her plate. "Luna, I don't think that's part of the lesson," Hermione whispered softly. "But it's an elegant bunny," Luna replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Harry let out a small laugh, and Daphne gave him a sharp look, pointing at his bow tie. "If you get dirty, you'll lose the prize." "I'm not going to get dirty," Harry replied confidently, though he gripped his juice glass with both hands as if he were holding a dangerous potion. Celine sat off to the side, observing them with a warm smile, accompanied by a house elf carrying trays of food. The practical part of the class was about to begin. "Now, one by one, you will use the correct utensils for each dish. And remember, chew with your mouth closed, don't talk with food in your mouth, and use your napkin if necessary," she instructed, her tone motherly and gentle. The food was served in small portions, mini croquettes, mashed potato balls, breaded chicken pieces, and colorful salads. Simple things, but presented as if they belonged at a royal banquet. Hermione started with great precision, using the small fork for the salad while looking at the utensils as if solving a puzzle. Harry, as focused as if he were in a magic duel, copied Daphne's movements, who seemed to know what she was doing, though in truth, she was copying her mother from their shared meals. Astoria ate very slowly but carefully, though from time to time she bit too hard and had to cover her mouth to keep it from showing. Luna, meanwhile, ate happily, using the utensils in very unorthodox ways but without making a mess at all, which amazed everyone. Everything was going perfectly until a tiny drop of juice fell onto Harry's sleeve. The boy stared at it in horror. "No way," he whispered. "I told you not to get dirty," Daphne scolded, though still in a hushed voice. Harry grabbed his napkin and scrubbed at the stain with determination, only to spread it further. "No," he murmured with dramatic despair. Celine approached with a barely contained smile. "Don't worry, Harry. It's just one drop. Remember, elegance is also in how you handle accidents." Harry nodded very seriously, calming down once more. After the meal, Celine stood up. "Well done, everyone. I'm very proud." And even though Harry had a little accident, he made up for it with his excellent posture and manners. "So everyone will receive a prize." The children clapped softly as a house elf brought over a tray with small, sparkling chests. Inside were magical sweets, tiny enchanted quills that wrote words which faded away, and crystal figures that danced when spoken to. Luna spoke to her crystal figure like it was an imaginary friend. Astoria hugged her chest as if it were a treasure. Daphne inspected the contents with interest. Hermione began reading the ingredients on the sweets to make sure they were safe. And Harry simply smiled happily, despite the small stain on his sleeve. 46. Punishment. Punishment. I feel like the previous chapter wasn't very fun, so I'll give you a more interesting one now. That day, Wanda didn't have much work to do, so she was sitting comfortably on the couch, reading quietly with the children. Next to her, Harry was flipping through a book titled From Troll to Potions Master, which he had taken from the family library. Hermione, on the other hand, was deeply focused on a rather thick volume about magical law for reasons only she would understand. Daphne lay sprawled on her back on a blanket spread across the floor, arms wide open and eyes fixed on the ceiling, visibly bored. She was unusually quiet, which caught Wanda's attention, but upon looking more closely, she noticed that the girl had simply fallen asleep. It was an especially calm day. There weren't many customers, and the few who did come in were familiar faces, smiling warmly at the sight of the children. The little ones had become a regular part of the atmosphere, to the point where some witches even brought snacks to share, charmed by how adorable they all were. "Hello, Miss Wanda, how are you today?" greeted an older woman, dressed in an elegant emerald green witch's robe with a matching hat. Her face was lined with age, but her eyes still held a stern yet kind expression. "Professor McGonagall, good afternoon," Wanda replied with a serene smile, closing the book in her hands and standing up to assist her. "I need your help finding these books, please," said the professor as she handed over a rather long list. "I must make sure the texts selected by the new defense professor are suitable for young witches and wizards." "Of course," Wanda said calmly, taking the list and scanning it quickly. Meanwhile, McGonagall turned toward Harry, who was still reading intently. Noticing her gaze, the boy looked up and greeted her with a small nod. "Hello," he said politely. "Hello, Harry. It seems you're studying again today," McGonagall noted with a faint smile. "Yes. Mom says that if I study a lot, I'll become really smart and smart people are the strongest," Harry replied with a proud smile. "And she's absolutely right," the professor nodded with genuine approval. "Professor McGonagall, were you my parents' teacher?" Harry asked curiously, remembering something he'd wanted to know ever since he learned who she was. "Indeed. James and Lily were my students. Your mother was one of my best, brilliant, diligent, always focused. And your father, well, he was very cheerful," McGonagall said, smiling at the memory. As they spoke, Wanda walked through the shop, gathering the books from the list. She could have summoned them all with magic in a second, but she preferred to do it by hand to give Harry and McGonagall a little more time to talk. The peace was suddenly shattered by Sirius's entrance. The moment he stepped inside, he froze with a look of panic, then turned on his heel as if by pure instinct to leave. "Hello, Mr. Black. It's been quite a while. Seems you've forgotten your manners," McGonagall called out sternly. "Professor McGonagall, you have no idea how happy I am to see you again after all this time," Sirius said as he slowly turned back around, forcing a radiant smile. Yes, I'm sure," she replied, still stern. "It's good to know you're no longer in that place," she added, with a faint hint of guilt in her voice. "What can I say, Professor? Not even Azkaban could break me," Sirius responded quickly, trying to lighten the mood with a relaxed grin. "I see Miss Wanda has my books ready, so I'll be taking my leave," said McGonagall, approaching the counter to pay. Once done, she picked up the books and headed toward the exit. But just before crossing the threshold, she stopped and looked back at Sirius seriously. "I truly am glad you're free, Sirius. But please try not to be a bad influence on Lily's son." "Do you really think I could be, with his mother nearby?" he answered with an unconcerned smile. McGonagall gave one last glance at Harry and Hermione, then walked out with firm steps. "Hello, Godfather. What brings you here today?" asked Harry calmly, his tone and manners clearly shaped by his upbringing with Celine. "Ugh, you sound so proper, Harry," Sirius muttered with a teasing grimace only to receive a sharp look from Wanda in response. "But hey, good manners are important. You don't have to be like me," he added quickly. "That's exactly the idea, Godfather," Harry replied in a calm, serious tone, leaving Sirius momentarily speechless. "Hello to you too, Hermione," Sirius said to the girl, who barely glanced up from her book. "Hello," she replied briefly before returning to her reading. As Sirius began to lose hope in these adorable kids, Daphne started to stir from her nap. She sat up like a sloppily placed doll, rubbing her eyes as her wild hair stuck out in every direction. With a sleepy expression, she looked around until she spotted Sirius nearby and grinned. "Hey, Black. I was waiting for you," she announced, getting to her feet and crossing her arms with determination. Everyone in the shop turned to look. It was quite a sight, considering she still had a drool mark on her cheek and her hair looked like a bird's nest. "Celine's daughter, right?" Sirius asked, eyeing her with interest. "What's up?" "I want you to teach me how to prank people," Daphne declared proudly, as if making an official request. "What?" blurted Sirius, utterly confused, while Harry and Hermione stared at her like she'd lost her mind. "Mom told me about the pranks you all did at Hogwarts. She said she doesn't want me learning those things, so I need to know exactly what they were so I don't imitate them," Daphne explained, as if it were the most logical conclusion in the world. "Daphne, I don't think that's how it works," Hermione said with a critical look. Harry just shook his head and sighed. "Then how are we supposed to avoid them if we don't know what they were?" Daphne replied seriously. That was enough to leave both Harry and Hermione silent. She had a point. "Ha ha ha ha, of course." Sirius burst out laughing, thoroughly enjoying Daphne's logic. Meanwhile, Wanda rubbed her temple slowly. Outwardly, she remained calm and composed, but inside, she was seriously beginning to think it was time to alert Celine. Something told her that this combination of Sirius and Daphne was not good for anyone's mental health. But before she could make a decision, the bookstore door burst open with a thunderous bam, making everyone turn toward the entrance. "How are my adorable fans?" Lockhart exclaimed, entering as if stepping onto a red carpet, wearing the most dazzling smile his face could muster. The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at him motionless, Wanda, Sirius, Harry, Hermione, even Daphne, who had just fully woken up. They looked at him like one would stare at an unexpected clown crashing a serious opera. "Ahem, I thought it'd be more crowded today," Lockhart murmured, slightly lowering his voice and winking an action that failed to elicit any reaction. "Mr. Lockhart, what brings you here this time?" Wanda asked in her usual calm tone, walking toward him with elegance. She wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible, but the moment her eyes met his, something changed. Wanda stopped in her tracks. Her serene expression vanished, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze. An imperceptible aura, just a pressure in the air, began to float around her, as if something within had awakened. Lockhart blinked, uneasy. "Do I have something on my face?" he asked, trying to maintain his dazzling smile. Did you really think something so cheap and clumsy would work on me? Wanda whispered, never breaking eye contact. Huh, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean, he replied, but a nervous tremor betrayed his voice. A second later, his eyes widened in surprise and fear. You used legilimency. That's illegal. Wanda didn't reply. She didn't need to. Her silence was colder than any word. Trying to regain composure, Lockhart shook his head with feigned indignation. I'll have to report this to the Aurors. I'm sorry, Wanda, but if someone breaks the law, the magical world has rules, dear. Will you also tell them about the cursed object in the left pocket of your robes? Wanda replied softly, but each word echoed like thunder in the air. A faint scarlet glow began to emanate from her fingers. Lockhart took a step back, glancing around as if looking for an escape. The door behind him slammed shut with a bang, sealed by an invisible force. This is a cursed relic I found on one of my adventures. I was going to take it to Gringotts to have it neutralized. He babbled, increasingly nervous. Tell the truth, Wanda ordered in a firm voice. And then it happened. Lockhart suddenly stood stiff, like a statue, his expression drained of emotion. My plan was simple. I was going to place the cursed object in the boy's pocket so that he would develop episodes of aggression and rejection toward the person he spent the most time with. That way, he would become emotionally distant from her and it would be easier to convince him to live with his godfather. Without that constant emotional bond, one thought it would be easier to get closer to you, Wanda. Silence fell. Harry stared at Lockhart in confusion. Hermione gripped her book tightly. Daphne frowned like she was witnessing something filthy. Sirius stood with a serious expression, one hand near his wand, but Wanda had already taken control. Lockhart rose into the air at once, floating half a meter off the ground, completely immobilized. Wait, I wasn't going to hurt the boy. It was just a temporary effect. Lockhart shouted, struggling in vain. Just a couple of days. You think making a child hate his mother, even for a day, is something that can be forgiven so easily? Wanda said with chilling calm. Her tone wasn't angry, it was the voice of a final verdict. The only reason I tolerated you was because Harry laughed watching you make a fool of yourself. To him, you were like a clown pretending to be a real wizard. I didn't think you were a threat. But I was wrong. As she spoke, a memory rose in her mind, a magical tale she once told Harry when he was 4 years old about a prince so narcissistic that he was cursed to see beauty in everyone but never in himself. Your greatest sin is your narcissism. Your punishment will match it, you will become a mirror that reflects truth and beauty but never your own. A wave of scarlet energy wrapped around Lockhart. His body twisted, fragmented, and in a final flash, his form was replaced by a full-length mirror, with golden edges and a radiant surface that shimmered with living magic. Wanda extended a hand and floated the mirror over to Sirius. Do what you want with him, she said with an impassive gaze. Sirius crossed his arms and laughed. Perfect. I think the Black family needed a new mirror for the men's bathhouse. Daphne raised her hand with a serious expression. I don't want Sirius to teach me anymore. I want Wanda to be my master. Hermione nodded slowly. Harry, for his part, just smiled proudly. Mom's the coolest of them all, he whispered quietly. 47. Among books and professors. Among books and professors. After Sirius had taken the mirror in which Lockhart had been trapped, another Hogwarts professor arrived at the shop. He was a small man, with pointed ears, bright eyes, and a long silver beard that barely touched his belt. Despite his short stature, his posture was elegant and full of energy. He wore burgundy robes with golden trim, and a calm smile lit up his face as he entered the store like a regular customer. Wanda, who was standing behind the counter flipping through a book, looked up at the sound of the doorbell and smiled when she recognized him. Hello, Wanda. How's your day going? Greeted Professor Flitwick in his usual kind and cheerful tone. Well, Professor Flitwick. I hope you're having a good day too, Wanda replied with a sincere smile. Oh, certainly. But if that book I've been waiting for has arrived, my day will be even better, said the professor with barely restrained enthusiasm. Well, that's good news, because it just arrived today, Wanda replied as she turned and picked up one of the neatly wrapped packages behind the counter, the name of the recipient written in elegant calligraphy. Fabulous! Exclaimed Flitwick excitedly as he took the package into his hands. The book was large, and in his arms it looked like a massive tome which, in fact, it was. The contrast only made the whole scene more endearing. Professor Flitwick, said Hermione joyfully, approaching after setting her book down on the sofa. Oh, Hermione. I see Harry and Daphne are here as well. You three are even more into books than I am, the professor said with a smile as wide as his enthusiasm. Not really. Daphne replied without hesitation. It's just that Hermione and Harry are here, so I tag along. Otherwise, I'd be bored at home. At least with them, I'm bored with company, she added with casual bluntness. Flitwick let out a chuckle. Ha ha ha. Well, books aren't for everyone. But sometimes you have to give them a chance to surprise you, he said wisely. Then he looked at Harry and Hermione with curiosity. So, did you two read the books I recommended? Yes, Harry replied calmly, though I liked the ones about dueling better. Hermione preferred the ones on the history of spell creation. That's right. The girl said with a proud smile. I'm glad to hear that, the professor nodded with satisfaction. You still have a few years to go before Hogwarts, but I'm already looking forward to seeing which houses you'll be sorted into, he added with a mischievous and playful grin. The three children simply laughed, as none of them had a particular house in mind yet. After paying for his order, Flitwick offered a tiny bow and left the shop almost skipping, probably too excited to wait another moment to dive into the book he had long awaited. It seemed like the Hogwarts staff had made plans to visit the bookshop today, because right after Flitwick left, another professor walked in, Professor Pomona Sprout. Sprout was a stout witch, with rosy cheeks and kind eyes peeking out from behind small round spectacles. Her light brown hair was tucked under a slightly worn gardening hat, and her robes carried the earthy scent of fresh soil and living plants. She always brought with her the fragrance of the greenhouses and a warm, maternal energy that filled any space she entered. She crossed the threshold of the shop wearing a cheerful and gentle smile. "Hello. I'd like to ask if you have these books, please," she said politely, handing a list to Wanda. The Scarlet Witch took it carefully, and with a gentle flick of her hand, several books began to glide out of the shelves. They floated gracefully through the air until they landed softly on the table in front of the professor. "Fast as always," Sprout commented with a charming smile. "I'm sure if Professor Flitwick saw you now, he'd fall over again." "Oh, but he already did," Wanda replied with a playful grin. "He was so excited, he almost got crushed by his own pile of books." "Ha ha ha." Pomona laughed before paying quickly. As she reached the door, she bumped into someone entering and paused in surprise. "Oh, Sirius. It's rare to see you outside of Hogwarts. How are you?" she asked kindly, addressing the new customer. "Fine," Snape replied with his usual dry, calm, and distant tone. That's good," Sprout murmured, completely unfazed by the cold aura of the potions master. After all, she had known him for years and was used to his demeanor. "Well, I'm off. Still need to finish replanting the mistletoe for next month's classes," she said, offering a warm farewell before heading out. Snape entered the bookshop with soft but firm steps. His dark eyes scanned the room carefully, as if evaluating every corner for someone he'd rather avoid before proceeding. Most likely Sirius, with whom he'd had more than a few unpleasant encounters even outside of Hogwarts. As always, his gaze landed first on Harry, who greeted him with a polite nod. Snape returned the gesture just as seriously, though without any trace of hostility. Then he turned toward Wanda and walked straight to the counter. "I need the new materials book that was released this month. And the ones on advanced herbology," he said in his cold but steady voice, his eyes fixed intently on Wanda. "Of course," Wanda replied calmly. She moved her hand to summon the books from their shelves, but paused the spell slightly when she noticed Harry approaching. She was curious to see what her little one would do. "You're the potions professor at Hogwarts, right?" Harry asked respectfully, with composure and poise just as he'd been taught by Celine during etiquette lessons. Snape raised an eyebrow, surprised. He hadn't expected Harry to approach him, let alone speak to him so politely. Most of the time, the boy simply observed in silence whenever he and Sirius exchanged their usual biting words. He never got involved, as if it weren't his problem. And truthfully, it wasn't. "I am," Snape replied, meeting Harry's gaze directly. "Would it be alright if I asked you about this recipe?" Harry said, pulling a slightly wrinkled piece of paper from his pocket. "I managed to make the potion, but I don't understand why the transformation happens when mixing these ingredients. I'd really like to know why it works that way." Normally, he would have asked his mother or his grandfather from the portrait in their mansion. But Wanda brewed potions like wild magic. If she wanted them to work, they did, regardless of whether the ingredients matched the recipe. And his grandfather, well, he was terrible at teaching. He used terminology so advanced that Harry barely understood half of it. That's why he figured a teacher who worked with children might be better at explaining things clearly. "You brewed a potion?" Snape asked, eyes widening briefly whether from surprise or disbelief, it was unclear. Yes. It wasn't hard," Harry replied calmly, tilting his head slightly as if the question itself made no sense. He had followed the recipe, and the potion had formed. But what he wanted to know was why. Snape stared at him for a few seconds in silence. Then, with a slower tone, he said, "Take out some parchment and ink. Write down what I'm about to tell you." Harry nodded immediately and went to his bag beside the sofa, which was full of books not from the shop, but brought from his own home. He pulled out a notebook and a muggle pen much more practical than Quilsand returned with a serious, attentive expression. Snape began to explain. He detailed the function of each ingredient, how they reacted when combined, how some enhanced others, while some neutralized or repelled the particles of different components. He spoke about order, temperature, and magical compatibility. It was a complex lesson, but a clear one, patient, even. Harry wrote quickly, asking precise questions as he listened intently. Snape answered each one without changing his tone or losing his calm. Several minutes passed before Harry finished his notes. "Thank you very much," he said, bowing his head slightly in appreciation. Snape replied simply. Then he turned back to Wanda, placed a few gold coins on the counter, took his books, and left without another word. "Wow, Harry, aren't you scared of that professor?" asked Daphne, approaching with curiosity. "Why?" Harry asked, genuinely confused. Because he looks creepy, Daphne replied, still surprised by the whole interaction. Your dad doesn't make many expressions and always looks serious, but he's kind and friendly. Why should I be scared of Professor Snape? Harry answered, his logic simple and sincere. Daphne fell silent for a moment. It was true. Her dad could look cold or stern, but he was very protective of his family. She had even seen an entire family kneel before him to apologize, and he had simply waved them off without a word. Still, she thought he was cool. Maybe others saw her father as frightening, but she didn't. And maybe the same could be said about Professor Snape. Besides, Harry added with a hint of pride, seeking knowledge from someone who knows more than you, especially a professor, is the right thing to do. Next chapter, time skip. Harry and the others turn 10. 48, 10 years. 10 years. Happy birthday, Harry, everyone said in unison. In the center of the room, in front of a cake decorated with golden stars and twinkling candles, stood Harry. A wide smile lit up his face as he closed his eyes, made 3 silent wishes, and blew out the candles. All around him, his friends and loved ones shared in his joy: Hermione, Daphne, Astoria, Luna, Sirius, Edward, Celine, Susan, Wendell, Pandora, Xenophilius, Red, Liz, Gree and, of course, his mother. Wanda, his beloved mum, could never miss his birthday. From a corner of the room, she watched him with tenderness, her heart full as she saw how much the little boy who once opened the door to her house with curious green eyes had grown. Now he was a little man. His height had increased thanks to good nutrition, his face remained adorable, and his green eyes still sparkled with contagious sweetness. His messy hair was still his trademark, and his smile, that smile lit up everyone's day. Open the presents, Harry, exclaimed Daphne, excited for the gifts and the cake. Sure, Harry said with a calm smile. At that moment, Liz rushed over, carrying several presents and wobbling slightly as she tried to keep her balance. Harry had already given up trying to stop them from handling everything on their own. They were incredibly stubborn. So he simply let them be, treating them with kindness as part of his family. Thanks, Liz, he said sincerely. It's my duty, young master, she replied with a wide smile. Harry picked up the first present and began to unwrap it slowly, while his friends watched with anticipation. You have to guess who gave you what, said Daphne with a mischievous grin. Harry pulled out the first gift, a book on advanced alchemy. He smiled instantly, but didn't speak right away. It would be too easy to assume it was Hermione, he said thoughtfully. But if Daphne's asking me to guess, then they probably switched their gifts on purpose to make it harder. So the obvious choice isn't. He glanced at Hermione, then at Astoria and Luna, who were covering their mouths to keep from giggling. Finally, his eyes settled on Daphne, who was trying hard to keep a neutral expression. Daphne, he said, pointing at her. TSK. I thought I'd trick you, she admitted with mock annoyance. But you're not going to guess them all. Challenge accepted, Harry said proudly. The second gift was a finely tailored suit made of magical fabric. Elegant, modest fitting for a young wizard. Aunt Celine and Uncle Edward, he said without hesitation. You're very good, Celine admitted, smiling. In truth, the adults had no idea about the kids' game. The children had removed all the tags from the gifts to make it more interesting. The next gift was a sword. Harry froze for a moment, processing the fact that someone had actually gifted him a sword. Who gives a child a sword? He thought. Then he looked up, not even needing to look directly at Sirius. He sighed, resigned. Godfather, last time you gave me a flying motorbike that Mum destroyed immediately. And you still haven't learned. He handed the sword to Wanda, who approached with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Well, boys need to learn how to defend themselves, Sirius tried to justify, shrinking a bit under Wanda's icy stare. Harry already knows how to defend himself, she said firmly. And if he can't, I'm here. Sirius could only raise his hands in surrender, though he was promptly kicked out of the house for a few minutes as punishment. The children laughed heartily at his little misfortune. The next gift was a bit peculiar, several toothbrush kits, stored inside a magical molar, accompanied by some sweets and a note that read, after candy, always brush. Thanks, Uncle Wendell, Aunt Susan, said Harry with a calm smile. Then came a bubble blower. One that looked very familiar. He picked it up and smiled sweetly. Luna, he guessed. She said nothing but beamed from ear to ear, proud that he remembered. The next package contained a strange horn, along with a scribbled book titled Research Notes. Aunt Pandora and Uncle Xenophilius, said Harry, inspecting the horn more carefully than the book, as it looked like it might explode. It's an irrumpent horn, explained Xenophilius cheerfully. A few months ago, we met Mr. Scamander, and Pandora had the idea to travel to the United States to investigate rare spells. Thanks to the amulet Wanda had given her years ago, Pandora had survived a serious spell gone wrong. That experience triggered something in Xenophilius shouted at his wife for the first time in his life. Seeing him so upset and with their little daughter present, Pandora finally understood that her experiments weren't just games. That if something happened to her, what would become of Luna? Since then, Pandora only did research, no more testing spells on herself. The gift, in its own way, was a symbol of that new promise. The next present Harry opened was an artificial snow globe, with two small deer made of light dancing inside. As he looked at them, his eyes lit up with soft, serene joy, as if wrapped in the memory of something warm. He looked up, smiling brightly. "From Mum," he said simply, with tenderness in his voice. Wanda returned the smile, one of those that spoke more than 1,000 words, and gently encouraged him to keep opening presents. Liz had knitted him a scarf, not perfect, but full of evident love, while Gree gifted him a pair of black gloves, practical and elegant. Only 2 gifts remained, one from Hermione and the other from Astoria. Since guessing one would reveal the other, Harry decided to open them at the same time. One was a magical storybook, The Adventures of Harry Potter, with enchanted illustrations that moved like little plays. The other was a photo album filled with captured memories, walks, mischief, laughter, with small handwritten notes next to each picture. "The album is from Hermione. The book from Astoria," said Harry, looking at both gifts with a smile full of affection. "Boo!" exclaimed Daphne, pretending to be upset that he had guessed them all correctly. Meanwhile, Harry flipped through the enchanted album, watching the images move softly, as if the past had come to life again. Photos of all of them growing up together, doing crazy, fun, unforgettable things. "I'm glad I met you," he murmured, "and I'll never get tired of saying it." He looked up, scanning his friends, their parents, and finally his mother. His smile was pure happiness. Once Sirius was forgiven and reintegrated into the party, though still grumbling about his mini punishment, everyone began chatting cheerfully while enjoying some cake. Harry stared at his slice, a mischievous spark in his eyes as a memory returned. "Now that I think about it," he said, turning to Hermione, "when we first met, I misunderstood a spell and thought I was going to erase your brain instead of your memory because I thought you were a muggle. And the thing that worried you most was that you wouldn't be able to eat cake again." Hermione turned red in an instant. "Shut up," she said, both annoyed and embarrassed. "Anyone would have been scared." "Really?" asked Daphne with a teasing, gossipy grin. "You were more worried about cake than your brain." "Of course not. Cake is delicious," said Astoria with a childish smile. Added Luna, her cheeks full of frosting. "You guys, all of you," huffed Hermione before walking off with fake dignity, though everyone knew she'd be back. And she was, because no one strayed far when surrounded by family. It was then that Wanda approached with a small stack of packages in her arms. "Harry, you received some presents by Owl," she said softly. "More presents?" Harry asked, intrigued, as he hurried over. Wanda handed him the packages one by one. "This one's from Professor McGonagall, this from Professor Flitwick, these are from Mr. and Mrs. Tonks, this one's from Professor Snape, and this last one says Weasley." "Who's Weasley?" Daphne tilted her head. "That name sounds familiar, Mom. Who's Weasley?" she asked, turning toward Celine with a small shout. "I've told you many times, a lady doesn't shout in public," Celine corrected her patiently. "Weasley is that family, the ones with red hair." "Oh right. The one with a lot of kids," Daphne remembered immediately. "Now that you mention it, I met the mother at Lockhart's book signing a few years ago," Susan added thoughtfully. "She seemed like a nice woman." Harry listened attentively, though without much expression. He shrugged and decided to open the gift. Inside was an old magical chess set and a carefully written note. "Hello, Harry Potter. You probably don't know me, but I'm Arthur Weasley and I live in Ottery St. Catchpole. I heard that you're the owner of our lands, which was quite a surprise. I hope you like this gift. It's a chess set that has been in my family for generations. My son loves to play, and if you ever want, you're welcome to come play with him. My best wishes, Arthur Weasley." Harry read the letter silently, frowning slightly. Why would someone he didn't even know send him such a valuable gift just because of some land? "That's strange," murmured Celine, drawing everyone's attention. "What?" asked Daphne, intrigued. Before Celine could answer, Sirius jumped in. "They're poor," he said bluntly. "Barely enough money to send all their kids to Hogwarts, and he gives you a magical chess set I wouldn't even buy. It's suspicious." Harry nodded calmly. "Then let's just say thank you and be done with it. Mom, can you check if there's anything odd?" "Of course, sweetheart," Wanda replied. She touched the board with a hand wrapped in gentle magic. Then she nodded. "It's clean." "Then maybe they're just trying to get on the good side of the landowner," Susan suggested with a smile. "Maybe," said Sirius, though something in his expression still didn't quite settle. Still, he decided not to press it. It was Harry's birthday, not a time to be paranoid, though something else was still bothering him. "And what did Snivellis get you?" he asked, with a hint of barely disguised jealousy. "Godfather," Harry murmured, shooting him a reproachful glance. "All right, I'm sorry. It's not nice to make fun of people's names. So what did Snape give you?" Harry opened the package. Inside was a potions book, the first-year manual. Even though he still had a year to go before Hogwarts. "A book? Seems like he has no taste in clothes or gifts," Sirius said, crossing his arms. "Hey," said Daphne, slightly annoyed. After all, she had also given him a book, though she'd tried to copy Hermione. Harry didn't respond. He put the book away carefully. He knew he would need it next year. Professor McGonagall had sent him a golden snitch, Professor Flitwick an enchanted quill that didn't need ink. The Tonks couple had sent an armor. But upon checking the note, the mystery was solved. Their daughter, Nymphadora, had messed with the package and switched it out. Finally, the last gift was from Malfoy. Harry opened it and inside was just a card with a single word. Challenge. Harry smiled with interest. This promised to be fun. 49. Battle and Friends. Battle and Friends. I know a lot of people hate Draco, myself included, but this is a fanfic. You can just think of Draco as an OC with the same name, that's all. Harry stood in the middle of the field. Not far from him, seated on a blanket, Luna, Astoria, Daphne, and Hermione were enjoying a peaceful picnic. They laughed, ate, and chatted without paying much attention to what was about to happen nearby. Gray stood watch, calm and alert after all, he was the one who had brought them there. Standing across from Harry was Draco Malfoy, a blonde young man from a noble family whom Harry had met years ago during etiquette classes from which Draco had been expelled after the school was accidentally destroyed by Harry's mother. Since that incident, they hadn't crossed paths again until the day Draco showed up at the bookstore with his mother. It had been right when Harry and Hermione were deeply focused on designing and improving their combat toys, also known as alchemical golems or magical robots. Intrigued, Draco had approached with graceful steps and perfect manners, though not without a trace of nervousness. He had wanted to speak to them for some time but never found the courage until he saw those strange battling automatons. His curiosity finally overpowered his shyness. From that day on, Draco became Harry's official rival in golem battles. Hermione, on the other hand, had grown tired of constantly losing to Harry and decided to focus on more interesting pursuits. Malfoy's arrival, in that sense, gave her the perfect excuse to bow out of the competitions without guilt. Scared, Potter? Asked Draco, the wind lightly ruffling his blonde hair as a proud smile spread across his face. Not even a little, Harry replied with a calm, confident expression. I sought out the best alchemy tutors to help me create my new companion. I hope you're ready to lose again, Draco said as he pulled a new golem from a box at his feet, a sleek, robotic-looking construct painted in metallic blue. Last time was just luck, Harry said, unveiling his own golem, a gleaming red one with shiny metal accents. Let me remind you, the score is 51-49, with 25 draws. Meanwhile, the girls continued their picnic without concern. Boys are so childish, Daphne commented with a mocking tone, though not far from her sat an identical box, ready to unleash her own golem into battle and challenge both the loser and the winner. She was just waiting for her turn to crush them both. Totally, Hermione agreed, flipping through the handwritten rulebook she had created. The rules had been developed over time as the golems evolved. As the official referee, Hermione had established many rules in response to unexpected situations, like when Draco brought a golem that shot fire from its hands, or when Harry built one that exploded upon defeat to take its opponent down with it. Astoria had her own creation too, a graceful alchemical doll that could only dance. Luna's golem resembled more of a strange little creature, something closer to a pet than a warrior. Each of them interpreted alchemical creation in their own unique way. Ever since Harry and Hermione had discovered how to create golems, they had improved their designs rapidly, thanks to the books from the Potter Library. Constructive alchemy, a nearly forgotten branch considered useless outside of combat or protection, was being revived through their playful creativity, inspired by the fun and imagination of the Muggle world. They had the knowledge, courtesy of the library, and the resources, thanks to Wanda, to make their ideas reality. The chosen battleground was a quiet area in St. Catchpole, with no neighbors nearby, perfect for their strange magical matches. It was also close to Luna's house, and since Harry owned the land, no one would complain about the noise or the eccentric golem duels. The battle began. Harry and Draco stood in position, shouting excitedly at their creations. The golems, powered by magical programming, moved on their own and fought automatically. The children could only cheer them on from the sidelines. Come on, you can do it. Harry shouted with excitement as the golems' resembling robotic fighters traded heavy blows, trying to rip each other's heads off. The first to succeed would be the winner. Come on. Draco shouted just as passionately. Ever since his father had died, his old friends had drifted away, leaving him alone with only his mother. For months, he had felt isolated until, half a year after the etiquette school's destruction, he walked into the bookstore and saw Potter again. From that moment, he had wanted to join him. He longed for real friends, even if it was hard for him to approach them. It hurt to remember how he, too, had once ignored Daphne for no good reason. Now he understood what that felt like. So, when his mother planned a visit to Diagon Alley, Draco insisted on going with her. He knew Potter and the girls often gathered at the bookstore. His godfather had once mentioned the boy while teaching him potions, and Draco couldn't let the opportunity slip by. When he saw them with those fascinating golems, he couldn't resist getting closer. He still felt a little guilty about Daphne, which was why he never asked to formally join the group or spend too much time with them. But taking part in the golem battles was enough. It made him happy. And for now, that was all he needed. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, Harry's red golem lost its hand. It wasn't due to an attack, it simply fell off. But underneath, a hidden surprise, a sharp, metallic spike. In one swift move, the golem lunged forward and stabbed Draco's blue golem through the chest, destroying its magical circuits and knocking it out of the fight. Hey, that's cheating! Draco shouted indignantly. Of course not. There's no rule that forbids it, Harry replied with a mischievous grin. Referee. Draco called out, turning toward the girls. Hermione stood up immediately, walking over with purpose while holding her handwritten rulebook. That's obviously cheating. Draco protested as soon as she approached. There aren't supposed to be any hidden modifications outside the legal physical frame of a fighter. That clearly breaks the rules. Hermione looked at him seriously, then began inspecting Harry's golem while Draco stood with his arms crossed, holding his breath. It's not an extra enhancement. It just lost a hand, and now it has a bit of a blade. I didn't break any rule, Harry said quickly, delivering the excuse he had prepared in advance. But there's no real-world body with a hand shaped like a spear. Draco argued, frowning deeply. What if the fighter lost a hand in war? They could use a prosthetic, like a hook or a lance, Harry countered, his argument clearly rehearsed. Then that person would be using an illegal enhancement, Draco insisted, unwilling to back down. Technically, Harry's right, Hermione said in a serious tone. There's no clearly written rule that prohibits it. It's a legal gray area. I think we need to fix that right now. Wait, Harry cut in, suddenly more serious. What if instead of limiting the physical structure, we allowed external weapons? Swords, spears, stuff like that. Draco blinked, caught off guard by the idea. What are you talking about? Picture it. Instead of being restricted by the golem's frame, we could design them to wield swords, bows, spears, real warriors. Later, we could even control them ourselves with our wands, once we learn how. No more relying only on programmed commands, Harry said, excitement building in his voice. We could create real combat golems, just like the ancient ones. Draco stayed silent for a moment, processing the concept, and then he smiled. You're right, so many possible combinations, different weapon types, it sounds amazing. I'm in. Then, since that rule still doesn't exist, I win. Harry declared with a smug grin. Draco realized too late he had been tricked. Hey! But Harry raised a hand before he could continue. Let's eat. I'm starving. Mom made something delicious for everyone. Want to join us? Draco froze. Normally, after a match, he'd exchange ideas for improvements and hurry home to work on his golem, eager for the next rematch. But this time, they were at St. Catchpole and they'd prepared a picnic. Can I join you? He asked, his voice unsure. Of course. Come on before Daphne decides to challenge me. She's a sore loser and an even worse winner. Harry laughed as he packed his illegal golem into its box and walked toward the others, Draco and Hermione beside him. Draco walked with them, a faint smile on his lips. It felt like, finally, he had won something more important than a golem match, the right to sit with them as part of the group. After lunch with the others, Draco returned home. Dobby was waiting for him and brought him back with a polite bow. He arrived at Malfoy Manor still smiling, carrying the box with his damaged golem and a few materials he planned to use for upgrades. Hello, Draco. How was your day? Asked Narcissa from the entryway, her voice calm. Her eyes softened the moment she saw her son so cheerful. Mother, it was great. Harry cheated and destroyed my golem, so I have to reinforce its defense. But I already have an idea, I'll give it a shield, maybe even a sword. We're taking this to the next level. And we all had lunch together. His mom made sandwiches for everyone. Astoria fell asleep afterward, and Daphne tried to draw on her face, but she woke up and caught her red-handed. Draco spoke with excitement, his hands moving animatedly as he recounted every detail. Narcissa, who usually wore a composed, dignified expression, allowed herself a small, genuine smile at the sight of her happy son. Lucius Malfoy hadn't been a terrible father, nor a horrible husband. He had been present, instructive, and involved. But his problem had always been his beliefs. For him, nobility and blood purity were paramount. He had never truly had friends, only calculated allies. Aside from Severus Snape, who became his friend during their school days, most of his circle would have betrayed him without hesitation if it suited their goals. Lucius was a man shaped by war, extremist ideals, and a fanatical obsession with status. He had been a Death Eater, had committed atrocities, and continued serving Voldemort even after his supposed fall. And while that didn't stop him from being a functioning parent, it did make him a bad person. Narcissa knew this. That's why, when everything ended, she made a clear decision to leave that world behind. She joined the neutral side, severing ties with her old allies without hesitation. They weren't fighting for the light or the dark, but sometimes, the middle path is the wisest. And with the power the neutral faction held, neither side dared to threaten Draco or his family. Especially not with Sirius Black having also joined the neutral camp after parting ways with Dumbledore, whom he no longer trusted. And now that Andromeda had returned to the Black family as well, Draco had a strong, safe network of support, one free from toxic ideologies. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Draco. But don't let it distract you from your lessons with your godfather, Narcissa reminded him gently, her smile both warm and firm. I won't. Harry even shared some potion notes with me. I'm sure I'll surprise my godfather next time. Draco beamed as he set his mind to preparing his next great creation. Next chapter, the Weasleys arrive and Harry's new wand. 50. Wand of Chaos. Wand of Chaos. Harry, come here for a moment, said Wanda, her voice soft but filled with seriousness. The boy looked up from his workbench, where the small golem he had been carefully polishing lay motionless. All around him, in what had once been his playroom, stood shelves crammed with alchemy books, tools brought from the old Potter manor, and dozens of golem prototypes, some incomplete, others destroyed, each with tiny notes at their base where Harry had written down his mistakes and what he had learned. He wore special goggles he had modified himself to better see the inner runes of his creations. Carefully, he set them down next to his tools and walked curiously to the door. "What is it?" he asked, a faint ink smudge on his cheek. Wanda watched him in silence for a moment. Her gaze was filled with pride, love, and a touch of nostalgia. Then, from behind her back, she brought out a long, dark red box like blood under moonlight, adorned with delicate golden filigree that seemed to shimmer and shift under the light. "There's still a year before you go to Hogwarts, I know. It might seem a bit early, but I feel you're ready," she said, offering the box with both hands as if she were handing him a sacred relic. "And more than that, I trust that you'll know how to use it wisely." Harry accepted the box with care. The material felt warm to the touch, almost as if it were breathing. He opened it slowly and there it was. A wand of deep red, the same shade as his mother's magic when she was angry. Its surface was smooth, but certain areas bore barely visible engravings, living runes that pulsed with energy. Harry recognized it instantly, not because he had ever seen it in use, but because he had felt it. It was the wand Wanda had crafted years ago and used only once, before locking it away and forgetting it. "This was your wand?" Harry murmured, raising his eyes in confusion. "It was," Wanda replied with a calm smile, though something deeper shimmered behind her eyes. "Now it's yours." "But what about you?" Harry asked, genuinely puzzled. Wanda leaned down slightly, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I don't need it, and you know that. I only made it to understand the differences between my magic and the magic of this world. But I never relied on it. We're not ordinary wizards, Harry. We're chaos witches," she said seriously, as her red aura shimmered softly around the room. "A wand can help channel your power, shape it without needing so much focus. But it will never control your magic. It's just a tool, not the source." Harry nodded slowly, understanding the weight of the gift he'd just received. "I'll use it carefully," he said with a sincere smile and bright, excited eyes. "I know," Wanda whispered, ruffling his hair with affection. "And she knows too." For a moment, Harry could have sworn the wand pulsed gently in his hand, as if greeting him. The wand accepted him instantly. After all, his magic and his mother's weren't just compatible, they were the same. Chaotic, red like liquid fire, alive like an untamed emotion. It wasn't about control, it was about connection. About resonance. "What are we doing, Harry?" asked Hermione as she followed him down the hill, her eyes sharp and her braids bouncing with each step. Daphne walked just behind, frowning with a mix of suspicion and barely contained excitement. Draco trailed a little farther back, hands in his pockets, wearing the expression of someone pretending not to care while actually very interested. Gree, the old house elf of the Potter estate, had brought them. Now, he walked several steps behind, his burgundy cloak fluttering in the wind. When they reached the clearing, he stopped, gave a deep, respectful bow to the children and disappeared with a soft pop, leaving behind a faint blue shimmer. "I'm going to show you something awesome," Harry declared with a mysterious grin, striding enthusiastically toward the center of the clearing. There, like a forgotten titan, stood a massive boulder, as tall as a two-story house. Half buried in the earth, it looked as though it had fallen from the sky centuries ago. Its surface was jagged, cracked, covered in moss and lichen, unmovable at least for any normal child. But Harry was not a normal child. He rubbed his hands together, stepped forward, and raised both palms toward the rock. His fingers trembled slightly as he summoned his power. A thick, crimson aura, like molten stormfire, bloomed from his hands and pulsed in the air around him. This was no ordinary magic. This was chaos in its purest form, beating like a heart out of control. His expression turned serious, his eyes glowing with power. The boulder trembled. A deep crack rumbled beneath the earth, and the ground vibrated slightly. The colossal rock shifted, leaning a few inches to one side, breaking roots that had grown around its base. And then it stopped. That was all. Harry lowered his hands, slightly out of breath, as the aura slowly faded from the air. Draco blinked. His eyebrows were so furrowed they practically touched. "Did you just use magic? Without a wand?" he asked, stunned. "Yeah," Harry replied with a calm smile. "Didn't you know?" "But how? That we haven't even started Hogwarts yet." Draco stammered, so bewildered he looked like he was about to crash. "We've been training with Mum since we were 4, Harry said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hermione nodded proudly. "Ugh, that's so unfair." Daphne grumbled, a hint of jealousy in her voice. "My mum only teaches me etiquette and how to match hats to magical events." "And it seems you still haven't learned," Harry teased, crossing his arms. "You little rat." Daphne huffed, while Draco chuckled under his breath. "Can you move huge rocks too?" Draco asked Hermione, now clearly wondering if anyone here was normal. "No, Harry's magic is special. Mine's more stable," Hermione replied evenly, though a small, proud smile tugged at her lips. "But I can lift several bowling balls at once." And though she said it modestly, she was absolutely proud of it. "Cool," Draco muttered, clearly impressed. "Now watch this," Harry exclaimed triumphantly. With a dramatic flair, he rolled up his sleeve, and from it emerged his wand, slender, deep red with dark veins and a faint scarlet glow that seemed to breathe. The moment he held it, the chaos magic flared back to life, bursting from his fingers like the wand itself was recognizing and enhancing his power. A wand? That's cheating! Exclaimed Daphne, rushing closer. We're not supposed to have one until we get our Hogwarts letters. She's right, Harry, said Hermione seriously. If someone sees you with that, they'll take it away and report it to your mother. Relax, Harry said with a half-smile. Mum gave it to me. She said I'm ready. The three of them looked at the wand, then at Harry, then at each other. So why did we come here, then? Asked Daphne, her curiosity growing by the second. To witness the awakening of my ultimate power. Harry declared, placing his hands on his hips like a cartoon villain. He even spun on his heels and let out a deep, dramatic laugh, as if he were acting in a magical play. Hermione sighed. Be careful, Harry, she warned with a hint of concern. I'm fine, he said confidently. I've been practicing since I was 4. He turned toward the massive rock and raised his wand. This time, he didn't speak a single word, just channeled the energy. A red spark crackled down the wand. The air trembled. And then, boom, the boulder exploded in a colossal burst of stone and magical fire. The ground shook. A rain of rocky fragments shot into the sky like upside-down fireworks. Dust and crimson energy filled the air. The 4 kids froze in place, eyes wide as saucers, as little pebbles rained down around them. Harry still had his wand pointed forward, rigid. The great wizard in control pose was intact, but his face told another story entirely. He blinked. Twice. I think I should learn to control it first, he muttered, not moving a muscle. Hermione, Daphne, and Draco nodded simultaneously, their faces screaming yes. Please. What was that? Shouted a voice not far away. The group of kids turned almost in unison, their ears still ringing from the blast. They saw a red-haired man approaching quickly, his expression hovering between worry and confusion, his eyes fixed on the still-smoking crater in front of them. He was thin, with a kind face and messy hair that looked like it had been in a fight with the wind. His worn robes were patched in several places, and a satchel hung over one shoulder. What happened? Are you all right? Did you kids do this? He asked, stopping just short of the crater, clearly unsure whether to be amazed or horrified. What happened here? He repeated, eyes locked on the children. Harry, seeing the man approaching, quickly slipped the wand back up his sleeve in a swift, discreet motion. Thankfully, Daphne reacted instantly. Her diplomacy-trained mind found the perfect excuse on the spot. We're so sorry, she said with a worried look and a sweet voice. We were testing some alchemy tools we bought, but I think they were defective. Pretty sure we were scammed. The others nodded quickly, like they had rehearsed the lie all week. An alchemy tool did this? The man asked, pointing at the giant crater, with smoke still curling from broken stones. His eyes lingered on Harry a moment longer. He frowned slightly, as if trying to match a face to a memory. Wait, you're Harry Potter, he muttered, remembering something important. Yes, I am, Harry replied calmly, though inside he tensed. His face wasn't famous yet, didn't have the telltale scar to make him instantly recognizable. The fact that this man identified him so quickly was, at the very least, suspicious. I'm Arthur Weasley, the red-haired man said with a broad smile. I sent you a birthday letter a few days ago. I'm glad we finally get to meet. Before anyone could reply, more voices came from the trees. Several people began emerging from the nearby forest, all red-haired and full of cheerful chatter. Apparently, Arthur had brought the entire family, and that meant a lot of people. Molly, it's Harry Potter, Arthur called out to a short, round woman who was scolding a pair of identical twins for throwing grass at the youngest of the group. The moment she heard the name, she stopped mid-scold, her face lit up, and she hurried over with a glowing smile. Harry Potter. Hello, dear. Exclaimed Molly Weasley as she threw her arms around him in a crushing hug, leaving Harry stiffer than a soaked broomstick. Behind her, Draco, Hermione, and Daphne were quietly laughing with teasing grins and looks that said, you don't see this every day. We were out for a walk and brought a picnic. Why don't you join us? Molly offered enthusiastically, releasing Harry at last and looking at the rest of the children. Her gaze passed quickly over Hermione, but when it landed on Draco and Daphne, her brow furrowed ever so slightly just for a heartbeat. Only trained eyes would have noticed. Fortunately, or not, Draco and Daphne were trained, taught since they were toddlers to read even the smallest expressions. Hermione caught it too, she was far too observant to miss that. And Harry, ever wary, had his eyes wide open, taking in every detail of these people. Thank you for the invitation, but we can't stay, Harry answered politely. We just came to try something. Mum's waiting for us, she was cooking for us. He spoke kindly, but he could feel a gaze fixed on him. Everyone was looking, sure, but one pair of eyes felt different, intense, focused. He searched for it, and finally locked eyes with a small red-haired boy, the one who had been getting teased by the twins. The boy looked away quickly, glancing at Draco and Daphne with a strange expression. Beside him stood a smaller girl with long, flowing hair and big, curious eyes. She watched Harry nervously, smiling faintly when their gazes met before looking down. Farther back, two older teens stood quietly. One had wild, untamable hair like he had just leapt off a broomstick at full speed, the other smiled gently. The twins looked mischievous, clearly brimming with ideas, but were being held back by the collar by a tall, serious young man who seemed to have inherited all the family's common sense. "What a shame," said Molly kindly, though there was a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Then maybe another day. We don't live far from here." Harry didn't answer directly. He simply smiled calmly and nodded. Then, in a soft, clear voice, he said, "Gree, take us." In an instant, the four kids touched each other's shoulders, and with a quiet pop, the Potter family's house elf appeared, grabbed Harry's arm, and without a word, vanished with them from the clearing. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Arthur broke it with a serious tone, eyes lifting toward the sky. "Dumbledore was right. If Harry keeps this up he'll end up in Slytherin," he said grimly. "They didn't seem like bad kids, but their parents," Molly murmured carefully. "He must have had a hard childhood. No parents. We can't let his path go astray, he needs to be happy," she added with genuine sadness. As if, in her mind, Harry was still a broken child in need of saving. Was the story true? Or had someone told it wrong? That, we'll find out later. Next chapter, A Day in the Shoes of Red, the Dragon of Chaos.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.